Chapter 1. The Hunting Deer Martial Academy. On the Wui continent, within the grand nation of Dang, lies the imperial city and the Hunting Deer Martial Academy. As the sun ascends in the east, over 20 young individuals have already gathered before the martial spirit monument, all distinguished offspring specially recruited by the Academy. Is that not Xiao Fan? He actually qualifies for special admission to the Academy? Isn't it merely a result of his father, the Duke of Westtown's influence? Yet, a fool remains a fool. I've heard that the Duke of Westtown has gone missing. It remains uncertain whether he is alive or dead. Xiao Fan approaches with a calm demeanor, unaffected by the surrounding jeers. His gaze is tranquil as a still pond, exuding an unsettling steadiness, no longer the timid and feeble figure he once was. Only he knows that the former Xiao Fan has perished last night. He was assassinated in the Academy's temporary quarters, a soul-destroying needle piercing through his soul sea, extinguishing his very essence. In his past life, he was a formidable being in the sacred domain, who, by an unfortunate twist of fate, came into possession of a seed from the origin tree, but was treacherously ambushed by his closest friend, subsequently overwhelmed and slain by a multitude. This tragic end led to his rebirth in this new body. This grudge is one that cannot be overlooked. You shall all await your reckoning. None shall escape. At this moment, Xiao Fan seethes with resentment, yet he possesses the courage to start anew. Since I have been reborn into your body, sharing the same name, we shall be indistinguishable henceforth. Let this new journey commence. He muses internally, finally stepping into the throng, standing silently among them. Xiao Fan, get out of the martial academy. With merely the first level of qi gathering cultivation, you lack the qualification to stand here. A sudden voice pierces through the air, and Xiao Fan turns towards its source, recalling from memory that this individual is named Li Junbai, boasting a cultivation level of the 6th stage of qi gathering. The martial arts realm in Wui continent is thriving, with cultivation levels classified into stages: qi gathering, body refinement, blood condensation, and marrow cleansing, each progressively more powerful. At the tender age of 16, Xiao Fan has only just begun his journey. The enmity between the Duke of Westtown's house and the Li family is long-standing, rooted not only in political disagreements within the court, but also in a fierce rivalry over their respective enterprises, with the Li family covertly eliminating numerous members of the Duke's household. Hey, are you deaf? Did you not hear me? Hurry up and get out. Li Junbai barks again, stepping forward, his 6th stage qi gathering aura pressing down upon Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's eyes turn frosty. He does not flinch before Li Junbai's imposing presence, surprising the onlookers, though their astonishment is fleeting. Yes, get out. Get out. A chorus of voices rises in agreement, accompanied by mocking taunts that are particularly grating. Silence. A commanding voice suddenly resonates from above as a middle-aged man swiftly descends, his aura resounding with authority. Trailing behind him are numerous academy students, albeit arriving at a slower pace on foot. I could see this moment. All mouths are silenced, and everyone stands in reverent attention, their eyes fixed upon the newcomer. He can fly. How majestic and imposing. Truly, this is the Hunting Deer Martial Academy. Whispers of wonder ripple through the crowd, for this is their first encounter with someone who can soar through the air, leaving them utterly astonished. Yet Xiao Fan understands that, strictly speaking, this is not true flight. It is merely a gliding motion just above the ground. Enough chatter. I am Zhao, an elder of the Academy. Without further ado, form an orderly line. Let the talent assessment begin. Elder Zhao casually surveyed the crowd, his demeanor cold and indifferent, showing no enthusiasm for the offspring of esteemed families. As the assembly formed a queue before the martial spirit steel, anticipation filled the air, for the Martial Academy would indeed offer special recruitment. They merely needed to go through the motions. Xiao Fan stood at the end of the line, intrigued for the first time, having never tested his aptitude in his previous life as a solitary cultivator. I shall go first, declared Li Junbai, rushing forward and casting a haughty glance back at Xiao Fan, his face alight with arrogance. State your name, place both hands firmly on the martial spirit steel, and channel your true energy. Elder Zhao lazily instructed before settling into a cross-leg meditation. Seemingly unconcerned with the testing proceedings, Li Junbai announced his name, extended his hands, and a surge of true energy erupted forth. With a resonant hum, the steel emitted a subtle sound, and 7 beams of white light gradually manifested upon its surface. Elder Zhao uttered a soft "oh," springing to his feet, his expression finally revealing excitement. This special recruitment is remarkable. We have finally encountered an individual of exceptional talent. He murmured to himself, reflecting on past recruitments where the scions of noble families had proven to be mediocre, merely accepted due to their family's contributions to the great Ing nation, which had ties to the Royal Martial Academy. Congratulations, Brother Li. You truly are a dragon among men. 7 beams of white light. It is said that throughout the history of the Martial Academy, only 8 beams have ever appeared at most. Whispers of admiration filled the air as the onlookers lavished praise upon him, their envy palpable. Indeed, splendid. Come over here. Elder Xiao beckoned to Li Junbai. Student Li Junbai pays his respects to Elder Xiao. Li Junbai approached and bowed, discreetly slipping a pouch of gold coins into Elder Xiao's hand. I hope for your continued guidance. This is a token of respect for my family. Initially taken aback, Elder Xiao nodded in satisfaction and permitted Li Junbai to remain by his side. The subsequent candidates continued their tests, the majority revealing only 4 or 5 beams of light, with not a single 6-beam display, leaving only Xiao Fan yet to be tested. Xiao Fan, it is your turn. You still have time to leave the Martial Academy and spare yourself the embarrassment. Li Junbai sneered, his gaze fixed on Xiao Fan, the cruel mockery unchallenged by Elder Xiao. This time, disdainful of such vile taunts, Xiao Fan could not be bothered to cast a glance at Li Junbai, inciting further irritation in him. Only humiliation awaits you, Li Junbai scoffed. You have the audacity to step into the Martial Academy, even if you possess the most basic aptitude? The derisive voices echoed around him as Xiao Fan slowly approached the martial spirit steel. After stating his name, he gently placed his hands upon it and began to channel his true energy. Why is there no reaction? He pondered quietly, his curiosity piqued. A waste is merely a waste. Incapable of even stirring the martial spirit steel, came the mockery from the crowd. Absolutely comical. What a disgrace. Many laughed uproariously, their expectations of Xiao Fan confirmed. Elder Xiao furrowed his brow, contemplating whether Xiao Fan might truly be a failure, unable to cultivate. Just as the ridicule reached its peak, the martial spirit steel suddenly resonated with a profound hum, and 9 beams of white light blazed forth, shining like stars upon its surface. At this moment, everyone fell silent, gazing incredulously at the martial spirit monument. Elder Xiao swiftly darted forward, scrutinizing the monument closely. Indeed, there were 9 beams of white light, with a faint glimmer above the 9th beam, yet the monument's limit remained 9 beams of white light. This is the limit of the martial spirit monument, not my limit, remarked Xiao Fan, who had also discerned the truth and felt a sense of relief regarding his post-rebirth talents. Unbeknownst to him, this incident had stirred the higher echelons of the Martial Academy, prompting several elders to consider taking Xiao Fan as their disciple, only to be restrained by the president. Such talent is rare, yet true strength is forged through hardship, the president declared before hastily imparting some words to Elder Xiao through a secret method and departing, leaving none aware of his destination. Before the martial spirit monument, those who had previously mocked Xiao Fan bowed their heads, their faces contorted in distress, particularly Li Junbai. Impossible. He must have cheated, or else there is something wrong with the martial spirit monument. Li Junbai shouted, utterly disbelieving Xiao Fan's results. How could they possibly surpass his own, having stolen the spotlight? Elder Xiao's ears perked up, and a slight smile graced his lips as he looked at Xiao Fan. The martial spirit monument is malfunctioning. Your test results are inaccurate. Please step aside. I can take the test again. Xiao Fan retorted, skeptical of Elder Xiao's assertion regarding the monument's malfunction. There's no need for a retest. Consider your result as that of 3 beams of white light. Elder Xiao dismissed him, having no intention of granting him another opportunity for. This was the president's directive, which indeed echoed the claim of the monument's anomaly. Resigned, Xiao Fan returned to his original position, having never placed much weight on this talent assessment. I told you. How could a waste like him possibly achieve 9 beams of white light? The Martial Academy is fair, and I doubt he can even manage 3 beams, came the chorus of derisive laughter from the onlookers. Xiao Fan merely smiled, unfazed by their scorn. All right, congratulations to all of you for officially becoming students of the Zhulu Martial Academy. Next, we will assign classes, Elder Xiao announced, after which Xiao Fan became familiar with the academy structure. The Zhulu Martial Academy was divided into 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and core classes, with all new students assigned to the beginner class. Li Junbai, beginner class 1. Elder Xiao began to call out names and classes, yet when he reached the end, he overlooked Xiao Fan. As the upperclassmen began to escort the others away, a flicker of anger ignited within Xiao Fan. Was this an attempt to isolate him? Even the elders of the academy were complicit. Elder Xiao, may I inquire which class I belong to? Xiao Fan bowed respectfully and inquired. Chapter 2. A Killing. Xiao Fan patiently awaited Elder Zhao's response, while simultaneously familiarizing himself with the principles of this realm. You will be in beginner class 6, it is brimming with talent, and should suit you well, Elder Zhao finally stated, albeit with a hint of sarcasm. Ha, Xiao Fan, this Wei's class is perfectly suited for you. Li Junbai, who had not strayed far, erupted into laughter upon hearing the designation of beginner class 6, eager to mock Xiao Fan once more. This is quite evident, isn't it? It's as if the word fool is about to be inscribed on his forehead. The other students turned around, mocking and ridiculing, clearly pleased with such an arrangement. They were already well aware of the peculiar classes within the martial academy, such as the infamous Class 6, often referred to as the class of fools, consisting of those inept and domineering individuals. These were individuals lacking the prowess to ascend to the intermediate class, and the academy had relegated them to Class 6, where those who failed to advance within 3 years would be expelled. Class of fools, you say? A true warrior remains unfazed by their surroundings, murmured Xiao Fan, harboring no objections to Elder Zhao's arrangement, as long as he had a place to settle. You may register on your own. It seems no one is here to assist you, Elder Zhao declared, and just then, a portly student rushed over. Elder Zhao, they'll take him. Elder Zhao nodded and turned to leave, seemingly somewhat disdainful of the portly L.A.D.M.Y. apologies for being late. Xiao brother, which class have you been assigned to? The portly student inquired. Upon seeing him, a smile finally broke across Xiao Fan's face. The portly lad, Su Nan, was the only friend of the previous occupant of this body. However, Su Nan appeared battered and bruised, as if he had just emerged from a brawl, bearing significant injuries. Su brother, what happened to you? Nothing serious. Let me take you to register. I was placed in Class 6 this year, unable to advance, Su Nan replied candidly, his demeanor relaxed. How coincidental. I too have been assigned to Class SIX.AT this revelation. The two exchanged knowing smiles and proceeded to the registration area. Before long, Xiao Fan completed his registration, receiving 2 sets of class attire, a cultivation manual, and a token. This token recorded the student's identity information and was also used to track points, which could be earned through tasks. With enough points, one could purchase medicinal herbs, elixirs, and other necessities for cultivation within the academy. Naturally, it was also possible to exchange gold coins for points, though this required a substantial amount of gold, a prospect most would avoid. Half an hour later, they arrived at the living quarters, just in time to find an empty room in Su Nan's courtyard. As Xiao Fan prepared to move in, he was suddenly confronted by 2 individuals. I've heard that a specially recruited student tested with 9 beams of white light. Could it be you? One of them sneered at Xiao Fan, his sharp features and hooked nose revealing his unsavory nature. Eagle, what do you want? Xiao Fan interrupted Su Nan, clearly recognizing that this individual was seeking trouble, and he did not wish to involve his friend. Oh, so it's you. What a pity. The martial spirit steel malfunctioned, and your 9 beams of white light talent has vanished. Haha. With that, the two erupted into laughter. Xiao Fan chose to ignore them and maneuvered inside with Su Nan. Stop right there. The 2 men pursued them, blocking their path, with the one called Eagle extending his right hand, that if you wish to reside here, you must be reasonable. 10,000 gold coins, or else. Eagle threatened, clenching his fist and brandishing it in front of Xiao Fan. Eagle, you're going too far. Step aside, Su Nan interjected, positioning his formidable frame protectively in front of Xiao Fan, warming Xiao Fan's heart. Fellow, are you courting death? Is the beating you received this morning not sufficient? In an instant, the eagle's demeanor turned fierce, and he swung his fist towards the fatty, the air whistling with the force of his blow. Bang! To everyone's astonishment, it was the eagle who collapsed. The fatty was bewildered, utterly confused as to how this had transpired. He hadn't even lifted a finger. Daring to act recklessly with your trifling 3rd level of chi gathering? Begone! Xiao Fan casually blew on his fist. Having made his move, he struck swiftly, sending the eagle crashing to the ground. Although he was merely at the 1st level of chi gathering, his combat skills from a past life made dealing with someone of such inferior prowess a trivial task. What? You dare to ambush me? I shall slay you. Fuming with rage and humiliation, the eagle sprang back to his feet, drawing a long knife and slashing at Xiao Fan. Watch out! The fatty panicked, wanting to intervene, but Xiao Fan pushed him aside just in time for both to evade the deadly strike. Another adversary loomed menacingly. Time was of the essence, for if they did not act quickly, it would be their lives at stake. With this thought, Xiao Fan unleashed the agility from his past life, gliding like the wind. Though he could only employ a fraction of his former abilities, it sufficed. In a heartbeat, he appeared behind the eagle, unleashing a torrent of chi and delivering a powerful blow to the back of the eagle's head. The eagle let out a wretched scream and fell to the ground, motionless. The second adversary, witnessing this, felt an urge to retreat, but Xiao Fan's fist was upon him, striking him and causing him to spew blood. Xiao Fan seized him by the throat, pinning him to the ground and rubbing him harshly against the dirt. At that moment, the fatty's mind was a tumult of disbelief. He could scarcely fathom the extent of Xiao Fan's prowess. "Speak. Who sent you?" Xiao Fan demanded. "Forget it. I shall not reveal anything." Xiao Fan smiled faintly, not willing to divulge. He had countless methods to extract the truth. With a flick of his right hand, qi surged forth, and the long knife flew effortlessly into his grasp. "Is that telekinesis?" The fatty, finally grasping the situation, was left in utter shock, his previous beliefs shattered beyond repair. Swish! With a swift motion, Xiao Fan brought the knife down, severing the adversary's arm, blood gushing forth. "Ah, you are a devil. I confess. It was Li Junyue from Class A who sent us." "Begone." Having obtained his answer, Xiao Fan's eyes turned cold, yet he spared the man, for he had not actively participated in the assault. He was not one to indulge in indiscriminate slaughter. Once again, the Li family. This is indeed relentless. Xiao Fan shook his head. The winds of conflict would not be quelled easily, yet he was not one to be trifled with. The house of Jinshi and the Li family had only engaged in covert skirmishes until now. Since matters had come to light, he felt no need for restraint. "Xiao, the eagle is dead." The fatty, overwhelmed, plopped down on the ground. This was his first encounter with death at such close quarters, leaving him utterly disoriented. Xiao Fan approached, patting his shoulder to reassure him that all was well and he would bear the weight of the situation. He then discarded the eagle's lifeless body, finally settling into the martial academy. News of Xiao Fan's lethal encounter spread rapidly throughout the academy, igniting a fervor among the students as many rushed to witness the aftermath. "Xiao, that eagle was from the Lu family of the imperial city. Having killed him, you may find yourself in grave trouble." The portly man's emotions gradually settled, yet a lingering anxiety remained. "It's merely a small family. The Lu clan dares not act against me for the time being, so rest assured, I require some solitude to cultivate. Please keep watch for me." Xiao Fan waved his hand, accepting that since events had unfolded, he must bear the weight of the world upon his shoulders. The plump man wished to say more, but after a moment's reflection, he chose to retreat and close the door behind him. Xiao Fan exhaled a deep breath, sitting cross-legged. Since his rebirth, he had been preoccupied, and now at last he found the opportunity to practice his cultivation. As he began to channel the techniques from his past life, he examined this new body. "Ah, the seed of the origin tree has actually followed me here." Xiao Fan was taken aback, yet elated. This seed resided within his dantian. More importantly, he noticed subtle changes within the seed. What could be the reason for this? Xiao Fan was astonished, his consciousness gradually delving deeper, eager to uncover the truth. Buzz! His thoughts swiftly penetrated the seed, and as he beheld the scene before him, his mind buzzed in disbelief. It was, astonishingly, a world unto itself. Xiao Fan chuckled. The miniature world was not vast, and its end could be seen at a glance. Surrounding him was an expanse of chaos, devoid of mountains, rivers, or any other features. However, there stood a small sapling. Xiao Fan examined closely and suddenly felt a jolt throughout his body. This is the origin tree. Such a seed has actually sprouted, growing into a sapling of over a foot in height, adorned with tender, vibrant green leaves that glisten with droplets of water. His heart surged with excitement as the sapling gently swayed, and suddenly, a green point shot forth, rushing into his mind. This is the chaos script. Xiao Fan found himself at a loss for words to articulate his current emotions. Would this sapling of the origin still provide him with feedback? Fortunately, his previous life had endowed him with knowledge of the chaotic script, prompting him to delve into research, swiftly organizing his thoughts. Chapter 3. The Chaotic Genesis Technique. The 5 luminous characters of the Chaotic Genesis Technique shone brilliantly, evidently signifying a method of cultivation. As chaos began to unfold, it marked the genesis of heaven and earth. After perusing this ancient technique, Xiao Fan found himself engulfed in a tumult of emotions, his heart unsettled for an extended period. Each word and phrase exuded an aura of antiquity and immense power. How could such a miraculous art exist in this world? Xiao Fan exclaimed in admiration, his consciousness retreating momentarily as he promptly commenced the practice of this technique. To his astonishment, he could even hear the howling sound of spiritual energy converging, frantically surging into his body from all directions. "Ah!" Xiao Fan suddenly cried out in anguish, hastily ceasing the operation of his cultivation technique. He quickly examined his internal condition. So it is. This body is momentarily incapable of enduring such an extraordinary method of cultivation. Xiao Fan let out a bitter smile as his consciousness once again traversed into the miniature realm. The young sapling swayed gently, seemingly expressing its dissatisfaction with this corporeal form. Suddenly, as if it had made a resolute decision, a tender green leaf detached itself and traversed through the small world, entering his dantian. Remarkably, the leaf dissolved into a stream of pure essence, surging from his dantian throughout his meridians, organs, and limbs. Xiao Fan let out a low grunt, his entire being feeling as if struck by lightning, both numb and painful. Panic surged within him, for he was oblivious to the nature of that mysterious stream. Would his body succumb to death after absorbing it? He resolved to take the plunge. Xiao Fan gritted his teeth, enduring the agony as he diligently guided the flow of pure energy within him. At that moment, his body crackled and popped, resembling the sound of beans falling onto a plate, while an unpleasant odor emanated and countless impurities seeped through his pores. Xiao Fan felt a wave of comfort, as the previous sensations of numbness and pain had significantly diminished. With his mind at ease, he resumed his practice. After 2 hours, that refreshing energy was finally exhausted, and he abruptly opened his eyes. To his astonishment, he had unknowingly ascended to the 3rd level of qi gathering. Xiao Fan was ecstatic. Having consecutively broken through 2 minor realms, he finally recognized the true worth of the seed from the origin tree. Upon introspection, he discovered that his physical form had become significantly more formidable than before. His meridians were now resplendently translucent, exhibiting both great resilience and strength. Aside from his unaltered appearance, everything else had transformed. Could he now cultivate the Chaos Genesis technique? Xiao Fan muttered to himself, contemplating for a moment before cautiously commencing his practice. The resonant sound of gathered spiritual energy reemerged, though it was a sound solely perceptible to him, as the energy surged wildly into his body. After circulating several cycles of energy, Xiao Fan's heart swelled with joy. With this technique, the time required for him to reclaim his peak would be significantly reduced. Where is Xiao Fan? Where is Xiao Fan? Just as his excitement peaked, the furious voice of Elder Xiao echoed from outside, prompting him to halt and step out of his room. The portly figure rushed towards him in a flurry, anxiously clutching his arm and exclaiming, "Brother Xiao, why don't we escape? I have had more than enough of this useless class." Xiao Fan was taken aback as he glanced at this battered visage, and he could easily envision the countless grievances that had endured in this place. "Fear not, for I shall shoulder it all." After giving him a reassuring glance, Xiao Fan exited the courtyard. "Xiao Fan is here. Elder Xiao, do you have matters to discuss?" Xiao Fan stood quietly, his resolute face adorned with a smile reminiscent of the gentle spring breeze. The gathering included not only Elder Xiao, but also numerous students, encircling his residence in layers, pointing and whispering with clenched teeth. "You have murdered your fellow disciples. You deserve the gravest punishment. Now, come with me to the law enforcement hall for your trial." Upon finishing his words, Elder Xiao extended his hand, reaching towards Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed as he deftly employed his agile movements to evade the attack with the grace of the wind. Elder Xiao felt a jolt of astonishment within, quickly overshadowed by an insatiable desire. Such an enigmatic and elusive technique must be his. A fleeting glimmer of avarice flashed in his eyes, which Xiao Fan perceived all too clearly, prompting him to inwardly curse. What manner of technique is this? From whom did he learn it? It is indeed a travesty that such a skill has fallen into his hands. Around them, the other students buzzed with fervent discussion, their faces betraying a glint of greed, with some even rolling up their sleeves in anticipation. "How audacious! Shouldn't you surrender obediently? Whether I am guilty or not is not for you to decide. If there is to be an arrest, it is the duty of the law enforcement hall to intervene. And you are unworthy of such authority." Xiao Fan exhibited no fear as Elder Xiao, disregarding the facts, sought to condemn him. "Where lies the law? I shall seize you. What can you do about it?" Elder Xiao, consumed by avarice, had forsaken reason. Initially, he had merely been summoned by Li Junwei to apprehend Xiao Fan, intending to feign compliance. Now, however, his sole objective was to capture Xiao Fan's elusive movements, indifferent to the latter's status. His speed was swift as his right hand lunged towards Xiao Fan's neck with ruthless intent. Xiao Fan once again eluded his pursuer, inciting Elder Xiao's ire and humiliation. As a formidable practitioner of the Shisui realm, he found himself outmaneuvered twice by a mere 3rd-tier qi gathering cultivator. A blow to his pride akin to 2 resounding slaps in public. "Where do you think you're going? Face your demise. This time." He transformed his palm into a fist, propelling his speed to its zenith as he launched a powerful strike towards Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan found himself unable to evade the impending danger and was violently propelled away, blood gushing forth. Elder Xiao, eliminate him. Avenge the eagle. Li Jubai shouted fervently, prompting a chorus of voices clamoring for blood. Kill him, kill him. Elder Xiao extended his right hand once more, aiming to seize Xiao Fan by the throat. Yet, just as he was about to grasp him, a woman intervened. Clad in a flowing black gown, she possessed an elegant stature, her eyes shimmering like water. Youthful and strikingly beautiful, her expression bore no trace of joy or sorrow, exuding an icy demeanor that demanded reverence. Zhao Su, you show remarkable audacity to harm my disciple, she declared, her voice devoid of warmth, sending chills down the spine. What do you mean, Han Jiangxue? Elder Zhao retorted, stepping back in alarm. Humph. Han Jiangxue scoffed, her hands forming intricate gestures. In an instant, the long sword at her waist soared forth, aimed at Zhao Su. Elder Zhao retreated a step, attempting to evade. Yet the sword seemed to possess a will of its own, altering its trajectory to pursue him. This is dire, Elder Zhao thought, finally sensing the gravity of the situation. He hastily produced a unique folding fan, positioning it defensively before his chest. Clang! The two forces collided, sparks flying and a piercing sound resonating through the air, sending Elder Zhao several paces backward. Han Jiangxue, have you lost your mind? He exclaimed as he regained his footing, his hand trembling slightly around the fan. Utterly ridiculous. What are you that dares to harm others on my territory? Han Jiangxue remained steadfast, unyielding as she prepared to press the attack. Everyone sees this madness. What kind of decorum is this? A commanding voice echoed from afar as a white-haired elder approached swiftly, positioning himself between the two adversaries, prompting an immediate cessation of hostilities. The stout man hurriedly assisted Xiao Fan to a safer spot, his ample form once again shielding Xiao Fan. What on earth is happening? Someone explain this to me. The elder's expression reflected a mix of fury and concern as he questioned them. Elder Xing, your arrival is fortuitous. Xiao Fan has slain a fellow disciple, and I merely intended to bring him to the law enforcement hall. Elder Zhao hastily clarified, showing a hint of trepidation in the presence of Elder Xing, who oversaw the law enforcement hall and held high status within the martial academy. Elder Xing furrowed his brow, casting a fierce glare at Zhao Su. The law enforcement hall had been aware of Xiao Fan's actions long before, yet Zhao Su had taken it upon himself to intervene. Zhao, you wield considerable power. Yet if anyone can apprehend others at will, what becomes of the authority of the law enforcement hall? Xiao Fan shouted loudly, deliberately voicing the words that Elder Xing wished to express. After his outburst, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seeking death, Zhao Su was infuriated. Enraged by Xiao Fan's derogatory reference to him as an old rogue, he was on the verge of taking action when Han Jiangxue blocked his path. Enough. This matter will be adjudicated by the law enforcement hall. Mentor Han, please escort them back, and the rest of you may disperse. Elder Xing spoke, surveying the crowd with eyes filled with wisdom. Elder Xing, I suspect that Xiao Fan and that rotund fellow conspired to ambush and slay the old eagle. Li Junbai from a distance voiced his doubts, fearing he would lose the opportunity to speak. The students, who were about to leave, nodded in agreement. After all, the old eagle had a cultivation level of the third stage of Qi gathering, even if Xiao Fan had recently broken through. It was improbable that he could slay him single-handedly. That makes sense. Xiao Fan must have only just achieved his breakthrough. This morning, he was still at the first stage of Qi gathering. Indeed, I believe they killed the old eagle and obtained a breakthrough elixir from him, which enabled their advancement. How ruthless they are. The crowd buzzed with discussions, all echoing sentiments unfavorable to Xiao Fan. Elder Xing let out a low grunt, casting a glance that silenced everyone, prompting them to leave in haste. Zhao Su shot a fierce glare at Xiao Fan, reluctantly departing in frustration. Chapter 4. Atone for sins and achieve merit. Xiao Fan returned to his abode, and, unable to maintain control, collapsed onto the ground. His injuries were far too severe, and he had only been holding himself up until now. Brother Xiao, do not move just yet. Allow me to examine him. The stout man began to assist, but was promptly halted by Han Jiangxue. She crouched down, meticulously assessing Xiao Fan's wounds. After a brief moment, she rose to her feet, a visible sigh of relief escaping her lips. Help him inside. He will not perish. The stout man sprang into action, his previously anxious heart now somewhat at ease. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Take this healing pill. Han Jiangxue suddenly produced a pill, placing it in Xiao Fan's hand before turning and departing. Thank you, Mentor Han. Xiao Fan's heart brimmed with gratitude. Had it not been for her, the consequences would have been dire. Now, all of you, behave yourselves. Tomorrow marks the ordinary admissions of the Martial Arts Academy. After the admissions, I shall deliver a lecture to you. As for your matter of murder, we shall discuss it later. The voice of Han Jiangxue echoed as she drifted further away. Xiao brother, quickly take your elixir. With Minter Han supporting us, everything will be fine. The chubby fellow offered words of comfort before recounting much about Han Jiangxue and Class 6 of the Junior Division, and then he exited the room. It turned out that Han Jiangxue was the sole mentor of Class 6, possessing formidable strength, yet elusive and solitary. She rarely conducted lectures, but when she did, it lasted an entire day. As for her background, it remained a mystery to all. Night fell. Xiao Fan sat cross-legged, and with the aid of the elixir, his injuries had healed significantly. His cultivation, however, remained insufficient. Were it not for the enhancement of his strength, I would have perished today. Xiao Fan shook his head and then began to channel the chaos opening technique, drawing spiritual energy from all directions, which surged into his body. At that moment, in the senior class area, in a courtyard, sat 4 individuals, all members of the Li family. Eldest brother, did Xiao Fan truly kill the eagle? Inquired Li Jubai, addressing his elder brother, Li Junhua. Indeed, it was merely due to that set of movement techniques. The family has sent word. We must ensure Xiao Fan's demise, came the reply. Within the law enforcement hall, several esteemed elders were embroiled in a heated argument, their faces flushed with indignation. Ultimately, Elder Xing resolved to adjudicate Xiao Fan's fate. The following day, after a night of diligent cultivation, Xiao Fan had made considerable progress in his cultivation. Now just a step away from reaching the 4th level of qi gathering. His injuries had also healed significantly. As he practiced the chaos opening technique, he noticed the small world within him beginning to transform, expanding slightly. However, the little sapling, which had sacrificed a leaf during the last trial, appeared somewhat dimmer in its remaining leaves, evoking a sense of guilt within Xiao Fan, who could only sigh in response. From now on, I shall call you the Chaos World. After Xiao Fan named the small world, the chubby man knocked and entered with a beaming smile. Brother Xiao, the light boat has already traversed myriad mountains, yet you are to atone for your sins through merit. Atone for my sins? What do you mean? Xiao Fan's interest was piqued. The law enforcement hall has publicly declared your culpability in manslaughter, but they merely intend for you to earn redemption through merit. After the chubby man's explanation, Xiao Fan understood that the Martial Academy was dispatching him to Fuhu Mountain to eradicate a sect of malevolent practitioners, euphemistically termed as earning redemption. In reality, it was a summons to his demise. Brother Xiao, here is the detailed information about the malevolent sect. The law enforcement hall provided it this morning. I will accompany you. After all, classes will commence only after the regular admissions. Xiao Fan took the document and examined it. The information was comprehensive. The sect was named the Earth Fiend Sect, yet it comprised only 5 individuals, known collectively as the 5 Fiends of Fuhu Mountain. However, the document made no mention of the cultivation levels of these 5 fiends. You should remain at the Martial Academy. I shall go alone. Xiao Fan patted the chubby man's shoulder with a resolute demeanor. The journey ahead was fraught with peril, and he wished to spare his companion from the dangers that lay in wait. However, the chubby man insisted, no more buts. Listen to me. Wait for my return. Xiao Fan uttered a few words before departing. Fortunately, the rotund fellow was oblivious to the perils of malevolent cultivation. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly followed suit. After half an hour, Xiao Fan finally emerged from the gates of the Martial Academy. Outside, a throng of eager youths had gathered, all there for the assessment. It took him quite some time to navigate through the crowd, and after casually purchasing a horse and a few miscellaneous items, he set off with an air of confidence. Initially, he contemplated visiting the town West Marquis' residence, but ultimately decided against it. His estranged father had mysteriously vanished while foraging for herbs in the mountains, and his mother had long since passed away. Presently, the affairs of the town West Marquis' estate were being capably managed by a steward, so there was little for him to fret over. He estimated that it would take the better part of a day to reach Fuhu Mountain, with no pressing deadlines. He felt no urgency. An hour later, he found himself in the most bustling part of the imperial city, where the streets were alive with a sea of people. Come one, come all, come and witness. Whoever can cure my young master's ailment will be rewarded with 10,000 gold coins, a small elixir, and a magical artifact. In front of an inn, several guards were vociferously calling out, prompting pedestrians to surge forward, eager to see what the commotion was about. Xiao Fan also noticed it. He slowed his pace, filled with curiosity. 10,000 gold coins, not to mention the spiritual artifacts and minor elixirs. What a grand display of wealth. Xiao Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. 10,000 gold coins was no trivial sum, for he possessed merely a handful of coins himself. Furthermore, the presence of the elixir promised imminent breakthroughs in his cultivation, and the magical artifact would undoubtedly lend him significant assistance. Xiao Fan pondered for a moment and came to a halt. It must be said that he was indeed intrigued. The path of cultivation requires not only spiritual energy but also an abundance of miraculous elixirs. With 10,000 gold coins, he could procure numerous medicinal herbs and subsequently refine them into pills to facilitate his breakthrough. Resolute in his decision, Xiao Fan dismounted and made his way into the throng. What a bold venture! Alas, I lack medical knowledge. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly endeavor to experiment. Indeed, with such wealth, I could indulge myself for a time. Along with the small elixirs, the surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter, yet it was merely idle talk. While wealth is admirable, it is one's ability that ultimately secures its possession. Xiao Fan finally managed to squeeze in and arrived at the entrance of the inn, where 2 guards stood watch. Alas, what a pity! A middle-aged man emerged, shaking his head and sighing, clearly having met with failure. Let me give it a try, Xiao Fan shouted, raising his voice amidst the cacophony surrounding him. Is that not Xiao Fan? What business does he have here? One scoffed. If he weren't the heir of the Ho family, I would have dealt with him immediately. Useless fool, this is not a place for you. Begone. A torrent of derision enveloped him, yet Xiao Fan remained unfazed, determined to enter. At the entrance, the guards, well aware of Xiao Fan's identity, hesitated to act too recklessly and tactfully declined him entry. Meanwhile, in a private chamber on the upper floor of the inn, a young woman veiled in delicate fabric furrowed her brow. Miss, what troubles you? Inquired a nearby maid, her tone respectful and cautious. Go and ascertain the situation. If that Xiao Fan causes a disturbance, instruct the guards to throw him into the street, she commanded. Yes, miss, the maid replied, departing promptly. As the maid left, the veiled beauty turned her gaze toward the young man lying unconscious on the bed, sorrow etched upon her features. With Xiao Banxian here, healing should be effortless. Your refusal to let me in will only bring misfortune to your young master. Xiao Fan feigned a demeanor of grandeur, exuding an air reminiscent of a semi-divine being. The 2 guards hesitated, acutely aware that harming their young master would bring dire consequences. You are not welcome here. Leave at once. A maid descended from the upper floor, further solidifying the guards' resolve to bar Xiao Fan's entry. Incompetence, why do you not depart? Do not presume that your status as a young lord grants you license to act with impunity. Spare us the embarrassment. The mocking voices echoed around him, prompting Xiao Fan to reflect before reluctantly surrendering his efforts. Alas, I once directed my heart towards the bright moon, yet it merely illuminates the gutter. Very well, very well. With those words, he strode purposefully towards the exit, recognizing that if they were unwilling to appreciate his intentions, there was no need for him to intervene. Halt. How am I to trust you? Suddenly, a gentle and melodious voice resonated from above. Xiao Fan came to a halt, a faint smile gracing his lips. Have you heard of ancient sorcery? Upon hearing this, everyone began to rummage through their memories, including the veiled beauty upstairs. What ancient sorcery? They had never heard of it. Even if it existed, it would surely be a path of the sinister and the arcane. A familiar voice echoed, and Li Junbai had inexplicably appeared at the scene. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, yet his heart was filled with a series of cold chuckles. Li Junbai had followed him all the way here, and he had merely chosen not to expose him. Having never heard of it reveals your lack of knowledge. Do not blame yourself. For how could the divine arts be comprehended by mere mortals? Come forth. The veiled beauty above finally acquiesced, leaving the crowd in utter bewilderment. Wait, Xiao Fan. What if you cannot cure her? Li Junbai inquired. What does it matter to you whether I succeed or fail? Xiao Fan couldn't help but chuckle, pondering whether Li Junbai had lost his mind to utter such words. Humph, dare to wager with me? Li Junbai's face flushed with indignation. Yet he found himself at a loss for a retort. Upon hearing the word bet, Xiao Fan truly laughed. Gambling was never something he feared. Chapter 5. Exorcising the Cursed. Do tell. If you fail to cure it, you must crawl beneath my legs. If you succeed, I shall crawl beneath yours. What say you? Upon finishing his statement, Li Junbai was met with a chorus of cheers as an ever-growing crowd gathered to witness the spectacle. How dull. If I am able to cure it, you shall sever your own arm. Conversely, should I fail, I shall sever mine. What do you think? Xiao Fan gazed at Li Junbai with a teasing glint in his eyes, contemplating that if they were to engage in play, they might as well do so with grandiosity, serving as a means to vent frustrations. Now it was Li Junbai's turn to hesitate. He was utterly taken aback that this seemingly inept Xiao Fan could exhibit such remarkable audacity. Dare he not? If he lacks the courage, then he should simply withdraw. Xiao Fan shouted loudly and turned to enter the inn. All right, I have agreed. Li Junbai, too, was resolute, yet he felt no fear. For he was acutely aware of the affliction that plagued the individual upstairs. Xiao Fan entered the inn with a smile, following the maid directly to the second floor, where he arrived at a private room. Before him appeared a veiled beauty, her large, sparkling eyes captivating, and her figure, perfectly proportioned, enchanting. Even through the veil, Xiao Fan could sense her extraordinary beauty. Where's the patient? Xiao Fan proceeded directly to the point. Beauty held little allure for him. The veiled maiden was slightly taken aback, as this seemed somewhat at odds with the Xiao Fan she had heard about. Wasn't he described as a submissive and docile wastrel? Yet the Xiao Fan before her exuded an unmistakable composure. This way, please. She guided him to the side of the couch, where a fabric curtain separated them from the unseen occupant within, revealing only a pale arm extending outward. Xiao Fan settled himself, gently placing his right hand upon the patient. Instantly, his vital energy surged into the patient's body, meticulously traversing through the meridians, inch by inch, in search of any anomalies. After the span of a tea ceremony, he ceased his examination, having found no irregularities, although his vital energy had significantly diminished. How is it? The veiled beauty clung to a flicker of hope. Despite her skepticism towards Xiao Fan remained silent, his disbelief palpable. With a subtle shift in his dantian, a torrent of profound energy surged forth, directing itself towards the patient's head. Soul-devouring insect? So that was it. He swiftly identified the root of the ailment, retracting his energy and allowing himself to relax. What do you think? The veiled beauty inquired once more. This is not merely an illness, but rather an affliction of Gu. Were it not for Xiao Fan's knowledge from a past life, he would never have detected such a poison, for the soul-devouring insect is exceedingly minute. Its hue strikingly akin to that of the meridians, rendering it nearly imperceptible to the average observer. The veiled beauty was taken aback, a mixture of astonishment and skepticism washing over her. Could the seemingly inept Xiao Fan truly discern the cause of the affliction? Is the situation dire? If the Gu is not eradicated, he shall surely perish within a month. Xiao Fan was not exaggerating. The soul-devouring insect would consume his soul entirely, to the point where even divine intervention would be futile. This was akin to the soul-extinguishing needle, differing only in the swiftness of annihilation versus the gradual consumption. However, no one noticed that a maid had quietly descended the stairs, silently delivering a note to Li Junbai. Upon reading the note, Li Junbai's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes turning fierce. Upstairs, young Master Xiao, what should we do? Please, tell me swiftly. The veiled beauty, no longer composed, became markedly more courteous towards Xiao Fan. Prepare a mature phoenix-tailed chicken and a black spirit dog. Leave the rest to me. After Xiao Fan concluded his words, he assumed a cross-legged position to recuperate. The recent exploration had drained his vital energy to an alarming degree. The veiled beauty swiftly instructed her attendants to make preparations. Yet her curiosity remained fixed on the meditative figure of Xiao Fan. For reasons she could not fully comprehend, she found him imbued with an aura of enigma, the source of which eluded her grasp. Half an hour later, a distressed voice broke the silence. Miss, trouble has arisen. Those we dispatched, every last one, have perished, ambushed on their return journey. The veiled beauty sprang to her feet, her expression darkening with frost. Who possesses such audacity? Investigate at once and prepare to send more personnel. That would be futile. No need to trouble yourself further. Do you possess any talisman papers or vermilion? Xiao Fan spoke up to intervene, feeling a twinge of regret for partaking in this commotion, as the matter was far more complex than it appeared. Here, I shall present it to you. With a graceful motion of her right hand, the enchanting woman in the veil summoned a pouch from her waist, from which emerged a stack of low-grade talisman papers, along with a prepared solution of cinnabar and a brush. Wow, such marvelous treasures. You possess a storage pouch. Xiao Fan displayed a look of envy, for he recalled that storage bags were deemed exceedingly precious in the grading kingdom, a possession not easily acquired by the average individual. The person before him was evidently no ordinary being. In truth, he also possessed talisman papers and cinnabar, though he had procured them sparingly, reluctant to part with them for use. The veiled beauty cast him a sidelong glance, urging him to hasten with the dispelling of the curse. Do not allow anyone to disturb me, she instructed. Xiao Fan commanded, pausing momentarily before taking up his brush to inscribe talismans. After swiftly completing 2 talismans, he deftly engraved their seals before finally halting. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, he gathered the remaining sheets of talisman paper. The enchanting veiled beauty merely pouted slightly, Offering no further comment, Xiao Fan approached the bedside, holding one of the talismans, and drew back the curtain. To his astonishment, the person ensnared by the curse was none other than the royal prince. He vividly recalled the prince's frequent visits to the imperial city, leaving a profound impression in his memory. Xiao Fan did not ponder much. He casually seized a porcelain cup from the bedside table, ignited the talisman, and placed it within the cup. Once the flames extinguished, he promptly poured in warm water, stirring the mixture of water and ash before pouring it into the prince's mouth in one swift motion. With his left hand, he gently tapped a few times on the prince's neck, allowing the talisman-infused liquid to cascade down his throat. Immediately, an invisible surge of energy enveloped the prince's head, surrounding the soul-devouring insect. The creature hissed, growing increasingly agitated as it sensed the looming threat. Under Xiao Fan's perception, it hastened its devouring speed, seemingly taunting him. Xiao Fan was initially taken aback, a bitter smile crossing his heart. This low-tier talisman was utterly ineffective against the soul-devouring insect. Given this circumstance, he would no longer hold back. Xiao Fan's face betrayed a flicker of righteous anger. How dare a mere soul-eating bug provoke him? He clasped his hands in a precise gesture, muttering incantations under his breath. The veiled beauty sensed something amiss and was immediately filled with ire. Thinking to herself that Xiao Fan was indeed causing trouble, just as she was about to confront him, she suddenly covered her mouth with her hands, fixating her gaze on Xiao Fan with unwavering intensity. Before her eyes, Xiao Fan's right hand formed a union of fingers, tracing intricate patterns in the air. A talisman gradually materialized, shimmering and glistening as if it possessed a life of its own, eager to spring into action. The veiled beauty, struck with astonishment, dared not utter a sound, fearful of disturbing Xiao Fan. She had never witnessed such a phenomenon of conjuring symbols from thin air. Had she not seen it with her own eyes, she would scarcely believe it to be true. Xiao Fan shouted in a deep voice, pressing down with his 2 fingers as the talisman instantly penetrated the prince's mind. The soul-eating insect immediately emitted a hissing sound. Having no opportunity to resist, it perished utterly. Depart. Xiao Fan, harnessing his vital energy, gradually extricated the corpse of the soul-devouring insect from the prince's nasal cavity. Fire, arise. At his command, a flame erupted from his fingertips, swiftly reducing the insect to ashes. Xiao Fan finally exhaled in relief. The veiled beauty of the Dan fire exclaimed. But this time she was mistaken. What Xiao Fan employed was not the Dan fire, but merely a rudimentary fire manipulation technique. In half a day's time, the prince shall awaken. Xiao Fan remained composed, though his pallor betrayed the toll it had taken on him as he conjured symbols in the air. For him, the exertion was still quite considerable. The veiled beauty was filled with joy. She hastily examined the situation and indeed found that the prince's countenance had returned to a state of tranquility, no longer contorted in agony. Thank you, she exclaimed, a whirlwind of emotion surging within her. Could it be that the seemingly ineffectual Xiao Fan had truly healed her imperial brother? No need for gratitude, he replied. It is time for you to fulfill your promise. Xiao Fan only acknowledges gold coins and elixirs, regardless of one's identity. However, it is prudent to wait until my royal brother awakens to fulfill any promises. Royal brother? Who might you be? It matters not. Simply await the outcome. The veiled beauty was reluctant to reveal her identity, for there are many princesses, and Xiao Fan remained oblivious to her true self. With the conversation reaching this juncture, Xiao Fan could only bide his time, especially since he had a wager with Li Junbai to consider. Suddenly, the window of the private room was shattered, and a masked assailant lunged in, aiming a longsword directly at the prince resting upon the bed. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, the assailant froze mid-motion, a sword piercing through his skull, blood gushing forth as his lifeless body collapsed with a resounding thud. At that moment, a middle-aged woman leapt down to the side of the veiled beauty. Princess, are you unharmed? She inquired. I am well, thank you, Aunt Feng, the princess replied. Subsequently, the woman known as Aunt Feng fixed her gaze upon Xiao Fan, her eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a mixture of astonishment and bewilderment. Young man, was that blaze just now the essence of alchemical fire? Chapter 6, A Jewel of Suspicion. Xiao Fan smiled. Upon entering, he noticed that the letter had been concealed in the beams of the room. He merely chose not to voice this observation. Dan fire? No. It was simply a rudimentary fire control technique. Xiao Fan shook his head in denial. The Danho refers to the flame of the Dantian, a manifestation of cultivated vital energy, yet it is not something that can be easily produced by the average individual. Those capable of conjuring danhua have typically ascended to the ranks of alchemists, who are exceedingly rare treasures in any realm. Aunt Feng displayed a hint of disappointment, her expression remaining composed, for the number of individuals able to generate danhua is alarmingly scant, even within the vast expanse of the grading nation. Is this fire control technique also applicable for alchemy? She inquired. Indeed, the essence of alchemy lies within the practitioner rather than the flame itself. However, possessing formidable flames undoubtedly enhances the efficacy manifold. Xiao Fan casually offered an explanation, and it was precisely this discourse that provoked Aunt Feng's contemplation. Very well. I bestow upon you this rising sun talisman. Consume the talismanic water, and it shall confer upon your body countless benefits without any detriment. Xiao Fan addressed the veiled beauty and handed her the remaining talismans. The veiled beauty hesitated momentarily, refraining from extending her hand to accept them, expressing her disinterest. I do not require them. You may keep them for your own use, she declined. As you wish, he replied. But I must caution you that there may be malevolent practitioners within the palace's inner sanctum. Whether you choose to believe it or not is entirely up to you. Xiao Fan was not speaking idly. Based on his past experiences, he sensed a faint aura of malevolence surrounding the veiled beauty. According to folklore, this was indicative of a spirit's entanglement. However, the veiled beauty was also a practitioner of cultivation, making her temporarily impervious to such unclean entities. After stating this, Xiao Fan turned his attention inward, settling into a meditative posture. As afternoon approached, Xiao Fan and the masked beauty emerged slowly. What was happening? Why had she descended as well? Could it be that Xiao Fan had truly cured her family's young master? It seemed implausible. The crowd was filled with curiosity and confusion. They could hardly believe that Xiao Fan possessed the ability to heal that young man, given the numerous failed attempts by others before him. Our young master has been cured by young Master Xiao, declared the veiled beauty. This is the promised reward. Young Master Xiao, please accept it. She presented Xiao Fan with a storage pouch, inciting envy among the onlookers. The mere possession of the pouch was enough to drive them into a frenzy. With some already contemplating their options. Li Jubai, isn't it time for you to honor your bet? Xiao Fan smiled faintly, contemplating revenge on the Li family. Beginning with Li Jubai. Li Junbai narrowed his eyes, his expression dark and foreboding, as if he were searching for something elusive, yet found nothing. The third princess, truly? Li Junbai exclaimed upon seeing the veiled beauty, inciting a chorus of gasps from the crowd as they beheld the princess. Without a doubt, fulfill your wager. The veiled beauty declared before returning to the inn, indifferent to whether Li Junbai would honor his bet. Hurry up, Li Junbai, I have no time to waste with you. Xiao Fan's eyes turned icy. Should Li Junbai resort to trickery, he would not hesitate to take action, though the outcome remained uncertain. What? I do not comprehend your words. Li Junbai indeed resorted to deceit. Sever an arm without delay. Xiao Fan shouted. Ha ha, what are you? How dare you bark orders before me? Do you believe I won't incapacitate you? Li Junbai erupted into laughter, not only engaging in trickery, but also threatening Xiao Fan. You, a mere wastrel. Dare to imagine that young Master Li would sever an arm? What foolishness! However, if you were to surrender those gold coins and treasures, perhaps young Master Li might show you mercy. The sycophants of Li Junbai bared their teeth, showcasing their shamelessness in all its glory. Xiao Fan's heart was filled with cold laughter, his exterior calm and serene as a mirror, while he secretly assessed the opponent's combat prowess. Young Master Li, I am willing to subdue him for you. A sudden voice echoed, and the speaker had already made his move. With a thud, he was instantly sent flying, accompanied by a cry of anguish. Xiao Fan struck with an unparalleled swiftness, delivering a single blow that shattered his opponent's dantian. This individual was none other than the one who had previously vowed to incapacitate Xiao Fan, having endured much from him. Xiao Fan seized the opportunity and would not let it slip away. At that moment, the onlookers collectively gasped, retreating several paces, awestruck by Xiao Fan's thunderous display of power. He had indeed broken through terrifying. Yet, what significance did such a breakthrough hold if one resorted to ambush? Li Junbai, gripping the hilt of his sword at his waist, hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene. While he dared not to slay Xiao Fan in public for fear of royal retribution, he felt justified in incapacitating him. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan had already unleashed his attack, retrieving the newly acquired spirit weapon from his storage pouch. However, upon grasping the weapon, he was momentarily taken aback. Inwardly cursing, is this truly a spirit weapon? It appears merely to be an unwanted sword blank. With no time for further reflection, he wielded the large, rough sword blank and executed the wind manipulation technique, aiming a fierce strike at Li Junbai's right arm. Li Junbai's pupils constricted in horror. It was too late to evade, and he could only draw his sword in defense. The clash echoed, clang, and then a sickening thud. Li Junbai's great blade shattered, and simultaneously, his right arm was severed at the shoulder, falling to the ground along with the broken sword, blood gushing forth. Xiao Fan, I will kill you. Li Junbai screamed in agony, rolling on the ground, his earlier arrogance utterly vanquished. Xiao Fan turned and departed, utilizing the technique of wind riding to mount his steed, recklessly hastening towards the outskirts of the imperial city. He was acutely aware of the principle that an innocent man may suffer due to the guilt of another. Indeed, when the onlookers regained their senses, more than 10 individuals pursued after him, causing chaos to erupt in the streets. Xiao Fan had long been prepared. After exiting the imperial city, he promptly abandoned his steed and ventured alone into the mountains. After a brief interval, a group of over 10 individuals arrived at the site where the horse had been discarded, their teeth gritted in frustration. This Xiao Fan is indeed cunning, given the circumstances. He must have retreated into the mountains. It is logical. We might as well pursue him together. As for the gold and treasures he possesses, let the capable claim them. How delightful. Xiao Fan contemplated for a moment and then hastened deep into the mountains. Meanwhile, in the imperial city, the crown prince secretly returned to the palace, causing a wave of jubilation in the eastern palace. Their crown prince had finally recovered, and even the martial emperor personally came to offer his regards. Wana, has Xiao Fan truly healed your elder brother? The martial emperor inquired. Indeed, father. It is absolutely true. He said that elder brother was not ill but rather afflicted by a curse, Wana reported candidly, recounting everything that transpired in the inn without the slightest hint of negligence. If Xiao Fan were present, he would surely be astounded to learn that the enigmatic beauty behind the veil was none other than Wana, the renowned beauty of the imperial city. Upon hearing this, the martial emperor's eyes turned icy, yet he quickly regained his composure. This matter must not be publicized. I shall personally handle it. Jia, you must take good care of yourself. After a brief pause, the martial emperor added, your mother passed away too early, and I bear great remorse for you both. The siblings were left in tears. Had their mother still been alive, they would not have been subjected to such humiliation. At the Li family, Li Junbai was brought back, receiving treatment. He would survive, albeit with the loss of an arm. Upon learning the details of the incident, the head of the Li family, Li Yongwei, was seething with rage. Bring forth anyone, no matter the distance, and eliminate Xiao Fan. Chapter 7. Escape from danger in the mountains. After running for over an hour, they were still in pursuit. Young Master Xiao, we have matters to discuss. Please do not flee. Discuss with your granduncle. Xiao Fan was incensed. The group of over 10, with their highest cultivation level at the 5th stage of body refinement, audaciously coveted his modest treasure, which was merely at the 3rd stage of energy gathering. Such shamelessness was astounding. He had indeed underestimated the depths of their depravity. Had he recognized their true nature, he would have returned directly to the Jinshi Marquis to bide his time until the storm had passed. Alas, it was now too late for words. Xiao Fan clenched his teeth, pushing his speed to the utmost, racing through the mountains. Yet, when confronted by the formidable strength of the tempered body realm, it proved insufficient. It was only a matter of time before they would capture him. Within the palace, Wana, after a prolonged internal struggle, hastily departed with several attendants. Princess, we have discovered that he has entered the Hongduan Mountains. Indeed. And Feng, let us be swift. The carriage accelerated, heading towards the Hongduan Mountains. Within the confines of the Xiao residence, the astute steward received the news with a mere smile, making no further arrangements. Another hour slipped by, and Xiao Fan, fatigued to the point of cramping legs, found his vital energy nearly depleted, adorned with several bruises. Just a little longer, he thought, to endure a while more. Xiao Fan's mind raced frantically. He knew he could not fight back, and surrendering the storage bag would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Thus, he had no choice but to continue his flight. Suddenly, a deafening roar pierced the air, causing Xiao Fan to stagger in fright as he scrambled to the right to evade the source of the sound. It was alarming. There was a beast approaching. A lion-bull beast. To be precise, good heavens, a second-tier monster. Yet, he reminded himself, a second-tier beast was merely equivalent to a human in the body refinement stage. We have our own formidable warriors in the body refinement stage. Why should we fear it? The group of over a dozen individuals behind him came to an abrupt halt, with some chi-gathering warriors beginning to retreat, their faces stricken with terror. Xiao Fan lay motionless on the grass, Acutely aware that the strength of the lion bull beast was undoubtedly on par with that of a sixth layer of body tempering or higher. Without delay, he produced a small elixir and swallowed it in one swift motion, promptly channeling the chaos opening technique to catalyze the potion. In an instant, the barrier of the fourth level of Qi gathering shattered, and Xiao Fan successfully ascended to the fourth level of Qi gathering. With a mighty roar, the lion bull beast turned its gaze towards Xiao Fan, immediately displaying a look of disdain before shifting its attention to the dozen or so individuals not far away. What? I have been overlooked? Xiao Fan was taken aback, both astonished and delighted. He had initially prepared to fight desperately, but was now compelled to maintain his composure. This is bad. The lion bull beast is charging towards us. We must flee. Unfortunately, that group was far less fortunate. Some escaped while others sought refuge, resulting in utter chaos. With a thunderous roar, the lion bull beast leaped into the throng, wreaking havoc and slaughtering indiscriminately. Help me. In an instant, anguished cries and wails echoed continuously, painting a scene of unimaginable bloodshed. Xiao Fan remained ever vigilant on the battlefield. His realm had yet to stabilize. Yet this moment presented itself as his optimal opportunity for escape. Wait, is that the nine-leaf Yachun's sacred herb? How could it be? Just as he contemplated fleeing, Xiao Fan rubbed his eyes, gazing at the nine-leaf Yachun's sacred herb a mere few paces away, his heart in turmoil and unable to find peace. Fortune favors the bold. Perhaps it is worth lingering a little longer. Xiao Fan, without a moment's hesitation, chose to remain, patiently awaiting the opportune moment for harvest. Xiao Fan, you scoundrel! Why aren't you coming to lend a hand? Shouted the warrior of the fifth stage of body tempering, already bearing injuries, reluctant to retreat. Are you out of your mind? I'm not here to assist you. Xiao Fan remained utterly still, infuriating the individual to the brink of bloodshed, yet he found himself utterly powerless. Among the original team of over a dozen, only 5 cultivators at the body refinement stage remained, the others having fallen victim to the ferocious lion bull beast. However, they had united in their resolve, and the beast would not necessarily prevail against such odds. After all, it was 1 against 5. After a brief respite, both sides were utterly exhausted, yet the outcome remained undetermined, though the lion bull beast appeared to hold a slight advantage. With a thunderous roar, the beast lunged forward, its mighty horn lifting 2 warriors off their feet in an instant, while it too was struck by the remaining 3, tumbling several times. It was precisely at that moment Xiao Fan moved swiftly, taking a decisive step forward. With a vigorous motion of his right hand, he grasped the nine-leaf Yachun's sacred herb and tossed it into his storage bag. The lion bull beast, having clearly noticed his actions, flipped over and charged towards Xiao Fan. At this moment, Xiao Fan had already distanced himself by several dozen paces. Having consumed a small spirit elixir, he was brimming with vital energy. While the lion bull beast had sustained significant injuries, causing its speed to diminish, Xiao Fan calculated all these factors with precision. The 5 individuals in the body refinement realm, sensing the shift in circumstances, lost their murderous intent and fled in a panic, completely oblivious to the precious nine-leaf Yachun's sacred herb. Xiao Fan sprinted relentlessly, unaware of how many times he had stumbled and tumbled, until he finally evaded the ferocious lion bull beast. For the sake of his safety, he continued running for another half an hour before finally collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. After taking a moment to regulate his breathing, he noticed that dusk had settled, with the surrounding demonic beasts occasionally emitting unsettling roars that disturbed his peace of mind. I must hasten my departure from this place and make my way to Fuhu Mountain. Xiao Fan pondered for a moment, resolved to embark on a nocturnal journey, disregarding the imminent dangers, for he knew he could not fulfill the mission assigned by the Martial Academy otherwise. The Li family would undoubtedly attempt to ambush him along the way. Even if they failed, their actions would certainly alert the malevolent cultivators, allowing them to prepare. He had to complete his task while they were still preoccupied searching through the Hongduan Mountains. Resolute in his decision, he took out a map, confirmed the general direction, and swiftly executed his technique to advance rapidly. As dawn gently broke, Xiao Fan, by sheer fortune, finally emerged from the clutches of the Hongduan Mountains. He breathed a sigh of relief, having escaped at last. Xiao Fan let out a long breath and glanced at the map. Just 20 miles ahead lay Fuhu Mountain, where he needed to make some preparations. He took out dozens of low-grade talisman papers, cinnabar liquid, and a brush, some of which he had purchased in the Imperial City, while others he had procured from the enchanting veiled beauty. The Thunder Talisman, you shall be mine. After determining the talisman he wished to draw, he immediately set to work. His skill so remarkable that it was almost unbelievable. In less than a quarter of an hour, 30 talismans were completed. Next, he spread them all out, for he needed to inscribe the seals. Without the seal, the drawn talismans would not gain the acknowledgement of the heavens and earth, rendering them largely ineffective. The talismans resembled a body, while the seals embodied the soul. Only by infusing the soul could they become whole. Before long, the 30 thunder talismans were finished. For good measure, Xiao Fan also drew 5 escape talismans before finally pausing. After a brief period of meditation, the sky had brightened considerably. He executed his movement technique and made his way toward Fuhu Mountain. 2 hours later, he finally approached Fuhu Mountain. And not far ahead lay the stronghold of the malevolent cultivators. Are these wicked cultivators truly so affluent? Upon seeing the grand palaces of the Dishes sect, his mouth fell agape in astonishment. 6 resplendent palaces crowned the peak of Fuhu Mountain, and even from several dozen yards away, the sounds of song and dance could be faintly heard from within. Xiao Fan's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he slipped in like a falling leaf. Silently ascending to the rooftop, peering down, his heart raced, his mouth parched, and his nostrils nearly bled. Chapter 8. Annihilation of the 5 Fiends. Xiao Fan gazed silently for a moment, nearly entranced by the scene before him. Fortunately, his extensive knowledge and experience allowed him to regain his composure swiftly. Within the palace, an atmosphere of revelry prevailed, with melodies and dances intertwining and playful banter echoing throughout. The dancers, clad in scant attire, swayed their delicate waists, exuding an alluring fragrance. Alongside these enchanting performers stood 5 middle-aged men, whose appearances were unremarkable and akin to ordinary folk, yet they bore an unsettling aura. Their fervent exertions directed towards their companions were nothing short of frenzied. One was at the 3rd level of body refinement, while 4 others had reached the 9th level of chi gathering. How the martial academy has wronged me. Xiao Fan cursed inwardly, contemplating the difficulty of annihilating them all. However, he perceived a glimmer of opportunity. There were still a dozen innocent dancers, and he could discern that these women were coerced into their circumstances. He harbored no desire to harm the innocent. Xiao Fan shook his head, retracting the recently drawn thunder talisman, resigned to await a more opportune moment. Report? Report what? Are you blind? Can't you see we are preoccupied? Depart. Suddenly, a young attendant rushed into the palace, eager to convey some news, but was met with a torrent of scorn from one of the individuals present. Yet, the attendant hesitated, his face betraying a look of sheer terror. Speak. What is it? The man finally ceased his actions, turning to fix an intense gaze upon the attendant, evidently displeased. The leader. There is someone at the door claiming to be from the Leaf family of the Imperial City, requesting to see you. The attendant spoke in a trembling voice, not daring to lift his head. The Leaf family of the Imperial City? The leader glanced at the other 4, becoming wary. He hastily donned his attire and ordered the dancers to be ushered out. Xiao Fan felt a sense of foreboding. He had not anticipated the swift arrival of the Leaf family. Nevertheless, a wild plan had already begun to form in his mind. Let them in. After exchanging glances with the other 4, the leader took his seat, calmly awaiting the unfolding events. Li Chao from the royal Li family had come to visit the 5 fiends of Fuhu Mountain uninvited, seeking their pardon for his abrupt intrusion. Accompanied by several subordinates, he strode in confidently, his polite words contrasting sharply with the arrogance etched on his face. The expressions of the 5 fiends darkened immediately, yet they dared not retaliate. After all, the Li family was not one to be trifled with. Brotherly, you are overly concerned. Please, have a seat. What brings you to us? The leader feigned a smile, all the while remaining vigilant, fearful that Li Chao might strike unexpectedly, especially given his formidable strength at the 4th stage of body refinement. Gentlemen, I shall be brief. Have you encountered this individual? Li Chao did not take a seat, but instead produced a portrait of Xiao Fan, presenting it to the leader. As the leader accepted it, the other 4 fiends gathered around to glimpse the identity of the person depicted. At that moment, hidden atop the roof, Xiao Fan gritted his teeth and resolutely retrieved the thunder talisman. Go. As they drew near, Xiao Fan waved his right hand, and 30 thunder talismans swiftly descended from the roof. Boom. Xiao Fan completed his incantation and swiftly executed his evasive maneuvers. Alarmed, Li Chao was the first to react, darting rapidly towards the exit. A resounding roar echoed as 30 thunder talismans simultaneously detonated, lightning illuminating the sky and a cacophony reverberating throughout the entire Fuhu Mountain, accompanied by the ominous sound of collapsing palaces, instilling sheer terror. As the dust settled, Xiao Fan returned, taking refuge not far from the ruins, gazing at the once majestic palace now reduced to rubble, finally allowing himself a sigh of relief. The dancers had been driven away and remained unscathed, desperately fleeing the scene. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the debris, exclaiming in anguish, "Who is it? You wretched soul, show yourself." A figure stumbled forth, bloodied and disoriented. It was none other than Li Xiao, who had managed to escape unscathed. Xiao Fan gazed at Li Xiao, a cold smirk curling upon his lips. With a swift invocation of the wind manipulation technique, he wielded the sword hilt and struck fiercely towards Li Xiao's head. Who could it be? True to his reputation as a fourth layer of body refinement, Li Xiao exhibited remarkable reflexes, attempting to evade Xiao Fan's assault. Yet, with a sharp sound, he narrowly escaped the fatal blow. However, the sword hilt cleaved through his shoulder, leaving a gruesome wound. "Xiao Fan, you." Li Xiao finally discerned the identity of his assailant, yearning to articulate his thoughts, yet the pain rendered him speechless. Had it not been for the grievous injuries inflicted by the Thunder Talisman, Xiao Fan would have hesitated to strike, but now there was no room for mercy. Surprised? Unexpected? Perhaps? Xiao Fan, with a disarming smile that belied his lethal intent, approached slowly, brandishing a bloody blade. "Please, do not take my life. Whatever you desire, I shall grant you," pleaded Li Xiao, gripped by terror. Faced with the specter of death, he endured his agony and knelt, his forehead striking the ground in desperate supplication. With a swift stroke of his sword, Xiao Fan offered no chance for his adversary, severing his head and then proceeding towards the ruins. After a thorough investigation, confirming the demise of all, he decapitated the shattered remains of the malevolent cultivator and stored the head within his spatial pouch. A quarter of an hour later, having plundered the entirety of the Disha sect, he amassed 50,000 gold coins along with a few medicinal herbs, finally descending the mountain with a sense of contentment. As Xiao Fan descended to the foot of the mountain, he found his path obstructed by 3 individuals. "Xiao Fan? Seize him, eliminate him." Without further ado, the trio brandished their weapons and charged at Xiao Fan. Once again, it was the Li family. When would this cease? Xiao Fan discerned their identities from their attire. Faced with the trio's assault, he skillfully employed his agility to break to the right. After evading their attacks, he sprinted desperately towards the imperial city. Not daring to pause for an instant, the highest among the 3 possessed a cultivation level of the 3rd stage of body refinement. While the others were at the 6th and 8th stages of qi gathering, Xiao Fan knew he could not withstand them directly. "Chase him." The 3 immediately pursued, ignorant of the true events transpiring atop the mountain. All they could hear were the piercing sounds of explosions. Instead of Li Xiao, they awaited Xiao Fan. "Xiao Fan, halt. Tell me what transpired on the mountain, and I shall spare your life," shouted the cultivator of the body refinement realm. Xiao Fan felt a moment of amusement, yet it quickly faded as the formidable opponent closed the distance. "The escape talisman, now is your time to shine." Upon concluding his words, Xiao Fan retrieved an escape talisman and affixed it to himself, reciting an incantation. In an instant, his speed surged to more than 10-fold, leaving his pursuers far behind. Yet, before he could revel in his newfound swiftness, the 3 assailants caught up to him. "You cannot escape. Surrender now, and we shall leave your body intact." Xiao Fan glanced back and realized that they too had employed a fleeing talisman. No wonder they had caught up so swiftly. After the span of a tease brew, the talisman lost its effect, prompting Xiao Fan to produce another talisman and continue his escape. How infuriating. They dared to affix talismans while pursuing me. The enraged figure from the body refinement realm felt his face flush with anger. Unable to eliminate Xiao Fan, they would face punishment upon returning. "As for the whelps of the Li family, your grandfather is here. If you possess the capability, then come and pursue me," Xiao Fan shouted, reassured by the fact that he still possessed 3 escape talismans, alleviating his immediate concerns. Just as he was devising a plan to evade his pursuers, a dark speck suddenly materialized ahead. No, several dark specks. As they drew closer and became increasingly distinct, it was evident that they comprised a carriage and several individuals. Oh, no. Due to his excessive speed, Xiao Fan had been caught off guard and, with a whoosh, crashed into the carriage. Ah, beasts. Chapter 9. A moment of comfort in an instant, the carriage rocked, the horses neighed, and everyone was frozen in place, paralyzed by surprise. "Protect the princess." Aunt Phone was the quickest to react, unsheathing her sword and boarding the carriage, while the others assumed defensive positions, encircling the vehicle. The pursuers from the Li family halted not far away, hesitant to advance until they discerned the identity of the carriage's occupants. Upon entering the carriage, Aunt Phone came to an abrupt stop, her gaze fixed in disbelief upon the 2 individuals lying within. Xiao Fan remained in a state of bewilderment. He only knew that he had rushed into a carriage, instinctively thrusting his hands forward to shield himself. Uncertain of what he had encountered, he felt something soft and resilient, which not only spared him from injury but also provided a surprising sense of comfort. A sudden sound echoed smack. After receiving a sharp slap, Xiao Fan finally regained his composure. He gazed at the enchanting beauty before him, momentarily lost in thought, as if he had encountered her somewhere before. "Let go of me," the beauty's delicate voice, laced with a hint of reluctance, wafted towards him, accompanied by a fragrant aroma that even he found somewhat irresistible. "Oh, I beg your pardon. I shall rise at once." Xiao Fan managed to calm his emotions and finally released his grip. However, the horse in front suddenly leaped high, causing the entire carriage to tilt backward. Just as he was about to rise, Xiao Fan quickly crouched down again, feeling a sudden warmth on his lips. Alarmed, he shouted internally that something was amiss and sprang back up. "Ah!" The beautiful woman, having regained her composure, cried out. Her face flushed to the point of nearly dripping with color, yet she felt a mixture of resistance and anticipation towards the sensation. "Xiao Fan, you have some audacity. Come out here." Aunt Feng, unable to bear it any longer, pressed her sword against Xiao Fan's neck and pulled him down from the carriage. "I swear it wasn't intentional. Do you believe me?" Xiao Fan remained unperturbed, allowing the long sword to rest against his neck as he gazed at the furious Aunt Feng. Whether intentional or not, those who dare to offend the third princess shall face no mercy. Upon finishing her words, Aunt Feng applied a gentle pressure with her right hand, causing the blade to pierce Xiao Fan's skin. Xiao Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, and he swiftly employed the technique of wind manipulation to evade the impending danger. Aunt Feng, astonished within, immediately activated her agility to pursue him, her sword emanating an intimidating chill. Meanwhile, the members of the Li family exchanged covert smirks. For as long as Xiao Fan met his demise, they cared little for the identity of his assailant. After all, was the so-called royal princess not also a person of unreasonable disposition? Xiao Fan retreated while shouting, feeling as disheveled as he had previously felt at ease. Although he bore responsibility for the situation, he could not fault Aunt Feng for her reaction. How outrageous! Aunt Feng cared not for reason or rationale in her heart. Anyone who dared to disrespect the third princess deserved nothing less than death as atonement. "Enough, Aunt Feng, come back." Just as Xiao Fan was about to employ a talisman for escape, the voice of the third princess resounded, prompting Aunt Feng to finally halt. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Fan also came to a halt, his heart weighed down by profound frustration. "Princess, please give your instructions." Aunt Feng paid her respects but kept a vigilant eye on Xiao Fan not far away, fearing he might escape. Considering that he had saved the emperor's brother, she decided to let this matter rest. The third princess's complexion flushed lightly, her gaze avoiding Xiao Fan, her breath still not entirely steady. Aunt Feng was taken aback, clearly unwilling to let Xiao Fan off the hook. Her anger simmered beneath the surface, though she chose not to express it outwardly. "Xiao Fan, I could spare your life, but I must sever your hands and tear apart your mouth. Otherwise, I cannot provide an account to the martial emperor." Aunt Feng turned, her long sword once again aimed at Xiao Fan, the sword's aura formidable. "You truly are obstinate. It is no wonder you have languished at the peak of the blood condensation realm for so many years without making progress. I had intended to offer you guidance, but it seems that is no longer necessary." Alas, as Xiao Fan spoke, he retrieved a fleeing talisman, faced with the formidable Aunt Feng, who had reached the pinnacle of the blood condensation realm. He had no choice but to flee. Upon hearing his words, Aunt Feng's fury intensified, for Xiao Fan had struck a nerve. "How dare a mere gathering Qi realm practitioner speak so brazenly? Allow me to tear your mouth apart." Aunt Feng quickened her pace, her sword aimed at Xiao Fan. Vital energy surged from her wind mansion point, flowing downwards and then upwards in a continuous cycle, as she sought to break through to the cleansing marrow realm, which seemed imminent. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Aunt Feng abruptly halted. After years of exploration at the peak of the blood condensation realm, she appeared to glimpse a flicker of hope. "Is it true? If you are deceiving me, I shall kill you." Yet, Aunt Feng felt temptation. Should she break through to the cleansing marrow realm, her status within the imperial palace would soar, affording her greater access to cultivation resources. Whether it is true or false, you shall find out through experience. Xiao Fan gestured for her to sit cross-legged and cultivate her internal energy. After giving Xiao Fan a fierce glare, Aunt Feng complied. As she followed Xiao Fan's method, a transformation indeed occurred within her, filling her with immense joy. However, after circulating her energy for a few small cycles, she sensed something was amiss. unable to achieve the desired effect effortlessly. Noticing Aunt Feng's furrowed brow, Xiao Fan secretly chuckled. This was precisely the outcome he sought. Young Master Xiao, do not deceive Aunt Feng, or she may very well take your life, and I would be powerless to intervene. The third princess approached, offering a word of caution. Xiao Fan, how dare you trick me? Aunt Feng withdrew from her cultivation, her sword once again poised at Xiao Fan's throat, but this time devoid of any murderous intent. I can help you break through in just 15 minutes, but you must agree to 2 conditions. What say you? Xiao Fan stood quietly, unperturbed by Aunt Feng's potential refusal. For the allure of transcending realms was a temptation too potent to resist, particularly when it involved breaking through a bottleneck. Upon hearing his words, both Aunt Feng and the third princess were taken aback, their mouths agape in astonishment. Meanwhile, members of the Li family erupted into laughter. Taking a few steps forward to say, Aunt Feng, you mustn't heed his words. A mere waste dares to instruct you? How audacious. Silence. This is not your place to speak, Aunt Feng retorted, showing no regard for their presence, which surprised Xiao Fan and relieved him internally. The Li family members could only step aside, seething with indignation yet too intimidated to retaliate. Very well, I shall grant you a chance. Should you deceive me, I will not hesitate to end your life. Now, state your terms. Aunt Feng finally acquiesced, sheathing her long sword. First, ensure my safe return to the Zulv Martial Academy. And second, assist me in eliminating them. Let us act immediately. Upon concluding his words, Xiao Fan gestured towards the individuals from the Li family nearby, causing them to retreat in fright. Aunt Feng was momentarily taken aback, but then drew her longsword once more, sweeping it towards the members of the Li family. Ah! Save me! Their cries of despair echoed in the air, and in less than 10 breaths, the 3 members of the Li family had met their demise. Xiao Fan approached and, utilizing his fire control technique, reduced their corpses to ashes before coming to a halt. Princess, we may return now, Aunt Feng stated, performing a respectful gesture as she assisted the princess onto the carriage. Xiao Fan took on the role of the coachman, and the group hurried back. Half a day later, they arrived at the imperial city. After escorting the princess back to the palace, Aunt Feng accompanied Xiao Fan to the martial arts academy, entering his residence. Brother Xiao, you have finally returned. I heard about you, someone remarked. Do not worry about Su. I am in excellent health. Xiao Fan waved his hand to interrupt the words of the plump man, signaling him to pause for a moment as he glanced at Aunt Feng behind him. Xiao brother. A letter has arrived from the Duke of Jinxi's residence, the plump man began, hesitating to continue. Chapter 10, Guidance. Xiao Fan felt a surge of joy within him. Could it be that his long-lost, albeit somewhat unremarkable, father, the Marquis of Jinxi, had finally returned home? He hastily took the letter and began to read. However, with each line, his anger intensified. The letter was penned by the diligent steward, revealing that the Marquis had not returned, and yet, the estate's assets had suffered considerable devastation. The principal enterprises of the Marquis of Jinxi included the trade of horses and weaponry, along with the operation of taverns. Now, with both the equine and tavern sectors facing significant troubles, how could he possibly remain calm? Brother Xiao, what troubles you? The rotund companion sensed an ominous premonition at the sight of Xiao Fan's fury. It was evident that the Marquis of Jinxi's household had encountered calamity. It is nothing. Xiao Fan could only suppress his anger and regain his composure. There were matters at hand, and the affairs of the Jinxi Marquis could not be rushed. Aunt Feng, let us begin. Simply follow my instructions. This time, Aunt Feng did not hesitate, promptly sitting cross-legged and initiating her cultivation. Vital energy surged from her dantian upwards, diverging at the Fenfu acupoint to form a small circulatory pathway, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, which then established a larger circulatory pathway. After completing both the small and large circulatory pathways, the inner and outer yin-yang energies were harmonized. With careful attunement, success would naturally follow. Xiao Fan's words resonated in Aunt Feng's ears, her breath growing increasingly robust as the gateway to the washing marrow realm began to manifest, suppressing the exhilaration within. She continued to cultivate her technique, her aura surging ever higher. Beside her, the rotund man stood agape, oblivious to Aunt Feng's true identity yet acutely aware of her formidable power. He cast a glance at Xiao Fan, his closest friend, who seemed to have transformed into an enigmatic figure. In merely a quarter of an hour, Aunt Feng achieved her breakthrough. Her aura yet to stabilize, she opened her eyes. Young Master Xiao, your immense kindness is beyond words. Here is a precious spirit pill. Please accept it, as I must return to solidify my cultivation. With that, Aunt Feng hastily presented Xiao Fan with a wooden box before departing. Xiao Fan nodded, stowing the box away, a faint smile finally gracing his face. Brother Su. Has Minter Han mentioned when classes will commence? Xiao Fan retrieved 1,000 gold coins from his storage bag and offered them to the rotund man. The man was momentarily taken aback and then shook his head in refusal. Xiao brother, how can I possibly accept this? He exclaimed. Please take it. I have had considerable success on this journey. Xiao Fan forcibly handed it to the chubby one, considering it a form of repayment. For there would be many occasions in the future where his assistance would be invaluable. Good brother, he said. Master Han has informed us that he will commence teaching us the day after tomorrow. At this moment, their relationship swiftly blossomed, transforming from good friends into true brothers. Upon hearing the term brother, Xiao Fan felt no discomfort in the Wui continent where strength reigns supreme. It was only fitting for the chubby one to address him as such. All right, is Su Nan present? As Xiao Fan was about to speak, he was interrupted by the melodious voice of a woman outside, suggesting she was indeed a beauty. The chubby man cast an awkward glance at Xiao Fan and chuckled foolishly. Brother, this is my girlfriend, just found. With that, he hurriedly dashed outside, and out of curiosity, Xiao Fan followed suit. Upon seeing the woman, Xiao Fan was rendered speechless and swiftly retreated to his dwelling, feeling a sense of dread for his friend, mourning silently for a quarter of an hour. Ever since Xiao Fan had dealt with the hawk, the courtyard had been left with only him and the chubby man, as the others had moved away, leaving him in a rare tranquility. Xiao Fan closed the door behind him and retrieved the 7-leaf Yachan sacred herb. Suddenly, the seedling of the origin tree within him began to sway vigorously. What is happening? Do you desire this herb? Xiao Fan inquired. Indeed, the small seedling ceased its movement, and one of its leaves gently nodded downward, as if in agreement. Realizing its intent, Xiao Fan hesitated. This sacred herb held immense significance for him, as it could facilitate his transcendence from the mundane to the celestial. However, this transcendence does not imply becoming an immortal. Rather, it would grant him the foundational basis to become a cultivator. Strictly speaking, he was still merely a warrior, possessing only a slight advantage over an ordinary person. Xiao Fan gazed at the withered leaves of the sapling. No longer hesitating, he crushed the sacred herb and swallowed it. The slightly bitter liquid in remnants coursed down his throat, and an immense surge of energy instantly flooded into his dantian, where it began to swirl tumultuously. Xiao Fan winced in pain and hastily activated the chaos opening technique to channel the surging energy. However, he had underestimated the potency of the sacred herb. With his current cultivation and physical fortitude, he was wholly incapable of withstanding such tumultuous energy. At that moment, the origin sapling gently swayed, and the formidable, chaotic energy surged into the chaos realm, where it was absorbed by the origin sapling. Xiao Fan relaxed his body, exhaling deeply as he quietly observed the sapling of the origin tree. He was astonished to witness the sapling grow at an astonishing rate, effortlessly absorbing potent energy. After a brief moment, that surge of energy completely dissipated, and the sapling had remarkably reached a height of over 10 feet, its branches flourishing abundantly. What left Xiao Fan even more astounded was that the chaotic realm had expanded significantly, doubling in size, allowing the origin tree sapling to autonomously draw in the spiritual energy from the surroundings. Xiao Fan was filled with a mix of joy and heartache. His precious 7-leaf Yachan sacred grass had vanished. But what was that? Just as he was grappling with his pain, 2 droplets of crystalline liquid fell from the leaves of the origin sapling, entering his dantian and subsequently flowing into his meridians. Xiao Fan was overwhelmed with ecstasy and promptly began to channel the chaos opening technique. As time progressed, his cultivation soared at an astonishing rate, advancing through the 5th and 6th levels of qi gathering. It was not until the deep of night that Xiao Fan finally opened his eyes, a formidable aura radiating around him. His cultivation had solidified at the pinnacle of the 6th level of qi gathering, merely a step away from the 7th level. Indeed, it seems you possess this particular utility after all. Xiao Fan was exceedingly pleased with the sapling of the origin tree. Reflecting on the seeds he had fought so valiantly to protect in his past life, he now deemed them truly worthy. The following day, Xiao Fan arrived early at the law enforcement hall, where the number of individuals present was sparse, primarily consisting of trainees from the hall. These trainees had been recruited to manage various tasks, each receiving additional points as a reward each month, making it a rather lucrative position. Is that not Xiao Fan? Someone exclaimed. He has returned. It was rumored that he had cured the crown prince's ailment and had been generously rewarded with gold and treasures. Many recognized Xiao Fan, whispering and pointing at him, filled with both admiration and envy, yet none dared to take action against him. Xiao Fan paid no heed and concealed his aura. Appearing to be at the third level of qi gathering, he stepped inside, just as a middle-aged man emerged, clad in splendid garments. Yet his expression was anything but amiable. "Are you Xiao Fan? What brings you here?" "Indeed, I have come to present my achievements." "What achievements?" "The annihilation of the Earth Fiend sect." Upon finishing his words, the entire hall of the law enforcement pavilion was instantly filled with derisive laughter, a sound most jarring to the ears. "I'm utterly amused. Can he truly obliterate the Earthly Fiend sect? Surely he is not awake." "Indeed, how audacious of him, boasting while merely at the third level of qi gathering. Has he lost his mind?" The task of dismantling the Earthly Fiend sect has lingered in the task hall for several months. Yet not a single person from the intermediate class has dared to accept it. What makes him think he can succeed? Xiao Fan shook his head, profoundly disappointed by the current state of affairs within the law enforcement hall, and let out a sigh. "You, a man burdened by guilt, dare to come to the law enforcement hall to seek the limelight, compounding your sins. Bring him here. Find him," shouted the middle-aged man. Chapter 11. The battle. In the wake of this commotion, several passing students rushed over, and as the news spread from 1 to 10 and then to 100, the number of law enforcement personnel increased significantly. "Elderly Kue is wise. I shall assist you in capturing him," declared one of the enforcement students, stepping forward alone with a sinister smile upon his face. "Li Kue? Once again, the Li family." Xiao Fan seethed with fury. He had merely come to present a few heads, yet not only was he mocked by the crowd, but they also sought to bind him. This was intolerable. Whoever dared to lay a hand on him would face dire consequences. Xiao Fan uttered a resolute declaration, standing tall and unyielding, unafraid of any persecution. "Ah, your words are quite fierce. Let us see how you intend to incapacitate me." The Enforcer Academy student grew even more arrogant, emboldened by the support of Li Kue. Daring to incapacitate Xiao Fan. "Lu Matzi, incapacitate him. Let us see if he remains so brazen." A chorus of agreement erupted from the other students of the enforcement hall. While Li Kue secretly reveled in amusement, the previous night, his family had conveyed a message, urging him to eliminate Xiao Fan discreetly. Yet, he hesitated to take such drastic measures. However, arranging for Xiao Fan to be incapacitated was well within his means. Lu Matzi gradually adopted a more menacing demeanor, taking a swift step forward and launching a punch aimed at Xiao Fan's abdomen. "Come at me." Xiao Fan advanced rather than retreating, executing the technique of wind manipulation to swiftly evade to the left, narrowly avoiding Lu Matzi's furious punch. With a resounding crash, Lu Matzi's enraged fist struck. But he was caught unawares. His dantian shattered in an instant, and he collapsed to the ground. Silence enveloped the law enforcement hall, an eerie stillness reigning supreme. The agonizing wail of Lu Matzi finally pierced the quiet, sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. What transpired? How did Xiao Fan strike? They could hardly comprehend the events that unfolded. A surprise attack, yet another ambush. Infuriatingly, it seemed even Lu Matzi's brother, the Eagle, had fallen victim to Xiao Fan's stealthy assault. The crowd gradually regained their senses, turning their ire toward Xiao Fan, some even considering taking action against him. "Xiao Fan, you have rendered me useless. May you meet a dreadful fate." Lu Matzi, now acutely aware of his incapacitation, lay on the ground in despair. Yet no one felt pity for him. "So, the Eagle is your brother. Utter another word, and I shall send you to meet him." Xiao Fan coldly fixed his gaze upon Lu Matzi, his anger unabated, ever vigilant against the other enforcement hall disciples. Lu Matzi looked at Li Kue with a pitiful expression, only to receive a face full of disdain in return. He finally regretted his actions, yet it was too late for remorse. "Xiao Fan, how audacious of you to publicly incapacitate an enforcement hall disciple. Your sins are profound. Will you not kneel and submit?" Li Kue shouted, his figure shifting as he raised his hand to strike Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan employed the technique of wind S-embrace, effortlessly evading his assailant's strike. After all, the attacker had only reached the 6th level of the blood condensation realm, far from matching Zhao Su's swiftness. How infuriating. It is that very technique again. Li Kue mused internally, feeling little astonishment, for he was already well acquainted with Xiao Fan's agility. "Xiao Fan, if you were to kneel and surrender, perhaps the law enforcement hall would show leniency. Otherwise, what justification would they lack to impose charges? I, Xiao Fan, stand tall and upright, embodying integrity and honor. What are you in comparison?" Xiao Fan exhibited no fear in the face of such blatant injustice. He recognized that only through resistance could he hope for even the slightest chance of survival. Elderly Kuei not only incapacitated Lu Matzi, but also took the life of the old eagle and severed the right arm of Li Junbai from the junior class, an accumulation of offenses warranting the death penalty. One of the students spoke up, prompting a collective intake of breath from the crowd, deepening their loathing for Xiao Fan's brutality. He deserves to die. He deserves to die. The throng echoed as hundreds of students gathered, comprising those from the junior, intermediate, and even some from the advanced classes. Is that so? Why do you not inquire about my reasons for slaying the old eagle, or the rationale behind severing Li Junbai's arm, or why I rendered Lu Matzi incapacitated? Huh. Xiao Fan's eyes were bloodshot as he reflected on the past few days. He had remained composed, solely focused on his arduous training. Yet what he received in return was nothing but persecution. How ironic and unjust it all seemed. You engage in ambushes, displaying cruelty and greed. How else could you have achieved your breakthroughs? Indeed, a worthless person remains worthless. Apart from ambushing, what else are you capable of? The crowd, each contributing their voice, painted Xiao Fan as utterly inept, steeped in sin, and guilty of every conceivable wrongdoing. How absurd, how laughable, a mere gathering of detritus. Xiao Fan, in a fit of rage, could only respond with a bitter laugh to these unfounded accusations. Xiao Fan, I offer you one final opportunity. Kneel and surrender. Or do not blame me for being merciless. Li Kuei sensed that the atmosphere had reached a boiling point. He was prepared to take decisive action. Under such circumstances, even if he were to incapacitate Xiao Fan, the Martial Academy would not hold him accountable. There was no need for such measures. Xiao Fan responded coldly. Gripping the hilt of his sword, his fighting spirit surging, he would rather perish in battle than yield. Humph. Stubborn and unyielding. Li Kuei moved, his right hand slicing through the air as 3 flying knives darted towards Xiao Fan, precise and swift. Xiao Fan, composed and focused, gripped his sword tightly and swung it forward. The clash echoed with a piercing sound as the two met, causing 3 flying daggers to plummet to the ground. However, Xiao Fan staggered backward a few steps before regaining his balance. Surely, I must be mistaken, he thought. He actually managed to block elderly Kuei's lethal daggers. Impossible. It must be an illusion. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was evident that Xiao Fan wielded a spiritual weapon. The onlookers, astonished yet incredulous at the unfolding spectacle, rubbed their eyes vigorously in disbelief. Li Kuei narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on the sword hilt in Xiao Fan's grasp. Consumed by a desire to eliminate him and seize the treasures he possessed, a mere insect dares to obstruct me? With renewed fury, Li Kuei launched another assault, this time sending 6 daggers hurtling towards Xiao Fan with deadly intent. As Xiao Fan was about to employ his agility to evade, a long sword suddenly descended from the heavens, its formidable blade energy repelling all the flying daggers, ultimately embedding itself into the ground with a resonant clang. Upon recognizing the familiar sword, Xiao Fan finally exhaled in relief, unaware that his back had become thoroughly drenched. Indeed, Han Jiangxue swiftly glided over, standing before Xiao Fan and bestowing upon him a reassuring glance. Xiao Fan felt a pang in his heart. This was the second time Han Jiangxue had come to his aid, and he silently vowed to remember her kindness. Brother, are you all right? I've brought Professor Han here. I hope I'm not too late. The chubby friend hurried over, breathing heavily, his face etched with concern. I'm fine, my friend. Thank you. Xiao Fan expressed his heartfelt gratitude, and the two shared a knowing smile, which lightened the atmosphere somewhat. Just as they were conversing, Han Jiangxue made her move. With a swift motion of her hand, she struck Li Kuei, sending him flying. Li Kuei remained silent, staring at the 2 teeth that had fallen to the ground. His face contorted in pain, yet he dared not retaliate. This serves as your lesson. Should there be a next time, it will be fatal, Han Jiangxue declared. After uttering these words, she departed with Xiao Fan and the chubby companion. Indeed, they left just like that. On the way, Xiao Fan gazed at her silhouette, contemplating whether to express his thanks. However, the words lingered on his lips and were swallowed back down. Did you eliminate the Earth Fiend sect? Han Jiangxue inquired suddenly. Yes. The heads have yet to be delivered. Have the enforcement hall retrieved them? If they refuse, simply toss the heads at the entrance of the enforcement hall, as I instructed. With that, Han Jiangxue quickened her pace and departed, leaving Xiao Fan and the chubby companion bewildered in the wind for quite some time. Deep within the enforcement hall, several esteemed elders began to bicker once more. In truth, they had always been present, merely remaining concealed. Chapter 12. The stirring lecture hall. Xiao Fan returned to his residence, calming his emotions as his thoughts drifted to the matters concerning the Marquis of Jianxi. After pondering for a while, a sense of clarity suddenly emerged from the fog of his mind. However, he felt no urgency regarding the situation and decided to address it after his classes, especially since Jiang Shui was scheduled to teach the following day. After a modest meal of dry rations, he entered a state of cultivation, not pausing until the break of dawn. "Brother, let us set forth. I shall guide you to the classroom." Xiao Fan nodded and exited with the rotund companion. As they traversed the path, numerous students cast disdainful glances their way. "Have you heard?" Xiao Fan once again evaded punishment from the enforcement hall. Alas, such is the fortune of having a good mentor. "Keep your voices down." The surrounding chatter was incessant. Yet Xiao Fan had grown accustomed to it and chose not to engage. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the classroom designated for the junior class. The entire venue was situated on a vast expanse of flat land, encircled by flowing streams, with pavilions arranged in a picturesque manner. The verdant bricks and azure tiles, coupled with the melodious chirping of birds and fragrant blossoms, created a beautifully serene environment. The classroom was divided into numerous independent sections, with Class 6 of the junior level positioned by the northeastern corner, adjacent to the stream. Whether by design or happenstance, the surrounding classrooms were distanced considerably, offering an enviable location. Upon entering their classroom, several pairs of curious eyes turned their way, though instead of disdain, they were met with looks of admiration. To Xiao Fan's surprise, the entire Class 6 comprised merely 5 individuals, including themselves, 3 males and 2 females. "Wow, the Crown Prince has arrived. Greetings, Your Highness." "Princess 3, you are so beautiful. You are my angel." "The second prince is here as well. Greetings to you, Your Highness." In an instant, the entire classroom erupted with excitement. Disbelief etched on their faces as they reveled in the extraordinary moment. Xiao Fan furrowed his brows and leaned out of the window, only to behold a large crowd approaching. No, it seemed their destination was indeed here. Xiao Fan's brow furrowed even deeper. His class was notoriously known as the class of misfits. How could they possibly be here? "Your Highness, where are you headed? Allow me to escort you." A young student stepped forward, eager to please, while others inwardly seethed with jealousy, lamenting that he had gotten to the prince first. "That would be most kind of you. I wish to visit Class 6, Junior Division," the prince replied, nodding in acquiescence, allowing the student to lead the way. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. "Your Highness, did you perhaps misspeak?" "No. Surely it was my ears deceiving me. Might I trouble you to repeat that?" The young student broke out in a cold sweat, fearing the prince's ire, worried that he had sought favor but instead offended royalty. "It is indeed Class 6, now lead on," the prince affirmed, his tone resolute, even bestowing a handful of gold coins upon the student. Wiping the perspiration from his brow, though perplexed, the student promptly took charge and led the way. A throng of students followed, creating a dense mass that filled the corridor leading to the lecture hall, the air rife with confusion and astonishment. At that moment, 5 astonished faces appeared at the window of Class 6, their expressions comically exaggerated. "It seems the tides are turning for our Class 6, they murmured, excitement bubbling within them. Xiao Fan shook his head, unable to comprehend the situation, and settled into a corner of the classroom. Soon, the group arrived outside Class 6. Halting in their tracks as they watched the prince and his companions enter, their faces etched with dismay. "Can someone explain what is happening? Why are they not visiting my Class 1? One complained. "Why would they go to your Class 1? My Class 2 is equally commendable," another retorted. Upon entering, the prince's gaze immediately fell upon Xiao Fan, and to the astonishment of all present, he approached and clasped his hands in greeting. "Brother Xiao, how fare you?" The commotion outside erupted as the lofty prince bowed to his so-called misfit, a sight that was hard for the onlookers to digest. "Young Master Xiao, I trust you are well." Even the third princess inclined her head slightly towards Xiao Fan. This was unprecedented, utterly remarkable. The crowd outside gritted their teeth, consumed with jealousy, wishing they could rush forth and usurp this honor from Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan hastily rose to his feet and respectfully bowed to both of them, exclaiming, "You both flatter me. I am unworthy." "So, you are Xiao Fan? You don't seem utterly inept," remarked the second prince in phone, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Fan and lifting his proud head, exuding an air of superiority. "Indeed, how may I be of service to the second prince?" Xiao Fan remained neither servile nor arrogant, and he refrained from bowing to him, incurring the reproach of the onlookers, yet he paid them no heed. The grading empire had imposed no obligation to pay respects to the princes. How audacious! You dare not to pay your respects to the second prince? The student who had previously guided the way stepped forward, fiercely defending his master, and raised his voice in admonishment. Xiao Fan's eyes turned icy as he fixed a fierce gaze upon the man, who recoiled in terror several steps back. It was no jest. Despite the label of being a waste, Xiao Fan had the audacity to kill in public and still roam freely. Who would not be frightened? Xiao Fan, quickly pay your respects. Have you forgotten your manners? Indeed, in your guilty state, you ought to kneel. The crowd resumed their taunts, pouring their jealousy upon Xiao Fan as if such actions could inflict pain upon him. Silence. All those unrelated, except for the students of Class 6, please depart at once. Just as the situation escalated, Han Jiangxue arrived, accompanied by other instructors, to disperse the gathering. The students had no choice but to leave reluctantly, and order was swiftly restored, plunging the scene into tranquility. Han Jiangxue stood upon the elevated platform at the front of the classroom, surveying the 10 students below, and nodded slightly. Listen well. Crown Prince Jia, Second Prince Feng, and Third Princess Wano have temporarily joined Class 6, regardless of your statuses. I implore you to honor your teachers and respect the teachings. A master can only guide you to the door. It is up to you to pursue your own cultivation. You are welcome to attend my class if you wish. If not, there is no compulsion. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan's lips curled into a smile. Was this not precisely what he desired? Indeed, master. Subsequently, Han Jiangxue retrieved a stack of low-grade talisman paper from her storage bag and distributed it among the students. Today, I shall teach you how to inscribe the escape talisman, a most practical charm. I will demonstrate it only once, so observe closely. In no time, Han Jiangxue completed the drawing of a talisman and affixed it to the wall, preparing to carve the talisman seal. The onlookers widened their eyes, inching forward, fearful of missing a crucial moment. Yet, Xiao Fan remained seated in silence, for these techniques were second nature to his reborn self. It took Han Jiangxue a full quarter hour to engrave the talisman seal. Her method was overly intricate and her efficiency lacking, a critique Xiao Fan silently noted. All right. You may now attempt to inscribe the talismans. Continue until you succeed. If you have not succeeded by nightfall, feel free to consult your classmates, but do not approach me. Han Jiangxue instructed before settling into a cross-legged position. The student's proficiency appeared to be of little concern to her. Xiao Fan finally understood why it was said that her teaching sessions were lengthy. It turned out that one was not permitted to leave until they had grasped the material. Xiao Fan, do you dare to engage in a contest? Feng suddenly spoke up. Chapter 13, The Contest of Talismans. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan felt a chuckle rising within her. Compete in talisman crafting with him? What audacity did Feng possess? Brother exercise caution, Jia interjected. His implication clear. Feng possessed remarkable talent in the art of talisman creation, and there was concern that he might be outmatched. Xiao Fan nodded slightly, casting a glance at Feng and Waner. In truth, he was perplexed as to why the three of them had come here. Logically, they could acquire a more extensive and profound education within the imperial palace, rendering this lecture unnecessary. Unable to fathom the reasoning, he merely shook his head. However, to Feng, this was interpreted as a sign of cowardice. What? Are you afraid? I have heard that you cured the crown prince with talismans. It seems the rumors were unfounded. Your reputation as a worthless individual appears to be well-deserved. Feng's tone dripped with sarcasm and a palpable disdain for Xiao Fan, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Yet, upon deeper reflection, the pieces fell into place. By rescuing Jia, he had inadvertently placed himself in direct opposition to Feng. Coupled with the predatory Li family and the formidable Lu family, his burdens were heavy and the threat of death loomed ever-present. Dare or not, it all hinged on the circumstances. Speak up, Second Prince. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, he feigned a semblance of hesitation, an act that, in Feng's eyes, appeared as cowardice. Let us propose this. Whoever first inscribes the escape talisman shall be victorious. The loser will owe the victor 10,000 gold coins. But let us amend the stakes. The defeated shall not only pay the sum of 10,000 gold coins, but must also concede their status as a worthless being. What say you? Xiao Fan gazed at Feng with a smile, fearing he might decline. All right, I accept. Let us begin. Feng responded eagerly. Convinced of Xiao Fan's impending defeat, he swiftly seized a brush and began to sketch on the talisman paper, his speed adequate. Yet, Xiao Fan remained as steadfast as a mountain, refraining from hastily drawing the talisman. Crafting a talisman was not the challenge. The true test lay in engraving the seal. For he intended to astonish Han Jiangxue. Hmm? Han Jiaxue, perched on the high platform, quietly mused, her attention fixed on them. Observing Xiao Fan's demeanor, her curiosity was piqued. Ingwener, too, felt perplexed. She had witnessed Xiao Fan's talisman making before, so why was he not moving now? An inexplicable sense of urgency stirred within her. Before long, Ingfeng completed his talisman, and seeing Xiao Fan's stillness, a cold smile crept upon his lips. It was merely a spectacle. A worthless individual remained worthless. Unable to stir any waves. With a derisive tone, he began to form hand seals, preparing to engrave the seal. At that moment, Xiao Fan made his move. With a graceful flick of his right hand, a piece of talisman paper soared into the air, hovering before him. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape. Even Han Jiaxue exhibited a hint of surprise. Ordinarily, one at the gathering Qi realm could not achieve such a feat. Her intrigue towards Xiao Fan deepened. Xiao Fan's brush danced gracefully across the canvas, and within mere moments, he had completed the talisman. With a swift motion of his right hand, a substantial and intricate seal materialized, leaping in the air. Han Jiaxue sprang to her feet, gazing at Xiao Fan in disbelief, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. "Go," she exclaimed. And with those words, the seal instantly merged into the talisman, which began to flutter as if animated, ultimately resting in Xiao Fan's palm. This is impossible. How could he be so swift? Is this real? Has he truly accomplished it? The onlookers shifted from shock to skepticism, and it was understandable. They had never witnessed such a technique. Ingfeng was still struggling with his gestures, and upon seeing Xiao Fan's speed, he could hardly believe it was genuine. Repeatedly reassuring himself, Han Jiaxue snatched the escaped talisman from Xiao Fan's hands, examining it closely, her amazement growing with each glance, her joy blossoming. "I shall take this. Do you have any objections?" she inquired. Xiao Fan was instantly rendered speechless. Did he dare to voice any dissent? He had no doubt that if he refused, Han Jiaxue would undoubtedly give him a good thrashing. With no objections, he deferentially acquiesced to mentor Han. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, he meticulously crafted another escape talisman, which merely took him a few extra moments, a trivial matter indeed. Following Han Jiaxue's confirmation, the crowd gazed at Xiao Fan as if he were a creature of legend, their belief in him now unwavering. "My brother, he is indeed my brother, haha." The chubby fellow began to bask in his own triumph. The more radiant Xiao Fan became, the more brilliance reflected upon his own countenance. "Humph." Ingfeng came to a halt, his expression darkening. He cast the unfinished talisman to the ground and strode away briskly. "Second prince, have you forgotten something?" Xiao Fan called out. Ingfeng turned back, glaring fiercely at him. After tossing aside 10,000 gold coins, he departed without uttering a word about the term waste. Xiao Fan tucked away the gold coins, spreading his hands, yet feeling a surge of joy within. Upon turning around, he was startled to find Han Jiaxue standing close by. Was she about to take the bait? A barely perceptible smile graced Xiao Fan's lips. "Instructor Han, is there something you need?" he inquired, maintaining a facade of composure as he spoke. Han Jiaxue remained silent, seizing him and swiftly pulling him away, much to the amusement of the other students, who erupted into laughter, offering a silent tribute to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan felt quite constrained, embarrassed to be led by a woman. Moreover, being in such close proximity meant that he occasionally brushed against her in certain areas, and the alluring scent of her presence stirred a sense of restlessness within him. "Professor Han, aren't you supposed to be delivering a lecture?" Xiao Fan inquired. "The lecture has concluded. Do you have any objections?" She replied. "None at all." Xiao Fan ceased his speech, and after a brief interval, they came to a halt, entering a serene valley. This enchanting locale was adorned with a myriad of blossoms, with babbling brooks and elegant pavilions dotting the landscape, a veritable paradise. Here lay the Cold Moon Valley, my abode. Noticing Xiao Fan's curiosity, Han Jiaxue offered a succinct explanation before leading him further within, beneath a cool pavilion. The two settled down as Han Jiaxue leisurely prepared tea for him. "Master Han," Xiao Fan stated, "if there is something to discuss, please do so directly. Your manner is somewhat unnerving." Upon finishing his words, Xiao Fan found himself stifling a laugh, resorting to glancing around to alleviate the awkwardness. Surprisingly, Han Jiaxue laughed, and her smile nearly caught Xiao Fan off guard. "Such beauty, utterly enchanting. What is this? Are you taken by me?" Han Jiaxue's voice snapped the daydreaming Xiao Fan back to reality, leaving him feeling exceedingly embarrassed. Is she truly this forthright? How should I respond? Xiao Fan pondered for a moment and remarked, "The desire for beauty is inherent in all. However, my heart remains steadfast, and I shall only appreciate, never desecrate." A laugh escaped Han Jiangxue as she was caught off guard by Xiao Fan's words, though she quickly composed herself. Teach me to inscribe talismans. Refusal is not an option. What? Xiao Fan feigned surprise and exclaimed, for now is the moment to set his conditions. All his efforts had been directed towards this singular instance. It was not until the afternoon that Xiao Fan returned to his residence, thoroughly satisfied. Upon entering, he encountered Ing Feng, Ing Wanner, and the portly gentleman. Ah, why have you not yet returned? Xiao Fan inquired. Brother Xiao, your act of saving my life is a debt of gratitude that cannot be adequately expressed. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I shall not refuse what I am capable of, Ing Jie responded, bowing deeply, his demeanor humble and sincere, which greatly enhanced Xiao Fan's regard for him. The crown prince exaggerates. It was merely a trifling matter, hardly worthy of mention. Please, do return home. I am rather impoverished and cannot extend hospitality for a meal. Upon finishing his words, Xiao Fan observed the third princess stifling a giggle, her beauty utterly captivating. Young Master Xiao, 2 days hence, my royal brother will host a gratitude banquet at Zhuyuan Mountain Villa. You must certainly attend. Ing Wanner winked at Xiao Fan. Her cheeks suddenly flushed, as if recalling certain past memories. Chapter 14, Achievements and Acknowledgements. Xiao Fan murmured to himself. And after seeing the sincere gazes of Ing Jie and Ing Wanner, he ultimately nodded in agreement. Their willingness to set aside their status to express their gratitude was a testament to their admirable character. To refuse them any further would be somewhat inconsiderate. After bidding them farewell, the plump fellow approached, grasping Xiao Fan's arm with fervor. Brother, take me along. Xiao Fan nodded. After all, boredom prevailed. And having a companion like the chubby man provided at least someone to converse with. My friend, are you aware of the various enterprises owned by the Marquis of Jinqi? Xiao Fan's inquiry came unexpectedly. Although the plump man was perplexed, he nodded in acknowledgement of his understanding. You should proceed now. After Xiao Fan finished his instructions, the portly man was momentarily taken aback before hastily departing from the Hunting Deer Martial Academy. There was still time. He needed to attend to the matter of his merits first. Xiao Fan gazed at the slanting sun on the horizon, striding resolutely towards the law enforcement hall. Along the way, several students whispered among themselves, speculating about Xiao Fan's intentions, and some even trailed behind, eager to witness what mischief he might be plotting next. Xiao Fan secretly scoffed to himself as he quickened his pace, soon arriving at the entrance of the enforcement hall, followed by a throng of onlookers. Upon witnessing this, the students of the enforcement hall rushed out to obstruct his path. Summon Li Kuei, I have matters to discuss, he commanded. Xiao Fan initially intended to discard the severed heads of those heretics and depart, but since he was already present, he deemed it unnecessary to rush. Boldly, he questioned. Li Kuei, did you summon me? Such insolence was tantamount to defiance against authority. Indeed, should you continue to exhibit such disrespect, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. The indignant expressions of the law enforcement hall disciples filled Xiao Fan with disgust. Truly, they resembled a pack of obedient hounds. Thus, I implore you to observe closely. As Xiao Fan concluded his words, he gestured grandly, sending 5 grotesquely disfigured heads soaring towards them, blood splattering in all directions, an unbearable stench permeating the air. What on earth is this? This is utterly revolting. The disciples of the enforcement hall immediately began to retch, clutching their noses and retreating in horror. Meanwhile, the onlookers surged forward, eager to discern the nature of the object Xiao Fan had cast forth. Upon realizing the truth, they too succumbed to nausea, unable to withstand the repugnant odor of decay. These are the severed heads of the 5 fiends of Fushan, a testament to my accomplishments. Summon your master to collect them. After Xiao Fan spoke, he strode away, completely indifferent to the reactions of others. Inside the law enforcement hall, Elder Xing appeared astonished for a moment before glancing at Li Kuei, who was seated nearby, and offering a faint smile. Elderly, go and identify it. If there are no issues, then accept it. This is a gift from Xiao Fan. Li Kuei's expression darkened considerably, his heart cursing vehemently as he exited. Not long after, in a courtyard of the advanced class, after hearing the report from his sycophant, Li Junwei angrily sent the woman beneath him flying. Xiao Fan, it is indeed a member of my Li family whom you have killed. I will ensure your demise is slow and painful. Li Junyue's chest heaved with rage, his face flushed crimson. Initially, he had doubted Xiao Fan's ability to annihilate the Earth Fiend sect, and he could not believe that the person sent by his Li family had been slain by Xiao Fan. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that even if Xiao Fan had not struck the fatal blow himself, there were intricate connections linking him to the incident. Seniorly, It seems that there are formidable experts by Xiao Fan's side. One of his sycophants voiced the lingering doubts in his heart. Regardless of who it is, those who oppose my Li family face only one fate, death. Li Juanyue's fierce gaze sent shivers down the spines of his subordinates, causing them to retreat and bow their heads. Xiao Fan, instead of returning to his residence, made his way directly to the task hall, approaching one of the windows. The task hall served purposes beyond merely accepting and submitting tasks. It also allowed students to exchange their points or gold for essentials required for cultivation, such as elixirs, talismans, and even pre-carved charms. Whether it was to accept a task, submit one, or redeem items, the hall was bustling with activity. A middle-aged man seated within appeared languid, and after posing a question, he merely cast a glance at Xiao Fan. "I would like an alchemy furnace. Do you have one?" Xiao Fan inquired. The middle-aged man finally perked up, rising from his seat. However, upon noticing Xiao Fan's cultivation level and age, he promptly sat back down. "We do have one, but you cannot afford it. Even if you could, I would not allow the exchange if you lack the skills to use it." Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan furrowed his brow and inquired, "How can I exchange for it?" "To redeem at the Martial Academy or to purchase an alchemy furnace externally, one must possess the qualifications of an alchemist. You may visit the Alchemist Guild, and upon successfully passing their assessment, they will grant you the corresponding alchemist certification." The middle-aged man, though seemingly languid, patiently provided Xiao Fan with an explanation. "Thank you." After expressing his gratitude, Xiao Fan exchanged some gold coins for various array materials and talisman paper, then made his way back to his residence. Without an alchemy furnace, he would have to set aside the herbs he had previously scavenged from the Earth Fiend sect. Xiao Fan halt. A discordant voice shattered his thoughts. He turned to see its source. Two students from the intermediate class, clad in their distinctive attire, both boasting a cultivation level of the 9th stage of Qi gathering. "Is there something you need?" Xiao Fan inquired. "I heard you healed the Crown Prince and were generously rewarded with numerous treasures. Given your insufficient cultivation level, these items would be of little use to you. Why not sell them to us?" One of them stepped forward, a sinister smile playing upon his lips. Curious onlookers among the passing students paused, intrigued by the mention of treasures. "I refuse to sell." Xiao Fan responded briefly and turned to leave. Yet the two individuals swiftly approached, obstructing his path. "Do not be ungrateful. We are buyers, not thieves. In commerce, honor prevails," one of them declared, reaching for Xiao Fan's storage bag, only to have it deftly swatted away by him. This Chinhu is truly overstepping, for they have already declared their unwillingness to sell. What difference is there between this and robbery? Indeed, I am familiar with Chinhu. His companion, Dang Gang, is no better. Many of the students, still possessing a sense of justice, began to vocally condemn the two, yet they remained unfazed. "How about this? I will offer you 2 gold coins for your storage bag and its contents, no more, no less," Chinhu proclaimed, again attempting to seize Xiao Fan's bag, only to be thwarted once more, inciting his fury. "Oh, so you wish to test my patience?" Chinhu retorted, launching a punch towards Xiao Fan's abdomen, a clear intent to incapacitate him. "Bring it on." Xiao Fan's face was devoid of any expression. He did not flinch. With a swift kick, he struck precisely at Chinhu's abdomen. Letting out a cry, Chinhu staggered backwards several steps, the pain coursing through him as he glanced down at his abdomen, where his vital energy was visibly disrupted. Anger surged within him as he realized that Xiao Fan had indeed reached the 6th level of Qi gathering, an astonishingly rapid advancement. The crowd buzzed with speculation, many regarding Xiao Fan with newfound respect, though a fair number harbored secret envy. "You dare to incapacitate me? I shall retaliate," Chinhu exclaimed, drawing the sword at his waist and charging towards Xiao Fan. Chapter 15. Breaking the stalemate, Xiao Fan delivered a powerful kick that sent him sprawling. There was no need to eliminate Chinhu, now stripped of his powers, and provoke the law enforcement hall. It is splendid that Chinhu has been rendered powerless. He dared to covet my partner. How despicable. He usurped my gold coins, a villain deserving of his fate. Many students applauded in delight, clearly indicating how loath Chinhu had become. "And what of you? Do you still wish to seize my storage bag?" Xiao Fan cast a piercing glance at Deng Gang and approached him step by step, a fierce glint in his eyes. "Humph. You'll regret this in the future." Deng Gang uttered a menacing remark before turning to leave, but Xiao Fan swiftly employed his agility to position himself directly in front of him. "You think you can just walk away?" Xiao Fan drew forth the blade's essence, placing it before his chest, exhaling softly as a gentle smile graced his countenance. "What do you intend to do?" Deng Gang, at last, felt the chill of fear, It was not the sword's form that intimidated him, but rather the swiftness of Xiao Fan's movements. Kneel and confess your transgressions. Do not presume that I lack the resolve to end your life. Xiao Fan shouted, causing Dang Gang to weaken at the knees and, in public humiliation, to kneel down. I was wrong, young Master Xiao. Please spare me. Ha ha. It turns out he is nothing but a spineless coward. What a disgrace. Such a dog, fearing the strong and bullying the weak. The crowd's derisive laughter echoed. And Dang Gang, filled with shame, bowed his head, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Get lost. Upon hearing those words, he felt an immense weight lifted from his shoulders and scurried away, crawling out of sight. Xiao Fan sheathed the sword embryo and returned to his residence as night fell. Shortly thereafter, the plump fellow hurried back, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. After reporting a few matters to Xiao Fan, he dashed out to find his beloved. Clearly quite eager, Xiao Fan gazed at the retreating figure with a knowing smile, and after donning a disguise, he quietly exited the Zluwu Academy, only to return in the dead of night. The following day, having consumed a modest meal, he strolled out with an air of confidence, making his way towards the Duke of Zhenxi's residence within the imperial city. Upon arriving at the familiar yet alien estate, Xiao Fan was overwhelmed with emotions. The young master has returned. The young master has returned, shouted the two guards at the entrance, though in Xiao Fan's memory, they had been replaced. With this thought, he stepped inside, where the old steward hurriedly emerged, grasping Xiao Fan's hands tightly, tears streaming down his weathered face. Young master, you have finally returned. I have been so anxious. The trembling hands of the old steward reflected boundless sorrow and helplessness in Xiao Fan's eyes. Let us speak inside, Xiao Fan suggested. Yes, yes, the steward replied. Xiao Fan supported him, taking measured steps towards the entrance of the council hall. Suddenly, Xiao Fan halted, causing the steward to tremble slightly, his demeanor betraying a hint of anxiety. Steward Shan, you have watched over my father as he grew, and you have also witnessed my own upbringing. How is your health faring now? The steward nodded repeatedly, deeply moved, as he sensed that the young lord before him had become somewhat unfamiliar. I am well indeed. Please. My lord. Xiao Fan nodded slightly and strode into the assembly hall, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, more than 20 individuals leaped down from above, encircling Xiao Fan in a tight formation. With a resounding thud, the steward hastily shut the door and fell to his knees, exclaiming, Your Grace, I have failed you. I have let down the Marquis, and even more so, the late Marquis. He wept bitterly, his emotions laid bare, a poignant mixture of helplessness and sorrow. Xiao Fan cast a glance at the steward Shan, then surveyed the surroundings, a cold sneer forming in his heart. The Li family? What is the purpose of your actions? He inquired icily. And what if it is? What is our intention? Naturally, to eliminate you. Once you are dead, our Li family will be able to rightfully absorb the assets of the Ho residence, and even the martial emperor will be powerless to intervene. The leader, with a series of mocking laughs, finally revealed the truth to Xiao Fan. Should I perish, my father remains. He is merely missing, not deceased. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, the man erupted into laughter, filled with scorn. To be frank, your father shall never return. Xiao Fan felt a tightening in his heart, yet he remained skeptical, after all. His so-called father was a master at the pinnacle of the cleansing marrow realm, and few in the Daqin Empire could claim the ability to slay him. You speak nonsense. Your words are mere drivel. I shall incapacitate you and drag you back to the Li family's dungeon, where the young master will have his vengeance upon you. Fearing the uncertainty of the night, the assailant, dagger in hand, lunged toward Xiao Fan's abdomen. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the closed door was cleaved open by a long sword. Xiao Fan executed a swift maneuver, utilizing the wind control technique to evade to the side. The attacker's strike missed its mark, only to be met by the intruding sword, which pierced through him. He gazed at the newcomer with incredulity, his eyes widening in disbelief, unable to close them in death. Leave the steward, eliminate the rest, came the command. Xiao Fan shouted loudly, and the figure swiftly struck, unleashing a menacing wave of sword energy. At that very moment, the hall was filled with cries of anguish, pleas for help, and sounds of weeping. As blood flowed freely and corpses littered the ground, Xiao Fan brandished his sword and charged through the door, dispatching the two guards before taking his position at the entrance to prevent any potential escapees. After a brief interval, tranquility enveloped the surroundings, and Han Jiangxue emerged slowly. Thank you, Master Han, Xiao Fan said, bowing respectfully. No need for gratitude. Our interaction is merely a fair transaction. I must take my leave now. Han Jiangxue replied hastily before departing, for had it not been for Xiao Fan's mastery of talismanic arts, she would not have come to his aid. After watching her depart, Xiao Fan turned to gaze at Steward Shan, who had collapsed onto the ground, utterly terrified. A sudden gust of wind swept through, and a middle-aged woman emerged from the backyard, halting before Xiao Fan. She cast a glance in the direction of Han Zhongshue's retreat, her eyes shimmering with envy. "Aunt Feng, I implore you," Xiao Fan said, performing a respectful bow. "Rest assured, I shall keep a vigilant watch over the Marquis of Jinxi's residence." Aunt Feng scrutinized Xiao Fan, her perception deepening with each passing moment, revealing an increasingly enigmatic and formidable presence. Xiao Fan discerned her intentions but chose to remain silent. He had merely thwarted the machinations of the Li family, imparting upon them a significant lesson. Just yesterday, he had commissioned a discreet investigation by the portly fellow, revealing that the assets of the Jinxi Marquis were, in fact, unblemished. The letter from Steward Shan was merely a ruse to entrap him back home, where they intended to eliminate him and obliterate all traces of his existence. In this manner, the Jinxi Marquis would be rendered powerless, allowing the Li family to no longer fear retribution from the martial emperor and to proceed with the outright annexation of the Jinxi Marquisate holdings. "I must extend my gratitude to your partner as well, my dear portly friend," Xiao Fan murmured to himself, recalling that he had deliberately informed the plump fellow of his return home today. He suspected that the companion of the plump man was intentionally arranged by Li Junwei, and it now appeared that his suspicions were well-founded. Last night, he had stealthily infiltrated the imperial palace and found the crown prince, requesting that Aunt Feng come to reside at the West Town Marquis' residence for a while to safeguard Steward Shan. The West Town Marquis' residence was currently short of personnel. As long as Steward Shan remained, the estate's assets would not falter. "Young master, this old servant is to blame. The Li family threatens my kin, and I am powerless to act," Steward Shan lamented, collapsing to the ground in tears. He feared not for his own life, but rather for the safety of his family at the hands of Xiao Fan. Chapter 16. The assessment of alchemist Steward Shan's concerns were unwarranted. Xiao Fan approached gently, assisting him to his feet and tidying his disheveled garments. "You are still the steward of the town West Marquis residence. You have moved your family into the Marquis estate, and what transpired today must remain confidential, otherwise there will be dire consequences." The steward knelt once more, expressing profound gratitude, for regardless of circumstances, he had preserved the lives of his entire family. This was not solely an act of kindness from Xiao Fan. Rather, he was in dire need of capable individuals, especially since the steward's family resided within the Marquis estate, making them easier to control. Subsequently, Xiao Fan set ablaze the bodies of the Li family, ensuring that they were consumed by the flames for over half an hour until nothing remained. The steward led Xiao Fan and Aunt Feng on a tour of the town West Marquis residence, where they rescued dozens of bound servants, thus concluding the matter. After partaking of lunch, Xiao Fan retrieved 50,000 gold coins from the Marquis treasury and hastily departed for the Alchemist Guild. In his recollection, the Alchemist Guild held a unique position. It was not under imperial jurisdiction and existed as a transcendent entity within the grading nation. At this moment, within the Li family's conference hall, the family head, Li Yongwei, along with several high-ranking members of the Li clan, awaited with bated breath, fully aware of the gravity of their anticipation. "Report. Master, everything at the town West Marquis residence appears normal. However, our people." A servant rushed in, speaking hesitantly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Stop with the hesitation. Speak." Li Yongwei, engulfed in frustration, stormed forward, seizing the servant by the collar. "Our people have gone missing. I cannot locate them." "What?" Enraged, Li Yongwei hurled him aside. His meticulously crafted plan could not possibly have failed. "Master, could it be that they have betrayed the Li family?" "Indeed, master, they are not of our bloodline. We cannot trust hired hands." The upper echelons of the Li family exchanged anxious words, doubting the demise of their comrades, as the highest cultivation level among those dispatched was merely blood condensation. Who could have eliminated them without a trace? After absorbing their words, Li Yongwei managed to suppress his fury, yet an ominous premonition lingered in his heart. "Investigate this at once. I demand answers." Half an hour later, Xiao Fan arrived at the entrance of the Alchemist Guild. Gazing at its opulent faade, he marveled briefly before advancing. "Halt! Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to enter." As Xiao Fan was about to enter, he was halted by a guard. This individual possessed formidable skills, having reached the first level of body refinement, yet willingly chose to serve as a sentinel at the Alchemist Association. This made Xiao Fan regard the Alchemist Association with newfound respect. I have come to undergo the assessment for Alchemist qualifications. May I inquire about the procedures involved? Upon finishing his words, Xiao Fan was scrutinized by the guard, who furrowed his brow and suddenly burst into laughter. What nonsense! Do cats and dogs also qualify to assess alchemists? Be gone. This is not a place for you. The guard's proclamation drew the attention of passers-by, who, fueled by curiosity, began to gather around. Oh, isn't that Xiao Fan? Can he really qualify as an alchemist? What a joke. Isn't he the good-for-nothing from the Marquis of Jinqi's residence? Wait. How is his cultivation at the 6th level of Qi gathering? Your information is outdated. I heard he ambushed someone at the Martial Academy, killing and plundering, and has elevated his cultivation through elixirs. The crowd murmured among themselves, while Xiao Fan merely shook his head, paying them no mind. Though he was quite displeased with the guard's demeanor. I shall reiterate, I have come to qualify as an alchemist. Kindly inform your superior. Xiao Fan emphasized his words with greater intensity and reiterated, I have stated that you lack the qualifications to conduct an assessment. If you do not leave immediately, do not blame me for being impolite. I care not for your status. The guard drew his sword, positioning himself at the center of the entrance. His commotion drew forth 2 additional guards from within the guild, who brandished their weapons and glared furiously at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan gazed upon the loathsome faces before him. His anger ignited not from a mere desire to challenge, but from an innate distaste for their actions. Today, I shall enter. Those who obstruct me shall perish, he bellowed. Gripping the hilt of his sword, advancing step by step, his spirit ablaze with battle fervor. The onlookers erupted into a frenzy, for at last someone dared to challenge the authority of the Alchemist Guild, their excitement palpable. How dare he? Is he courting death? Silence. Do not discourage the brave. The crowd exchanged fervent remarks, and the throng of spectators swelled. Seeking death, indeed. The guard sprang into action, his sword slicing through the air, aimed menacingly at Xiao Fan's neck. Xiao Fan did not evade. Instead, he confronted the first level of body tempering with unwavering determination. His vital energy surged forth, infusing it into the sword embryo. A crisp, resonant sound of the sword echoed as he slashed diagonally. With a resounding clang, the guard's sword unexpectedly shattered. How could this be? The guard stood momentarily stunned, then frantically retreated, for Xiao Fan's sword embryo was already upon him once more. Xiao Fan unleashed his mastery of wind and shadow as the blade grazed his left arm, blood gushing forth. A piercing scream echoed, prompting the onlookers to finally react, their mouths agape in disbelief. How dare you harm a member of the Alchemist Guild? You are doomed. 2 others swiftly lunged forward, both possessing the same level of refinement, confident in their ability to eliminate Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's expression grew solemn as he faced 2 adversaries, both at the first level of body refinement, leaving him uncertain, for he had never encountered such a situation before. Stop! Just as tensions escalated, an aged voice resonated through the air, prompting the 2 guards to halt. Emerging slowly was an elderly man with silvery hair, adorned in ornate attire. Though short and somewhat stout, his skin remained remarkably smooth, devoid of wrinkles, a testament to his peak mastery of the blood refinement realm. Xiao Fan felt an ominous foreboding. The arrival of an individual at the pinnacle of the blood condensation realm posed a significant threat to him. Feng Liang, what transpired? He inquired of the injured guard. Chief Yuan Feng, this Xiao Fan forcefully intruded into the guild. My subordinate attempted to obstruct him, but was wounded in the process. I implore Chief Yuan Feng to punish him. The wounded guard limped forward, distorting the truth and exaggerating the events. Yuan Feng nodded, glaring fiercely at Xiao Fan, and with a sweeping gesture commanded, seize him. The essence refining pill requires first a fierce flame to eliminate impurities, followed by a gentle flame for fusion, Yuan Feng remarked, slightly taken aback, and immediately gestured to halt the guards. You may enter, he stated, leading Xiao Fan inside while contemplating the refining method he had just described. What is happening? Can anyone enlighten me? How would I know? If you possess the skill, go and inquire with Chief Yuan Feng, the onlookers murmured amongst themselves, as they were not alchemists and could not discern the intricacies, thus returning to their respective homes. The injured guard's complexion visibly paled. Should Xiao Fan indeed pass the assessment, the consequences would be beyond his endurance. Chapter 17. Assessment of the Alchemist. Xiao Fan followed Yuan Feng and soon arrived at the highest level of the guild building, where everyone present bowed respectfully to Yuan Feng. The 2 entered an alchemy chamber, and as soon as Xiao Fan stepped inside, a strong burnt odor assaulted his senses. Quite pungent. This confirmed his earlier suspicion. He had detected a faint scent of scorched herbs on Yuan Feng when they were downstairs. Based on his experience, it was evident that Yuan Feng had just attempted to concoct a marrow-cleansing pill and had failed, which explained the earlier scene. "How did you know I was attempting to create a marrow-cleansing pill?" Yuan Feng asked, closing the door of the alchemy chamber, regarding Xiao Fan with a meaningful glance. "I cannot disclose that, but I can assist you in successfully refining the marrow-cleansing pill," Xiao Fan replied, presenting a deadly temptation that hinged on Yuan Feng's response. "Indeed." Yuan Feng's demeanor softened. Even the slightest chance was worth pursuing. If successful, with the marrow-cleansing pill in hand, he would have a significant opportunity to break through to the marrow-cleansing realm and ascend to the rank of a 4-star alchemist, thereby elevating his status immensely. In the Wuyi continent, alchemical potions are classified from 1st to 9th tier, corresponding to alchemists ranked from 1 star to 9 stars. The marrow-cleansing pill is a 4th-tier potion, and being able to refine it would naturally elevate one to the rank of a 4-star alchemist. "Please, elaborate," Yuan Feng urged, his gaze fixed on Xiao Fan. Should Xiao Fan fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, he would be unceremoniously thrown from the building. The marrow-cleansing pill differs from 3rd-tier potions. It requires a vigorous flame to eliminate impurities. During the fusion of the herbs, a gentle flame should be employed for slow refinement, and finally, a fierce fire is necessary to conclude the process. "You may attempt this," Xiao Fan advised. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, he gestured towards the alchemy furnace, suggesting that Yuan Feng give it a try. Yuan Feng, somewhat skeptical yet possessing several additional herbs, decided it wouldn't hurt to experiment. Soon, he began refining the elixir according to Xiao Fan's method. The flame was relatively vigorous, and his technique was quite adept. As the intense fire eliminated impurities, the process unfolded smoothly, filling Yuan Feng with inner delight. He then reduced the flame. After half an hour, Xiao Fan offered a reminder. Yuan Feng focused intently, aware that the melding of the herbs was the most protracted and challenging phase, leaving no room for distraction. An hour later, under Xiao Fan's guidance, the ingredients within the furnace had completely merged. Quickly, he turned up the heat. Xiao Fan called out in a deep voice, while Yuan Feng desperately channeled the elixir fire. The pills within the furnace grew increasingly luminous and polished, and at last, a smile broke across his face. "Let the flames intensify further," Xiao Fan commanded, and Yuan Feng, drenched in sweat, complied despite the critical moment. "Douse the flames." As Xiao Fan's voice resonated, Yuan Feng collapsed onto the ground, as if on the verge of fainting. Upon hearing the clattering of the elixirs within the cauldron, he sprang back to his feet, remaining vigilant until the elixirs ceased their rotation, a rich fragrance wafting through the air. "Is it done?" Yuan Feng could hardly believe it. Who knew alchemy could unfold in such a manner? Gazing at the 3 essence-infused pills within the cauldron, he broke into a foolish grin. "Chief Yuan Feng, I am here to assess the qualifications of alchemists. May I proceed with the evaluation now?" Xiao Fan gazed at the grinning Yuan Feng and inquired, "Is it permissible?" "Certainly, you may proceed at the adjacent furnace. Feel free to utilize any of the medicinal herbs on the shelf," Yuan Feng replied, carefully stowing away 3 marrow-cleansing pills while continuing to smile incessantly. Tap, tap, tap. As Xiao Fan was meticulously selecting medicinal herbs, a knock resounded at the door of the alchemy chamber. Yuan Feng casually opened the door. "Greetings, Chief Yuan Feng." The visitor, a middle-aged man, stood tall yet appeared rather frail, respectfully bowing to Yuan Feng. "Yu Ming, you have arrived at an opportune moment. This is Xiao Fan, here to undertake the assessment for the alchemist qualification." Yuan Feng, in high spirits, spoke and then settled down, showing little interest in Xiao Fan's examination. Xiao Fan noticed the newcomer as well, merely offering a slight bow before resuming his selection of medicinal herbs. Yu Ming felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. As a distinguished 2-star alchemist and the royal court's designated practitioner, he seemed to have been overlooked by Xiao Fan. However, with Yuan Feng present, he refrained from expressing his displeasure and instead took a seat beside Yuan Feng, quietly observing Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan completed the selection of herbs, preparing to concoct a pill known as the Yuanling Dan, a low-tier elixir from his previous life, primarily used for restoring true energy. "Ignite," he commanded with a resolute voice, employing his fire-controlling technique to unleash a fierce blaze within the furnace. "What kind of fire is this?" Yuan Feng was momentarily taken aback. He could discern that Xiao Fan was not utilizing alchemical fire, which emanates from within the body, but rather a flame that appeared to be summoned from the external world. Once the cauldron glowed red, Xiao Fan unceremoniously cast all the herbs into it, producing a sizzling sound. This is utterly reckless. Yuan Feng, the chief. I shall expel him at once. Gu Ming abruptly stood, vociferously rebuking him, his eyes glinting with menace. They all adhered to a meticulous process in alchemy, adding herbs in a specific order and gently refining them over a low flame. They had never witnessed such an improvised method as Xiao Fan's. Even Yuan Feng deemed it a waste of precious ingredients. Just as Gu Ming was about to erupt, Yuan Feng restrained him, his eyes sparkling with keen insight. The herbs within the alchemical furnace of Xiao Fan not only remained unscorched but instead became smooth and refined, as impurities continually emerged and evaporated. Impossible, he is merely fortunate. Gu Ming muttered to himself, his expression quite grim. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Yuan Feng couldn't help but exclaim, stepping forward a few paces, anxious not to miss any detail. In a mere quarter of an hour, the various herbs within the furnace began to meld together. Xiao Fan increased the heat, causing the entire furnace to glow a fiery red. Coalesce. As his voice resonated, 10 thumb-sized pills rapidly took shape, crystal clear, round, and fragrant. Has it truly transformed into elixirs so swiftly? Yuan Feng found himself at a loss for words to express his feelings at that moment. Having spent the better part of his life in alchemy, today he finally gained profound insight. Xiao Fan commanded the fierce crimson flames, enveloping the entire alchemical furnace. Cease. He extinguished the fire, the crimson blaze gradually dissipating. The fragrant aroma of the elixir wafted from the alchemical chamber, drawing the attention of the servants outside. 10 spirit-nourishing pills had been successfully crafted. The fragrance was enchanting, captivating the senses. My true energy has notably increased. Such an extraordinary elixir. The servants whispered among themselves, many inhaling deeply, filled with excitement. What a marvel! A single furnace yielding 10 pills, each a second-tier exquisite creation. Xiao, my friend, does this elixir possess a name? Yuan Feng inquired, holding one of the pills, his astonishment growing with each passing moment. Xiao Fan chuckled to himself. Having made some modifications to the formula of the Yuan Lingdan, incorporating alternative herbs, otherwise, the potency would be even greater. This elixir, known as the Yuan Lingdan, is designed for the swift restoration of true energy. Although it is classified as a second-tier pill, it is suitable for warriors at the marrow-cleansing stage and below. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, he produced a Yuanling pill and consumed it in front of the crowd. The moment the pill touched his tongue, it dissolved instantly, and his expended true energy began to replenish at a visibly rapid pace, restoring him to his peak condition in an instant. Astonishing! This pill, when utilized effectively, could even be a lifesaver, and its broad appeal guarantees an explosive market. The crowd resumed their discussions, undeniably captivated by the Yuanling pill. Congratulations, young friend Xiao, on officially becoming a 2-star alchemist. Your identity token will be prepared shortly. Please join us in the conference hall. Yuan Feng's eyes sparkled mischievously as he waved away the attendants, grinning broadly at Xiao Fan. Chapter 18. The Art of Slaughtering Sword Techniques. Xiao Fan's heart was filled with derision, yet he maintained a facade of composure as he swiftly retrieved the spirit elixirs from the furnace. If it is more respectful to comply, then I shall oblige. Please, he said, upon hearing Xiao Fan's acquiescence. Yuan Feng felt a surge of joy and promptly led the way. They soon arrived at the conference hall, but Gu Ming was obstructed by Yuan Feng at the entrance, his frustration manifesting in clenched teeth. Xiao Fan, wait for me, he spat vehemently before turning and descending the stairs. The appearance of Xiao Fan has caused Gu Ming to lose favor within the Alchemist Association, instilling in him a profound sense of crisis. In the conference hall, as the two took their seats, the folding screen slowly parted, revealing a middle-aged man. Xiao Fan's heart sank as he sensed trouble. This man, with thick brows and large eyes, possessed a tall stature and a dark complexion, indicating that he was at the pinnacle of the cleansing meridian realm. Xiao, this is Wu Zhou, the head of the Wanan Hall, and my associate, Yin Feng introduced. The Wanan Hall is a directly affiliated chamber of the Alchemist Association, having garnered immense resources and wealth for it, making it comparable to a nation in its riches. After exchanging pleasantries, Yin Feng recounted the earlier events to Wu Zhou and presented the Yuan Lingdan in his possession, prompting both to extol its virtues. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Xiao, might you be willing to sell us the formula for this Yuan Lingdan? Wu Zhou inquired, rising with an ostensibly sincere demeanor, though the greed in his eyes betrayed his true intentions. It cannot be sold, but we can collaborate. Xiao Fan did not outright reject him. Instead, he offered a second option. Boldly, how could one at the modest gathering chi stage ever hope to collaborate with the Alchemist Guild? At last, Wu Zhou revealed his true nature, unleashing the overwhelming aura of the pinnacle of the bone-forging realm, causing the tea set upon the table to crash to the ground in a grand spectacle. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, retreating several steps before halting. His gaze fixed upon Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng, is this truly your intention? Feigning deep sorrow, Yuan Feng approached and patted Xiao Fan on the shoulder. My young friend Xiao, this is the stance of the Alchemist Guild. We are willing to offer 1,000 gold coins for your services. What do you think? Upon uttering these words, Yuan Feng nearly succumbed to laughter. He had contemplated inviting Xiao Fan to join the Alchemist Guild. Yet he feared that Xiao Fan might pose a threat to his own standing. Have you no shame? 1,000 gold coins? What difference is there from robbery? 1 yuan ling pill is worth far more than that, Xiao Fan retorted. Impudent. You ought to be grateful for the opportunity to sell your formula. Pray tell, who else enjoys such privilege? Wu Zhou glared fiercely at Xiao Fan, prepared to act should he refuse, ready to seize him and extract information slowly. Indeed, I was in the wrong previously. I shall write the formula for you at once. Xiao Fan's sudden transformation took them by surprise, yet it was also somewhat anticipated. Soon, Xiao Fan completed the formulation for the elixir, and Yuan Feng requested him to refine it once more according to the recipe. Observing the perfectly round and plump yuan ling pills, he finally felt satisfied enough to release Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan successfully obtained the 2-star alchemist token and received an alchemical furnace from Yuan Feng. He glanced back at the Alchemist Guild building, revealing a meaningful smile. Upon returning to his residence at the Martial Arts Academy, Xiao Fan found that it was already dusk. With the absence of his rotund companion, he relished the tranquility. He retrieved the array materials he had previously exchanged and proceeded to set up a simple illusionary formation outside his dwelling, allowing his thoughts to flow freely. It was time to pursue another breakthrough. Xiao Fan contemplated for a moment before retrieving the colossal elixir and swallowing it whole. Were Aunt Feng to witness this act, she would undoubtedly declare him insane, for the potency of this grand elixir was formidable, requiring a tempered body to withstand its forces. And Xiao Fan had merely attained the 6th level of qi gathering. As the elixir settled within him, a surge of tremendous energy erupted, tumultuously coursing through his body. Xiao Fan swiftly activated the chaos opening technique, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy while guiding that force. But something was amiss. To his astonishment, he discovered that this energy had been entirely absorbed by the sapling of the origin tree, leaving him with nothing at all. Previously, it would have retained a portion for him, yet now it seemed to have consumed every last drop, leaving him with nothing to savor. Xiao Fan's consciousness entered the chaotic realm, where he quietly observed the sapling of the origin tree, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch involuntarily. The sapling had grown taller, nearing 2 zhang, and its trunk had thickened considerably. Likewise, the chaotic world exhibited subtle changes, expanding ever so slightly. At the moment when Xiao Fan was experiencing a profound anguish, a drop of crystalline liquid appeared on the leaves of the origin sapling, slowly cascading down into the chaotic world. Now it becomes clear. I comprehend the situation. Previously, the origin sapling was too diminutive, thus retaining a portion of its energy for Xiao Fan's own absorption. However, the circumstances have altered. All energy, having traversed through the origin tree, is now transmuted for his benefit. As the enigmatic liquid dripped down, an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloped Xiao Fan. The energy contained within this drop was remarkably pure, devoid of any impurities. He once again activated the chaotic opening technique, as the surrounding spiritual energy surged furiously into his body, complemented by the energy of the mysterious liquid, relentlessly cleansing his meridians. The gateway to the 7th layer of qi gathering was forcefully shattered, and his aura continued to ascend, spiraling into a chaotic crescendo. Break through for me. Xiao Fan's voice resonated as he called out, and the 8th level of qi gathering shattered with a thunderous sound, his aura surging until it reached the pinnacle of the 8th level before finally stabilizing. 2 hours later, Xiao opened his eyes, his cultivation firmly established at the peak of the 8th level of qi gathering. He did not take a moment's respite, delving into the memories of his past life. He searched diligently until he finally unearthed a sword technique known as slaughter. This is the one. Xiao Fan meticulously organized this sword technique into 3 distinct forms. The first form, Slay the Man, focuses on the essence of the sword, wielding the blade as a vessel to annihilate with its energy. The second form, Slay the Soul, emphasizes the momentum of the sword, utilizing energy as its foundation to butcher with sheer force. The third form, Slay the World, embodies the spirit of the sword, where momentum serves as its basis and intent guides the path to eradicate all. Once he completed his arrangement, Xiao Fan produced a sword hilt. Standing poised with the blade in hand, his eyes shut tightly as he delved into profound contemplation. After a half hour, he made his move. With a swift motion of his right hand, the sword unleashed a piercing cry, its energy swirling around him. The first killing technique, slay the man. With a mere flick upward, a nearby crabapple tree, roughly the size of a bowl, snapped in response, and under the influence of the sword's energy, countless leaves were shattered. A sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Xiao Fan let out a long sigh. He had made some progress with the first form, yet further practice was still essential. It was not until midnight that he ceased his efforts, gazing at the disheveled courtyard with a wry smile. Alas, it seems he would need to seek a different place for his cultivation in the future. Xiao Fan wiped the beads of perspiration from his forehead and returned to his chamber, settling down in a cross-legged position. He raised an eyebrow. A faint smile gracing his lips, for there was a commotion outside the courtyard, likely indicating that someone had ventured into the illusory array. Xiao Fan remained motionless, continuing his meditation to consolidate his cultivation. It was only when the sky began to brighten at dawn that he rose to freshen up, instantly feeling invigorated. Have they truly lost their minds? It is indeed a sight for sore eyes. I never anticipated they were such individuals. The crowd outside the courtyard swelled, the clamor growing more raucous, with some inciting cheers while others shouted reprimands, creating quite the lively scene. Rogue, quickly, go inform the mentor. What genuine emotions. Such a spectacle, TSK. Chapter 19, The Appreciation Banquet. Xiao Fan opened the door and stepped outside, only to be momentarily stunned by the scene before him. Within the illusionary array, fair men were embracing one another, rubbing against each other, and emitting a series of repulsive sounds. Outside the array, countless students covered their mouths in disbelief at the spectacle, while some fellow practitioners appeared eager to join in. It was an illusion. They were ensnared within an illusion. A shout pierced the air, and clarity dawned upon the crowd. Yet, the sight before them was both revolting and irresistibly intriguing. Brother, what has happened to them? The stout fellow, having emerged out of nowhere, appeared significantly slimmer and frail, clearly the result of indulgence. They are spirited and unique in character. Let us depart. Xiao Fan, disinclined to provide an explanation and unwilling to withdraw his formation, allowed them to continue their friction. Among the four, there was one he recognized, Deng Gang. Presumably, he had come to assassinate him last night, but unexpectedly triggered an illusionary array, resulting in this peculiar scene. Xiao Fan and the rotund companion swiftly departed from the martial academy, making their way to the Bamboo Edge Villa. Today, the Crown Prince was hosting a banquet of gratitude, and Xiao Fan considered it merely a pretense. The rotund man, as a gentleman, ought to maintain higher standards when selecting a partner. Along the journey, Xiao Fan casually offered this reminder. Hiki, I comprehend the reasoning, yet my hunger prevails. After a prolonged drought, the sweet rain is a welcome relief. Quenching my thirst is all that matters, regardless of anything else. Xiao Fan shook his head, feeling somewhat hesitant to articulate the matter directly, at least for now. It was unnecessary. An hour later, the two arrived at the entrance of Zhu Yuan Mountain Villa, only to be obstructed by two guards. Do you possess an invitation? Xiao Fan was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and said, You may enter and report. Simply state that Xiao Fan has arrived. Upon hearing the name Xiao Fan, the demeanor of the two guards transformed instantly, their expressions brightening with smiles. I sincerely apologize for my lack of discernment, young Master Xiao. Please, do come in. Xiao Fan, after tossing them a few gold coins, swaggered in alongside the rotund fellow. The Bamboo Edge Manor was expansive. Upon entering, one was greeted by a vast lawn. Beyond the verdant expanse lay a bamboo grove, beneath which a crystalline lake revealed its depths. A stone bridge spanned the water, connecting to an island adorned with pavilions and towers, arranged in delightful disorder amidst the symphony of birdsong and the fragrance of blossoms. Xiao Fan's journey grew increasingly peculiar. The further he ventured, the more individuals he encountered, many of whom he recognized. Xiao Fan, cousin, do remain calm. This territory belongs to my royal brother. So do not act recklessly. Not far away, Li Junbai was about to erupt in anger when he was restrained by Ying Feng. After a whispered conversation, the two exchanged sinister smiles. Second Prince, how delightful to see you well. Seeing this, Xiao Fan waved his hand from a distance, a joyful smile gracing his face. How audacious. He hasn't even paid his respects to the second prince. Li Junbai shouted loudly, drawing the attention of those around him. With a prosthetic limb affixed to his right arm, It seemed his injuries had healed, allowing him to venture out once more. What manner of stray dog is this? Is there truly no one to manage the situation? Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, the onlookers erupted into hearty laughter. These individuals, either affluent or noble, clearly showed no fear of provoking Li Junbai. Who dares to liken me to a wild dog? Li Junbai seethed with rage. Memories of his lost right hand igniting a fierce desire for vengeance against Xiao Fan. Is it not evident? Must I name names? Xiao Fan shrugged his shoulders. If Li Junbai were to take action, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. What significance does a war of words hold? Only the inept would take pride in verbal victories. Ying Feng, with his sarcastic demeanor, harbored a resentment towards Xiao Fan, as Xiao Fan had healed the crown prince, thwarting his schemes. His animosity towards Xiao Fan was no less than that of Li Junbai. Is that so? One wonders who truly lost and resorted to deceit, unwilling to acknowledge their own inadequacy. Upon Xiao Fan's words, the onlookers seemed to recall something, and a flurry of discussions ensued. The news of Ying Feng's defeat at the Martial Academy had already spread throughout the entire imperial city. Now, with Xiao Fan's mention, memories flooded back. Observing this, Ying Feng's expression turned exceedingly grim as he and Li Junbai departed the scene, cursing under their breaths. An imperial decree had been issued, summoning everyone to Lake Heart Island for the forthcoming banquet of gratitude. A guard hurriedly approached, leading the assembly onward. Xiao Fan and the rotund fellow followed suit. Although he could not comprehend why the prince would invite such a multitude, it mattered little. Since they had arrived, it was worth experiencing. Upon entering the heart of the lake, they found themselves in a spacious, open courtyard adorned with tables and chairs, elegantly arranged and laden with delicacies. Xiao Fan settled into his seat, closing his eyes to rest, while the stout man beside him remained vigilant. One by one, the guests took their places, over 30 in total, filling the spacious courtyard, where many began to engage in lively conversation. His Highness, the Crown Prince, has arrived, a guard announced in a low voice, and Ying Jia walked in slowly, followed closely by Ying Waner. Greetings to His Highness the Crown Prince and to the third princess. The assembly rose to pay their respects in unison. Shortly thereafter, Ying Feng and Li Junbai entered, causing a stir among the crowd. Their unexpected arrival led to a collective sense of displeasure as everyone had to stand once more after just sitting down. Greetings to the second prince. Except for Xiao Fan. Everyone else rose again, though their voices were considerably subdued. Ying Feng raised his head with pride, casting a glance at Xiao Fan in the corner before choosing a prominent seat at the front. Now that all have arrived, today's banquet is held to express gratitude. Specifically to one person, Xiao Fan, Ying Jia declared. No one was surprised. It was common knowledge throughout the imperial city that Xiao Fan had healed him. Brother Xiao, your medical skills are truly remarkable. I am in awe, came the murmurs of agreement from the crowd, eager not to offend Ying Jia. It was merely a fortunate coincidence. Ying Feng interjected, his words causing astonishment and silence to sweep across the room. What does my royal brother imply? Ying Jia frowned, aware that Ying Feng's insinuation tarnished his reputation, suggesting he was akin to a dead rat. My brother worries too much. It was just a metaphor. Ying Feng thought to himself, a cold smile forming as his intent became evident. Observing this, Ying Waner felt anxious. She understood Ying Feng was stirring trouble and quickly sought to change the subject. Today, in addition to expressing gratitude to Xiao Fan, my royal brother has specially invited everyone to partake in a talent exchange, with the victor receiving 2 Yuan Ling pills. What do you think? Upon her announcement, a buzz of excitement erupted among the attendees, eager to participate. Yuan Ling pills? Are they the newly launched elixirs from the Wandan Hall? I heard they can rapidly replenish true energy. I didn't have time to buy any this morning. Forget it. I just happened to pass by and couldn't get any. There are too many wolves for too little meat. The crowd animatedly discussed the royal family's acquisition of Yuan Ling pills, marveling at their generosity in offering 2 as prizes. Let us begin. How shall we proceed with the exchange? Please, third princess, enlighten us. Indeed, we are all eager to participate. With the allure of the Yuan Ling pills, enthusiasm surged among the guests, ready to engage in the festivities. Xiao Fan finally opened his eyes. The Yuan Ling pill? Wasn't this the recipe that was seized from him by the Alchemist Guild? Chapter 20. Talent Exchange. The Alchemist Guild indeed operates with remarkable speed, successfully concocting the potion overnight. In the depths of his thoughts, Xiao Fan nearly succumbed to laughter, pondering the audacity of those who dared to seize his elixir formula. The Spirit Essence Pill, though admirable, is readily obtainable. Such a reward lacks sufficient allure. Suddenly, Ying Feng spoke up, casting a knowing glance at Li Junbai, who intuitively grasped the implication. Indeed, the spirit essence pill is easily acquired. Might there be a more enticing reward? With their exchange of ideas, others began to see the logic in their argument and clamored for a change in the price. This left Ingwaner in a quandary, her delicate brow furrowed, her exquisite visage reflecting her dilemma. I have a suggestion. Should the third princess be inclined to listen? Li Junbai rose, surveying the room before fixing his gaze upon Ingwaner, his eyes gliding restlessly. Please, speak, Ingwaner replied, feeling a flicker of disdain at his stare, yet unable to express her irritation. She simply gestured for him to continue. The third princess, possessing both beauty and talent, is well versed in both the arts and martial pursuits. Should the victor be granted the honor of performing a duet with the third princess, it would surely be a life well lived. What are your thoughts on this, princess? As Li Junbai concluded, a sly smile inadvertently graced his lips. I find this agreeable. What say you, royal sister? Ingfeng was the first to express his approval, and the others, seeing the second prince's consent, felt emboldened to voice their agreement. The chance to perform alongside the third princess, in such close proximity, was an opportunity few could resist. Ingwaner glanced at Ingjie. Her initial instinct was to refuse, and he understood her reluctance. However, to decline might dampen the spirits of the assembly. Aware of his thoughts, she felt a surge of conflict within, yet could not help but steal a glance at Xiao Fan. In that moment, their eyes met, and for reasons unknown, she felt a wave of calm wash over her. Very well, Ingwaner nodded, signaling her acceptance of Li Junbai's proposal. At that instant, the atmosphere in the room reached its zenith, with everyone buzzing with anticipation. Since we speak of a duet, let us exchange our musical skills. Participation is voluntary. With a graceful sweep of her jade-like hand, two maidens brought forth a guqin. Placing it at the center, Li Junbai was elated. Everyone knew of Ingfeng's exceptional talent on the guqin. Otherwise, why would he have proposed a musical collaboration? Should Ingfeng triumph, granting him the chance to play alongside the third princess, everything would fall into place seamlessly. Xiao Fan, would you dare to gamble with me once more? Ingfeng exclaimed suddenly, his shout eliciting laughter from the crowd, although they stifled their mirth. Yet, they saw through his intentions, merely seeking to reclaim the face he had lost previously. I refuse to wager against one who lacks integrity, Xiao Fan casually replied. Yet his words infuriated Ingfeng, causing his face to flush crimson. Humph. If you lack the courage, simply admit it. Those who are timid and fearful are unworthy of accomplishing great deeds. Ingfeng was exasperated. Xiao Fan, how audacious you are to defy the request of the second prince. Li Junbai admonished loudly, sharing the same enmity as Ingfeng. Xiao Fan couldn't help but chuckle, pondering whether Li Junbai had taken some peculiar medication, as he perpetually flitted about in front of him. Let us discuss the terms, he suggested. Xiao Fan did not give a direct response. He possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the art of the guqin. If the terms did not stir his heart, no amount of persuasion would suffice. If the second prince emerges victorious, you must sever an arm. Conversely, I, Li Junbai, shall do the same. What say you? The second prince remained silent, while it was Li Junbai who proposed the condition. Upon hearing this, Ingfeng nodded in approval of Li Junbai. Brother, for heaven's sake, do not agree. The second princess guqin skills are renowned, and I fear, the stout lad whispered with concern. Xiao Fan nodded slightly, signaling him not to worry. Very well. Let us begin. Xiao Fan readily agreed, and with this forthcoming duel, everyone became increasingly eager for the exchange of musical skills. Ingwaner cast a glance at Xiao Fan. Seemingly unintentional, yet for reasons unknown, a sense of unease settled in her heart. Allow me to begin. To everyone's astonishment, the portly fellow was the first to step forward. Upon witnessing his considerable and stout form, all present momentarily fell into silence. He gradually seated himself, his chubby hands gently resting upon the guqin. A melody for the princess, the maiden of dreams, he declared. At these words, a chorus of fierce glares was directed toward him, particularly from Li Junbai, whose eyes seemed capable of inflicting mortal harm. Had gazes been lethal, the portly fellow would have perished countless times over. As he commenced, his hands danced gracefully across the strings, his eyes closing in concentration. As the melodious notes flowed forth, the audience was roused, attentively savoring the performance. The music was both enchanting and captivating, and the performer swayed gently in rhythm. Only when the final note faded did he open his eyes, eagerly surveying the audience. A smattering of applause erupted, primarily from the guards and maidservants, ensuring that the atmosphere remained amicable for the guests. Indeed, the music was soul-stirring. a testament to the talent of my dear brother. Xiao Fan abruptly rose to his feet, vociferously expressing his unwavering support for the portly gentleman. The crowd cast disdainful glances in his direction, for the chubby fellow's performance was merely mediocre, far from the sublime. Yet, a warmth enveloped the chubby man's heart as he noticed the third princess nodding in approval, prompting him to scamper back with uncontainable joy. Subsequently, one by one, others took the stage to perform. Xiao Fan closed his eyes, indulging in the melodies, his spirits considerably lifted. Apart from a handful of compositions that elicited mild astonishment, the remainder were rather unremarkable, a fair assessment he deemed fitting. After half an hour, the participants in the musical exchange had nearly concluded their performances, leaving only Xiao Fan and Ying Feng on stage. Ying Feng approached slowly, raising his chin as he surveyed the audience before taking his seat. He began a piece titled Longing, a heartfelt offering to all present. The notes cascaded like gentle raindrops, intertwining delicately yet persistently. The beautiful, albeit slightly melancholic strains of the resonated, compelling everyone to close their eyes and immerse themselves in the profound essence. It was akin to a night of persistent drizzle, where lovers, separated by distance, could only convey their yearning through the soft patter of rain. As the music continued, some women in the audience found themselves shedding tears of sorrow, softly weeping as they surrendered to the poignant atmosphere. Xiao Fan was also immersed in this enchanting ambience, which was both beautiful and sorrowful, filled with longing. As the final note resonated, the audience remained reluctant to open their eyes, still savoring the lingering emotions. Observing this scene, Ying Feng revealed a joyful smile, for it aligned closely with his expectations. Magnificent, truly magnificent. So beautiful, so poignant, it vividly embodied the agony of yearning. Li Junbai rose to his feet, applauding fervently, utterly in awe of Ying Feng's musical prowess. Only then did the others, including Xiao Fan, finally open their eyes. And he had to concede that Ying Feng possessed a remarkable mastery of the guqin. Thunderous applause erupted, affirming Ying Feng's talent and elevating his spirit to ethereal heights. Dear sister, what do you think? Ying Feng proudly gazed at Ying Wanner, his pride evident in his demeanor. Chapter 21. The celestial melody. This piece was of exceptionally high artistic value. The second prince had indeed poured his heart into it. Ying Wanner evaluated honestly, admitting that even if she were to perform, she might not surpass Ying Feng's rendition. The second prince is truly gifted. The second prince is truly gifted. The crowd erupted in cheers, and amidst this flattery, Ying Feng gradually lost himself, breaking into an unrestrained laugh directed towards the heavens. Ying Jia furrowed his brow, observing Ying Feng's unabashed elation, and then shook his head. Brother, what should we do? The chubby companion nudged Xiao Fan's arm, revealing a look of concern. Xiao Fan remained silent, offering him a reassuring glance before stepping forward. Xiao Fan, you are destined to lose. Cherish your final opportunity to play the piano. With those words, Li Junbai unsheathed the sword from his waist with his left hand, patiently awaiting Xiao Fan's performance. Xiao Fan paid no heed, gradually taking a seat, his hands resting upon the strings of the instrument, exhaling a long breath. A piece titled Spring River Flower Moon Night for your enjoyment. This melody, which he cherished dearly, was a treasure from his past life during his journeys in a realm known as Earth. Now, he presented it for all to savor. As the first note resonated, dong, 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 the audience found themselves enraptured, as if enchanted by celestial harmonies. The exquisite and melodious strains struck deep into the souls of the listeners. A breathtaking imagery unfolded in their minds: spring, rivers, flowers, and the moon, enveloping the night. With the progression of the melody, the audience seemed to behold the vast cosmos, adorned with a myriad of stars. They were transported to a bustling world, rich with the warmth of human existence, where joy and revelry thrived. In an instant, they envisioned themselves adrift on a solitary boat, witnessing the beauty of the world and the myriad facets of life, ultimately returning to the simplicity of the ordinary. Once again, as the notes echoed, dong, dong, everyone was submerged in a tide of nostalgia, yearning for distant loved ones and reminiscing about their faraway homeland. There was joy, tranquility, hope, longing, and a sense of the mundane, as the audience found themselves profoundly lost in this melodic reverie, unable to extricate themselves. Dong, dong, dong. Xiao Fan was equally immersed in the melody, and in the blink of an eye, it felt as though a millennium had passed. The harmonious blend of sentiment and rhythm elevated the souls of all present. Some women, unable to contain themselves, began to dance, their eyes closed, fully embracing their nature and yearning for freedom. Others wore smiles, their outlook on life transformed as they rediscovered themselves. As the final note resounded, the Peace Spring River. Flower Moon Night came to a close. Silence enveloped the room, so profound that it felt as if everyone had ceased to breathe, motionless in their reverie. They were reluctant to emerge from this enchanting realm, even less inclined to return to the mundanity of reality. The first to open her eyes was Ingwana, exhaling deeply, her chest still rising and falling with emotion. Gradually, everyone awakened, lingering in the afterglow, their gazes toward Xiao Fan softening. Applause erupted. A rolling wave that continued for an extended duration. Elegant, truly elegant. This piece belongs in the heavens. Brother Xiao, congratulations. Jia was the first to voice his heartfelt admiration. It was exquisite, profoundly soothing, and utterly astonishing. Indeed, who would have thought such celestial music existed in this world? Let us not forget, even the finest composition requires a masterful performer to unveil its true worth. I am thoroughly impressed by the artistry of young Master Xiao. In the face of the crowd's praises, Xiao Fan remained composed, as though he had merely accomplished a commonplace task. Brother, such divine music could not possibly be of your own creation, could it? The portly man inquired, echoing the curiosity of all present. Though he was the one to voice it first, it was composed by a senior. Xiao Fan denied it, yet he could not elaborate further, for they remained oblivious to the truth. The great Ing Kingdom possesses no such melody. If it is not your creation, then whose could it be? The words came from another individual, well-versed in the entirety of the great Ing Kingdom's repertoire, and he affirmed that this particular piece was absent. It is unwise to speak, for one may misjudge. Xiao Fan offered a vague excuse, struggling to articulate his thoughts clearly. With his utterance, the crowd tacitly accepted that the enchanting spring river, Flower Moon Night, was indeed his creation. At that moment, Ing Feng and Li Junbai remained in disbelief, their faces pale, as if they had just consumed something foul. It was impossible. It had to be an illusion. Li Junbai, in a frenzy, dashed about, incessantly muttering the word illusion. The onlookers evaded him, casting pitying glances. For the truth was undeniable, yet he refused to accept it. With a sharp slap, Ing Feng struck him, sending the deranged Li Junbai into a disoriented state. What are you panicking for, you useless fool? In a half-crazed stupor, Li Junbai, upon hearing the reprimand, felt a surge of anger and seized Ing Feng by the collar. Of course, you remain calm. It's not your arm being severed, but mine. With a powerful swing, Ing Feng delivered another slap, sending Li Junbai several paces back, finally jolting him into full awareness. Cousin Iham, second prince, I was wrong. Li Junbai lowered his head, unable to meet Ing Feng's gaze, nor that of the others. The absurdity of the scene left the crowd stifled, wanting to laugh yet refraining, covering their mouths, faces flushed, on the verge of tears. Your Highness, Princess San. May we announce the results? The rotund man stood up with a beaming smile, his anxious heart finally at ease. In his eyes, Xiao Fan had become almost divine. Upon hearing this, the audience straightened up, focusing intently on Ingwana. Surely, they had already formed their conclusions. Master Zhao's musical prowess surpassed all. With this declaration, Li Junbai began to retreat step by step, as if he had calculated his movements, inching closer to Xiao Fan. No, I cannot afford to lose my left hand again. His gaze hardened, as if a decision had been made. Suddenly, he pivoted and lunged forward, sword drawn towards Xiao Fan. This is bad. As Xiao Fan realized the situation, it was already too late. Even if he were to employ the technique of wind manipulation, evasion would be futile. A sudden, sickening sound pierced the air, and Xiao Fan stood frozen, unaware that the stout figure had already positioned himself before him. The blade had pierced through his robust form, blood gushing forth. Only then did the onlookers come to their senses, recoiling in shock, fearing they might be caught in the ensuing turmoil. Xiao Fan shouted loudly, his eyes reddened, as the sword hilt was drawn from its sheath, yet Li Junbai had already fled. Xiao Fan employed his skillful body technique and swiftly gave chase. Yet Li Junbai had already vanished without a trace. A fleeing talisman? Xiao Fan came to a halt, even if he were to employ the escape talisman. He doubted he could catch up. Li family, I, Xiao Fan, shall not rest until one of us is no more. His voice resonated throughout the bamboo edge villa, lingering in the air for an extended period. Xiao Fan swiftly returned to the courtyard, his expression wrought with guilt as he assessed the injuries of the portly man. Brother, I am fine, came the faint voice of the rotund figure, tightening Xiao Fan's heart, while the onlookers gathered around, their faces etched with concern. Quickly, someone. Go to the palace and summon the imperial physician. Ing Jia shouted urgently as he hurried away. Chapter 22, A Struggle for Survival. Meanwhile, Ing Feng wore a sinister smile, stealthily retreating into the shadows. The palace is too far, We will not make it in time. Your Highness, please keep watch and ensure no one approaches. Upon concluding his words, Xiao Fan retrieved a selection of herbs and an alchemical furnace from his storage pouch, immersing himself in his work. Ying Jie and Ying Wan stood vigil nearby, having also stationed a number of guards, while the others observed from a distance, remaining discreet and silent. Xiao Fan first ground some medicinal herbs into powder and applied it to the portly man's wounds, quickly staunching the flow of blood. He then stoked the flames and carefully controlled the heat, placing one herb after another into the furnace, commencing the alchemical process of concocting a healing elixir. Could he truly be adept at alchemy? It seemed implausible. Wasn't he regarded as inept? Hush. Many murmured quietly, utterly disbelieving of Xiao Fan's ability to craft potions. Yet, merely 15 minutes later, an array of herbs began to meld, releasing an enchanting aroma that wafted through the courtyard. How could this be? The elixir had yet to form. I could achieve this step as well. There is nothing remarkable about it. The crowd remained skeptical of Xiao Fan's alchemical prowess, for practitioners of this art were exceedingly rare, even causing Ying Jie to furrow his brow in doubt. However, Ying Wan felt differently. For reasons unknown, she placed her faith in Xiao Fan. From dispelling the curse on Ying Jie, to inscribing talismans, and even to playing the enchanting melody of Spring River, Flowers, Night Moon. This man had bestowed upon her an abundance of miracles. Suddenly, the portly man erupted with a spout of dark blood, mingled with fragments of his innards. A scene both shocking and grotesque. Hang in there, fatty. Xiao Fan, drenched in perspiration and driven by desperation, fervently intensified the flames. The aroma of medicinal herbs growing ever more potent. A quarter of an hour later, he finally extinguished the fire, revealing 6 perfectly round and plump healing elixirs. Their fragrance intoxicating. It was astonishing. He truly possessed the skill to concoct pills. Yet, some remained skeptical, attributing his success merely to luck, and despite the evidence before them, they would cling to various justifications to uphold their beliefs. Xiao Fan disregarded their discussions, picking up a healing elixir from the furnace and administering it to the stout man. Subsequently, he enveloped the stout man's injured internal organs with his vital energy, catalyzing the effects of the elixir. After half an hour, Xiao Fan finally exhaled in relief, putting away the alchemical furnace. How is it? Ying Jie's expression bore a hint of guilt. Had it not been for his hosting of the appreciation banquet, Xiao Fan would not have fallen victim to an ambush, and the stout man would not have suffered such severe injuries. With my presence, he mused, it would be difficult for him to meet his demise. Xiao Fan's succinct statement commanded immediate respect from all present. His expertise in medicine left no room for doubt. The life of the corpulent man had been preserved, and fortunately, no harm had come to his dantian. Otherwise, even a cure would have rendered him incapacitated. Brother Xiao, let us have the man carried to the inner hall for recuperation. You need not worry about safety, Ying Jie said, patting Xiao Fan on the shoulder and exhaling a sigh of relief. I appreciate your assistance, Your Highness. May I inquire about your subsequent arrangements? Xiao Fan inquired. Ying Jie glanced at the sky, noting that it was nearly noon, with food and drink already prepared. Yet, he hesitated. Brother Xiao, what do you think? I am quite hungry. Xiao Fan gently touched his abdomen. Since his rebirth, he had yet to enjoy a sumptuous meal. The two exchanged smiles, and Ying Jie promptly instructed everyone to take their seats. After the meal, Xiao Fan remained at the Zhu Yuan villa, marking the conclusion of the thank you banquet. Within the Jingxin hall, the three took their seats, and the atmosphere remained amicable. Brother Xiao, here are 2 Yuanling pills for you, Ying Jie said as he handed them to Xiao Fan, then glanced at Ying Wan and winked. Understanding his implication, Ying Wan nodded slightly. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Young Master Xiao, shall we play a duet now? Xiao Fan smiled faintly as he gazed at the budding Ying Waner, feeling a subtle stir within his heart. There is no need for haste in this matter. Opportunities shall arise in due course. Moreover, it would be prudent for you to refrain from purchasing the Yuanling pill and to avoid consuming it for the time being. Xiao Fan gazed at the 2 Yuanling pills in his hand, a subtle smile playing on his lips. What does Brother Xiao mean by this? Ying Jie inquired, bewildered. If you trust me, then heed my words. Xiao Fan placed the 2 Yuanling pills before him, examining and sniffing them before returning them to Ying Jie. Report, Your Highness. A guard rushed in, kneeling on one knee, clutching a token from the Duke of Jinshi. There is someone outside claiming to be from the Duke of Jinshi's residence, requesting an audience with young Master Xiao. Xiao Fan immediately recognized that it was the identity token of the Marquis of Jinshi's household. Brother Xiao, Ying Jie said, gesturing for the guards to pass the token over to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan received the token, feeling a sense of gratification within. At the very least, the eyes of the town West Marquis were able to discern his arrival at Zhuyuan Mountain Manor. Let him in. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, Ing Jie nodded, and the guard hurried out. Shortly thereafter, a servant clad in the attire of the Lord of Jinshi rushed in. Young master, there has been an incident at the West Wind Tavern. 3 patrons, after consuming our food and drink, began to convulse and foam at the mouth. The servant hesitated, his face a mask of panic. Do not be alarmed. Speak freely. They have all perished, and it has been scarcely a quarter of an hour. The Li and Lu families have already surrounded the West Wind Tavern, demanding an explanation from us. Xiao Fan's expression was unusually grave. He was acutely aware that this was a conspiracy. However, unraveling it would not be a simple task. Let us go and investigate. Xiao Fan rose and, after bidding farewell to Ing Jie and Ing Wanner, hurriedly departed. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the West Wind Tavern, where the entrance was besieged by a throng, making it exceedingly difficult for him to gain entry. The Duke's residence of Jinshi has gone too far, resorting to poison in the food and drink. Believing that the Li family is without protection? Indeed, for every life taken, a life must be repaid. If the Duke's residence of Jinshi fails to provide my Lu family with an explanation today, you shall all face dire consequences. Xiao Fan stood quietly amidst the crowd, refraining from hastily revealing himself. He observed the figure of the steward, tirelessly managing the uproar created by the clamorous individuals, his aged form appearing even more stooped. Please, everyone, do not rush. The Jinshi Marquis would never engage in such self-destructive actions, such sophistry. The truth is evident. A life has been lost, can you not see? Indeed, our Li family and your Jinshi Marquis have merely experienced some competition in business, yet you resort to poisoning our kin? Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan finally stepped forward, striding confidently to the entrance of the tavern. My lord, the steward began to speak, but Xiao Fan silenced him with a gesture. Xiao Fan, your timing is impeccable. For every life taken, a life must be surrendered. A member of the Li family brandished a dagger, lunging towards Xiao Fan, the blade glinting ominously. Xiao Fan chuckled coldly within, his right hand beckoning, the sword hilt entering his grasp as he gently swept it forward. A piercing scream echoed, and amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the man collapsed, blood pooling around him. Silence enveloped the scene, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The crowd stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend the unfolding reality. That man was a first-level body refinement practitioner, yet he fell before Xiao Fan's single strike. The sword energy, he had actually comprehended sword energy, a remarkable feat indeed. Such formidable swordsmanship, I could scarcely discern how he executed his strike. The crowd finally regained their senses, casting glances at the fallen member of the Li family, a lingering dread in their hearts. Chapter 23, The Reckoning. Who would dare to act again? They would be dealt with swiftly. Xiao Fan's eyes glimmered with a chilling light as he planted his sword's hilt firmly into the ground, exuding an aura of invincibility. As if one man could hold back 1,000. The audacity is unbearable. Advance and slay him. Someone shouted. Yet, those around hesitated, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. They were struck by fear, having witnessed one sword dispatch a cultivator of the first layer. How could they possibly summon the strength to confront him? Upon witnessing this, Xiao Fan advanced step by step, dragging the sword embryo behind him. An overwhelming aura of the 8th level of Qi gathering surged forth, exuding a murderous intent that compelled his adversaries to retreat repeatedly. What is happening? The aura of the 8th level of Qi gathering is astonishingly potent. What a remarkable Xiao Fan. It is said that he specializes in ambush tactics and has acquired numerous elixirs for enhancing his cultivation, leading to such a rapid elevation in his prowess. Xiao Fan, perceiving the effectiveness of his intimidation, came to a halt and surveyed his surroundings. Do you wish for an explanation? Very well, I shall provide one. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, several attendants brought forth the 3 lifeless bodies of those who had succumbed to poison. He intended to eradicate all evidence. Someone must stop him. The leader of the Lu family shouted in alarm, his face awash with panic, yet despite the thunderous outcry, no one dared to advance. Xiao Fan, how audacious you are to publicly poison members of my Li family. Just as they hesitated, a commanding voice rang out, and the members of the Li family sighed in relief. It was Elder Li Kuei. Elder Li Kuei, avenge the fallen of the Li family by slaying Xiao Fan. Eliminate Xiao Fan. Eliminate Xiao Fan. The atmosphere grew lively once more, for Li Kuei was a figure of great renown. Not only an elder of the Li family, but also the head of the enforcement hall at the Deer Hunt Martial Academy. Li Kuei? Xiao Fan turned around, and their gazes locked, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Li Kuei, wielding a flying dagger, found himself hesitating at the sight of Xiao Fan's enigmatic smile. His words were laced with uncertainty, for the slap from Han Jiangxue had left an indelible psychological scar upon him. He feared that the deranged woman might be lurking within the tavern. Xiao Fan, if you do not provide the Li family with an explanation today, I shall personally incapacitate you and bring you back to the Martial Academy's law enforcement hall for judgment. Li Kuei's imposing demeanor began to wane, inciting the members of the Li family to grind their teeth in frustration, yet they dared not speak further. Very well. Just watch closely, he retorted. Xiao Fan, with a cheerful smile, surveyed the surroundings before approaching the three lifeless bodies to ascertain the cause of their demise. After a brief moment, he rose and proclaimed, "Who possesses the urine of a young boy? 1 vial for a gold coin. I require 3 vials. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged incredulous glances, rubbing their ears in disbelief, fearing they had misheard. I've never engaged in intimate relations. Does that count?" ventured a man in his 50s, stepping forward, his expression tinged with embarrassment. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, easing the tension in the atmosphere significantly. "Indeed, it counts. Provide him with a bamboo tube. Is there anyone else?" "First come, first serve. We still need 2 more vials." Xiao Fan beckoned, leaving the steward in a state of bewilderment. Although he was uncertain of Xiao Fan's intentions, he placed his trust in him. Soon enough, 3 cups of young boy's urine were gathered, and Xiao Fan instructed the servant to administer the liquid to the 3 lifeless bodies, allowing himself a sigh of relief. What could this mean? Could the urine of a young boy truly possess the power to resurrect the dead? Nonsense. Such a notion was utterly implausible. After several breaths had passed, the 3 corpses remained still, devoid of any signs of life. Yet, Xiao Fan did not pause. He commanded the servant to bring forth the remnants of their previous meal. "Xiao Fan, what is your explanation?" Li Kuei scoffed repeatedly. "What utter nonsense about boy's urine. It would be remarkable if it had any effect at all. I do not fault you for your bluster, but you must exercise patience. Look, have they not awakened?" Xiao Fan spoke, gesturing toward the 3 corpses. The crowd followed his direction and indeed witnessed the 3 individuals groggily rising to their feet. Xiao Fan waved his hand, and the diligent steward immediately surrounded them. It truly seemed like a resurrection. The efficacy of the boy's urine was undeniable. "Tonight, I must ensure that my little one saves some for future use. I have only a daughter. Dear sir, would you consider selling me some?" The members of the Li and Lu families appeared as if they were mourning a loss, utterly shocked that Xiao Fan had unraveled their scheme. "This is my explanation to you. Li Kuei, are you satisfied?" Xiao Fan's eyes turned icy as he fixed his gaze upon Li Kuei. "Humph. The fact that you have poisoned members of the Li family is undeniable. It was only under duress that I felt compelled to save them. You too bear guilt." Li Kuei swiftly changed his tone, seizing upon a new justification. "Indeed, and what of those from the Lu family? You are culpable as well." "Precisely. I implore elder Li Kuei to take his life." Xiao Fan stood quietly, facing the pressure of the crowd, unflinching. "Am I guilty? Then let me show you who the true culprit is." Xiao Fan let out a cold sneer and tossed the remnants of their meal to the stray dogs by the street. A pack of wild dogs eagerly scrambled for the food, only to soon fall into convulsions, foaming at the mouth and feigning death. Witnessing this, the onlookers instinctively took several steps back, distancing themselves from the members of the Li and Lu families. Xiao Fan did not pause, gesturing for the steward Shan to search the bodies of the 3 seemingly lifeless individuals. Indeed, a pouch of powdered medicine was discovered. He took it, gently opened it, and inhaled its scent. It was a soul-numbing powder, which, when ingested, induced a state of apparent death. Notably, the urine of a young boy served as one of its antidotes. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, everyone came to understand that it was, in fact, the individuals from the Li and Lu families who orchestrated this scheme, subsequently framing the Duke of Jinxi's household in a bid to undermine its enterprises. Indeed, the Li family is utterly despicable and shameless. Consequently, one might think twice before visiting their spring breeze pavilion for pleasure. As the crowd exchanged heated remarks, the members of the Li family found themselves pale with anger. "It is merely a common medicinal powder," they protested. "Do not allow yourselves to be deceived." Anxious, Li Kuei understood that if this were substantiated, the reputation of the Li family would suffer irreparable damage. "You truly are someone who does not shed tears until faced with a coffin. I shall ensure you are convinced." With a swift motion of his left hand, Xiao Fan summoned a surge of vital energy, capturing a lively wildcat. He promptly administered the powdered medicine to the creature, and within mere moments, it succumbed to a feigned death, reminiscent of the earlier wild dog. Indeed, the evidence was irrefutable. Cunningly family, how despicable. The crowd erupted in condemnation. And those who once harbored illusions about the Li family swiftly turned their allegiances, now standing firmly with Xiao Fan. Li family, as well as the Lu family. It is time for you to provide an explanation. Xiao Fan stood resolutely with his sword, an aura of murderous intent enveloping him. We shall depart. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, and amidst Xiao Fan's boundless fury, Li Kuei retreated along with the members of the Li and Lu families. Xiao Fan was filled with resentment. Ever since the disappearance of the Marquis of Jinshi, those with formidable cultivation within the Marquis's household had departed, leaving only those of the lowest rank, who were no match for Li Kuei. As he observed their retreat, Xiao Fan soon regained his composure, contemplating the future of the Marquis's residence. And Feng would not take a life without just cause. Unless the household faced utter devastation or Xiao Fan offered a compelling exchange of interests. This situation could not persist indefinitely. He needed to grow stronger with urgency. Relying solely on his own strength was far from sufficient. He must consider the recruitment of skilled individuals once again. Chapter 24. Extermination of evil spirits. After instructing the steward to recruit talented individuals, dusk had settled. Xiao Fan gazed at the twilight hues painting the horizon, his mind heavy with thoughts. Shaking his head, he made his way to the Zhu Yuan mountain villa. Upon entering, night had enveloped the surroundings. The rotund man's complexion had regained some of its rosy hue. Upon seeing Xiao Fan return, he attempted to rise, but was gently pressed back down. Rest well, my friend, Xiao Fan urged. Xiao Fan once again bestowed upon him 2 healing elixirs, his gaze slightly glistening. Though the plump man was timid and averse to trouble, he possessed a strong sense of loyalty. When faced with peril, he truly dared to step forth, and that alone was sufficient. Young Master Xiao, my royal brother has already returned to the palace. Should you require anything while I remain here, do not hesitate to speak to me. Unbeknownst to them, Ingwano had approached, a delicate fragrance wafting from her, instantly rendering the atmosphere charged with subtle tension. At that moment, as their eyes met, a faint blush crept onto Ingwano's cheeks, causing her to instinctively avert her gaze. Ahem. The plump man, feeling the weight of the moment, could not help but emit a cough, dissipating the lingering ambiguity in an instant. Then I shall trouble the 3rd princess. Xiao Fan performed a respectful bow, his heart brimming with joy, utterly delighted by the experience. Ingwaner, feeling bashful, gracefully withdrew, instructing her maidservants to bring forth a meal. After finishing his meal, Xiao Fan exited the inner chamber and sought a spacious area to practice the art of slaughter. The resonant sound of his sword drew the attention of numerous maidens and guards, yet none dared to approach. 2 hours later, drenched in sweat and utterly depleted of his vital energy, he finally mastered the art of slaughter, though the ground lay riddled with countless scars. The execution of this perfected technique demanded immense vital energy, and he consumed a Yuanling pill to restore himself. With such formidable power, I have no fear even against those at the 5th level of body refinement. Combined with my agility, I could vanquish them with a single stroke. Xiao Fan sheathed his sword and approached the lakeside, leaping into the cool waters that refreshed his spirit. Young Master Xiao, where are you? Please save our princess, I implore you, came a desperate cry from the shore. Startled by the plea, Xiao Fan quickly swam toward the bank. What troubles you so? As Xiao Fan just disembarked and used his vital energy to dry his clothes, he noticed several maidens frantically searching around, their demeanor fraught with urgency. Young Master Xiao, please save our princess. The maidens hesitated, fearful of uttering the wrong words and facing repercussions. What has happened to her? Do not panic. No one will hold you accountable. As Xiao Fan spoke while walking, he noticed the maid's evident distress, suggesting that the matter concerning the 3rd princess might be of significant gravity. The princess, she has lost her mind. Lost her mind? Xiao Fan furrowed his brows slightly as he grasped the maid, swiftly following her guidance until they arrived at the entrance of Ingwaner's chamber. Ah, princess, please. Help. Save me. Before Xiao Fan could step inside, he was already greeted by the harrowing sounds of screams and pleas for help, accompanied by the unsettling noise of furniture being displaced. Outside the door, a dozen guards formed a tight circle around the entrance, weapons in hand, standing at the ready. Yet daunted by the prospect of entering, one could hardly blame them. The royal edict forbade any guard from crossing the threshold of the princess's chamber, lest they face dire consequences. Bang! Xiao Fan forcefully kicked the door open, and upon witnessing the scene within, he was immediately rendered speechless. The room was in disarray, for maidens had their garments violently torn apart, revealing their delicate forms. Meanwhile, Ingwano appeared pale, her hair disheveled, her eyes bloodshot and glinting with malevolence. As she relentlessly continued to tear at the maiden's attire, had an evil spirit taken possession of her? Xiao Fan swiftly formulated a conjecture, his expression turning grave. Ingwaner possessed a cultivation level of the 5th stage of body tempering, a realm that ordinary malevolent spirits would not dare approach. Only the most formidable of evil entities could successfully possess her. All of you, leave at once and do not come near, Xiao Fan shouted in a low voice, tearing down the window curtain and tossing it to the 4 maidens. The maidens, in a state of panic, quickly wrapped themselves in the curtain and, with Xiao Fan's assistance, made their escape. Within the royal chamber, only Xiao Fan and Ingwaner remained. The two exchanged glances, and Ingwaner let out a piercing scream. Leaping forward in an instant, the shrill and sinister sound momentarily disoriented Xiao Fan, though he quickly regained his composure. Observing this, Ingwaner appeared momentarily stunned, unleashing an even sharper cry that resonated deeply within Xiao Fan's soul. Impudent! Reveal yourself at once. Xiao Fan remained unfazed and shouted loudly. Immediately, he formed hand seals with both hands and began to chant incantations. Come forth. Xiao Fan cast a talisman that swiftly penetrated Ingwaner's body. A chilling scream erupted, and a crimson shadow detached itself from her form, baring its teeth at Xiao Fan. Ingwaner closed her eyes and collapsed. The malevolent spirit, seizing the moment, lunged once more and successfully possessed her again, causing Ingwaner to rise once more. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, poised to cast the spell once more, when Ingwaner abruptly turned and fled deeper into the palace. There was no escape. Xiao Fan employed his agility to swiftly pursue the fleeing figure, determined to expel the malevolent spirit promptly. Otherwise, Ingwaner would be in peril. With a crash, Ingwaner burst through the window and dashed towards the rear mountain, her distance increasing with each stride. How infuriating! Xiao Fan deftly employed the technique of wind riding and shadow gliding, swiftly closing the distance. After running for a brief period, Ingwaner abruptly halted, turning to face Xiao Fan, and with a decisive motion, she tore away her garments. Xiao Fan trembled slightly before coming to a halt. Despite the late hour, the moonlight illuminated his flawless physique with remarkable clarity. Brother, come here. Let us indulge in some pleasure. Ingwaner's voice dripped with seduction, her waist twisting enticingly. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Fan felt a rush of warmth in his nose, and blood began to flow. Brother, hurry over. All right, do not move. Wait for your brother to join in the enjoyment. Xiao Fan approached step by step, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he rubbed his hands together, growing increasingly anxious with each stride. Ingwaner inadvertently revealed a hint of a mischievous smile, yet her lips continued to emit an enticing, playful pout. Xiao Fan swiftly approached Ingwaner, his right arm wrapping around her, drawing her perfect form close. The malevolent spirit rejoiced, but soon it was filled with regret. Humph! Unaware of the impending doom, Xiao Fan transformed in an instant, casting a spell with his left hand that expelled the malevolent spirit from Ingwaner's body. The sinister entity shrieked in a high-pitched wail, hastily fleeing. Xiao Fan was well prepared. With a swift motion of his right hand, he seized the malevolent spirit. A hissing sound erupted as the talisman in his grasp emitted a radiant crimson glow. Accompanied by the anguished cries of the spirit, a foul stench wafted through the air, and the malevolent entity was utterly obliterated from existence. Xiao Fan hurriedly gathered the scattered garments from the ground and draped them over Ingwaner, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Ingwaner, in a state of unconsciousness, was exceedingly frail and with no one around. Xiao Fan had no choice but to carry her back. Upon returning to the palace, he entered through the window to avoid any misunderstandings. He retrieved the previously inscribed Yang Ascension talisman from his storage pouch and dissolved it in water to administer to Ingwaner. After ensuring her well-being, he stepped outside, reassuring those present that the esteemed third princess would soon awaken and urging them to care for her diligently. Xiao Fan gazed at the astonished maidservants, issuing a command before retreating to the inner chamber. Recalling the earlier scene, fresh blood trickled from his nose. Chapter 25. Troubles Arise. Ingwaner had been possessed by a malevolent spirit, a development that did not surprise Xiao Fan. He had forewarned her long ago. Yet she had chosen to disregard his caution. Xiao Fan shook his head, expressing his disinterest in the affairs of the royal family, preferring instead to devote himself to his cultivation. The following day, as Xiao Fan rose to his feet, Ingwaner arrived, accompanied by maidservants who brought breakfast. Once the meal was laid before him, the maidservants quietly withdrew. Ingwaner, avoiding Xiao Fan's gaze, seemed hesitant to speak, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "Are you feeling better?" Upon witnessing this, Xiao Fan gently smiled, taking the initiative to shatter the tranquility that enveloped them. "I am much better now, and I extend my gratitude to young Master Xiao for last night's assistance." It was only then that Ingwaner took her seat, recalling the events of the previous evening, wishing fervently to find a crevice in the earth to hide away. It was merely a trifling matter, however. "Do exercise caution upon your return to the palace." Upon hearing these words, Ingwaner momentarily froze, a chill of apprehension washing over her. Xiao Fan pondered for a moment, then produced a piece of talisman paper and began to inscribe upon it. Once completed, he handed it to Ingwaner. "This is an amulet for warding off evil. If you keep it on your person, you should be fine." Ingwaner rose to receive it, casting a grateful glance in his direction. Just then, an urgent report came from a guard, startling Ingwaner. "The people from the Alchemist Guild are here, seeking Xiao Fan." As she turned to look at Xiao Fan, he directed his gaze towards the entrance. A familiar figure stormed in, visibly enraged and muttering harshly. "Xiao Fan, you better come out here. Gu Ming, how dare you intrude so boldly?" Xiao Fan remained silent, while Ingwaner rose to her feet and scolded sharply. Gu Ming paused momentarily, taken aback by her presence. "Your Highness, please forgive me. Xiao Fan has tarnished the reputation of our Alchemist Guild, and I am here to apprehend him and seek retribution." Having spoken, Gu Ming fixed a fiery gaze upon Xiao Fan. "Retribution? For what offense?" "I am at a loss as to what you are referring." Xiao Fan feigned ignorance, spreading his hands with a smile as he gazed at Gu Ming. "Oh, Xiao Fan, are you aware that there is an issue with your Yuan Lingdan? The Wandan Hall is on the verge of being dismantled. Do you not feel any guilt?" Gu Ming was seething with rage, wishing nothing more than to capture Xiao Fan at that moment. However, with Ingwaner standing in the way, he restrained himself from going too far. "What do you mean, my Yuan Lingdan? That is the Yuan Lingdan of the Alchemist Guild. How is it my concern?" Xiao Fan nearly burst into laughter, once again raising his hands to indicate that Gu Ming had mistaken the person. "You infuriate me. Come and face your demise." Gu Ming could no longer contain himself. Bolstered by the support of the Alchemist Guild, he was unafraid of offending Ingwaner. As Gu Ming's fist hurtled towards him, Xiao Fan remained unfazed, responding with a punch of his own. Faced with Gu Ming, who had only reached the 8th level of body refinement, he sought to challenge himself and gauge his current strength. Bang! The two fists collided, causing Xiao Fan to stagger back over a yard, his arm trembling slightly. Gu Ming, though he did not retreat, felt the pain in his fist, gritting his teeth in discomfort. His expression grew grave. He had not anticipated that this seemingly insignificant figure at the 8th level of energy condensation could withstand a punch infused with 80% of his power without a scratch. At that moment, Ingwaner finally came to her senses, her surprise morphing into joy upon seeing Xiao Fan unharmed. "Stop! Step aside, for I am a 2-star alchemist of the Alchemist Guild. Who dares to obstruct me? Attack!" Just as Ingwaner attempted to interject, she found herself momentarily stunned by Gu Ming, unsure of how to proceed. "Humph! You wish to capture me? Follow me then." Upon finishing his words, Xiao Fan strode outside, arriving at the open ground, prepared for a fierce battle. "Ha ha! You, with your meager 8-fold energy, dare to challenge me? It's akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot." Gu Ming burst into laughter, his face awash with derision. Xiao Fan remained silent as he executed his technique, delivering a powerful punch. Gu Ming could no longer muster a smile, for he realized that Xiao Fan's speed was astonishingly swift. He hastily crossed his arms in front of his chest for defense. With a thud, Gu Ming was propelled several steps backward, a resonating buzz echoing within his chest, and the taste of blood surged in his throat, which he forcibly swallowed. "Xiao Fan, you have successfully provoked my wrath. Prepare to meet your demise." With that, he unsheathed his sword and charged forward, raising it high to strike at Xiao Fan. "Mountain-splitting sword," he shouted. The sound of the blade piercing the air was deafening. But alas, the sword's aura was feeble. "Come at me." Xiao Fan stood resolutely, his sword held aloft, an overwhelming sense of battle fervor radiating from him. The sword's hilt remained still, exuding an aura of authority, while the sword energy swirled around him like a tempest. With a lethal intent, he advanced, sweeping the blade forward, manifesting an endless wave of sword energy that engulfed Gu Ming. How could this be? Gu Ming's pupils constricted, a sense of retreat gnawing at him. Yet it was too late. He could only brace himself. Clang. The two forces collided, sending Gu Ming reeling backward, trembling uncontrollably. Yet, Xiao Fan's sword energy continued its relentless assault, the blade now dangerously close. Gritting his teeth, Gu Ming positioned his sword defensively, raising it high. Clang. A sharp, piercing sound echoed as his longsword shattered. With a sudden gasp, the blade's might did not wane, leaving a deep gash across his chest, blood erupting forth. Ingwana, who had intended to rush to his aid, found herself rooted in place, eyes wide with astonishment at the unfolding clash. Damn it! How could you be so powerful? Gu Ming steadied himself, fury coursing through him, but as he glanced down at the wound on his chest, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Panic surged within him, a wave of fear washing over, and his once formidable presence began to wane. Xiao Fan stood quietly, refraining from making another move. Yet his fighting spirit intensified with each passing moment. Enough with the trivialities, let us proceed. Here, we shall determine not only the victor but also the fate of our lives. Xiao Fan extended his sword, adopting a posture of imminent attack. In reality, he was merely engaging in a psychological tactic, his heart racing with trepidation. Gu Ming retreated step by step, until he vanished without a trace, indeed having fled. Damn it! Would I risk my life for that meager monthly stipend? Am I out of my mind? Upon exiting Bamboo Edge Manor, Gu Ming muttered a harsh curse before disappearing at the end of the street. After witnessing Gu Ming's escape, Xiao Fan finally exhaled in relief. He cleared his throat a few times, not due to injury, but rather from the considerable expenditure of his vital energy. He retrieved a Yuanling pill and swallowed it, gradually restoring the flush to his complexion. Young Master Xiao, are you unscathed? Ingwana approached him at a brisk pace, her face etched with concern. I am fine now. Please have several guards carry the corpulent one. We must return to the martial academy. Xiao Fan understood that he could not remain in this place for long. It would not be long before the Alchemist Guild dispatched even more formidable individuals to confront him. One Gu Ming had already proven to be a daunting challenge. Had Gu Ming not underestimated him, the outcome would have been drastically different. Moreover, the consumption of his killing technique was exceedingly high. While he could replenish his energy during regular training, the same could not be said for times of battle. Currently, he could only execute the killing technique twice in succession. If he failed to eliminate his adversary within those attempts, it would be his own demise. Should he leave now? Ingwana wished to persuade him to stay. Yet the words remained unspoken, and she could only lower her head, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her garment. Yes, it was time to depart. Xiao Fan responded. And Ingwana then proceeded to give her orders, restoring tranquility to the Zhiyuan Mountain Manor. Chapter 26, Crisis 2 hours later. Xiao Fan and the rotund companion finally returned to their residence at the Martial Arts Academy. Upon surveying the dilapidated courtyard, Xiao Fan's brow furrowed slightly. The illusion array outside had been dismantled, and the entire courtyard lay in ruins, fallen trees, overturned grass, and a shattered gate creating a chaotic scene. As Xiao Fan had just settled the portly gentleman, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Young Master Xiao, are you there? A voice called out, prompting Xiao Fan to step outside and gaze toward the entrance. Two young men clad in the attire of the junior class stood at the door, emblazoned with a 6-character insignia on their chests. Are you also from Junior Class 6? Xiao Fan inquired with curiosity, for he had never encountered these two individuals before. They were quite unfamiliar to him. Indeed, the esteemed young Master Xiao is renowned far and wide, and we have come to make his acquaintance. Following this declaration, the two individuals swaggered inside, their smiles directed at Xiao Fan. Young Master Xiao, allow me to test your mettle, one of them suddenly declared, launching a powerful punch aimed directly at Xiao Fan's face, swift and forceful. Goodness, are they seeking a brawl? Xiao Fan furrowed his brow and unleashed a punch, albeit this time employing merely 30% of his strength. The two fists collided with a resounding thud, and to his astonishment, the opponent was sent flying, only coming to a halt 3 yards away, crashing to the ground. A sharp intake of breath escaped the lips of another onlooker, who, despite the shock, displayed no inclination to intervene, instead revealing an expression of admiration. Indeed, young Master Xiao lived up to his esteemed reputation. Xionggang concede. You have earned the right to join our Junior Class 6. Xionggang rose to his feet, shaking off the numbness in his right hand, grimacing in pain as his features contorted. Xiao Fan was momentarily bewildered. What exactly did these two intend to do? Young Master Xiao, please do not misunderstand. After a thorough introduction from Xionggang, it turns out they are indeed students from Junior Class 6. albeit having been absent from the martial academy for quite some time due to their laziness. The two were half-brothers from the Xiong family, with the other being named Xiong Chang. Their purpose for coming was merely to gauge Xiao Fan's strength. The Xiong family? The same Xiong family associated with the Xiong Merchant Guild? Xiao Fan inquired. Indeed, Xiong Gang replied. Upon hearing this, a profound smile gradually spread across Xiao Fan's face. However, he was puzzled. The cultivation levels of the Xiong brothers were not insignificant, both at the 8th level of Qi gathering. Why then were they in junior class 6? That seemed inconsistent. Logically, you should have been promoted to the intermediate class by now. Xiao Fan voiced his inner confusion. The Xiong brothers exchanged a glance, their expressions turning awkward. We have skipped too many classes, Xiong Gang explained, and Xiao Fan understood, just as he intended to engage them in casual conversation. An external voice interrupted. Where is Xiao Fan? Call him out to face his doom. The voice of Wu Zhou echoed, causing Xiao Fan's heart to tighten with apprehension. Escape? His first instinct was to flee, but where could he possibly go? We should step outside and investigate, Xiong Gang urged, leading Xiong Chang out. However, they quickly rushed back in. Young Master Xiao, Wu Zhou from the Alchemist Guild has arrived, and his intentions are far from benign. It would be wise for you to keep a low profile, Xiong Gang warned before hastily exiting again, anxious to avoid any collateral damage. Xiao Fan's lips twitched slightly as he uttered 2 words, enough treachery. Outside the door, numerous passing students paused, engaging in fervent discussions. This Xiao Fan truly is a troublemaker. Daring to offend even the Alchemist Guild, he is remarkably bold. I find myself admiring him. Who among you would dare? Pa, would you? Does anyone know the whereabouts of Xiao Fan? The one who guides me shall receive a reward of 100 gold coins. Wu Zhou surveyed the crowd, producing a small pouch and shaking it in his hand. I know the way. Please follow me, esteemed seniors. Deng Gang broke free from the throng, recalling the friction from the previous day, wishing he could eliminate Xiao Fan right then and there. No need to search. Xiao Fan is right here. Xiao Fan had already stepped out. Since escape was futile, he chose to confront the situation head-on. Xiao Fan, you possess quite the audacity. Why do you not kneel before me? Wu Zhou's eyes darkened as he advanced step by step, the overwhelming aura of the pinnacle of the cleansing marrow realm surging forth. What are you to command my submission? Xiao Fan exhibited no fear in the face of the overwhelming aura emanating from the pinnacle of the washing marrow realm. He gritted his teeth, resolute and unyielding. With a defiant spirit, he declared, I shall make you regret ever stepping foot in this world. Upon finishing his words, Wu Zhou struck forward with a palm, the imprint of his true energy coalescing into a force that left the onlookers gasping for breath. Xiao Fan's expression turned grave as he executed the wind manipulation technique, narrowly evading the impending strike. A colossal hand descended upon the ground, instantly sending dust and debris into the air, leaving a sizable crater in its wake. The onlooking students recoiled in shock, utterly astonished by the scene before them. Xiao Fan did not pause. His body flickered, and he appeared behind Wu Zhou. Wu Zhou, slightly taken aback, immediately turned around, his entire being brimming with vigor. The technique of slaughter, the art of killing. Xiao Fan wielded the sword embryo, unleashing a powerful strike directed at Wu Zhou. It was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. In the face of overwhelming strength, your agility seemed utterly juvenile. Wu Zhou let out a cold chuckle, extending his hand once more to strike at Xiao Fan. With a resounding crash, the colossal hand collided with the sword embryo, effortlessly obliterating the boundless sword energy. As the palm imprint forcefully struck Xiao Fan's body, Xiao Fan was abruptly sent flying, blood spurting uncontrollably from his mouth, his complexion instantly paling. The terror was overwhelming. What kind of swordsmanship did Xiao Fan possess? Yet, in the face of the pinnacle of the washing essence realm, he was rendered insignificant. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, many feeling a surge of indignation towards Wu Zhou's actions, yet feeling utterly powerless. Ha ha ha, the pinnacle of the washing essence realm is nothing extraordinary after all. Xiao Fan, consumed by rage, laughed maniacally, his body drenched in blood as he staggered to his feet. It was utterly shameless for a figure of such prominence in the pinnacle of the cleansing marrow realm to bully a junior. Xiong Gang, concealed among the crowd, shouted, only to swiftly change his position thereafter. Upon hearing his words, many disciples nodded in agreement, casting disparaging glances at Wu Zhou. Enraged, Wu Zhou scanned the surroundings, feeling the weight of embarrassment upon his aged countenance, yet he could not resort to killing them all. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through. An elder Xing darted over, positioning himself between Xiao Fan and Wu Zhou. Other elders and mentors also arrived, observing from a distance. Wu Zhou, what are you doing? Elder Xing's presence halted Wu Zhou's advance, though it was anticipated. Are you objecting to my arresting Xiao Fan to question him at the Alchemist Guild? Wu Zhou, with an air of arrogance, showed no respect towards Elder Xing. Is this an arrest? You are committing murder, killing a disciple of my martial academy. Elder Xing's eyes turned icy, his fury palpable, for Wu Zhou was effectively slapping the academy's face. Wu Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing he could not push too far given Elder Xing's unwavering stance. Elder Xing, Xiao Fan has stolen the alchemical formulas from my alchemist guild and tampered with the furnace of the chief alchemist of Yuan Feng. Do you believe I should not eliminate him? Wu Zhou, with a steady heart and without a hint of shame, spoke with a facade of righteousness. Upon hearing this, disbelief washed over the faces of all present, including Elder Xing. Xiao Fan, is there any truth to this? Elder Xing turned to gaze at Xiao Fan, his wise eyes seeming to pierce through him. Upon observing Xiao Fan's cultivation level, he paused slightly, revealing an expression of relief. Cough, let him present evidence. Without evidence, it is mere slander. Xiao Fan leaned on his sword, his left hand pressed against his chest, his entire body on the verge of collapse as he spoke. Humph. Evidence? My words alone serve as evidence. Wu Zhou felt a twinge of guilt. He indeed possessed no evidence and could never reveal the coercive acquisition of Xiao Fan's elixir formula. Absurd, utterly absurd. Xiao Fan shook his head, filled with self-loathing for his own feebleness and for underestimating Wu Zhou's shamelessness. Without evidence, it was uncertain whether the Zulu Martial Academy would choose to protect him, or indeed, whether he was worthy of such protection. With this thought in mind, Xiao Fan produced the 2-star alchemist token and hurled it towards Wu Zhou. Take back the token you bestowed upon me. I find it repugnant. The token landed on the ground, and all present clearly discerned it to be the insignia of a 2-star alchemist. How could Xiao Fan possibly be a 2-star alchemist? The reality was undeniable. His name was inscribed upon the token. Infuriatingly, how had he achieved this? At that moment, some gazed in envy, others in jealousy. While many looked on in awe, Elder Xing approached, scrutinizing the token, then casting a glance at Wu Zhou, his heart filled with derision. If there is no evidence, you may leave. The academy does not welcome you. Elder Xing gestured for him to depart, extending a semblance of courtesy. Wu Zhou flicked his fingers, and the token shattered instantly. His eyes glinted with menace as he glared fiercely at Elder Xing. Are you opposing the Alchemist Guild? Is this your personal stance, or that of the academy? I represent the academy. Is further explanation necessary? Elder Xing replied, and finally, Xiao Fan exhaled in relief, enduring his pain as he stood quietly. Though the Alchemist Guild was formidable, the Zulu Martial Academy was no pushover, should conflict arise. It would yield no benefits for anyone involved. So the Zulu Martial Academy has made its stance clear. The Alchemist Guild shall remember this and await the consequences. With that, Wu Zhou departed without a backward glance. Huzzah! Elder Xing is magnificent. Elder Xing is magnificent. The crowd erupted in cheers, their sense of belonging to the academy intensifying. All right. Disperse now. Elder Xing waved his hand, and one by one, the crowd began to depart, the atmosphere returning to tranquility. Thank you, Elder Xing. I shall forever cherish this favor, Xiao Fan reflected earnestly. Xiao Fan sheathed his sword with great difficulty, performing a laborious bow before he slowly made his way back to his residence. Strive on, young one. There will come a day when you shall stand triumphant over them all. The voice of Elder Xing echoed behind him, prompting Xiao Fan to pause and nod in acknowledgement. Upon returning to his courtyard, Xiao Fan collapsed onto the disheveled ground, consuming 2 healing elixirs in quick succession. However, the internal injuries he sustained were too grave, leaving him gasping for breath. I cannot perish. My vengeance remains unfulfilled. Xiao Fan murmured incessantly as he consumed the remaining healing elixirs. Gradually, his gaze became unfocused. His pupils dilated, and his breath grew faint. 2 streams of blood tears cascaded from the corners of his eyes, surrendering to the inevitable. Xiao Fan expended his last vestiges of strength, biting down on his tongue, and at last regained a flicker of clarity, his pupils gradually returning to normalcy. His overwhelming desire to survive compelled him to continuously regulate his breathing, incessantly reminding himself to remain awake. Unbeknownst to him, Han Jiangxue had been standing atop the rooftop, silently observing him, her brow occasionally furrowing, followed by soft sighs and moments of astonishment. It was not until the lanterns were lit that she finally exhaled deeply and settled into a cross-legged position. At some point, the portly figure had taken his place beside Xiao Fan, gently wiping the blood from his face as he lay in slumber. As dawn broke once more, Xiao Fan's fingers stirred slightly. When the first rays of sunlight streamed in, his heavy eyelids slowly lifted. Through the light, he vaguely discerned a silhouette atop the roof. But when he looked again, the figure had vanished without a trace. A mere illusion? He murmured to himself. Gradually rising to his feet and gazing fondly at the portly man still asleep on the ground, a warmth blossoming within his heart. Xiao Fan retrieved the materials for the formation and meticulously arranged a simple array around his residence before returning to his room. With a long exhale, he settled into a cross-legged position, directing his consciousness within to examine his internal organs. How could this be? Xiao Fan exclaimed in astonishment as he realized that the injuries within his body had healed significantly. Although bruises remained, the speed of his recovery was nothing short of miraculous. But wait, what is this? Xiao Fan beheld a subtle stream of energy, tirelessly mending his wounds. Though diminutive, it flowed ceaselessly. As his consciousness delved deeper, the source of this energy became apparent, and all was revealed. It was the power of healing. Xiao Fan was overjoyed. For this healing power emanated from the sapling of the origin tree. According to legends, the origin tree is the genesis of all things and the progenitor of every tree. Its wood-based healing abilities are nothing short of miraculous. Alas, the origin tree remains too diminutive, otherwise my injuries would mend at a swifter pace. Xiao Fan murmured to himself, commencing the cultivation of the chaos opening technique while simultaneously healing his wounds. It was not until the afternoon that he finally opened his eyes. Finding that his injuries had healed significantly, a miraculous recovery in the eyes of outsiders. To his astonishment, he discovered that his realm had become unsteady. Poised on the brink of breaking through to the 9th layer of qi gathering, indeed, one must be dismantled to be rebuilt. He stretched his limbs and stepped out of the courtyard, dispelling the formation just as Xiong Gang and Xiong Chong entered. Upon seeing Xiao Fan, the two exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Young Master Xiao, you can already walk and jump? Xiong Gang approached, inspecting Xiao Fan closely. What? Were you hoping for my demise? Xiao Fan jested in return. Of course not. It is wonderful to see you recovered. Our junior class 6 has gained another combatant. After speaking, Xiong Gang handed Xiao Fan a notice. A new student exchange conference? Tomorrow? Xiao Fan cast a glance, shaking his head to convey his disinterest in participating. Just call me by my name. There's no need to constantly address me as young master. It feels rather distant. Very well. Brother Xiao, I believe you should take a look. We attended last year, and it was quite intriguing, replied Xiong Gang. With that, the two brothers exited. By the way, Brother Xiao, we reside in the neighboring courtyard. Do come over for tea when you have a moment. Xiong Gang's voice echoed as he moved farther away. Observing their departing figures, Xiao Fan furrowed his brow. Sensing that these two brothers harbored some peculiarities, though he could not quite articulate what was amiss. Is it truly fascinating? Perhaps I shall go and see for myself. Upon making his decision, Xiao Fan recalled the events of the previous day, and a frosty expression overtook his countenance. Alchemist Guild, you shall await my return. After muttering this, a bold idea began to take shape in his mind, yet its execution proved to be fraught with challenges. Chapter 28. Seizing the Task. Still too weak. The journey back to the pinnacle remains a formidable endeavor. Xiao Fan sighed quietly and left the courtyard, making his way towards the task hall. His supply of medicinal herbs was nearly exhausted, necessitating a visit to exchange for more. As he walked along the path, fellow students cast curious glances his way. Upon witnessing Xiao Fan's vibrant demeanor, they instinctively veered off course to avoid him, as if they had encountered a ghost. Xiao Fan merely shook his head and quickened his pace, soon arriving at the task hall. Is that not Xiao Fan? It is said that he is a 2-star alchemist. And what of it? A morally corrupt individual who dares to steal the formulas of the Alchemist Guild. Unperturbed by the murmurs and pointed fingers of the crowd, Xiao Fan approached the familiar window, where the same languid middle-aged man awaited. Are you Xiao Fan? He inquired. Yes, came the reply. Do you require an alchemy furnace? This question took Xiao Fan by surprise. He shook his head and listed the items he needed. The middle-aged man swiftly organized everything. And Xiao Fan spent over 50,000 gold coins, feeling a sting in his heart. As he was about to depart, curiosity was piqued by the discussions emanating from the adjacent window. Exterminate the evil spirit? In the Imperial Palace? Surely not. No one would dare accept such a task. The palace is teeming with experts, and they are powerless against it. Are we to seek our own demise? The window had already attracted dozens of students, encompassing not only those from the beginner class, but also from intermediate and advanced levels. Upon hearing the term evil spirit, Xiao Fan moved closer, immersing himself in the crowd, and approached the task board. What rewards? He exclaimed, truly captivated by the enticing offerings. After reviewing the task details and rewards, Xiao Fan muttered to himself and removed the task plaque with a swift motion. "Look, someone has taken down the task plaque," a voice called out. And the crowd turned their gazes towards Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan? Huh. It's indeed Xiao Fan who has taken the task plaque. Truly fearless, isn't he? Just wait. He's certainly one to return. Step aside, everyone. I am here on behalf of Senior Li Junwei to claim the task. Upon hearing this, the crowd parted, many students displaying expressions of excitement. The individual strode confidently towards Xiao Fan, glancing at the task plaque hanging above, yet hesitating to seize it. Who has taken the mission to eliminate the evil spirit? He inquired, turning around with hands on hips, glaring at the onlookers. It was Xiao Fan who claimed it. He hasn't left yet. An individual from a distance pointed at Xiao Fan, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Xiao Fan. So you are Xiao Fan. Hand over the task plaque, quickly. I'm in a hurry. The man seized Xiao Fan by the collar, his eyes gleaming with menace. Smack. Xiao Fan, consumed by fury, struck with a forceful slap, sending the individual soaring through the air, unable to evade the blow. The onlookers finally grasped the situation, their mouths agape in disbelief as they gazed at Xiao Fan. How dare you strike me, Xiao Fan? I shall ruin you, the man exclaimed, rising to his feet and brandishing a curved dagger as he charged towards Xiao Fan. Get lost. Xiao Fan skillfully altered his stance, striking once more with a powerful slap. The unfortunate individual was sent sprawling, crashing to the ground, several teeth dislodged, tears streaming from the pain. How could this be? Has Xiao Fan truly become so formidable? It is merely a matter of agility, nothing extraordinary. Does he still require the task token? After Xiao Fan finished speaking, he strode forward with deliberate steps, his gaze chillingly devoid of warmth. The mere second level of body refinement was nothing he regarded with concern. Xiao Fan, you have completely provoked my ire. Prepare to meet your demise. The man charged once more, his curved blade slicing through the air with a menacing whistle, aimed at a horizontal strike against Xiao Fan. Seeking death, indeed. Xiao Fan leaped gracefully into the air, evading the strike of the curved blade. With a swift kick, he struck the assailant's face. The man fell to the ground in response, releasing the weapon, which Xiao Fan deftly caught. In a fluid motion, he charged forward, the curved blade slicing through the air before plunging into the man's lower abdomen. Have you rendered me useless? The man finally felt the grip of fear. But it was too late. He could only writhe helplessly on the ground. Return and inform your master that his head shall be mine in due time. After uttering a harsh remark, Xiao Fan departed from the scene. Am I seeing things? Could it be that even the second level of body refinement cannot contend with Xiao Fan? That individual was merely careless. Did you not notice? Regardless, he dared to provoke Senior Li Junwei. Would you dare to do the same? Following the discussions among the crowd, they gradually dispersed, all considering Xiao Fan's provocation of Li Junwei to be an act of madness. Xiao Fan returned to his abode, having arranged the formation. He then retrieved the alchemical furnace along with the medicinal herbs he had recently exchanged for, embarking upon the art of potion making. With deft control over the flames and a skilled technique, the enticing aroma of the elixirs wafted through the air. It was not until the evening lamps were lit that he finally ceased his endeavor, gazing upon the dozens of Yuanling pills and several healing potions. A sense of relief washed over him. Subsequently, he inscribed a few talismans before finally unveiling the blade blank. What material could this possibly be? Xiao Fan examined the sword hilt several times. Even with the memories of his past life, he could not perceive its true nature. It appeared unremarkable. A mere sword hilt yet unsharpened, yet it could slice through iron as if it were mud and sever hair with a mere breath. The sword was indeed exceptional, albeit lacking in spirit. Thus, I shall undertake its transformation. The adversaries he faced were growing increasingly formidable, compelling him to harness every ounce of strength available to him, if he were to sustain even a glimmer of hope for survival. Resolving to act upon this thought, he swiftly engaged in intricate hand seals. And the air before him began to subtly shift, a distinct imprint of the artifact gradually materializing, becoming ever clearer. Go. As Xiao Fan perceived that the moment was ripe, he directed his sword downward, and the intricate imprint of the artifact instantly merged into the sword embryo. Why was there no response? He fell into silence, pondering whether the imprint he had engraved was flawed. Yet, upon reflection, he deemed that improbable. He proceeded to inscribe 2 more imprints, both of which seamlessly entered the sword embryo. Suddenly, a piercing resonance emanated from the sword embryo, causing it to stir momentarily, as if in exhilaration, only to swiftly succumb to silence once more. Was it insufficient? Xiao Fan made a conjecture and continued to etch the sword mark. Half an hour later, drenched in sweat, he beheld the sword embryo radiating a crimson glow, and joy surged within him. With a beckoning gesture of his right hand, the sword embryo found its way into his grasp, and a wave of affection washed over him, making it irresistible. Indeed, it possessed a hint of sentience. However, the birth of a sword spirit would require a protracted period of nurturing. Xiao Fan pondered for a moment and then said, "Let us name it the Blade of Divine Slaughter." Upon finishing his words, Xiao Fan's sword embryo immediately emitted a resonant hum, radiating a brilliant crimson light. "Very well. Since you are fond of it, let it be thus." Xiao Fan waved the god-slaying sword in his hand, and as the crimson light gradually dissipated, he finally sheathed it. He let out a long breath, seated himself cross-legged, and commenced his cultivation. The following morning, Xiao Fan opened his eyes, his injuries having fully healed. After a brief cleansing, he donned a fresh garment, emerging rejuvenated and strikingly handsome. Xiao Fan took out the task token, examined it briefly, and then stowed it away. Knowing he had 3 days to fulfill it and feeling no urgency, he then retrieved the notice, glanced at the location, and departed from his residence. He was set to attend the new student exchange conference. However, he was the sole newcomer in Class 6 of the junior division, surrounded solely by seasoned veterans. Thus embarking on this endeavor alone. Chapter 29. The Debt You Owe Me. The new student exchange conference was scheduled to take place at the training arena, conveniently located in front of the lecture hall. Xiao Fan was quite familiar with the route and arrived in no time. By that moment, the arena was already filled to capacity, with an estimated crowd of over 1,000 seated together by their respective classes. Xiao Fan arrived rather late, and as he looked around, he found no trace of Class 6. Left with no choice, he sat down alone. Isn't that Xiao Fan? How does he muster the courage to participate? Indeed, just look at how awkward he is. Despite the murmurs surrounding him, Xiao Fan remained unfazed. His sole curiosity lay in discovering what amusing spectacle Xiang Gang had alluded to. "Oh, young Master Xiao, why are you here all by yourself? Is the taste of solitude not unpleasant?" A familiar voice echoed from a distance, causing Xiao Fan to turn, his expression instantly turning frosty. "Li Junbai? Utter trash." Xiao Fan remained unmoved, merely responding coldly, with hatred buried deep within. "Humph. I hope you continue your arrogance. Just don't beg for mercy later." Li Junbai made a gesture across his throat, brimming with provocation. "I fear you may not show up," Xiao Fan retorted with a cold sneer. "Very well. Today the Martial Academy will host a new student exchange conference. You will have half an hour to get acquainted, followed by martial exchanges, where you may challenge one another, stopping short of inflicting serious harm. Naturally, after these exchanges, the Academy will present some formidable challenges for you to tackle, with corresponding rewards for those who succeed. Best of luck, geniuses." Upon concluding his announcement, Zhao Su surveyed the crowd, his gaze lingering on Xiao Fan for a protracted moment before retracting it. The students in the training arena began to move about, proudly introducing their identities and backgrounds, especially in classes where female students were numerous, drawing male students in droves. To Xiao Fan, this was not a normal exchange but rather a display of courtship. To his surprise, Li Junbai was exceptionally popular, encircled by several female students. Engaged in light banter, Li Junbai lifted his proud head, sharply contrasting with the calm and understated presence of Xiao Fan nearby. As the half-hour swiftly passed, the restless students took their seats, bracing themselves for the more exhilarating segment ahead. Do you see those platforms in the center? Let the martial exchanges commence. Remember, do not endanger each other's lives. After Zhao Su's words, he cast a seemingly casual glance at Li Junbai, revealing an almost imperceptible smirk. Xiao Fan saw through his cunning ploys, inwardly mocking him. "Xiao Fan, come out. I challenge you." Li Junbai eagerly sprang forth. Having made significant strides in his cultivation with the aid of elixirs, now breaking through to the first level of body refinement. Hearing this, Xiao Fan could hardly suppress a laugh, though he feigned hesitation. "Haha, I doubt he dares. Li Junbai has also trained in a formidable technique to counter him." "Really? Then Xiao Fan's advantages would be rendered null." This promises to be entertaining. While the crowd debated, Li Junbai had already ascended one of the platforms, defiantly fixing his gaze on Xiao Fan. "Come on, Xiao Fan, do you wish to appear weak? Aren't you quite the prodigy? Showcase your skills and let Li Junbai witness your prowess." Laughter and jeers filled the air, yet Xiao Fan paid no heed, slowly making his way to the platform. Other platforms also began to see challenges, and the entire arena erupted into a lively commotion. "Xiao Fan, Today I shall surely incapacitate you," Li Junbai declared as he brandished his longsword, vanishing from his original position in an instant. Xiao Fan remained utterly still, a smile as gentle as a spring breeze gracing his lips. As Li Junbai drew ever closer, poised to strike with his longsword, a sense of foreboding washed over him. The figure of Xiao Fan had inexplicably vanished. Alarmed, he swiftly pivoted, sweeping his sword in a horizontal arc behind him, only to find that the blade sliced through empty air. Raising his gaze, he discovered Xiao Fan not far away, watching him with an amused smile. Was this all? Xiao Fan shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he felt no threat. "Humph, I have still underestimated you." After Li Junbai spoke, true energy surged forth as he gradually raised his longsword. The Li family's sword technique was as formidable as a raging tide. With a mighty shout, an endless stream of sword energy emanated, coalescing into a shadow of the sword that swept towards Xiao Fan. With a flick of his right hand, Xiao Fan grasped the god-slaying sword, channeling his true energy into it. The sword's aura coalesced, resonating with a thunderous clang. I struck forth. He unleashed a forceful slash. An overwhelming wave of sword energy surged forth, instantly tearing apart the shadow of the blade, its might undiminished as it hurtled towards Li Junbai. A cry of anguish echoed, as Li Junbai staggered back several paces, blood trickling down from his scalp. How could this be? It must be an illusion, nothing but a mirage. The onlookers rubbed their eyes vigorously, yet the reality lay stark before them, and they remained unwilling to accept it. Li Junbai was rendered speechless, his gaze vacant, his left hand trembling slightly. Impossible! How could you possibly harm me? Absolutely inconceivable! He shouted in a frenzy. It is time to end this. With a swift movement, Xiao Fan brandished the god-slaying sword, aiming a strike at Li Junbai's left hand. How audacious! Zhao Su's voice rang out as a folding fan swiftly flew towards him, attempting to thwart Xiao Fan's relentless assault. Zhao Su, you old scoundrel! Xiao Fan, filled with rage, instantly withdrew his technique and employed the wind shadow technique to evade the folding fan. Dare you? Zhao Su shouted, swiftly darting over. Xiao Fan let out a cold laugh, once again wielding his sword. With a swift motion, the sound of flesh parting echoed as Li Junbai's left arm was severed, blood gushing forth. Ah, Xiao Fan! I will kill you! I will kill you! Li Junbai writhed in agony on the ground, drenched in blood, his mouth incessantly spewing threats. This arm is a debt you owe me. Xiao Fan stood with his sword, refraining from taking the life of Li Junbai, for such a fate would be far too lenient. He sought to devastate Li Junbai's body and shatter his resolve, ensuring that he would endure excruciating suffering before meeting his demise. Throughout this ordeal, Xiao Fan never resorted to his deadly sword techniques. Had he done so, Li Junbai would have perished long ago. Xiao Fan, how audacious you are! Who bestowed upon you the authority to sever his arm? Zhao Su had already ascended the arena, casting a furious gaze upon Xiao Fan. Was he dead? Xiao Fan's rhetorical question rendered him speechless, who compelled him to retract his words. What began as a mere point of contention escalated to a matter of life and death, a development he had not anticipated. Do not quibble over semantics. I shall ask you plainly, has he met his demise? Xiao Fan interrupted Zhao Su's words, sheathed his sword, and turned away from the arena. The onlookers had become numb. Many finally recognized the truth. The prodigy Li Junbai had been defeated. Xiao Fan's actions were excessive, after all. This was merely a sparring session. How could he sever Li Junbai's arm? Haven't you heard? This was a consequence of Li Junbai's debt to Xiao Fan. I am aware of this. They had wagered at Zhu Yuan Manor, and Li Junbai refused to honor the bet. Chapter 30. The Battle of Life and Death. Upon hearing these discussions, Zhao Su's fury gradually subsided. He had originally intended for Li Junbai to cripple Xiao Fan, yet events had unraveled beyond his control, filling him with deep regret. Humph. Zhao Su glared fiercely at Xiao Fan, summoned several students, and instructed them to carry Li Junbai away. Other arenas also concluded their matches, and the atmosphere was vibrant, filled with continuous cheers. Xiao Fan returned to his original position, closing his eyes to rejuvenate his spirit. Well, from this angle, Xiao Fan appears quite handsome. Indeed, he possesses a demeanor that is both composed and humble. However, one wonders if he would accept someone like me. Upon overhearing these discussions, Xiao Fan's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly causing him to faint. With the example of Li Junbai, no one dared to challenge Xiao Fan for the time being, and he relished the tranquility. Yet, no one anticipated that upon receiving the news of Li Junbai's failed challenge, Li Kuei would summon 5 students from the intermediate class. Young men, he declared, head over to the training arena, infiltrate the junior class, and challenge Xiao Fan. One by one. Regardless of the outcome, I shall reward each of you with 200 gold coins. Should you manage to sever an arm, the reward will be 1,000 gold coins. If you incapacitate him, you will receive 1,000 gold coins along with a precious elixir. And if you succeed in killing him, I will ensure your safety, and you shall be a distinguished guest of the Li family, with gold, elixirs, and women at your disposal. Upon hearing Li Kuei's words, they were filled with excitement. Rest assured, elderly, I will take care of Xiao Fan. Indeed, that waste from junior class 6 is no match for me. Everyone pounded their chests in assurance, their hearts brimming with joy as they made their way to the training arena. The challenges continued in the arena, yet they were mostly restrained, rarely resulting in bloodshed. After half an hour, the 5 intermediate students infiltrated the junior class in groups, establishing a tacit understanding with the junior class students. Are there any more challengers? If not, we shall proceed to the next segment. Zhao Su scanned the surroundings, his gaze lingering on the junior class, revealing a knowing smile. Wait, I wish to challenge Xiao Fan. Within the junior class area, a student stepped forward, and upon seeing his cultivation level, the crowd collectively gasped. 3rd stage of body refinement? Is there such a figure in the junior class? Who knows? Others may be discreet, but not him. Doubts began to surface among many, and seeing Zhao Su remain silent, the crowd could only close their mouths. Xiao Fan opened his eyes and glanced at the individual before him, his brows slightly furrowed. It is rather unusual for a beginner class to host so many practitioners of the body refinement realm, yet there are 5 in this particular class alone. How can this be possible? Xiao Fan, do you dare to accept the challenge? The person called out again. I have no interest, he replied. Xiao Fan shook his head, not out of fear, but rather a sense of futility. It appears you possess only a hollow reputation. Such timidity will never forge greatness. The man erupted into a boisterous laugh, his words dripping with scorn. I see that Xiao Fan is merely a bully of the weak. Relying solely on a single technique will not elevate him. Indeed, should he dare to accept the challenge, I would regard him as a true hero. The crowd pointed and whispered about Xiao Fan, their ceaseless mockery and disparagement drawing all eyes in the training arena to him. Accept the challenge, Xiao Fan. Should you dare to do so, I would willingly eat excrement in an inverted position. Confronted by the overwhelming chatter, Xiao Fan shook his head, preparing to rise, when a familiar voice echoed from behind him. Brother, do not agree. The voice belonged to Lin Tao, a student from the intermediate class, accompanied by 3 others from the same cohort. Xiao Fan turned around and noticed the 2 brothers from the Xiong family assisting the plump fellow, gradually approaching. Are they from the intermediate class? Quite intriguing. Xiao Fan beckoned them to take a seat and cast a meaningful smile at Lin Tao. Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige you. After Xiao Fan spoke, he slowly rose and walked over. The chubby man realized he could not dissuade him and could only cheer him on. Lin Tao's heart brimmed with joy as he gazed at Xiao Fan, envisioning a scene filled with golden coins and the allure of companionship. Elder Zhao, may I request permission for a life and death battle? Lin Tao inquired respectfully, bowing towards Zhao Su. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of disbelief, as many began to comprehend that someone was deliberately targeting Xiao Fan. With mutual consent, they would sign a life and death contract, leaving fate unbound. Zhao Su nodded slightly, gesturing grandly as the prepared life and death contract soared towards Lin Tao. Xiao Fan expressed no objections as the 2 ascended the arena, their gazes locking in a fierce confrontation. Lin Tao could not contain his uproarious laughter, and once his mirth subsided, he inscribed his name upon the life and death contract. Sign it. In my eyes, you have already become a mere specter. Lin Tao exuded an air of arrogance, and to others, it was evident that he possessed the credentials to be so. Xiao Fan poised his pen and inscribed the words, the contract of life and death officially coming into effect. Do not accuse me of bullying you. I shall grant you a single opportunity. Strike? Lin Tao stood quietly, his gaze filled with disdain. Xiao Fan's face radiated a smile as gentle as the spring breeze. It was the first time he encountered a fool like Lin Tao. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Fan stood before Lin Tao, the god-slaying sword piercing through with relentless force. With a soft thud, the sword pierced him completely. There was no cry of agony, only the sound of blood dripping onto the ground, accompanied by a chorus of astonished faces. Lin Tao attempted to utter a word, but the formidable sword energy within him instantaneously obliterated his internal organs, severing his breath entirely as he collapsed. How could this be? Xiao Fan's speed surged once more, an awe-inspiring terror. The onlookers finally regained their senses, gazing at Lin Tao, whose eyes remained wide open in death, their hearts stirred by an endless tide of emotions. Zhao Su narrowed his eyes, a wave of murderous intent surging forth. He harbored a deadly resolve against Xiao Fan. If allowed to grow, Xiao Fan would become an even greater adversary, and thus he must be extinguished in his cradle. Who else is there? Xiao Fan shouted loudly, surveying his surroundings as he stood resolutely with his sword, his spirit radiant. Silence enveloped the entire training ground. Not a soul uttered a word. And even the 4 intermediate class students hesitated. Xiao Fan, do not be so arrogant. One of the intermediate students finally could not contain himself. After weighing his options, he leapt forward with determination. Wow, the 4th level of body tempering. Who is this individual? I believe I have seen him before. He is from the intermediate class. Named Ling Ziyuan. He is certainly not a novice. Sure, Elder Zhao is silent. Perhaps we should remain quiet as well. Such discussions quickly subsided. For under Zhao Su's piercing gaze, none dared to utter the words intermediate class again. Xiao Fan was the first to inscribe his name on the life and death contract. After a brief moment of hesitation, Ling Ziyuan followed suit. To death. With that declaration, Ling Ziyuan unleashed his most formidable technique, striking the air with 3 slashes. The 3 arcs of blade energy coalesced into phantom blades that hurtled towards Xiao Fan. The art of slaughter, the annihilation of foes. Xiao Fan wielded the god-slaying sword, his true energy surging wildly as he swept it forward with a fierce motion, unleashing an endless stream of sword chi that instantly engulfed the arena. The entire platform trembled violently, resonating with a thunderous roar, a sight both terrifying and magnificent. Chapter 31. Collaboration let it end, with Xiao Fan's voice echoing. The 3 blades of chi dissipated under the onslaught of his lethal technique. The fearsome sword chi surged ahead, lifting the loosened stones of the arena. And a cloud of dust ascended, obscuring the view of the onlookers. A piercing sound of blades piercing flesh rang out, and only then did Xiao Fan sheath his sword, awaiting the settling of the dust. As a gust of wind swept through, the arena gradually came into focus, revealing 2 figures standing motionless, eliciting expressions of confusion among the crowd. What happened? Can someone enlighten me? Who won? I couldn't see clearly. Amidst the murmurs of the spectators, Ling Ziyuan's body suddenly split in half, toppling to either side, a scene that was both shocking and grotesque. In an instant, the sound of retching echoed as the horrifying image left many unable to bear a second glance. Oh, how terrifying. I must leave this place. Wait for me. Numerous students stumbled away, too fearful to cast a backward glance at the arena. Is there anyone else? Step forward. I, Xiao Fan, am ready for more. Upon finishing his words, Xiao Fan invoked the art of fire control, igniting Ling Ziyuan's lifeless body. Silence enveloped the arena, an overwhelming stillness that rendered the atmosphere almost palpable. The gazes of the onlookers were imbued with profound reverence as they regarded Xiao Fan. The remaining 3 intermediate class students bowed their heads, no longer daring to meet Xiao Fan's eyes. Zhao Su, observing Xiao Fan on the platform, felt a tempest of emotion surging within him, intensifying his desire to eliminate Xiao Fan. I hereby declare the new student exchange conference adjourned, and the remaining segments are cancelled. You may all disperse. Zhao Su, devoid of any inclination to continue presiding over the event, felt as though everything had merely served to elevate Xiao Fan, allowing him to bask in the limelight. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Fan swiftly moved to stand before one of the students, pulling him out with a firm grasp. Xiao Fan, what do you intend to do? The individual exclaimed in a state of panic, an unpleasant odor wafting through the air as he realized he had soaked the ground beneath him, provoking disdain from those around. I have already concluded the battle. Surely you must take some action now? Xiao Fan gazed at him, revealing an indescribable smile. I recalled his words, stating that if Xiao Fan dared to accept the challenge, he would perform the most degrading act. I can attest that he indeed uttered such a phrase. The crowd finally remembered, and a wave of schadenfreude swept over them, mingled with a sense of morbid anticipation. Bring forth 2 individuals to assist me in this matter. Each shall receive 100 gold coins. Xiao Fan retrieved 2 small pouches from his storage bag, a smile illuminating his face as he gazed at the crowd. Hee. Brother Xiao, it's only fitting that this fortune remains within our kin, he remarked. In a swift motion, Xiong Gang snatched the gold coins and restrained the individual, while Xiong Chong hurriedly exited, returning shortly with a dark, ominous bag in hand. Young Master Xiao, I was mistaken, please spare me. The scent and the scene were nothing short of legendary, destined to be etched in the annals of the Martial Academy. With the matter concluded, the gathering felt a lingering sense of desire, lamenting their own sluggishness as they watched the Xiong brothers seize the opportunity. One by one, they dispersed. Xiao Fan consumed a Yuanling pill, The formidable power of the perfected killing technique was indeed immense, yet it also demanded an exorbitant amount of true energy. Witnessing Xiao Fan's true energy visibly replenishing, the Xiong brothers were taken aback and rushed over. "Brother Xiao, is this pill truly a Yuanling pill?" Xiong Gang inquired, perplexed. Previously, the Yuanling pills released by the Wan and Hall not only failed to restore true energy but also caused disruptions in one's breath and blockages in the meridians. Whereas the Yuanling pill consumed by Xiao Fan exhibited remarkable effects. It was indeed authentic. Xiao Fan casually replied, yet the brothers of the Xiong family, hailing from a lineage of merchants, instantly grasped the underlying implications. "Brother, are you all right?" the plump one inquired. "No worries, you two may return. I have matters to attend to." As Xiao Fan was about to leave, he was obstructed by the Xiong brothers. "Brother Xiao, may I have a word with you?" Xiong Gang said with a beaming smile, his eagerness unmistakably evident. Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback, casting a meaningful glance at the Xiong brothers, before breaking into an understanding smile. Very well, let us return to the residence then." Upon finishing his words, Xiao Fan observed the joyous expressions of the Xiong brothers, who hastily supported the rotund man towards their residence. A half-hour later, they returned to their courtyard, where Xiao Fan proceeded to set up a formation before taking a seat. "Brother Xiao," Xiong Gang earnestly proclaimed without preamble, "our Xiong clan trading association is in need of your talents." "What do you mean by that?" Xiao Fan inquired. "Brother Xiao, your remarkable abilities surpass even the second prince. And as a 2-star alchemist, if you could provide our Xiong clan trading association with talismans and elixirs, we would undoubtedly ensure that you are well compensated," Xiong Gang asserted, his demeanor growing earnest and sincere, a look of yearning illuminating his countenance. Xiao Fan contemplated deeply, his right index finger rhythmically tapping against the armrest of the chair. Subsequently, they engaged in discussions regarding their collaboration, the atmosphere warm and filled with laughter. After half an hour, they signed the agreement, and the Xiong brothers departed with satisfaction. The Xiong family would supply the talisman paper and necessary herbs, while Xiao Fan was tasked with inscribing the talismans and refining the elixirs. With profits divided in a ratio of 40 to 60, Xiao Fan receiving the lesser share and the Xiong family the greater. Xiao Fan contemplated embarking on an endeavor of his own. However, given the current circumstances of the Jinshi Marquisate, it was utterly incapable of sustaining such a vast enterprise. It was not a matter of fearing a lack of capital, but rather the formidable strength of the competition that compelled him to opt for collaboration. "Yuan Feng, I have prepared a grand surprise for you," Xiao Fan murmured to himself, glancing at the sky, now adorned with the hues of afternoon. It was time to embark on the task at hand. After imparting the method of entering and exiting the formation to the rotund fellow, Xiao Fan disguised himself before discreetly exiting through the back door. As dusk descended, he arrived at a tea house situated outside the palace, where he summoned a young servant and ordered a pot of tea accompanied by some delectable snacks, indulging in them leisurely. "Have you heard? An evil spirit has emerged within the palace, and even the national master is at a loss on how to address it. I've heard whispers of that. There are rumors that this malevolent entity is somehow connected to the national master. It seems he may not be incapable of handling it, but rather show. Let us not speak of such things carelessly." The individuals at the adjacent table, having shared their conversation, glanced around cautiously before sighing in relief, though their voices were hushed. Xiao Fan discerned their words with clarity, causing his brow to furrow. The situation was more intricate than he had anticipated. 50,000 points are required to enter the royal ancestral grounds for a day of cultivation. Xiao Fan pondered the rewards of the task, weighing the pros and cons, ultimately deciding to give it a try. There was no alternative. The offer was too enticing. 50,000 points, if exchanged for gold coins, would require an astounding 500,000 coins. Moreover, the royal ancestral land was shrouded in mystery, with rumors of a spiritual vein within, the veracity of which remained uncertain. As night fell, Xiao Fan arrived at the grand entrance of the imperial palace, producing the task insignia that granted him passage. He was smoothly escorted by several guards deeper into the inner courtyards. After a brief interval, the group came to a halt as one of the guards hurried inside to deliver a report. "The Palace of Li Fei?" Xiao Fan gazed at the 3 prominent characters above the door, his heart sinking with foreboding. He swiftly turned to leave. "Halt. This is the inner palace. You are not permitted to wander aimlessly." In an instant, several guards surrounded him, barking a command. Seeing this, other guards swiftly joined, all of them embodying the prowess of the refinement stage. Chapter 32. The Soul-Extinguishing Needle. I still have soup simmering at home. Would it be acceptable for me to extinguish the fire and return? Xiao Fan let out a bitter smile within his heart, resorting to a haphazard excuse. No. He must wait here. The guards swiftly tightened the encirclement, brandishing their weapons, fearful that Xiao Fan might escape. Xiao Fan could only turn and wait. In his memory, this beautiful concubine was indeed Ying Feng's mother, as well as Li Jianyue's aunt. It could be said that this mission to eliminate the malevolent spirit was, in essence, prepared for Li Junwei, allowing him to accumulate ample points and granting him the opportunity to cultivate in the royal ancestral land for a day. Shortly thereafter, the guard who had entered to report rushed out and ushered Xiao Fan inside. Xiao Fan treaded cautiously, advancing step by step, ever prepared for battle. After a quarter of an hour, the guard came to a halt and stepped aside. Xiao Fan focused his gaze and was immediately taken aback. A stunningly beautiful young woman clad in a phoenix robe sat gracefully upon a phoenix chair, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Xiao Fan had encountered the exquisite Li Fei before. Xiao Fan performed a courteous bow, outwardly maintaining a demeanor of neither servility nor arrogance, yet internally he was filled with scorn. The phoenix robe was a garment reserved solely for the empress, while the lovely concubine, merely a consort, donned such regalia and occupied the phoenix throne. Truly remarkable. Ahem. So you are Xiao Fan? Suddenly, a middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe emerged from behind the lovely concubine. This man was none other than the martial emperor. However, the martial emperor's eyes were devoid of spirit, his demeanor weak and frail, which left Xiao Fan in a state of perplexity. Xiao Fan had previously encountered the martial emperor at the Duke of Jinqi's residence. Xiao Fan performed another bow, feeling slightly more at ease, with the martial emperor present. Even the Li concubine dared not brazenly seek his life. You are quite impressive. The crown prince has spoken highly of you. Please, take a seat. The martial emperor was relatively amiable, and upon finishing his words, he settled beside the Li concubine, both sharing a grand phoenix chair. His Excellency the National Master has arrived. As the guard's voice echoed, the National Master hurriedly entered, appearing even younger than the martial emperor, his sharp triangular eyes gleaming with vitality. After saluting, he surveyed the room and ultimately fixed his gaze upon Xiao Fan, unable to suppress a shake of his head. Your Majesty, I have heard that someone has come to eradicate the malevolent spirit. Where is he? Far in the heavens, yet close at hand. The National Master prompted. As the martial emperor gestured with urgency, clearly anxious regarding the extermination of the evil spirit, given the current state of unease within the palace. Your Majesty, that is ill-advised. This individual is clearly a charlatan. What capabilities could he possibly possess? Pausing momentarily, he continued, if he indeed possesses genuine skill, that would be fortunate. Otherwise, he may provoke the malevolent spirit, and I am filled with trepidation. Upon hearing this, the martial emperor narrowed his eyes, caught in contemplation. Your Majesty, he is already here. Why not allow him a chance? If he lacks true ability, we can then punish him for deceiving the throne and have him executed. Upon the Li concubine's words, she exchanged a glance with the National Master, who immediately understood and refrained from further comment. Let us proceed as the Li concubine suggests, off to the Eastern Palace. The martial emperor waved his hand, prompting the assembly to follow suit as they made their way to the Eastern Palace. Upon hearing the news, several princes and princesses rushed over to witness the spectacle, including Ying Wanner and Ying Feng. Xiao Fan, what brings you to the palace? You are not welcome here. Begone, Ying Feng exclaimed, bursting forth with anger upon spotting Xiao Fan. Your mother summoned me. Do you have a problem with that? Xiao Fan replied with a smile, casting a keen gaze upon Ying Feng. A sense of unease gripped Ying Feng's heart, prompting him to turn toward Li Fei, his imposing demeanor instantly diminishing as he hesitated to speak. Silence yourself. Li Fei shot him a glare, her expression one of exasperation at his lack of resolve. Shortly thereafter, they arrived before the gates of the Eastern Palace, where the assembly came to a halt. Xiao Fan, the National Master has discerned that the malevolent spirit resides within this Eastern Palace. You are given 1 hour to eradicate it. Failure to comply will result in your execution. Li Fei declared, casting a purposeful glance at Ying Feng, who, overwhelmed with joy, finally grasped his mother's intent. Ying Jie dashed forth, momentarily taken aback by the multitude of individuals present, before hastily bowing to the martial emperor. At that moment, the National Master discreetly slipped away. And Xiao Fan observed this with clarity, a cold smirk forming within. The crowd began to retreat. Xiao Fan called out in a deep voice, taking a few steps forward to gaze at the Eastern Palace. He indeed sensed a formidable presence of dark energy. 2 sources? Even more powerful than the one that possessed Ying Wanner. Xiao Fan pondered deeply, his expression turning grave. He retrieved some talisman paper, meticulously inscribing it into charms, which he then affixed to the grand entrance of the Eastern Palace. As he began to chant incantations, he invoked the art of summoning spirits, a technique he had acquired in his past life after vanquishing numerous sections. Now, it was time to put this knowledge to use. With his hands deftly forming intricate seals, he harmonized with the incantations, drawing forth invisible energies from all directions. A chilling wind swept through, causing a sudden drop in temperature. The gathered princes and princesses recoiled in trepidation, goosebumps prickling their skin. By my decree, I summon forth the multitude of spirits to gather here. Hasten and reveal yourselves. Xiao Fan suddenly shouted, and countless spirits surged forth, accompanied by piercing wails, creating an utterly chilling scene. The crowd was taken aback, their hair standing on end as they frantically retreated to protect the martial emperor and consort Li. They had only heard tales of such horrors. Witnessing it firsthand was an experience that transcended all notions of terror. Xiao Fan, undeterred by the multitude of specters surrounding him, chanted incantations, urging them to withdraw. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed within the Eastern Palace as two crimson figures emerged, their features grotesquely contorted, baring their teeth at Xiao Fan. Indeed, malevolent spirits were present, truly terrifying. Retreat. The crowd hastily fell back, with Jia breaking into a cold sweat. The realization that he had unwittingly cohabited with these sinister entities filled him with dread. Be bold. Spirits, heed my command, advance. Xiao Fan shouted, his hands forming intricate seals, and in an instant, the spirits surged forth towards the two malevolent entities. The two fiends emitted a furious cackle, launching themselves at the spirits with equal fervor, engaging in a fierce battle. The spirits were utterly outmatched and began to retreat in disarray. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Fan felt a rush of tension within. Realizing he had underestimated the power of the malevolent spirit, he swiftly altered his incantation, etching intricate symbols in the air with the tip of his sword. Go. With a decisive thrust of his blade, he unleashed a barrage of 6 formidable sigils. Cackling in pain, the malevolent spirit plummeted to the ground. Surround. Xiao Fan pointed his sword, and the 6 talismans swiftly shifted, encircling the 2 malevolent spirits in their midst. Combine. With the command reverberating through the air, the 6 talismans converged instantaneously, emitting a crackling sound. A feeble voice from the malevolent spirit echoed, prompting the onlookers to finally exhale in relief. Fire. Xiao Fan had just intended to unleash his fire-controlling technique when he suddenly heard a swift sound slicing through the air. He hastily stepped back. To his astonishment, a silver needle, several inches in length, pierced through the space just before his forehead, vanishing into the night sky. The soul destruction needle. Xiao Fan abruptly turned his head. Yet in the darkness, he could only perceive a shadow flitting past. Humph! Let me incinerate it. Flames descended, and the 2 malevolent spirits immediately emitted a wretched cry. Once their voices faded, the evil entities vanished from this realm. Chapter 33, The Battle of Wits and the Blood. Having eradicated the malevolent spirits, Xiao Fan did not cease his actions. He continuously recited obscure scriptures. After a considerable duration of half an hour, he finally paused, and the surrounding ghosts bowed to him before departing. Xiao Fan has guided them to their rightful place, liberating them from the hardships of wandering and the perils of exposure. The malevolent spirits have been vanquished. I kindly request the Martial Emperor to dispatch someone to notify the Martial Academy so that I may collect my reward for the task accomplished. Xiao Fan clasped his hands, feeling an overwhelming desire to depart from this place without delay. Until the root of the issue was uncovered, the malevolent spirits would remain an everlasting menace. Furthermore, a hidden adversary lurked in the shadows, poised to strike at any moment, leaving him in constant peril. At this juncture, Li Fei's expression was one of utmost distress. She had initially intended to take the opportunity to eliminate Xiao Fan, yet now, her scheme had backfired spectacularly. Indeed, it seems that heroes emerge from youth. Rest assured, I shall not diminish your reward. Wait, Xiao Fan, are you certain there are no malevolent spirits left? Li Fei inquired. Xiao Fan was already cursing inwardly. This woman was undoubtedly a heartless viper, difficult to contend with. Whether there will be any in the future, I cannot say, but for now, there is none. What do you think, National Master? Xiao Fan turned his gaze towards the Eastern Palace, surveying his surroundings before his eyes finally settled on the recently returned National Master. The National Master exchanged a chilling glance with the beautiful consort, their expressions icy and foreboding. Xiao Fan's words were laden with implication. How could they not discern his meaning? I am not versed in these obscure and arcane matters. unable to perceive their existence or absence. The national master, cunning and astute, was not easily deceived by Xiao Fan's ploys. Very well, let it be thus. Consider it as fulfilling his mission. The martial emperor concluded, and amidst the support of the crowd, made his way towards the consort's palace. Though the consort and the national master were reluctant, they had no choice but to follow suit. Others began to disperse, leaving only Ying Jie and Ying Waner behind. Xiao Fan, let us depart. As Xiao Fan was about to speak, he was abruptly nudged by a guard, urging him to hasten his departure from the imperial palace. Brother Xiao, until we meet again, Ying Jie called out, waving his hand. Take care. Xiao Fan responded briefly, quickening his pace as he moved toward the palace gates under the dim light. However, upon exiting the palace, he did not hasten to return to the martial academy, instead opting to stay at an inn. He had a foreboding sense that if he traveled through the night, he might indeed meet his demise. After arranging a small formation at the doorway and window, Xiao Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief and seated himself. The soul-extinguishing needle reappeared, revealing that you had been hiding within the imperial palace. Xiao Fan's countenance was shrouded in frost, yet he found himself utterly powerless. Weakness was indeed a fundamental sin. He shook his head and began to regulate his breathing. But tranquility eluded him for an extended period. An insidious sense of impending peril surged within him, rendering him unable to remain seated. He rose to reinforce the array and inscribed numerous thunder talisman, which alleviated his unease somewhat. As midnight approached, the stillness persisted, prompting Xiao Fan to close his eyes and rejuvenate his spirit. A quarter of an hour later, he raised an eyebrow, for the sense of crisis had intensified markedly. Was it about to arrive? Xiao Fan murmured to himself, maintaining an outward calm while internally summoning every ounce of focus. Time slipped away rapidly, yet the room remained eerily silent. Shaking his head, he decided to recline. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as a window shattered. A faint smile curved at the corners of Xiao Fan's mouth as he sprang to his feet, directing his gaze towards the window. There, he beheld a masked figure ensnared in an illusionary array, growing increasingly agitated as they commenced their assault on the formation. Li Kuei? Xiao Fan secretly sensed the gravity of the situation. Although his face was concealed, he was nonetheless recognized by Xiao Fan at a glance. If it were an ordinary practitioner at the body refinement stage, Xiao Fan would have felt no fear and could have easily slain them. However, this Li Kuei was at the 6th level of the blood condensation stage. Even with the illusion array in place, it could only confine him for a brief moment. At this moment, Li Kuei did not appear anxious. Rather, he was taken aback by Xiao Fan's abilities. Li Kuei, you conspired to assassinate a student of the martial academy. Are you aware of your transgressions? Xiao Fan's voice suddenly penetrated the air. He was momentarily taken aback, only to be consumed by a surge of fury. Humph. Who would know if I were to kill you? Upon finishing his words, Li Kuei relentlessly assailed the illusionary formation, causing the 4 array flags to begin to tremble. Xiao Fan furrowed his brows slightly, when suddenly a bold idea struck him, causing a meaningful smile to grace his lips. Without hesitation, he retrieved all of his thunder talismans and made his way to another window, patiently awaiting Li Kuei's breakthrough. As Li Kuei delivered his final strike, he finally burst forth from the illusory array, spotting the fleeing Xiao Fan and immediately giving chase. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Fan leaped through the window, yet refrained from descending. Instead concealing himself beneath the eaves, he observed as Li Kuei swiftly emerged, and in the midst of his fall, he fervently cast forth 20 talismans of thunder, employing his agility to dart away into the distance. Li Kuei, realizing the peril of his situation, cried out in alarm, yet found himself suspended in midair with no refuge to escape. The 20 talismans erupted in a thunderous explosion, the sound reverberating through the heavens, as dust and debris filled the air, causing the inn to collapse in an instant. What has transpired? We must flee. The other patrons of the inn erupted into chaos, hastily escaping the scene, their faces covered in grime, many sustaining injuries. Engaging in a psychological battle with me? You are still rather inexperienced. Xiao Fan muttered under his breath, a cold sneer dancing within his heart. Ah, Xiao Fan, I shall strip you of your tendons and flay your skin. As the dust settled, Li Kuei emerged, his hair disheveled and his body drenched in blood. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Fan hurled another 20 thunder talismans before swiftly turning to flee. Li Kuei, still dazed and seeing stars, could only perceive a multitude of dark specks hurtling towards him. By the time he registered the imminent danger, it was already too late. The ground shook with a series of thunderous roars that echoed for miles, as the surrounding structures were instantly reduced to rubble. A menacing black mushroom cloud gradually ascended into the night sky, evoking sheer terror. Moments later, Li Kuei staggered to his feet amidst the debris. His face a gruesome mask of blood and flesh, his garments tattered and smoldering with embers. "Ah, Xiao Fan, may you meet a wretched fate," he cursed, now seasoned by experience, as he frantically retreated, fearing another encounter with those loathsome dark specks. Despite this calamity, he remained alive and vigorous. Truly a testament to the prowess of a blood condensation realm expert. Xiao Fan observed from a distance, lamenting silently. He shook his head and activated his escape talisman, propelling himself swiftly towards the martial academy. He needed to return to the academy at the utmost speed before Li Kuei could react. Otherwise, his fate would be sealed. After utilizing 2 escape talismans, Xiao Fan finally reached the martial academy, arriving at the entrance of his residence just as dawn broke. He gazed at the damaged illusionary formation, his eyes narrowing slightly as he peered through the gate, faint traces of blood visible on the ground. "This is not good, Fatty." He hastened inside, and what met his eyes was the shattered door of Fatty's room. Xiao Fan rushed over and, upon closer inspection, found that the rotund man was indeed absent, leaving behind traces of a struggle in the room. Curse it, who could it possibly be? Xiao Fan clenched his fists tightly, his piercing gaze sweeping across every inch of the courtyard. A note? With a flick of his right hand, he grasped the blood-stained note from beneath the threshold. And in an instant, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth. Chapter 34, Crossing the Line. Arriving alone at the back mountain of the Martial Arts Academy, at the source of the Redwater River. After reading the note, Xiao Fan experienced a tumult of emotions, his anger simmering for an extended period. While he could endure any tactics employed by his adversaries, they must not lay a hand on his brothers and friends. That was his unwavering principle. Eventually, after some time, Xiao Fan managed to regain his composure. The urgency to rescue Fatty diminished. The more haste, the more susceptible one becomes to deception. Having come to this realization, he promptly made his way to Hanyu Valley, only to find that Han Jiangxue was not present. It seemed he would have to rely on himself once more. Xiao Fan shook his head, deciding to head toward the back mountain. Rather than following the banks of the Qishui River, he opted for a path parallel to it. As he walked, he soon ventured beyond the jurisdiction of the Martial Arts Academy. After more than an hour of wandering, he came to a halt. Concealed amidst the dense reeds, he gazed at the stone mountain ahead, where a waterfall cascaded down with tremendous force, crashing to the base of the mountain and producing a thunderous roar. Just ahead lay his destination. Xiao Fan murmured to himself, stealthily approaching and circumventing the waterfall. To his astonishment, he discovered a cave concealed within, though it possessed only a minuscule entrance, guarded by 2 individuals. How cunning indeed! Xiao Fan steadied his mind, uncertain of the circumstances within, and dared not act recklessly. His thoughts raced, and after a moment of contemplation, he devised a plan. He resolved to draw the snake from its den. With this in mind, Xiao Fan retrieved various materials for setting up a formation and selected an appropriate location to establish a killing array. Half an hour later, all 7 formation flags were planted in the ground, and one array imprint after another was inscribed within. Exhausted, Xiao Fan collapsed onto the ground. After consuming a Yuan Ling Dan and engaging in a brief period of meditation, he surveyed the 7 killing array before him, nodding in satisfaction. This was merely a simplified version of the 7 killing array. While the complete formation was indeed formidable, the issues of materials aside, the local spiritual energy could not adequately support it, leaving him no choice but to settle for a lesser version. A quarter of an hour later, wielding the god-slaying sword, he strode confidently toward the entrance. Xiao Fan. He had indeed arrived. The 2 individuals at the cave's mouth swiftly darted inside, leaving no opportunity for Xiao Fan to strike. Xiao Fan momentarily froze before tossing a 5 thunder talisman inside. With a resounding explosion and the anguished cries that followed, he ventured in, and upon closer inspection, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Gu Ming!" Xiao Fan shouted aloud. There were a total of 10 individuals, all at the body refinement stage, with the most formidable among them being Gu Ming, who had attained the 8th level of body refinement, while the others were of a lower tier. "Brother, we must flee." Suddenly, with a resounding clap, the rotund man was rendered unconscious. "Release him, or we shall perish together." Xiao Fan was well prepared, brandishing 20 thunder talismans before him. Gu Ming and the others hesitated briefly, their unease evident, yet they swiftly regained their composure. "Do you dare?" Gu Ming stepped forward a few paces, fixing an intense gaze upon Xiao Fan. Humph. Then let us see. Xiao Fan displayed no fear. It would not be an easy task for Gu Ming to take his life. Gu Ming hesitated, realizing that he merely received a monthly stipend from the Alchemist Guild. To expect him to fight desperately was utterly implausible. Instead, he proposed, if you place the Thunder Talismans into your storage pouch and toss it over to me, I shall release this portly individual, but only in exchange for you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan could not help but laugh heartily within, though he maintained an outward facade of indecision. What? Are you too afraid to proceed? Gu Ming's expression morphed into one of derision. How could Xiao Fan be unaware of his tricks? Once he is caught, how could the chubby one possibly escape? Wake the rotund fellow. Xiao Fan feigned resignation as he replied, tossing the storage bag in his hand towards Gu Ming. Upon catching the bag, Gu Ming instructed his subordinates to fetch some water, instantly reviving the portly man. Shut up, Gu Ming admonished, delivering another slap that left the man dazed. With a grand gesture, he commanded his followers to secure the cave entrance, allowing the portly fellow to exit. What will you do? The man inquired anxiously as he passed by Xiao Fan. No worries, this matter began with me and shall conclude with me. Hurry back and summon others. Be swift, Xiao Fan replied. The portly man paused, quickly grasping his intent, and hurriedly made his way out without a backward glance. Quick, encircle Xiao Fan. You too, go and eliminate that portly fellow. Gu Ming drew his sword and led the charge, elated within. Ha ha ha, Xiao Fan, today is your day of reckoning. Witnessing the fear etched on Xiao Fan's face, Gu Ming burst into laughter, filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. Gu Ming, you are utterly shameless. Xiao Fan feigned a visage of fury, the true energy within him surging and crashing like waves, effortlessly breaching the ninth gate of qi accumulation, his aura ascending in waves. He had long been capable of this breakthrough, but had merely wished to cultivate a deeper foundation. Now, the moment had arrived. Not good. We must eliminate him. Gu Ming, regaining his senses, brandished his sword and struck towards Xiao Fan, with others swiftly joining the fray. Kill. Xiao Fan, lacking the time to consolidate his cultivation, unleashed the wind manipulation technique, delivering a powerful punch towards the nearest individual. With a resounding thud, the person was sent sprawling several paces back, creating a breach in the encirclement. Xiao Fan executed his agility and swiftly darted out, making his escape through the opening and heading towards the preordained route. Damn it! After him, Gu Ming, accompanied by his subordinates, hastily pursued, cursing under his breath. How could he allow the prize that was so close to slip away? Xiao Fan turned back for a fleeting moment, revealing a smile that was rich with significance. Gu Ming, you despicable wretch, I shall eventually bring you to your doom. Upon hearing this, Gu Ming's face turned ashen with rage, prompting him to quicken his pace and pursue. Gu Ming, you are but a mere hound of Yuan Feng, nay, you are even inferior to a dog. As Xiao Fan berated, he suddenly halted his steps, turning around with a beaming smile directed at Gu Ming. A sense of foreboding washed over Gu Ming, prompting him to retreat hastily. Yet it was too late. The formation had already activated of its own accord. An invisible energy surged from all directions, enveloping the area in a suffocating aura of malevolence and a chilling wind that pierced the bones. It was indeed a formation. We must devise a strategy to break it. True to his prowess as a practitioner at the 8th level of body tempering, Gu Ming was the first to respond, commencing the organization of their counteraction against the formation. Swish, swish, swish. What on earth is that? A voice rang out in alarm, as dozens of cold arrows swiftly descended from the surroundings. The formation was instantly filled with cries of anguish. Many were caught off guard and sustained injuries, yet fortunately, they were only superficial wounds. Do not panic. Let us focus on attacking the formation. We shall soon find our way out. Reassured by Gu Ming's words, they felt a renewed sense of composure and began their assault on the formation. Swish, swish. Another volley of arrows was launched, but this time, having prepared themselves, the damage inflicted was considerably less severe. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. At this rate, the formation would last no longer than a quarter of an hour. With this thought in mind, he gradually approached, biding his time for the opportune moment. Several rounds of cold arrows rained down, inflicting considerable injuries on everyone within the formation, depleting their vital energy significantly. Yet, the 7-kill formation was also on the brink of collapse. It was precisely at this moment Xiao Fan's figure flickered as he entered the 7-kill formation, unleashing a powerful punch. Who dares to ambush me? Gu Ming was sent flying, shouting out in alarm. After successfully retrieving the storage bag with a single punch, Xiao Fan brandished the god-slaying sword and struck fiercely. Chapter 35. breaking through one by one. A chorus of anguished cries erupted within the formation as, in mere moments, Xiao Fan dispatched 3 foes. These were merely low-level body refinement cultivators. Overcoming them one by one posed no challenge for Xiao Fan, who only feared being besieged. "It's Xiao Fan. Quickly, kill him," Gu Ming exclaimed, his face paling in shock as he leapt into action. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another volley of cold arrows was unleashed, prompting the others to hastily defend themselves. Yet, Xiao Fan was acutely aware of the arrows' trajectories, remaining wholly unfazed as he wielded the god-slaying sword, as if traversing an unguarded realm. Crack! Crack! 3 more heads flew from their bodies, rendering the scene utterly harrowing, and the remaining adversaries were paralyzed with fear. "Senior Gu Ming, we are here to assist you." Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the formation. It was the 2 individuals who had just pursued the rotund figure. "Quickly attack the formation. For against 1. Xiao Fan is doomed." Gu Ming felt a surge of elation, but before they could launch their assault, yet another barrage of cold arrows was shot forth. Xiao Fan executed his agility, dashing forward, and with a crisp sound, a head fell to the ground. The 7-kill formation was finally shattered, and the 2 individuals outside the formation surged in, joined by Gu Ming, forming a triangular offensive. "Xiao Fan, your demise is inevitable. No. I shall relish in tormenting you slowly, rendering you unable to live or die." Gu Ming, consumed by rage, was acutely aware that the loss of so many subordinates would bring him punishment upon his return to the Alchemist Guild. Unbeknownst to them, not far away, stood 2 young individuals, a man and a woman, quietly observing their battle. "Brother Yang, do you think this person named Xiao Fan can survive?" the young woman inquired, her face alight with excitement. "He is undoubtedly doomed. His opponent is at the 8th level of body refinement, accompanied by 2 low-level body refinement practitioners. He cannot escape." Yu Yang replied with conviction. In his eyes, Xiao Fan relied entirely on that formation. The young woman remained silent, sensing that Xiao Fan possessed a formidable power yet to be unleashed. Xiao Fan surveyed his surroundings, his grip on the sword tightening. Such excessive chatter, it's time to strike. Upon concluding his words, Xiao Fan executed the technique of wind manipulation and vanished before their eyes. "Quick, take cover," Gu Ming shouted, having previously experienced this technique. Now that Xiao Fan had transcended his cultivation, the technique had become even more enigmatic. Crack! Another head tumbled down, blood gushing forth. The victim had no time to utter a scream, his eyes wide open, staring in disbelief as his head separated from his body. Mountain cleaving sword. Gu Ming unleashed his proud swordsmanship, the sound of the blade piercing the air, its shadow dense and formidable. In response, another assailant launched an attack, but Xiao Fan, with a cold smirk, had already broken through to the 9th level of Qi gathering. Both his strength and speed now surpassed anything he had previously demonstrated. Xiao Fan did not engage directly. Instead, he employed his agility to evade the attack. When Gu Ming's strike missed its mark, a sense of gravity enveloped him. For the newly empowered, Xiao Fan appeared to have grown immensely stronger. "Gu Ming, prepare to meet your demise." Xiao Fan brandished his sword, his figure flickering before vanishing from sight. "Humph." Gu Ming raised an eyebrow, once more unleashing the formidable mountain-opening sword. Whoosh! Xiao Fan abruptly changed direction, thrusting his sword towards the other individual. With a piercing sound, the blade penetrated through, unleashing an endless torrent of sword energy. The man fell in disbelief. "You are not human. You are a demon." Gu Ming, finally gripped by fear, realized he was utterly alone and could not prevail, having already tested this in their previous encounter. With this thought, he turned and fled, mirroring his actions from before. Xiao Fan encountered no surprises, however. The 2 senior siblings not far away were filled with astonishment, particularly the young woman, whose shock rendered her speechless at Xiao Fan's performance. "Brother Yang, it appears your assumptions were misguided," the young woman remarked with a smile, revealing her charming dimples. "Gu Ming, don't even think about escaping." Xiao Fan felt a sense of helplessness. If Gu Ming wished to flee, he could not pursue her at this moment. The consumption of the wind-sweeping shadow was too great for a prolonged chase, and it was unlikely that Gu Ming lacked an escape talisman. "I shall take my leave." "What can you do about it?" Gu Ming's voice echoed as she vanished into the dense forest. Xiao Fan gazed in the direction of the departing figure, letting out a sigh before turning his attention to the 2 senior siblings. Yu Yang appeared somewhat astonished. He never anticipated that a mere cultivation level of the 9th stage could discern their presence. Clapping his hands, Yu Yang stepped forward slowly, his demeanor as calm as still water, concealing his thoughts. His agility was commendable, yet his strength left much to be desired. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Fan remained unfazed and offered a polite gesture. If there is nothing further, may our paths cross again by fate. Xiao Fan turned and departed. Sensing that the newcomers possessed considerable prowess, the male was at the 9th level of body refinement, while the female stood at the 6th. He deemed it prudent to retreat for the moment. Following the recent battle, Xiao Fan had gained clarity regarding his own capabilities, paired with his agility. He could contend with opponents at the 8th level of body refinement. Wait, I wish to know your name, the young woman called out as she hurried after him. Su, junior sister, Yi Yang attempted to intervene, yet found himself at a loss for words, a vague feeling of bitterness rising within him. Su? A lovely name. Xiao Fan came to a halt, turning to gaze upon the woman named Su, momentarily taken aback. She was stunning, as beautiful as a white lotus. Both exquisite and pure. I am but a humble practitioner at the minor gathering chi stage. I am not worthy of your acquaintance. Farewell. Xiao Fan clasped his hands together and turned, employing his agility to vanish amidst the endless reeds. How intriguing, senior brother Yi Yang. It appears that this individual is garbed in the attire of the deer hunting martial academy. Indeed. After a brief pause, he continued. The objective of this trial has been accomplished. Let us hasten back. Su playfully stuck out her tongue and skipped away merrily. An hour later, Xiao Fan returned to the academy, and, upon entering the courtyard and catching sight of the chubby figure, his anxious heart finally found solace. Brother, you have finally returned. I sought out Minter Han, but she was not present, and I was concerned. Fear not, everything is well now. Focus on your recovery and strive for a swift return to health. I have tasks I wish to entrust to you. Xiao Fan patted him on the shoulder and bestowed upon him 2 healing elixirs. All right, the stout man replied, before retreating into the room to tend to his injuries. He was utterly dedicated to the tasks entrusted to him by Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan also entered the room, sitting cross-legged as he sought to solidify his recently attained realm. It was not until dusk that he finally opened his eyes, having firmly established his newfound strength. Xiao brother, may I enter? Came the voice of Xiang Gang from outside the door, prompting Xiao Fan to step out. In the future, there is no need to ask, simply come in. Xiao Fan waved his hand to the 2 brothers, signaling them to hurry inside. Ahem, no, I'm concerned there might be a formation. Xiang Gang, with an awkward expression, held out a storage bag to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan nodded, accepting the storage bag, and with a sweep of his thoughts. A smile blossomed upon his face like a gentle spring breeze. Brother Xiao, can these herbs truly yield 500 Yuanling pills? Xiang Gang's skepticism was not directed at Xiao Fan himself, but rather stemmed from a concern that there might not be enough herbs to produce the desired quantity of pills. Could you procure a few more alchemical furnaces for me? Xiao Fan inquired. Upon hearing this, Xiang Gang was taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard. A few? What does Brother Xiao require so many furnaces for? A few? Are you certain you want that many? Is there a problem? Very well. Though puzzled, Xiang Gang acquiesced. Acquiring additional furnaces was not a challenge for him. With a gesture of his right hand, he summoned an alchemical furnace even larger than Xiao Fan's. Placing it on the ground. Brother Xiao, here is one for you. I will return later tonight. With that, Xiang Gang and Xiong Chong exited. Brother, can we truly trust Xiao Fan? Xiong Chong asked. You must have faith in my judgment. Learn well. Xiong Gang replied, patting his shoulder as they hastened to procure the alchemical furnaces. Xiao Fan let out a long sigh, his body relaxing. He intended to take a moment's respite. But upon noticing the disarray of the courtyard, he set about tidying it up once more. As night fell, Xiao Fan gazed upon the orderly and pristine courtyard, feeling a deep sense of relief wash over him. At the entrance, he meticulously arranged an illusionary formation before finally coming to a halt. It was time to immerse himself in the cultivation of a martial technique. After enduring days of relentless battles, he reflected upon his experiences. Recognizing that his reliance on the wind manipulation and slaughter sword technique had grown too monotonous, over time, its effectiveness would undoubtedly diminish. With this realization, he delved into the recesses of his past life's memories, where several martial arts forms began to materialize within his soul's sea. Xiao Fan's consciousness immersed itself, transforming into a diminutive version of himself, tirelessly rehearsing within the sea of souls. He extracted the essence and discarded the dross, amalgamating the strengths of various martial arts techniques. After an hour of fervent practice, Xiao Fan finally revealed a satisfied smile as a new martial skill took shape, manifesting within his soul's expanse. Xiao Fan dismounted, his mind heavy with concentration. He closed his eyes and, following the rehearsed motions, unleashed punch after punch with relentless vigor. The sound of his fists slicing through the air echoed, and the tranquil courtyard was suddenly beset by a fierce wind, reminiscent of the tumult before a storm. The rotund figure emerged from his dwelling, and upon witnessing the spectacle, instinctively recoiled, his throat bobbing in disbelief. Another hour slipped by, and Xiao Fan abruptly opened his eyes. He raised his hand, clenching it into a fist, and an overwhelming surge of energy emanated from him, akin to a jubilant cheer or the resonant beating of a drum. The essence of his punches? Xiao Fan's eyes gleamed with intensity as he swiftly unleashed a powerful punch, creating a colossal imprint that surged forth with a resounding force. The fierce energy generated by his strike stirred up countless stone tiles, transforming the courtyard into a tempest of flying dust and debris. A thunderous roar erupted, prompting numerous students to rush out to witness the spectacle, believing that a significant event had transpired. Xiao Fan withdrew his fist and stood still, awaiting the dissipating dust. The scene before him left even him astonished. It was truly a sight of utter devastation. He could not help but exclaim aloud. The stone floor beneath had been entirely overturned, shattered into countless fragments scattered across the ground. Even more alarming was the collapse of the courtyard walls and gatehouse, brought down by Xiao Fan's single punch, shattering the illusory array as well. The power was remarkable, yet it drained his vital energy excessively. At present, he could muster no more than 2 punches. Xiao Fan let out a wry smile and hastily swallowed a yuan spirit pill. Only then did his vital energy begin to recover. Perhaps I shall name it the Dying Fist. Xiao Fan decided upon a name for it. Xiao Fan, what on earth has transpired? One of the students approached, a look of curiosity etched upon his face, a bag of what appeared to be snacks in his hand. The wind was quite strong just now. Xiao Fan was momentarily at a loss for words. They had indeed come to witness the spectacle, yet alas, there was nothing to behold. Shortly thereafter, the Xiong brothers arrived, and after setting down 2 alchemical furnaces, they surprisingly chose to remain. Xiao Fan discerned their intentions at a glance. They merely wished to witness whether he possessed true prowess. Let us commence. Since you are conveniently present, kindly assist me in placing the medicinal herbs into the alchemical furnace shortly. Upon finishing his words, Xiao Fan produced a small portion of medicinal herbs, dividing them into several smaller portions before setting up 4 alchemical furnaces. Brother Xiao, what is the purpose of setting up 4 furnaces? Asked Xionggang, puzzled. You will understand shortly, replied Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan offered no further explanation. He began to wield the art of fire control, multitasking with remarkable finesse. The 4 alchemical furnaces began to undergo a transformation, their temperatures rising steadily, the walls glowing an increasingly vivid red. At that moment, the Xiong brothers stood in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief. Although they themselves lacked the skill of alchemy, they had been fortunate enough to witness others engaged in the craft. Those individuals tended to a single furnace with utmost caution, unable to spare even a fraction of their focus. Xiao Fan is remarkable. He is not merely multitasking, but rather juggling 4 tasks simultaneously. How can one expect to achieve success in alchemy under such circumstances? Xionggang and Xiongchang are diligently gathering herbs to place into the furnace. Upon observing that the temperature had reached the requisite standard, Xiao Fan instructed them to add the medicinal herbs. The Xiong brothers hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately complied, following Xiao Fan's orders to toss the small quantities of herbs into the furnace all at once. As the herbs were cast into the flames, the crimson flames surged forth immediately, causing the Xiong brothers to retreat in fright. Xiao Fan remained remarkably composed. Although his cultivation was not particularly high, he felt no pressure in refining such rudimentary elixirs. At most, he would expend a bit of his vital energy. The herbs within the alchemical furnace began to dissolve, with impurities continuously emerging and evaporating. The Xiong brothers exchanged astonished glances, rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. Just moments ago, they had genuinely believed that Xiao Fan was merely a figure of empty reputation. The crimson flames continued to blaze, and the herbs incessantly melted and purified. Within the span of a single tea session, the various materials began to amalgamate, and one by one, the elixirs began to take shape. The Xiong brothers became increasingly exhilarated. Had the temperature not been so high, they would have eagerly leaned over the furnace to observe. A quarter of an hour later, all the materials had melded together, and perfectly rounded, plump elixirs were officially formed, their fragrant aroma wafting through the air, soothing the soul. The Xiong brothers could not help but display their excitement, tears of joy streaming down their faces. For those hailing from a merchant family, this profound emotion was a gift bestowed upon them by Xiao Fan. As Xiao Fan observed that the time was ripe, he promptly extinguished the flames. The elixirs within the alchemical furnace continued to spin incessantly. Once the heat dissipated, 32 primordial spirit pills were officially produced, with none being defective. Each batch yielded 8 exquisite pills. Without Xiao Fan's prompting, the Xiong brothers promptly retrieved boxes and meticulously stored the primordial spirit pills. "Xiao, your talents are truly remarkable. My brother and I are utterly enlightened," exclaimed Xiong Gang. His gaze towards Xiao Fan shifted dramatically. In his eyes, Xiao Fan had transcended humanity, embodying a divine presence. "It is merely a fundamental operation. Let us proceed." Xiao Fan waved his hand and prepared to continue refining pills. "Brother Xiao, let us first take these elixirs back to report. To be frank, we are under considerable pressure from our family, but with these exquisite primal spirit pills, we shall encounter no further obstacles." Xionggang also breathed a sigh of relief. After the two brothers cupped their hands in respect to Xiao Fan, they withdrew. Xiao Fan understood their intentions and promptly summoned the plump fellow, claiming it was to enlist his assistance, when in truth, it was to impart the art of alchemy. Chapter 37. The Corruption of Greed. Under the astonished and exhilarated gaze of the rotund man, Xiao Fan fervently concocted elixirs, producing batch after batch, each containing 10 exquisite and plump pills. Xiao Fan instructed the plump assistant to set aside 2 pills from each batch while placing the remainder elsewhere, thereby ensuring he would have what he needed for his usual consumption. It was not until the break of dawn that Xiao Fan paused, finally seating himself on the ground after successfully refining 500 spirit pills. Throughout the night, he had consumed several of these pills, for otherwise, his vital energy would have long been depleted. "Brother, you are truly remarkable. I still cannot grasp it," the plump assistant admitted, feeling somewhat disheartened and embarrassed, as he considered himself a mere novice in comparison to Xiao Fan. "Fear not. Mastery in any endeavor cannot be achieved overnight. With diligence, you will surely improve." In Xiao Fan's eyes, the assistant was already commendable, possessing a genuine talent for alchemy, though he remained unaware of it. "By the way, this matter must remain confidential, including from your partner." When Xiao Fan mentioned the term partner, he particularly emphasized it with a significant tone. The chubby fellow nodded repeatedly. Though he was oblivious to the reason, nonetheless, he felt compelled to adhere to Xiao Fan's instructions. Subsequently, Xiao Fan pinned down some insights on alchemy and the techniques of fire control, which he handed to the chubby man, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. After a brief wash-up, he exited the courtyard and headed towards the task hall. The sun had already risen in the east, and many students filled the path, engaging in hushed discussions and pointing as they spotted Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan shook his head and soon arrived at the task hall, standing before the same window as before. "Is there something you need?" came the languid voice of the middle-aged man. "I am here to submit a task." After Xiao Fan finished speaking, he handed over the task token. "Xiao Fan, he has returned. Could it be that he has completed the task? What nonsense are you spouting? If he could accomplish that task, I would commit seppuku on the spot." Many recognized Xiao Fan and began to mock him. The scene became exceedingly lively, with laughter echoing throughout. "Indeed, the task hall has received the imperial edict from the martial emperor. You have done well." The middle-aged man examined the token and finally appeared invigorated, rising to his feet. "Thank you for your praise," Xiao Fan replied with a respectful bow. "Bring forth the mobility token, and I shall infuse it with 50,000 points." The middle-aged man's voice was not loud, yet everyone around heard, and an uproar ensued. "Impossible. Is there some mistake?" "It must be a mistake. I refuse to accept it. How could he possibly receive 50,000 points?" The crowd gathered around Xiao Fan's window, forming an impenetrable barrier, and increasingly more people arrived, their discussions reaching a deafening crescendo. Xiao Fan silently scoffed at the doubts cast upon him, remaining utterly indifferent. The middle-aged man swiftly returned the identity token, the inscription of 50,000 points shimmering brightly for all to behold. "Ah, 50,000 points. Xiao Fan, share some with me." "He must be cheating. I refuse to believe it. This is unjust." "Indeed, it is unjust. The Martial Academy is unjust." Xiao Fan tucked away his identity token and turned to survey his surroundings, his brow slightly furrowed. Wherever his gaze fell, he beheld nothing but avaricious faces and grotesque visages. "Xiao Fan, seek out Elder Xing. He shall escort you to the royal ancestral grounds for your cultivation. Be swift." The middle-aged man spoke, his expression betraying concern as he urged him to depart hastily. Xiao Fan nodded, intending to leave, yet was obstructed by the crowd, making it impossible to exit through normal means. "Xiao Fan, you cannot depart," one voice declared. "Indeed, unless you clarify the matter at hand, you shall not leave. Another chimed in, unless you share those points equally with us, do not expect any courtesy. The crowd, each voicing their demands, sought the coveted points while not hesitating to mock Xiao Fan. If you desire the points, earn them yourself. Yet, if you wish to avoid effort and risk while still coveting the rewards, know that such fortune does not exist in this world. Xiao Fan shouted, each word piercing their vulnerabilities, inciting further fury within them. Xiao Fan, I suspect you have bribed the elders of the task hall, colluding with them in their deceit. Do not pretend otherwise. Indeed, you are all cut from the same cloth. The tension in the atmosphere escalated as the crowd began to launch personal attacks against Xiao Fan and the elders of the task hall. This is absurd. You are all behaving outrageously. Disperse at once. At that moment, a middle-aged man bellowed, stepping forward in an attempt to quell the unrest. The world is rife with corruption. We shall not leave without an explanation. We demand an answer. As the scene intensified, many individuals began to stir restlessly, inching closer to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's gaze was sharp, instantly discerning their intentions, and he quietly braced himself. The middle-aged man was in a state of utter disarray, while the other elders of the task hall were equally at a loss. Resorting to seeking the Grand Elders' Council. Xiao Fan, hand over your identity token. One of the students brazenly attempted to rob him in public. Reaching for Xiao Fan's storage pouch with a fierce expression on his face, Xiao Fan was enraged. He could tolerate any insult, but should they resort to violence, that would be regrettable. With a swift motion of his palm, he struck down, and with a sharp crack, the man's arm was shattered. A piercing scream echoed through the air, and an eerie silence enveloped the crowd, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Xiao Fan, I shall ruin you, the man declared, unrepentant, and instead, he drew his longsword and charged forward. Attack. Do not let him seize the initiative, someone shouted, prompting the crowd to react en masse and surge forward. At this moment, Xiao Fan felt the weight of the situation. There were at least 100 students present, each driven by avarice. Could he withstand such a tide? Great transformation fist. Xiao Fan found himself with no choice but to unleash his newly mastered martial arts technique. Suddenly, a tempest arose, and the intent of his fist surged forth, manifesting as a colossal imprint that surged through the air. Ah, save me. In an instant. Anguished cries filled the atmosphere as those nearby were obliterated, reduced to mere remnants, with blood flowing like a river, an utterly terrifying scene. Wherever the fist imprint passed, figures were sent flying, and blood sprayed chaotically. With a single strike, Xiao Fan carved out a path amidst the chaos. Most of the assailants were at the chi gathering stage, with only a few at the lower levels of body refinement, had it not been for their coordinated assault. They posed little threat to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan executed his agile movements, leaping onto a high platform to survey the chaos below. The scene was a cacophony of turmoil. The dead lay scattered, the injured cried out in anguish, and a chorus of accusations filled the air. Witnessing such devastation, Xiao Fan gasped, roughly estimating that his single strike had claimed at least 10 lives. He is killed. Xiao Fan is killed. Is there no one to intervene? The collective shock was palpable. Even among the elders of the task hall. Quickly summon Elder Shing. A voice bellowed from the crowd, prompting a middle-aged man to dart away, his expression fraught with urgency. Let us eliminate Xiao Fan, all together, shouted an injured student, with others rallying in fervent agreement. Yes, let us unite and vanquish this demon. The air was soon filled with cries of vengeance, as the majority of the students drew their weapons and charged towards Xiao Fan. Chapter 38. The unyielding Xiao Fan trembled with intensity. It was not fear that consumed him, but rather an overwhelming fury. He had braved the peril of assassination and navigated numerous challenges to accomplish his mission. These points were earned at the cost of his very life. Now, merely seeking the reward he rightfully deserved, he was met with such contempt. The mockery, the insults, the forceful confiscation, how utterly absurd it all was. Fight. I, Xiao Fan, shall not be trifled with. Xiao Fan bellowed with a resonant voice, wielding the god-slaying sword, an aura of lethal intent enveloping him. With a fierce execution of the killing technique, he sought to annihilate. The god-slaying sword was unleashed, summoning an infinite wave of sword chi, coalescing into a formidable shadow of the blade that cleaved through the air. With a thunderous crash, the shadow descended, stirring up clouds of dust, its shrill resonance piercing the atmosphere. Ah, save me. I do not wish to perish. Came the desperate cries, he is a devil, a demon. The sword shadow swept forth, severing more than a dozen lives in an instant, blood splattering across the ground. painting a scene of unimaginable carnage. The shadow continued its relentless advance, leaving a trail of death and injury in its wake, a terror most profound. Suddenly, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning as the sword shadow dissipated. Torrential raindrops began to fall, coalescing into a sinuous river of blood that flowed relentlessly. Xiao Fan stood resolutely with his sword, gazing intently, his eyes ablaze with crimson. Oh heavens! Do you see it? The murderer stands right there. Xiao Fan, you are no man. You are a demon, and the heavens shall take you. The surviving students, finally gripped by fear, sighed deeply to the heavens, proclaiming their unwavering righteousness and denouncing Xiao Fan as a being of utter wickedness, a fiend. Xiao Fan gazed at them with a chilling stare, observing their grotesque visages. How utterly ironic this all was. Whether human or demon, it mattered not to me. After Xiao Fan spoke, he grasped a handful of Yuanling pills and swallowed them, his vital energy rapidly recovering. Suddenly, 10 figures swept over, halting in astonishment at the sight before them. These 10 individuals were none other than the esteemed elders of the Zulv Martial Academy, all at the pinnacle of the refinement stage, exuding formidable strength. Soon after, dozens more arrived, including instructors and ordinary elders, all possessing at least the blood condensation realm. Upon their arrival, they displayed expressions of disbelief, and some female instructors, overwhelmed by the shocking scene, could not suppress their nausea. Where are the elders from the medicine hall? Provide immediate assistance to the injured students. Elder Xing's voice rang out, prompting the elders from the medicine hall to rush over, producing healing elixirs to tend to the wounded. Students who are unharmed, please leave at once. The academy will address this matter, Elder Xing declared, and those uninjured students reluctantly retreated. The other elders began to collect the bodies of the deceased students, verifying their identities and notifying their families to come and claim them. After issuing 3 commands in quick succession, Elder Xing turned his gaze towards Xiao Fan. His eyes slightly narrowed, yet his expression remained calm. Xiao Fan, Xing Yan, accompany me to the law enforcement hall. The rest of you, return to your duties and intensify patrols to prevent further incidents. With that, Elder Xing led the way towards the law enforcement hall, and after a moment's contemplation, Xiao Fan followed suit. If Elder Xing intended to eliminate him, he would have done so already, rather than waiting for the law enforcement hall. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man trailed behind, eliciting a slight surprise from Xiao Fan. No need to ponder. I am Xing Yan, the man clarified, and Xiao Fan immediately understood. Behind them followed the other 9 esteemed elders, each emanating a profound aura. Thus, the massacre had finally come to an end, but the news spread rapidly throughout the academy, igniting a fervor among the students. Let us head to the law enforcement hall to witness the spectacle. I shall slay that demon Xiao Fan. He is far too arrogant. In an instant, a large portion of the academy's students surged toward the law enforcement hall, including some from the advanced classes. After Xiao Fan entered the law enforcement hall with Elder Xing, he was assigned to a solitary chamber, the heavy door firmly shut, with guards stationed outside. A throng had gathered outside the law enforcement hall, with more people arriving, their conversations rife with discussions concerning Xiao Fan's alleged misdeeds. Within the deliberation chamber of the law enforcement hall, after Elder Xing Yan recounted the events, the esteemed elders furrowed their brows in contemplation. According to Xing Yan's account, Xiao Fan bore no guilt. All his actions were merely acts of self-defense. Xing Yan, summon the other elders from the task hall, Elder Xing commanded, understanding that mere words from Xing Yan would not suffice to convince them. Yes, father. Xing Yan replied with a respectful bow, then withdrew. Elder Xing's decision was also influenced by the father-son relationship he shared with Xing Yan, which would further diminish their credibility. At this moment, Xiao Fan remained remarkably composed, the aura of menace around him gradually dissipating as he closed his eyes to cultivate his spirit. Given the chance to relive the events, he would still unleash a massacre. His path was not one of compromise but of resolute advancement, carving out a broad avenue ahead. An hour later, a notice from the law enforcement hall was posted, and students flocked to see how Xiao Fan would meet his end. The announcement detailed the events clearly, along with the punishment designated for Xiao Fan. No way. Xiao Fan acted in self-defense? This was not entirely implausible, after all. A bounty of 50,000 points was at stake. Who wouldn't covet such a reward? Even if it was self-defense, the punishment assured his demise, which was a source of considerable satisfaction for some. The rotund student also arrived, squeezing through the crowd to glimpse the news, inwardly lamenting the situation. Are they really going to cast my brother into the valley of death? Upon reading the announcement, he felt helpless and frantic, fearing for his brother's life. The Valley of Death was the sole forbidden ground of the Great Ing Kingdom, and its mysteries had long been shrouded in obscurity. as no one had dared to venture in for ages. It was said that the dean of the martial academy had once approached the valley's periphery, but returned gravely injured, thereafter never uttering the name of the Valley of Death again. Upon witnessing the punishment, the students outside the law enforcement hall gradually dispersed in their eyes. Xiao Fan was already a dead man. Inside the hall, Elder Xing approached Xiao Fan, casting him a meaningful glance. Though you acted in self-defense, you have taken too many lives, and failing to impose an appropriate punishment would not quell the public's outrage. The Martial Academy has decided to cast you into the Valley of Death. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Fan's eyes turned frigid as he shook his head. I am innocent. They are the ones who should perish. Xiao Fan evidently refused to accept the punishment. He was now contemplating whether to remain in the Academy of Martial Arts. Elder Xing paused momentarily, pacing back and forth a few steps before finally exhaling a heavy sigh. Accepting the Academy's punishment grants you a glimmer of hope. I hope you can comprehend the gravity of my words. Elder Xing emphasized his tone, for he was not speaking in hyperbole. Upon verification, among the deceased, there was the sole heir of the Ming King, whose estate wields immense power and influence. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan calmed himself. He understood the implications of this formidable connection. But so what? He harbored no fear of any retribution. At worst, it would merely lead to his demise. No. Even if he were to enter the Valley of Death, it would be of his own volition, not as a consequence of punishment. Xiao Fan understood that he had no authority to refuse. Regardless of the circumstances, he would resist to the very end, driven by an indomitable spirit. Chapter 39. Body Refinement 2. What utter nonsense. Entering the Valley of Death signifies that the Martial Academy has already condemned you, providing them with a justification. Should you emerge unscathed, it would be a testament to your fortitude, and the Academy would have ample reason to protect you. There is no point in causing a ruckus. Even with the Martial Emperor, do you comprehend this? Elder Xing, his face flushed with anger, paced the room, articulating the stakes with unmistakable clarity. Thank you, Elder Xing. And thank you, Martial Academy, but I cannot acquiesce. Xiao Fan understood this logic well, yet his pride would not allow him to compromise. You infuriate me, Elder Xing exclaimed, striding back and forth in the room, astonished by Xiao Fan's tenacity, unafraid even of death. Master Han, do not act impulsively. Suddenly, urgent footsteps echoed from outside the door. Bang! Just as Elder Xing contemplated forcibly throwing Xiao Fan into the Valley of Death, the door was kicked open by Han Jiangxue. Both Elder Xing and Xiao Fan were momentarily taken aback. Witnessing Han Jiangxue's hurried demeanor, words seemed to elude them. Brat, you are to undergo training. Go to the Valley of Death. After uttering these words, Han Jiangxue seized Xiao Fan and swept out. Well, this is quite unexpected, Elder Xing murmured, and as realization dawned, he chuckled in delight. Xiao Fan was once again being carried away by Han Jiangxue, tears of despair welling up in his eyes. Before long, they had exited the jurisdiction of the Martial Arts Academy. Something is amiss. This is not the direction towards the Valley of Death. Xiao Fan pondered silently, refraining from uttering a word, nor did he offer any resistance. After the passage of 2 hours, Han Jiangxue finally came to a halt, gazing at the canyon ahead. Releasing a long sigh. A formation? Xiao Fan immediately discerned the peculiarities ahead. The entire canyon was enveloped by a colossal formation, a grand defensive array. Indeed, this was the royal ancestral grounds, the sacred domain of the Ying clan. Are you not allowed to enter and cultivate for a day? Han Jiangxue inquired as she gracefully stepped into the canyon, prompting Xiao Fan to hastily follow. Are we not headed to the Valley of Death? Xiao Fan asked. Before your demise, I shall bring you here to revel in its wonders. Revel? Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback, his eyes shimmering with excitement, and his vitality surging within him. Though he had not yet experienced such matters, it was evident he would thoroughly relish it. They soon arrived at the entrance of the formation, and upon stating their intentions, the guards promptly made way. You may enter now. I shall return for you at this time tomorrow, Han Jiangxue declared, giving Xiao Fan a gentle pat on the shoulder before turning to leave. Han, are we not going to indulge ourselves? Xiao Fan inquired. With a swift motion, Han Jiangxue playfully kicked him inside, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. Xiao Fan was rendered speechless. Upon entering the canyon, he finally comprehended the meaning of enjoyment as articulated by Han Jiangxue. He could not help but emit a pleasurable sigh. The spiritual energy in this place was extraordinarily abundant, exceeding that of the outside world by at least tenfold. Indeed, it was a true indulgence, ha ha. Xiao Fan erupted into hearty laughter as he ventured deeper, the ancestral home of the Ying clan barely discernible in the distance. The path was devoid of any presence, save for the faint, elusive energies emanating from within the ancestral dwelling, while the surroundings remained eerily silent. Rather than approaching the Ying ancestral home directly, he sought a more concealed spot, whereupon he set up an illusionary array before settling down cross-legged. Xiao Fan let out a long breath and began to cultivate the chaotic genesis technique. The spiritual energy from all directions converged, transforming into a dense spiritual rain that surged into his body, cleansing his meridians before ultimately entering the chaotic world. It was a sensation of pure bliss, an exquisite euphoria. Xiao Fan felt an overwhelming joy within. At this pace of cultivation, a breakthrough to the body refinement realm seemed well within reach. The sapling of the origin tree is growing at such an astonishing rate? Xiao Fan discovered that the origin tree had absorbed sufficient spiritual energy, causing it to grow wildly, reaching a height of over 3 zhang and continuing to soar. What astonished him even more was that the roots of the origin tree surged out of the miniature world, extending beyond his body and into the external realm, plunging into the earth and fervently absorbing spiritual energy. Xiao Fan was taken aback, only to realize that the emerging roots had not caused him any harm, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Half an hour later, the origin tree had grown to over 6 zhang in height, and its growth rate began to slow down. As the origin tree flourished, the chaotic world expanded accordingly. Xiao Fan felt a connection. His true energy unexpectedly flowed entirely into the chaotic world. What could be happening? Xiao Fan pondered for a moment and suddenly understood, his heart swelling with joy. The chaotic realm had completely merged with his dantian, transforming his dantian into the chaotic world itself, capable of storing an immense amount of true energy. With this realization, Xiao Fan calmed his mind and resumed his cultivation. The mysterious liquid from the origin tree continuously gathered, and after the passage of an hour, the first round of feedback began for Xiao Fan. Countless drops of this enigmatic liquid fell, transforming into pure energy that flowed into Xiao Fan's meridians. Xiao Fan's aura surged progressively, swiftly reaching the pinnacle of the 9th layer of qi gathering, merely a step away from the body refinement realm. Unbeknownst to him, several figures had emerged from the Ying clan's ancestral residence, quietly observing him from a short distance. What kind of cultivation technique is this young man practicing? The fluctuations of spiritual energy are astonishingly profound. One elder murmured, seemingly to himself, yet also addressing those beside him. The others shook their heads, though intrigued, they refrained from intruding. As time slipped away, deep into the night, with the origin tree producing yet another round of feedback, Xiao Fan broke through the barriers of the first layer of body refinement, officially entering this new realm. The methods of cultivation within the body refinement realm differ significantly. As the name suggests, it involves refining one's physical form, crafting a robust vessel for ascension to higher planes. It was not until noon the following day that Xiao Fan finally opened his eyes, slowly rising to his feet. A cacophony of cracking sounds emanated from within him. His entire physique rejuvenated, facial contours sharpened, and his eyes deepened in intensity. The second layer of body refinement, quite commendable. Xiao Fan felt a sense of satisfaction with his cultivation. The sapling of the origin tree had matured into a grand tree, and his dantian had fully integrated with the chaotic world, all signs pointing towards a favorable trajectory. A pungent odor wafted through the air, nearly causing Xiao Fan to retch. He glanced at his grimy body, covering his nose as he sought a water source. After cleansing the impurities from his physique, he meandered toward the exit, where Han Jiangxue had been waiting for quite some time. Han Minter, he began. But Han Jiangxue remained silent, hoisting him and departing directly. However, the more Xiao Fan observed, the more he sensed something amiss. They were not heading towards the Valley of Death, but rather back to the Hunting Deer Martial Academy. After more than 2 hours, they returned to the academy and entered the Cold Moon Valley. Han Minter, this is where you shall remain. Entering the Valley of Death guarantees certain demise, Han Jiangxue declared, her expression frigid as she began to set up formations, leaving none to fathom her thoughts. Xiao Fan gazed at her industrious figure, a complex sensation stirring within him. He understood that Han Jiangxue was safeguarding him. He longed to express his gratitude, yet the words faltered on his lips, ultimately remaining unspoken. Minter Han, I must attend to some matters first. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, he hurriedly departed. He feared not for his own life, but rather for those who cared for him, worried that they might perish because of him. To avoid implicating Han Jiangxue, he chose to leave. Chapter 40. The arrival of the Ming Wangs shortly thereafter. In the northwest corner of the imperial city, within the Ming Wang's residence, the Lord declared that Han Jiangxue did not take Xiao Fan to the Valley of Death. but rather returned him to the Martial Institute. Gather all those above the blood condensation realm. We shall head to the Martial Institute. And bring along my 800 private soldiers. At the Ming Wang's command, the entire residence erupted into commotion. In a remarkably brief span of time, a formidable contingent swiftly made its way towards the Martial Institute, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Is it the Ming Wang? What might he be planning? Is he going to war? It seems unlikely. Their direction points towards the Martial Institute. Could they be attacking it? Have you not heard? Xiao Fan wreaked havoc at the Martial Institute, slaying the Ming Wang's only son. The crowd surged forward, excitement coursing through them. Within the Martial Institute, Elder Xing had already received word and summoned all the elders and mentors, awaiting at the entrance. The students, upon witnessing this, rushed over, eager to discern the gravity of the situation. An hour later, the Ming Wang's entourage arrived at the gates of the Martial Institute. Their gleaming armor and synchronized steps were enough to instill fear in the hearts of onlookers. Elder Xing gazed upon the daunting assembly, his eyes narrowing, stirred by an undercurrent of concern. He had not anticipated that Han Jiangxue would prevent Xiao Fan from entering the Valley of Death. A serious transgression against the laws of the Martial Institute. Hand over Xiao Fan. The Ming Wang bellowed, his formidable lance emitting a thunderous roar. An aura of menace enveloping him. Indeed, they had come for Xiao Fan. A spectacle was about to unfold. It was said that Xiao Fan acted in self-defense, single-handedly contending against a multitude. How formidable he was. Yet what of it? Having slain the Ming Wang's son, was he not doomed? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Some applauded the audacity, while others expressed sympathy for Xiao Fan. Ming Wang, are you aware of the circumstances that led to this? Elder Xing stepped forward, emanating the aura of a peak-washing marrow realm expert. I care not. You have two choices. Either cast Xiao Fan into the Valley of Death or surrender him to me. Choose. The Ming Wang asserted, exuding an air of intimidation. Showing no regard for Elder Xing. Ming Wang, the Martial Institute belongs to the Martial Emperor. It is not a place for your recklessness, Elder Xing retorted, hoping to invoke the authority of the Martial Emperor to deter the Ming Wang. And what of it? I shall spare no effort to avenge my son. Upon uttering these words, Elder Xing felt a shudder course through him. If a conflict were to erupt, the Martial Institute would undoubtedly prevail, and with ease. Yet the decision to fight or not was not his to make. The other elders began to deliberate, with the majority of them, along with the mentors, opposing the notion of battle, deeming it unworthy for Xiao Fan's sake. Elder Xing, I believe the law enforcement hall should act decisively, either casting Xiao Fan into the Valley of Death or surrendering him. At this moment, Zhao Su spoke up, his heart blossoming with joy. Indeed, I concur with Elder Zhao's reasoning. Li Kuei echoed the sentiment, his face wrapped in bandages, revealing only his eyes. After a thorough discussion, the majority of the elders and mentors proposed casting Xiao Fan into the Valley of Death. Elder Xing found himself in a dilemma, just as he hesitated. A voice reached his ears. There is no need to intervene. If Xiao Fan can escape unscathed, I have my own arrangements. If he perishes, it is his fate. Upon hearing the dean's transmission, Elder Xing's furrowed brow eased slightly, yet it meant trouble for Xiao Fan. Elder Xing, hurry, I have no time to waste with you, urged the Ming Wang, as his 800 private soldiers began to advance step by step, drawing closer to the gates of the Martial Academy. Ming Wang, I know where Xiao Fan is. Just as tensions peaked, Li Kuei's voice rang out. At that moment, all eyes turned toward him, their expressions varied. Li Kuei, you have audacity, Elder Xing exclaimed, striking Li Kuei with a resounding slap that sent him flying, scattering the bandages from his face to reveal a horrific visage marred by scars. Humph. Xiao Fan deserves death 1,000 times over. This is a righteous act. Li Kuei rose, undeterred, his defiance only growing bolder. Elder Xing had achieved his objective and regarded Li Kuei in silence. You will lead me. I offer a reward of 10,000 gold coins. With a grand gesture, the Ming Wang tossed a storage bag, which Li Kuei eagerly accepted, promptly leading the way. Elder Xing did not intervene but followed suit, leaving the crowd bewildered. What is happening? Has Elder Li Kuei betrayed the Martial Academy? Bah! Despicable Li Kuei. Eating from both sides, utterly shameless. Many students glared at Li Kuei, not out of support for Xiao Fan, but simply in disdain for such treachery. Come, let us follow, they declared, a torrent of students surging forth. Half an hour later, the Ming Wang arrived at Xiao Fan's residence, gazing at the formation before him. He struck down with his hand. Boom. The formation shattered instantaneously, causing the entire courtyard to tremble. As the dust settled, the scene before them gradually came into focus. Xiao Fan stood resolutely with his sword, his countenance eerily calm. Xiao Fan has returned. The coward dares not assume responsibility. Nonsense. He is innocent. What wrong is there in his return? In an instant, murmurs erupted, some supporting Xiao Fan, while others mocked him. Suddenly, the sound of rushing air pierced the atmosphere as Han Jiangxue swept in, standing before Xiao Fan, confronting the Ming Wang directly. Who dares to step into this courtyard? Shall perish. Han Jiangxue proclaimed fiercely, drawing her sword and standing guard at the entrance. Xiao Fan gazed at her retreating figure, his eyes slightly moist. Yet he wished for her not to come. Do you think you can obstruct me? Such arrogance is unfounded. Although Ming Wang uttered these words, he felt a sense of vigilance rising within him. After all, Han Jiangxue was indeed a true master of the pinnacle of the cleansing essence realm. Standing on par with him, my disciple dares to face 100 foes alone. What of my ability to confront 1,000? As Han Jiangxue spoke, the formidable aura of the pinnacle of the cleansing essence realm surged forth, her flowing hair dancing in the wind, resembling a goddess descending upon the earth. Xiao Fan glanced towards the entrance of the martial arts academy and then at the sky, a plan forming in his mind. Instructor Han, there is no need for you to intervene with such trifles. Upon Xiao Fan's utterance, the atmosphere became lively, with numerous individuals discreetly giving him a thumbs up. Did you see that? This is what courage looks like. I am impressed. Just a brash fool, utterly useless, the students murmured among themselves, ultimately concluding that Xiao Fan was doomed. Ha ha ha, splendid. Xiao Fan, I shall make you regret ever stepping foot in this world. The Ming King laughed hysterically with rage. Just as he was about to take action, a sudden rush of air pierced the silence. Step aside, everyone. Make way. Suddenly, Steward Shan appeared, accompanied by 100 elite fighters, prompting the students to step back in astonishment and clear a path to the periphery. Who dares to threaten my family's heir? Do you think the Jinshi Marquiate is without defenders? Upon halting, Steward Shan shouted boldly, undeterred by the 1,000 men of the Ming King, for he possessed unwavering confidence. How can this be? Why does the Jinshi Marquiate still harbor so many Washing Marrow Realm experts? Goodness! 5 peak Washing Marrow Realm warriors. Could it be that the Marquis of Jinshi has returned? Moreover, there were over 30 Blood Condensation Realm fighters. Terrifying, simply terrifying. Chapter 41. The massacre. The crowd continuously rubbed their eyes, suspecting they were mistaken, yet the truth lay before them, leaving no room for disbelief. The Ming King, witnessing this, finally adopted a grave demeanor. In terms of current strength comparison, he still held the upper hand, despite commanding 800 private soldiers. Most of them were merely energy-gathering realm, with only a handful at the lower body refinement realm. Before the Washing Marrow realm, they were as insignificant as ants. Young master, I have arrived late. Not late at all, just in time. Xiao Fan took a few steps forward, unleashing the aura of the second level of body refinement, causing the god-slaying sword to emit a series of thunderous roars. Do you truly believe this will suffice to contend with the Ming Wang? Such delusion is laughable. Li Kuei scoffed, his facial scars splitting open once more, inflicting him with excruciating pain that made him grit his teeth. Silence. With that, Xiao Fan swung his sword, the force of his blade formidable. Thud. Li Kuei, caught off guard, was struck by the sword, suffering a deep gash that exposed bone, blood gushing forth. Ah, Xiao Fan, may you meet a most wretched end. Li Kuei's rage was palpable, his eyes filled with a vengeful fire, yet he dared not retaliate, placing his hopes solely on the Ming Wang. Well struck, Xiao Fan. Finish off the traitor Li Kuei. The onlookers murmured in disbelief. Incredible. Xiao Fan has actually ascended to the second level of body refinement. How terrifying. At this moment, Li Kuei had become akin to a rat scurrying through the streets, his betrayal inciting the ire of the students around him. Xiao Fan, do you believe that they can thwart my intent to slay you? How naive. The Ming Wang scrutinized Xiao Fan, narrowing his eyes as he weighed his options. Is that so? Take a glance behind you. At Xiao Fan's urging, everyone turned to behold the scene behind the Ming Wang's entourage. Over 30 individuals at the Blood Condensation Realm hurriedly approached, positioning themselves behind the Ming Wang's group, effectively severing their escape route. What on earth is happening? Where did Xiao Fan procure so many formidable fighters? They are all at the Blood Condensation Realm. Xiao Fan is truly fearsome. As the crowd beheld this spectacle, their jaws dropped in astonishment, their shock immeasurable. Elder Xing and Han Jiangxue simultaneously exhaled in relief, casting meaningful glances at Xiao Fan, their anticipation for his next actions palpable. Li Kuei's complexion turned ashen, akin to one mourning a great loss, and he quietly began to retreat. Do not let the traitor Li Kuei escape. Let us converge and eliminate him. A voice rang out, igniting the students' murderous intent. Numerous senior students surged forward, unleashing various martial techniques in pursuit. The other elders bore varied expressions, yet none intervened to halt the fray. What chaos! In any case, the dean seems indifferent, Elder Xing mused internally as he withdrew to the side, followed suit by the other elders, as if they had conspired in advance. Retreat. The Ming Wang, sensing the shift in momentum, finally exhibited fear and hastily commanded a withdrawal. Kill. Xiao Fan would not allow him to retreat so easily. With a single command, a fierce battle erupted instantaneously, plunging the scene into chaos. Die, you wretch. Curse you. I shall slay you. Help. In an instant. Myriad martial arts intertwined, obscuring the heavens and shaking the earth. Cries of slaughter, anguished screams, and desperate pleas for salvation echoed incessantly. As limbs flew and blood flowed like a river, Xiao Fan, wielding the god-slaying sword, unleashed the wind-sweeping shadow technique as he charged into the battlefield, specifically targeting those at the body refinement realm. With each strike, he dispatched his foes with the ease of a butcher slaughtering livestock. The Ming King found himself ensnared by a peak-washing marrow realm adversary, and as he witnessed his private soldiers falling one by one, a profound hatred for Xiao Fan took root within him. Retreat. Do not linger in battle. Recognizing the dire situation, he issued a retreat order once more. Those above the blood condensation realm fared better, engaging opponents of equal standing, allowing them to fight while withdrawing. However, the plight of his private soldiers was grim. Under the onslaught of over a dozen blood condensation realm warriors, they fell in droves. Coupled with the Ming King's retreat command, their morale plummeted, and they could scarcely maintain even the most basic formation. The slaughter continued unabated. Xiao Fan advanced relentlessly, his sword, the god-slaying blade, sweeping through the battlefield, leaving a trail of fallen heads in its wake. Having broken through to the second level of body tempering, he stood unyielding even in the face of peak body tempering practitioners. The students who had retreated to a distance were all weak-kneed and nauseated. They had never witnessed such a terrifying and blood-soaked scene. Some were so frightened that they lost control, crawling on the ground in their struggle to move. As the Ming Wang forcefully pushed aside those engaged in combat, he swiftly closed the distance to Xiao Fan. "This is bad. We must stop Ming Wang," shouted Steward Shan, who had been following closely behind Xiao Fan, remaining relatively safe. As soon as the words left his mouth, another peak-washing marrow practitioner lunged forth, blocking Ming Wang's path. What nonsense! Their mission was to protect Xiao Fan. If he were to perish, they would gain nothing. Damn it, Xiao Fan, you cowardly turtle. If you have any guts, face me in a one-on-one duel. Ming Wang yelled amidst the fray, though to others it sounded utterly ridiculous. Here was a dignified peak-washing marrow practitioner wanting to challenge Xiao Fan, who had merely reached the second level of body tempering. I challenge your audacity. Have you lost your mind? Xiao Fan shouted vehemently, swallowing a Yuan Ling pill, and subsequently unleashed a technique of slaughter. An endless torrent of sword energy surged forth, the piercing sound of blades resonating in the air as a colossal shadow of a sword swept across the battlefield. Ah, save me. No, I am not ready to die. The shadow's passage was accompanied by anguished cries that echoed through the skies, blood splattering across dozens of yards, a scene of unimaginable terror. Let us wreak havoc upon them. Xiao Fan sheathed his sword, and with a swift motion, unleashed the great change fist, instantly summoning a tempest of fury. With a single strike, over 20 private soldiers of the Ming King were reduced to mere pulp, their mangled remains scattered across the ground by the ferocious winds. Elder Xing, observing from above, found himself rendered speechless as he witnessed Xiao Fan's merciless execution of the killing technique alongside the great change fist. His eyes widened in shock. In contrast, Han Jianshue's gaze sparkled with excitement, her fighting spirit ignited by Xiao Fan's resolute display of power. Xiao Fan, I shall extract your tendons, skin you alive, and ensure your suffering transcends death. The Ming King's eyes blazed with rage, yearning to confront Xiao Fan, yet he found himself unable to break free from his constraints. Oh, is that so? The last person who uttered such words to me has already met their demise. Xiao Fan spoke not without reason. The last person to utter such words to him was Li Kuei, who had been besieged and met his demise at the hands of the students. The Ming King, incensed to the point of grinding his teeth, found himself powerless against Xiao Fan. As time progressed, the 800 private soldiers of the Ming King had all succumbed, leaving the battlefield desolate and barren. Xiao Fan withdrew from the battlefield, gazing upon the scattered remnants of limbs and shattered bodies. His fury had finally begun to subside. "Xiao Fan, await my vengeance," the Ming king declared, leaving behind his ominous words as he retreated with the remaining forces, gradually vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. It was not that Xiao Fan lacked the desire to slay them, but rather that he was unable to do so, although the individuals brought by Steward Shan were formidable. They were not from the Duke of Jinxi's household. Their sole purpose was to restrain and safeguard Xiao Fan, with no concern for anything beyond that. To achieve this, Xiao Fan had paid an exorbitant price, sufficient to entice the Xiong family to assist him in alleviating his predicament. Aside from the 5 peak-washing Marrow Realm individuals who belonged to the Xiong family, the remaining Blood Condensation Realm fighters were secretly recruited with the assistance of the Xiong family, each at the cost of a marrow-penetrating pill. The Duke of Jinxi's forces also deployed their finest, yet these elite were merely at the body refinement realm. Chapter 42. Arrangements shortly after Xiao Fan departed from Hanwei Valley. The Xiong brothers informed him of the recent movements of the Ming Wang, a revelation made possible by the formidable intelligence network of the Xiong family. After a period of profound contemplation, Xiao Fan ultimately negotiated with the Xiong family, agreeing to assist them in concocting 2,000 Yuanling pills and 20 Ru Sui pills in exchange for the services of 5 peak-level wash marrow practitioners. He harbored no fear that the Xiong family would refuse. The allure of those 20 Ru Sui pills was simply irresistible, much like those at the blood condensation stage who could not withstand the temptation of a single Ru Sui pill. The recruitment of the portly fellow and the Xiong brothers proceeded with remarkable ease. As for the presence of individuals from the West Town Marquis residence, that was all part of Xiao Fan's meticulous planning. The Xiong brothers and the Rotund Man were tasked with executing the plan in secrecy, culminating in this massacre. "Young master, are you unscathed?" Steward Shan inquired, assisting Xiao Fan in adjusting his somewhat disheveled attire. A flicker of light ignited in his murky eyes, a glimmer of hope. He finally grasped that even in the absence of the Marquis, Xiao Fan could uphold the entire Marquis' residence. Nothing to worry about. Have them return to the Marquis' residence first. I shall visit tomorrow. Upon uttering this, Xiao Fan exchanged a knowing glance with him, which was immediately understood to pertain to the recruitment efforts of the Marquis' residence. Most of those at the blood condensation stage were wandering cultivators, and this opportunity was perfectly suited for their enlistment. Thus, the battle could be deemed concluded. With Elder Xing's command, all the disciples commenced the task of clearing the battlefield. Despite some individuals succumbing to nausea, this served as an excellent opportunity to fortify their mental resilience. Xiao Fan cast a glance in the direction where Han Jiangxue had been, only to find her long gone from sight, prompting him to return to his residence. The Rotund fellow and the Xiong brothers had been waiting for quite some time, having witnessed the entire battle and still brimming with excitement. "Xiao brother, your valor is truly commendable. My brother and I hold you in the highest regard," Xiong Gang remarked, bowing slightly as he expressed his heartfelt sentiments. "Here we go again. This matter warrants thanks to you both, for without your assistance, I would have found it exceedingly difficult to extricate myself unscathed." Upon finishing his words, Xiao Fan handed him a storage pouch containing the previously concocted Yuanling pills. "I will provide the Thunder Talismans and Escape Talismans tomorrow morning," he added. "Very well, we shall return to make arrangements. Tomorrow, our Xiong Clan Trading Company will hold a press conference. Would you care to join us for some lively festivities, Brother Xiao?" inquired Xiong Gang. "I shall refrain from attending. The Alchemist Guild may take action, so exercise caution," Xiao Fan advised. With that, the Xiong brothers took their leave. "Brother, the Ming Wang may target the Jinxi Marquis." Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan nodded. The concerns of the rotund figure were not unfounded. However, the Ming Wang's counterattack would not come swiftly. Until the strength of the Marquis was thoroughly assessed, he would not dare to act recklessly. "Fear not, for we shall meet any challenge with fortitude, and any flood shall be met with barriers." Upon concluding his remarks, Xiao Fan produced several ingredients for concocting minor spirit elixirs along with an alchemical furnace, instructing the rotund fellow to commence the refinement process. Guided by Xiao Fan's expertise, the chubby man successfully brewed a batch of minor spirit elixirs. Though merely 2 in number and of middling quality, the achievement was enough to elate him to the point of jubilant leaps. "Very well," Xiao Fan encouraged. "Continue your alchemical endeavors. The quality must ascend to an extraordinary level. Additionally, do not neglect to consume the minor spirit elixirs to facilitate your cultivation breakthroughs." Xiao Fan provided a few instructions before departing from the courtyard, making his way towards the mission hall. He had expended 50,000 points to exchange for a considerable quantity of medicinal herbs and several talisman papers. By the time he returned to his residence, night had fallen. It was time to fortify the Ho residence. Relying on others was not a sustainable strategy. Xiao Fan murmured to himself as he began to stoke the furnace and meticulously refine elixirs. By midnight, he surveyed the myriad of pills he had concocted, nodding in satisfaction. Subsequently, he commenced inscribing talismans, focusing primarily on the 5 Thunder Talisman, the Evasion Talisman, and the Earth Shield Talisman. These were all low-grade talismans. And Xiao Fan experienced no difficulty in their creation. With the Spirit Essence pill at his disposal, he was untroubled by the depletion of his vital energy. As the first light of dawn began to break, Xiao Fan paused, and the Xiong brothers arrived. Xiao Fan handed over 200 Thunder Talisman and 200 Escape Talisman to them, finally letting out a long sigh of relief. Brother Xiao, these are the medicinal ingredients for refining the essence-infusing pill, all gathered according to the formula you provided, Xiong Gang said, presenting Xiao Fan with a storage pouch. His face brimming with excitement. Xiao Fan swept his thoughts and, upon confirming their accuracy, nodded slightly. The formula for the entry into Essence Pill is not a secret. Rather, it is the scarcity of 4-star alchemists that renders the entry into Essence Pill exceedingly rare. Xiao Fan made some modifications to the formula, ensuring that the marrow-penetrating elixir he concocted would surpass the quality of that produced by Yuan Feng, while also being more cost-effective. Very well. I shall endeavor to refine the marrow-penetrating elixir at the earliest opportunity. Xiao Fan replied, and only then did the brothers of the Xiong family withdraw. Disguised, Xiao Fan made his way out of the martial academy, intent on returning to the Ho residence in the West Town. An hour later, he stepped into the estate, greeted by the sight of yesterday's formidable blood condensation realm experts, all awaiting the essence-infusing pills. Fortunately, with Aunt Feng maintaining order, they remained relatively composed, refraining from any raucous commotion. Upon seeing Xiao Fan, Steward Shan hurried over, his previously furrowed brow finally relaxing a bit. Young master, you have returned at last. What shall we do now? Steward Shan exclaimed, flustered. Upon returning from the fierce battle yesterday, he had only just learned of the essence-infusing pills. How could the Ho residence possibly procure such items? Do not panic, old steward. Gather everyone in the front courtyard. I intend to elevate your cultivation levels, Xiao Fan instructed. Hearing this, Steward Shan was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of confusion, as he stood frozen in place, unable to comprehend. Do not dawdle, quickly go, Xiao Fan urged. Xiao Fan's words brought him back to reality. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead before taking action. Thank you, Aunt Feng. Xiao Fan turned around and sincerely bowed to Aunt Feng. News of Aunt Feng's presence in the Marquis' residence had long circulated, being associated with the Crown Prince. The Li family dared not make a move against the Marquis' assets for the time being. You are being too courteous. Perhaps you should first deal with these individuals. Aunt Feng remarked with a smile, genuinely curious to observe how Xiao Fan would handle them, especially since those in the blood condensation realm had indeed aided him in resolving his crisis. Xiao Fan nodded, then turned around once more, surveying the surroundings. To his surprise, he counted more than 70 individuals. Esteemed seniors, I kindly ask for your patience. I assure you that I will meet everyone's expectations. Xiao Fan cupped his hands in greeting before producing over 70 Yuanling pills, distributing one to each person present. Young Master Xiao, what does this mean? Wasn't it agreed upon that we would receive the bone-entering pill? Indeed, we seek the bone-entering pill. Moreover, these Yuanling pills are utterly useless, as the Wanan Pavilion has long since discontinued them. In an instant, voices rose in outrage, with many demanding an explanation from Xiao Fan. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. This Yuanling pill is not to be confused with the previous ones. It is not only beneficial but also remarkably effective. The Yuanling pills are merely a supplementary reward for you all, and shortly, I shall distribute the bone-entering pills. Xiao Fan provided an explanation, which eventually quelled their ire. Yet they remained skeptical about the efficacy of the Yuanling pill. For the time being, we shall place our trust in you, for there is no escape for you. They could only bide their time, had it not been for the assurance of the Xiong brothers regarding the presence of the Rusui pill. They would not have ventured to assist Xiao Fan. Chapter 43, Collective Breakthrough. Soon after, the members of the Marquis' residence had assembled. Yet the grand estate housed fewer than 200 individuals. Xiao Fan approached and felt a twinge of disappointment upon witnessing their somewhat despondent demeanor. Having met the young master, they exchanged pleasantries before engaging in hushed discussions. The current state of the Marquis' residence was indeed deteriorating, leaving them uncertain of how much longer they could endure. It was true. Ever since the Marquis' disappearance, we have struggled to hold our heads high in public. Sigh. Although their voices were low, Xiao Fan could hear them distinctly. A source of solace lay in the unwavering loyalty these individuals held for the Marquis' household, evident from their valiant performance on the battlefield just yesterday. Old steward. How many perished yesterday? Xiao Fan inquired. Replying to the young master, 18 lost their lives yesterday. And we still have 66 at the body refinement stage and 120 at the chi gathering stage, Steward Shan answered, also letting out a quiet sigh. This meager strength paled in comparison to the glorious times of the Marquis' household. We must address the aftermath diligently. Let us do this. Provide 100 gold coins in compensation directly to the families of the fallen, and offer appropriate recompense to the injured based on the severity of their wounds. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement, nearly leaping from their spots, showering Xiao Fan with heartfelt gratitude, especially as many among them had sustained injuries. The blood condensation stage individuals also began to discuss amongst themselves, expressing their approval of Xiao Fan's actions, and their perception of the Marquis' residence began to shift positively. Please, sit cross-legged. I shall now assist you in enhancing your cultivation. Xiao Fan pressed his hands downward, subsequently retrieving a plethora of small and large spirit pills from his storage pouch. The onlookers, upon beholding these elixirs, widened their eyes in disbelief, nearly drooling at the sight. Are these truly for us? Inquired one individual, whose throat bobbed nervously as he spoke. Belonging to the body refinement realm. Indeed, as long as you remain loyal to the Marquis' residence, the Marquis' residence will not treat you unjustly. Upon concluding his words, Xiao Fan instructed Steward Shan to distribute the elixirs. The cultivators at the body refinement stage were to consume the great spirit pills, while those at the chi gathering stage should partake of the lesser spirit pills. It was imperative not to confuse the two. Xiao Fan offered a brief admonition, yet his gaze lingered on the expressions of those in the blood condensation realm, and, as expected, they did not disappoint him. A lively discussion ensued. Is the Duke of Jinqi's residence truly so audacious, distributing elixirs without hesitation? Whispers abound that Xiao Fan is a 2-star alchemist. Can you believe it? Many began to feel swayed by the Duke's recruitment, each lost in their own calculations, their expressions a tapestry of varied emotions. On Xiao Fan's side, those individuals, after ingesting the elixirs, commenced their cultivation. Xiao Fan traversed among them, occasionally offering guidance. Haha, I have broken through. I have broken through. One individual suddenly erupted into laughter. Having transitioned directly from the gathering chi realm to the first level of body refinement, I too have achieved a breakthrough. The joyous exclamations resonated as the crowd celebrated their newfound strength, eliciting envy from those still in the blood condensation realm. The spectacle of over 100 individuals collectively breaking through was nothing short of extraordinary. Those in the blood condensation realm began to grow restless, yearning for their own breakthroughs. Yet Xiao Fan withheld the marrow-clearing pills from them. After half an hour, the majority of the over 100 had successfully completed their breakthroughs. And even those who did not manage to break through had significantly advanced in their cultivation. What delighted Xiao Fan even more was that 4 individuals at the pinnacle of body refinement had directly ascended to the first level of blood condensation. Among them the capable steward, thereby elevating the strength of the Jinqi Marquis to a new echelon. Thank you, young master, for bestowing the pills. Thank you, young master, for bestowing the pills. The crowd bowed deeply to Xiao Fan, their spirits rejuvenated and their previous despondency dissipated. As long as they dedicated themselves to the Marquis, further surprises awaited them. However, those who showed disloyalty would face dire consequences. After Xiao Fan concluded his words, he gestured for them to disperse and then turned to regard those in the blood condensation realm. Young Master Xiao, is it our turn now? One individual stepped forward. A peak blood condensation cultivator, his desire for the essence-infusing pill immensely fervent. Indeed, allow me to refine one more batch, and there will be sufficient pills. Xiao Fan, upon concluding his remarks, proceeded to retrieve several medicinal herbs, expertly managing the flame beneath the cauldron. Young Master Xiao, please do not jest. It is no affront to your abilities, but surely only a 4-star alchemist can concoct the essence-infusing pill? Indeed, as far as I am aware. Yuan Feng has only recently ascended to the rank of a 4-star alchemist. In response to these doubts, Xiao Fan merely smiled, remaining silent. In truth, he had already prepared an ample supply of essence-infusing pills the previous night. His intention to refine another batch before their very eyes was deliberate. And Feng also approached, expressing that if Xiao Fan could indeed produce the essence-infusing pill, she would not mind residing indefinitely within the Duke of Jinqi's estate. Do watch closely, she urged. Xiao Fan called out in a deep voice, gesturing grandly as the herbs were cast into the furnace. The crimson flames surged instantaneously, and under the astonished gazes of all present, the herbs began to melt slowly. Indeed, it appeared to be quite remarkable. Impossible. If he could truly concoct the marrow-cleansing elixir, I would immediately accept the recruitment from the Duke's residence without a moment's hesitation. So would I? Upon hearing their discussions, Xiao Fan revealed a smile laden with significance. As time passed, their astonishment transformed into exhilaration. Melt for me. Xiao Fan's voice resonated as the various medicinal ingredients within the alchemical furnace began to melt, and the elixir took shape. He meticulously controlled the flames, and as the final pill materialized, he immediately intensified the fire. The temperature surged rapidly, and the fragrant aroma of the elixir wafted through the air, spreading in all directions. Wow, this scent is simply enchanting. Could it truly be the essence pill? Undoubtedly. Merely inhaling its fragrance has already stirred my realm. Gather. With Xiao Fan's command, a batch of 8 essence pills was officially completed, each one a masterpiece. In that moment, everyone surged forward, their eyes gleaming with excitement, some even losing their shoes in the frenzy. It is indeed the essence pill, and a superior one at that. My heavens. Young Master Xiao, please grant me one. Step aside, I'm coming first. Seeing them embroiled in such a commotion, Xiao Fan recognized that the moment had arrived. Silence. Stand in line, all of you. Xiao Fan shouted loudly, prompting everyone to fall silent and instinctively arrange themselves into several rows. What do you believe my rank as an alchemist to be? Upon finishing his inquiry, Xiao Fan retrieved a Yuan Ling Dan and swallowed it, visibly restoring his vital energy. Witnessing this, their faces instantly brightened with joy. Young Master Xiao is undoubtedly a prodigy, a true 4-star alchemist. One cannot help but recognize that at such a tender age, he has ascended to the rank of a 4-star alchemist. His future achievements will be beyond measure. Xiao Fan nodded, presenting over 70 essence-infusing pills on a long table. Aunt Feng stood beside him, her astonishment palpable upon seeing the abundant display of pills. Even the royal family could not boast such extravagance. The miracles created by Xiao Fan were increasingly remarkable. Your Highness, I, Rosen, wish to join the Jinshi Marquisate. To demonstrate my loyalty, I pledge an oath by the heavenly Tao, vowing never to betray the Jinshi Marquisate. At this proclamation, others inwardly cursed themselves for lacking resolve, regretting that they had not seized the opportunity before Rosen. Your Highness, I, Dugu Jian, also wish to join the Jinshi Marquisate, pledging an oath by the heavenly Tao to remain forever loyal. With Rosen leading the charge, they could no longer hold back, eagerly expressing their allegiance to Xiao Fan. Aunt Feng watched in astonishment, though it was not entirely unexpected. Had Xiao Fan still been a mere 2-star alchemist, they might have hesitated. But now even she felt the allure. The power of a 4-star alchemist was well understood among them, and with Xiao Fan's youth, they realized that aligning with him could lead them to greater heights. At that moment, Xiao Fan's heart soared with joy as he counted 36 individuals willing to join the Marquisate, 6 of whom were at the peak of the blood condensation realm. To his surprise, all had sworn oaths by the heavenly Tao. It seemed he had underestimated the influence of a 4-star alchemist. Very well, I accept your allegiance. From this moment on, you are all members of the Jinshi Marquisate. Rosen, Dugu Jian, please distribute these essence-infusing pills. Xiao Fan straightened his posture and glanced at the 36 individuals, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, Your Highness. Luo Xin and Dugu Jian commenced their tasks, swiftly immersing themselves in their work. Xiao Fan turned around and handed Aunt Feng a wooden box, which contained 2 essence-infusing pills and some primordial spirit pills. Aunt Feng, you have worked hard. Aunt Feng was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing the pills inside, her heart swelled with joy. Although she had already ascended to the cleansing marrow realm, the essence-infusing pills could still aid her in enhancing her cultivation. Will you keep this for me? Xiao Fan interrupted her, genuinely hoping that Aunt Feng would remain to manage the affairs of the Marquis's estate. The old steward was beginning to show signs of fatigue and was no longer able to cope. Having Aunt Feng assist him was undoubtedly the wisest choice. On the prince's side, Aunt Feng was indeed intrigued. She recognized Xiao Fan's potential and appreciated his character. I'll handle matters with the prince. You may remain here at the Marquis's estate with peace of mind. Upon seeing Aunt Feng nod in agreement, Xiao Fan felt a surge of joy and summoned the old steward to arrange a grand banquet. After the feast, Xiao Fan appointed Aunt Feng as the grand elder, entrusting her with all matters concerning the estate, while the rest would be organized by her. Just as everyone was engaged in lively conversation, envisioning a promising future, a guard rushed in hastily. Young master, there is someone named Xionggang at the entrance seeking you. Xionggang? Please let him in and escort him to the conference hall. Aunt Feng, Rosen, and Dugu Jian, accompany me. Xiao Fan rose hurriedly and made his way towards the conference hall, followed closely by Aunt Feng and the others. Just as they settled into their seats, Xiang Gang rushed in, his expression betraying a hint of anxiety. "Brother Xiao, my father requests your presence," he said, a look of guilt crossing his face. Initially, they had agreed that their collaboration would remain confidential, yet now, the request for Xiao Fan to attend was a clear violation of the principles that govern business conduct. "Hold on, please clarify the situation," Xiao Fan urged. Xiao Fan furrowed his brows, a sense of foreboding washing over him. As if he had fallen into the trap set by the Xiong family, the Alchemist Guild had come to disrupt their affairs, forbidding the Xiong Chamber of Commerce from selling the Yuanling pills, unless... Xiang Gang hesitated at this point, his words caught in his throat, and bowed his head in guilt. Unless they could prove that the formula for the Xiong family's Yuanling pills was not pilfered from the Alchemist Guild. Xiao Fan articulated all that he wished to express, his heart filled with derisive laughter. "Yes, Brother Xiao, I apologize." Xiong Gang's expression grew increasingly remorseful. In truth, the Xiong family could have resolved the matter by confronting the Alchemist Association head-on. However, the head of the Xiong family, in an effort to mitigate losses, chose to sacrifice Xiao Fan. "If you won't go, then let your father devise a solution." Xiao Fan flatly rejected the proposition, fully aware of the ulterior motives harbored by the Xiong family. "Brother Xiao, I apologize. I should not have come. Farewell." The light in Xiong Gang's eyes dimmed as he slowly turned to leave. "Wait." Xiao Fan's voice resonated, invigorating Xiong Gang once more. "Very well, I shall accompany you." Xiao Fan primarily observed Xiong Gang's demeanor. Should Xiong Gang persist in his pleas, he would resolutely refuse to acquiesce. However, Xiong Gang's silence indicated that he, too, was oblivious to the unfolding circumstances. "Thank you, Brother Xiao." Upon concluding his words, the two hastily departed. As for safety concerns, Xiao Fan felt no trepidations. For Xiong Gang had brought along two formidable practitioners at the pinnacle of the cleansing marrow realm. After a little over an hour, Xiao Fan arrived at the entrance of the Xiong clan commerce hall, which was besieged by a throng of onlookers, creating an impenetrable barrier. "Make way, clear the path," Xiong Gang shouted as he advanced. Yet, upon catching sight of Xiao Fan, the crowd not only failed to disperse but surged closer, pointing and whispering among themselves. "Xiao Fan, you shameless scoundrel. Not only did you steal the alchemical formulas from the Alchemist Guild, but you also sold them to the Xiong clan commerce." A familiar voice pierced the air, and upon closer inspection, Xiao Fan recognized it as Gu Ming. "Ah, is that not Gu Ming? The one who speaks the harshest words often suffers the gravest consequences." Upon finishing his words, Xiao Fan noticed the expression on Gu Ming's face darken instantaneously, filled with a palpable hatred that made him grit his teeth. "All of you, step aside." With two Pequash Sign Realm practitioners clearing the way, they successfully made their way through and arrived at the entrance of the Xiong clan Chamber of Commerce. Xiao Fan gazed at Yuan Feng and Wu Zhou in the distance, a cold laughter echoing within him. "Xiao Fan, how dare you?" Yuan Feng's face flushed with embarrassment. Regret washed over him for not having eliminated Xiao Fan during their encounter at the Alchemist Guild. "How dare I? You were far more fierce when you seized my formula." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in discussion, though the majority dismissed Xiao Fan's words as mere bravado. "Ridiculous. You think I would steal your formula? What qualifications do you possess? Truly, you speak with reckless audacity." Yuan Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, the insignia of a 4-star alchemist gleaming on his chest, as he raised his proud head defiantly. "Enough of your prattle. I simply ask you this. Do you dare to consume the Yuan spirit pill you crafted yourself?" Xiao Fan raised his voice, infusing it with vital energy, ensuring that all present could hear him. "Indeed, Chief Yuan Feng. Please present the Yuan Ling pill you have concocted for examination. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Would you not agree?" At this moment, members of the Xiong family infiltrated the crowd, incessantly inciting the onlookers. It appeared somewhat plausible. Could it be that they had indeed stolen Xiao Fan's formula? Remarkably, despite their seemingly respectable demeanor, they were quite nefarious in nature. Following this commotion, an increasing number of individuals began to cast doubts upon Yuan Feng. "How audacious! Chief Yuan Feng has refined countless pills. How could you presume to question him? It is Xiao Fan who has pilfered our formula and tampered with the cauldron. Believe it or not as you wish." Wu Zhou emerged, exuding the aura of a peak-cleansing marrow realm practitioner, sending those nearby flying with a violent force, their cries echoing in despair. Xiao Fan suddenly clapped his hands, a smile radiating from his face as he gazed at Wu Zhou. "What a remarkable alchemist guild! Allow me to unveil the grotesque facade you so desperately conceal. Xiao, bring forth 2 new alchemical furnaces. Xiao Fan gave a command. And soon Xiao brought forth 2 new alchemical furnaces, placing them upon the ground. Esteemed guests, I kindly ask you to examine these 2 new furnaces and ascertain whether there are any issues. Xiao Fan waved his hand, and Xiao understood, instructing the servant to take the 2 alchemical furnaces outside and present them before the assembly. Chapter 45, The Old Place. As the crowd approached, they eagerly inspected the furnaces, nearly dismantling them in their quest for flaws, yet finding none. Esteemed guests, do these alchemical furnaces exhibit any issues? Have they been tampered with? Xiao Fan inquired. There are no problems. They are entirely new furnaces, came the collective response. With this assurance, Xiao Fan directed his gaze towards the representatives of the Alchemist Guild. Might I request that one of the furnaces be placed before Yuan Feng, allowing him to conduct a thorough examination? With a flair for drama, the onlookers soon positioned one of the furnaces in front of Yuan Feng, who turned pale at the realization of Xiao Fan's intentions. However, he found himself unable to decline the challenge. The furnaces are unblemished. What significance does that hold? Yuan Feng replied dismissively, casting a cursory glance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan gestured with his hand, and another alchemy furnace soared back to his presence. Yuan Feng, do you dare to use this new alchemy furnace to publicly refine a batch of Yuan spirit pills? Upon Xiao Fan's declaration, the crowd gradually comprehended the situation, and the atmosphere became lively in an instant. This method is indeed remarkable. It will swiftly reveal the identity of the thief. It holds merit. Now it depends on whether the Alchemist Guild dares to proceed. Confronted with an overwhelming tide of public opinion, Yuan Feng trembled with rage, his anger surging within him. With a resounding thud, he forcefully kicked the alchemy furnace aside. Xiao Fan, you shall pay for this, Yuan Feng declared with a fierce tone before turning to leave. Observing this, the other members of the Alchemist Guild followed suit. Indeed, they had audaciously attempted to seize Xiao Fan's formula. How utterly shameless. Such a prestigious alchemist guild, behaving with such arrogance and tyranny, is truly disheartening. Upon witnessing the desired effect, Xiao Fan set up a new alchemical furnace and commenced the process of refining elixirs. The crimson flames danced with precision under his expert control, while his deft techniques mesmerized the onlookers. Within the span of a mere incense stick, he successfully produced a batch of 8 supreme Yuan Ling pills, each one a paragon of excellence. Indeed, young Master Xiao is formidable. I shall claim this batch of Yuan Ling pills for myself. Back off, do not dare to contest with me. The crowd surged forward to purchase, while Xiao Fan gracefully withdrew, turning to leave. Young Master Xiao, please wait. Just as he took a few steps away, he halted and turned around to face the source of the call. It was a middle-aged man clad in brocade, his face heavily lined, with eyes narrowed to slits. I implore you to speak with your eyes wide open. Upon finishing his words, Xiao Fan was met with the hearty laughter of the middle-aged man, who displayed no signs of anger. Young Master Xiao is indeed humorous and charming, he remarked, his eyes wide with amusement. Now, why haven't you introduced young Master Xiao yet? Following this, Xiao hastily proceeded with the introduction. It turned out that the middle-aged man was none other than the head of the Xiong family, Xiong Ningxing, who was also Xiong's father. Is there something else you wish to discuss, head Xiong? Xiao Fan harbored little fondness for Xiong Ningxing, particularly after being deceived by him. Thank you, young Master Xiao, for your assistance. As a token of my gratitude, I wish to bestow upon you a fortuitous opportunity. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes, clearly intrigued. Fortuitous opportunity? Pray, elaborate. Xiong Ningxing glanced around cautiously before whispering, there have been unusual occurrences in the Hongduan Mountains. I have dispatched individuals to investigate, and it is possible that treasures may soon emerge. Young Master Xiao might consider testing his luck. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Fan remained somewhat skeptical, contemplating the veracity of the information presented. Young Master Xiao, I have no reason to deceive you. Surely, the head of the martial academy has also sensed it, Xiong Ningxin added, perceiving Xiao Fan's doubts and offering further assurance. Xiao Fan nodded in acknowledgement and offered a respectful gesture. Farewell. With those words, he departed, seeking a secluded spot where he could alter his appearance before making his way toward the Hongduan Mountains. After an hour, he finally exited the imperial city, gazing upon the majestic Hongduan Mountains before stepping into their embrace. The range was vast, with peaks stretching endlessly across 1,000 miles. Xiao Fan remained unhurried. Upon entering the mountains, he sought a grand tree, ascended its sturdy branches, and observed quietly. The sound of rushing air echoed nearby as two individuals at the washing marrow stage swiftly darted past, heading deeper into the mountains. At this sight, a slight smile graced Xiao Fan's lips, yet he remained still. As another hour elapsed, over 100 figures had passed by, most belonging to the blood condensation stage, with a few at the washing marrow stage. Just as Xiao Fan was about to descend, a group of young people approached leisurely, engaged in lively conversation. Adorned in matching attire, leading them was a venerable elder clad in gray, at the peak of the washing marrow stage. Brother Yang, what treasure do you suppose has emerged? Even many at the peak of the washing marrow stage have come, one inquired. I am uncertain. However, we should follow along. Consider it a trial, he replied. With that, the group of over 20 swiftly advanced deeper into the mountains. Xiao Fan leaped down and stealthily followed behind them, maintaining a considerable distance. It was not until dusk that they finally halted, setting up camp. Xiao Fan also came to a halt, concealing himself behind a large tree. He surveyed his surroundings, an unsettling sense of familiarity washing over him. After a moment of contemplation, he finally recalled that this was indeed the territory of the lion bull beast. However, he was uncertain whether it still resided here. Before he could embark on a search, a formidable roar echoed from ahead, startling the young adventurers who immediately drew their weapons. It's a second-tier lion bull beast, remain calm, the leader shouted. Upon hearing the word second tier, the group collectively exhaled in relief. The lion bull beast fixated its gaze upon them, its nostrils flaring as it exhaled hot breaths. Has it detected my presence? Its sense of smell is remarkably keen. Xiao Fan murmured a silent prayer, hoping the lion bull beast would not approach, for that would inevitably reveal his presence. What was transpiring? What could possibly capture the attention of the lion bull beast? Yi Yang, perplexed, inquired, casting a careful glance behind him, yet perceived nothing amiss. Suddenly, with a fearsome roar, the lion bull beast lunged forward, circumventing Yi Yang and his companions, leaping high to pounce upon the great tree where Xiao Fan was concealed. A reckless act. Xiao Fan revealed his figure, advancing rather than retreating, and unleashed a powerful punch. Hiss. Indeed, there was someone there. Had he lost his mind? A mere second level of body refinement daring to withstand a lion bull beast. The crowd buzzed with speculation, convinced that Xiao Fan was doomed, with many contemplating whether to lend a helping hand. With a resounding thud, Xiao Fan's fist struck the lion bull beast's head. Roar. The creature, taken aback by the pain, stumbled back a full yard, letting out a bellow. Its eyes widened to the size of lanterns, staring in disbelief at Xiao Fan, who had also been sent flying. Xiao Fan retreated a considerable distance of 3 zhang, a sharp pain radiating from his right hand. Yet, this was merely the force of his physical strength. He had not employed any true energy. How could this be? He had actually withstood a strike from the lion bull beast. Such formidable physical prowess. With a single punch, he had repelled the creature a full zhang away. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, astonished to see Xiao Fan unscathed. Even the leader furrowed his brow, as Xiao Fan's performance had surpassed his understanding of the second stage of body refinement. Beast, perish. Xiao Fan shouted loudly and rushed forward, delivering another powerful punch. Chapter 46. You are truly valiant. Xiao Fan refrained from utilizing his true energy, as he sought to refine his physical form. Such an extraordinary opportunity was not one to be squandered. With a roar, the lion bull beast was thoroughly incensed, its limbs frantically clawing at the ground before charging forward with a fierce rush. Bang! The two collided, and Xiao Fan was once again jolted backward, though this time he managed to retreat only 3 zhang. Once more, as Xiao Fan firmly established his stance, he charged forward once more. The lion bull beast, now filled with fury, thrust its long horns towards Xiao Fan's chest. Yet, akin to a nimble monkey, Xiao Fan evaded the strike effortlessly, delivering a powerful punch to the beast's head. With a resounding roar, the lion bull beast was sent tumbling, rolling several times before regaining its footing, its head spinning with stars. Who is he, after all? Why is he so formidable? Could he possibly be of royal descent? Many began to speculate wildly. For Xiao Fan donned a bamboo hat, and did not wear the attire of the deer hunting academy, shrouding him in an air of mystery. Brother Yang, I have an uncanny feeling that this person seems somewhat familiar, yet I cannot recall why, Su Su remarked, her gaze sharp and attentive as she continued to watch the battle unfold, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. As time passed, Xiao Fan unleashed countless punches, and the lion bull beast's head was now drenched in blood, its roars diminishing in strength. It is time to bring this to a close. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, he leaped onto the back of the lion bull beast, relentlessly striking its head. In an instant, the air was filled with roars, and brain matter splattered everywhere, creating an exceedingly violent scene. It was only when the lion bull beast slowly collapsed that Xiao Fan paused, letting out a long sigh of relief. By this time, night had fallen. He paid no heed to the individuals ahead, drawing forth the god-slaying sword to begin dissecting the lion bull beast. "Ah, it's that sword," Su murmured, her excitement prompting her to rush forward, having recognized Xiao Fan's god-slaying sword. Su, do not," Yi Yang exclaimed, realizing it was too late to stop her, and hurriedly followed. The others, witnessing this, also made their way over, leaving only the leader, who sat cross-legged. No longer regarding Xiao Fan, Xiao Fan unprecedentedly waved his hand to greet them. "Young master, I recognize you. May I request that you remove your hat?" Su approached, her eyes sparkling with a smile as she gazed at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback, and upon glancing at the god-slaying sword in his hand, comprehension dawned upon him. He removed the conical hat atop his head, revealing a chiseled visage that appeared even more resolute under the hazy moonlight. Su was momentarily stunned but quickly regained her composure, her curiosity towards Xiao Fan intensifying. "Xiao Fan? Is he truly Xiao Fan?" a voice called out, sparking astonishment among the crowd, who hastened their steps. In no time, they had encircled Xiao Fan, scrutinizing him with expressions of intrigue. "Are you certain he is Xiao Fan? He seems rather unremarkable. I expected him to possess 3 heads and 6 arms. Indeed, I am certain. I encountered him at the Xiong Clan Trading Association this afternoon. His demeanor and audacity are nothing short of exemplary for our generation." Although most had never laid eyes on Xiao Fan, his name had become renowned throughout the imperial city. His exploits had been woven into tales by storytellers, recounting his ventures from nurturing the crown prince, engaging in artistic exchanges, vanquishing malevolent spirits, confronting the Li family, battling the Ming King, to single-handedly opposing 100 adversaries, captivating listeners with each recounting. "You are indeed Xiao Fan?" Su crouched down, her joy evident as dimples adorned her cheeks. Absolutely authentic. Xiao Fan understood that he could not conceal the truth any longer, so he candidly admitted it. "Well, you are incredibly brave," Su exclaimed, excitedly grasping Xiao Fan's arm and shaking it with unrestrained enthusiasm, her face adorned with a smitten expression. "Ahem, junior sister Su. Please maintain your composure," Yi Yang interjected, his voice laced with jealousy, casting a fierce glare at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan evidently noticed the unfriendly gaze directed at him. He turned his head to glance at the exquisitely beautiful Su and instantly understood. At Yi Yang's call, Su also became aware of her lapse in composure, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. "Do you have an iron pot?" Xiao Fan inquired. "Huh? No, we don't," Su replied, curiosity piqued as she asked. "What do you need an iron pot for?" "Of course, to braise some meat." "Are you not hungry?" Xiao Fan cast a glance at her, sensing that the young lady's intellect might be somewhat lacking. "Hungry, yet we possess no iron wok." After Su finished speaking, she patted her belly, which unexpectedly emitted a rumbling sound. "No worries, I have a solution." Xiao Fan smiled lightly as he retrieved a refined alchemical furnace from his storage pouch and set it up with care. He then took some pristine water to cleanse the flesh of the lion cow beast thoroughly before placing it into the furnace, accompanied by a selection of medicinal herbs. Xiao Fan skillfully wielded his fire control technique as the crimson flames danced fervently, raising the temperature of the alchemical furnace. Before long, an enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. To think he was actually using the alchemical furnace to braise meat, such madness. Yet, one could not deny, it was indeed fragrant. The onlookers swallowed audibly, gravitating towards the furnace, their eyes fixated on the lion bull beast meat within. "Are you all devoid of caution?" Yi Yang quipped sarcastically, prompting the crowd to retreat hastily. However, Su remained unfazed, nearly drooling at the mouth. Could anyone expect her to be vigilant? That was an impossibility. Soon enough, the lion bull beast meat was perfectly cooked. Xiao Fan skewered a piece with a twig and indulged in a sumptuous feast. It was delectable, truly exquisite. Xiao Fan exclaimed as he savored his meal, declaring that the flesh of the second-tier demonic beast was undoubtedly a nourishing delicacy. As soon as he swallowed it, a wave of warmth surged through him, producing immediate effects. "I want some too," Su said, eagerly taking a large piece of meat, her mouth glistening with grease. The others could no longer resist. They glanced at Yi Yang and then at Su, who was thoroughly enjoying her meal, hesitating in their decision. "If you are hungry, come and indulge. This meat is a tonic that nourishes both yin and yang. Do not let this opportunity pass you by." Xiao Fan waved to them, raising the enticing morsel in his hand, from which an irresistible aroma wafted. "Thank you," Young Master Xiao, I shall not be modest. One individual eagerly approached, quickly satiating his hunger. The others could hardly contain themselves, rushing forth like a swarm, eager to seize the meat from the cauldron. Yi Yang, his face flushed with indignation, retreated to the camp, choosing to avert his gaze from the scene. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed from deep within the mountains. A formidable sound that caused the entire range to tremble momentarily. Everyone stood up, their eyes drawn towards the depths of the mountains, excitement evident on their faces. It seems it is not a treasure after all. Xiao Fan murmured softly, hastily cleansing the alchemical furnace before putting it away. Elder Lin Mo, has the treasure revealed itself? Yi Yang approached the leader with utmost respect, bowing slightly. Not yet, but it shall be soon. For everyone's safety, we shall set forth at dawn, replied Elder Lin Mo, settling down thereafter. However, Yi Yang hesitated, casting a fierce glance at Xiao Fan, followed by a disdainful snort. Xiao Fan, you shall accompany us on our journey tomorrow. With Elder Lin Mo present, our safety is greatly assured. Susu looked at Xiao Fan, tugging gently at the hem of his garment. Xiao Fan was filled with immense joy in his heart. All his efforts had been aimed at this very statement, had they not? Chapter 47, A Heartfelt Conversation. Is this suitable? Xiao Fan feigned a sense of difficulty, yet he was already making his way toward their campsite. How appropriate, indeed. Tonight, you shall visit my tent, and we shall engage in a heartfelt conversation. Susu, full of exuberance, quickly bounded over and grasped Xiao Fan's arm, her face alight with anticipation. A heartfelt conversation. Within your tent? Xiao Fan could not help but inquire further, gazing upon the exquisite visage before him, his heart stirred with a hint of restlessness. Ah! How I wish for swift fulfillment. Soon, I must indulge myself. Upon concluding her words, Susu tugged him towards the tent, inciting Yi Yang, who stood not far off, to grit his teeth in frustration. Indulge? Rest assured, I possess great prowess in this regard. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, he tousled his dark hair, puffed out his chest, and stepped into Susu's tent. Elder Lin Mo, Susu has summoned an outsider. You must intervene. Yi Yang could no longer contain himself and rushed to Elder Lin Mo to report the matter. His voice was soft, yet the tent's poor soundproofing allowed everyone to hear him clearly. Susu pouted and dashed outside, approaching Elder Lin Mo and clasping her hands in greeting. Elder Lin Mo, I merely wish to hear the true stories of Xiao Fan. Is that permissible? Upon finishing her request, she even made a playful face at Yi Yang, showcasing her mischievous spirit. That poses no significant issue. You may proceed. Elder Lin Mo surprisingly acquiesced, waving his hand to dismiss them. Hooray! Elder Lin Mo is the best, Susu exclaimed before returning to the tent, leaving Yi Yang in a state of bewilderment. Elder Lin Mo, but Yi Yang began, only to be interrupted by Lin Mo. Your heart is unstable. Those who cultivate must always maintain tranquility. Remember that. Once Yi Yang exited, Lin Mo shook his head and sighed. After a sleepless night, the following morning, Xiao Fan emerged from the tent with a distressed expression. What a fleeting thrill. It turns out Susu merely wanted to hear about my experiences. She pursued me all night like a mosquito. Hurry and pack. We must depart at once. Lin Mo called out, casting a glance at Xiao Fan that hinted at his amusement. Through the night's interactions, Xiao Fan learned from Susu that they were disciples of the Qingmu Taoist temple. Although the temple was located in the imperial city and held a reputation not quite on par with the Ji Lu Martial Academy, it was still quite formidable. The disciples there were all of mid-level rank, all at least at the body refinement stage, none below the 5th level. The top disciples of the Qingmu Taoist temple had already set off, likely reaching the site of the forthcoming treasures. Those from the Martial Academy had probably arrived as well. It would indeed be a bustling affair. As Xiao Fan contemplated, they had completed their preparations and commenced their journey. Hurry, Xiao Fan, Susu called out, prompting the two to swiftly catch up. To their surprise, Yi Yang also rushed over, squeezing himself between them, which left everyone stifling laughter. Their journey proceeded relatively smoothly. Although they encountered numerous ferocious beasts, the formidable ones were dispatched by Lin Mo with a mere slap, while the less formidable served as practice for the young ones. After 3 hours, they began to encounter an increasing number of humans, each possessing at least the cultivation level of body refinement, accompanied by elders, all brimming with excitement. Before long, they came to a halt, and as Xiao Fan focused his gaze ahead, he discovered a valley. Although it was midday, the sun was obscured here, and the valley was shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial realm. The surrounding peaks were teeming with people, roughly estimated to number in the thousands. This must be the place. We shall rest here and patiently await the emergence of the treasures, Lin Mo instructed, and the others nodded in agreement, settling down cross-legged. Xiao Fan. How did he manage to come here? He truly knows no fear, a mocking voice suddenly echoed from a distance, drawing the attention of those nearby as they began to search for its source. Xiao Fan turned his head to see that the speaker was a student from the intermediate class of the martial arts academy. He did not recognize this individual, but the attire indicated his affiliation with the intermediate class, accompanied by more than 30 others, with Zhao Su as their leader. Where is Xiao Fan? The storyteller painted such a fantastical picture, yet I have yet to witness the man himself. The words of the storyteller were met with skepticism. After all, the present-day storytellers were as plentiful as weeds, rife with competition, and most tended to embellish and fabricate tales. The representatives from other factions in the imperial city began to discuss among themselves, and after a moment of searching, their gazes finally settled upon Xiao Fan. Is he truly Xiao Fan? How can he be merely at the second level of body tempering? Could we have mistaken him for someone else? Laughter erupted around them, starkly contrasting with the grand tales they had heard from the storyteller. We can attest to it. He is indeed Xiao Fan, a student from Class 6 of the primary level at the Deer Hunt Martial Academy, while we belong to the intermediate class. The intermediate class students joined in the laughter, driven by jealousy over Xiao Fan's prior accomplishments at the academy. Oh, I wish to inquire, are his exploits genuine? One person asked, sparking a collective curiosity that swiftly silenced the crowd. He is merely fortunate, having ingratiated himself with a commendable mentor. Just look at that pretty boy. He is favored by our esteemed mentor, Han Jiangxue, who resolves all his problems. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in even louder laughter, realizing the truth behind the facade. So that's it. This pretty boy truly knows how to leverage his advantages. Young Master Xiao, what remarkable skill you possess. In an instant, a torrent of ridicule swept through the air, drawing an ever-growing audience to the spectacle. Faced with such overt mockery, Xiao Fan simply shook his head, refusing to cast even a glance in their direction. To his surprise, the disciples of the Qingmu dojo not only refrained from joining the derision, but instead glared fiercely at those who mocked him, Yi Yang included. Xiao Fan, are you taken aback? One of our dojo's principles is to never mock others, Yi Yang explained, prompting Xiao Fan to silently commend the Qingmu dojo. He glanced at the sneering faces of the intermediate class students, then at the contrasting demeanor of the Qingmu disciples. The disparity was stark. Xiao Fan, are you mute? Can you not speak? One individual approached him, adopting a provocative stance. Step aside. This is the territory of the Qingmu dojo, not your Deluo sect. Xiao Fan remained silent, while the enchanting Su Su admonished him sharply. Upon beholding Su Su's exquisite visage, he was nearly overcome with desire. This lovely maiden. I hail from the Luo Ma Lake of the great Luo sect, and my father is an elder of the sect. Might we forge a friendship? The man's gaze wandered over Su Su's form, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Leave, Su Su shouted fiercely, rather than inciting anger in Luo Ma Lake. Her words stirred a deeper yearning within him. How audacious. I find it delightful. Luo Ma Lake then cast a glance at Xiao Fan, his eyes growing cold as he took a few steps forward. Xiao Fan, step aside. Allow me to engage in a proper exchange with this charming young lady. He clenched his fist and waved it menacingly before Xiao Fan. Depart. Xiao Fan's voice rang out with a chilling intensity, unleashing a wave of murderous intent that caused the hairs on the necks of those nearby to stand on end. Chapter 48, The Small World. Xiao Fan, are you seeking death? A kick aimed at Xiao Fan's chin came from Luo Ma Lake, who retorted, it is you who courts death. Xiao Fan sprang up from the ground, delivering a swift chop that struck against the bone of his calf. Ah, Luo Ma who winced in pain, hastily retreating a few steps while glancing at his now swollen calf. To his astonishment, Luo Ma who had suffered a setback. It was merely a lapse in his vigilance. Did he not possess the ability to observe? Xiao Fan merely intended to impart a slight lesson, employing only a fraction of his physical strength. Otherwise, the bones in his legs would have surely shattered. How dare you harm me? I shall not rest until you are utterly defeated. Luo Ma who, having suffered a minor setback, felt fury surge within him and launched another fist towards Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed as he unleashed a punch, yet he refrained from employing his true energy. The two fists collided with a thunderous roar, sending Luo Ma who flying backward, while Xiao Fan remained steadfast. How could this be? Luo Ma who was a formidable figure at the 6th level of body refinement. Yet, in his arrogance, he failed to notice that Xiao Fan had also not utilized his true energy. Xiao Fan, you are doomed, Luo Ma who declared, stabilizing his stance as he drew forth a black scythe and charged forward. "Stop this at once." Lin Mo's voice rang out, emanating an aura of peak cleansing that halted Luo Ma Hu in his tracks. He glared fiercely at Xiao Fan, hesitating whether to strike again. "This is the domain of the Qingmu Daoist Temple. Should you choose to act further, I shall not hold back," Lin Mo added, glancing disdainfully towards the direction of the Deluo sect's encampment. "Return," the leader from the Deluo sect called out, prompting Luo Ma Hu to reluctantly retreat. "Xiao Fan, have some courage and do not hide behind others. What business do you, a mere student of the Martial Institute, have at the Qingmu Daoist Temple?" At this moment, the disciples of the Deluo sect began to jeer, feeling humiliated by Luo Ma Hu's defeat. As these words were uttered, the crowd became aware of the implications, turning their gazes towards the Martial Institute's encampment. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, throwing many off balance and instilling panic among the onlookers. "What is happening? Is a treasure about to emerge?" Someone shouted, prompting the crowd to focus intently on the valley. With another resounding roar, a vibrant barrier slowly ascended from the valley, enveloping the entire area. "Charge! The treasure has appeared." The crowd surged forward, disregarding any sense of camaraderie. Among them, those in the cleansing realm surged ahead with remarkable speed. A cacophony of collisions echoed as they slammed into the barrier, only to be rebounded, cries of anguish escaping their lips. "What is happening? Why can't we enter?" Confused, they attempted to surge forward again, yet were met with the same fate. All those in the cleansing realm faced an equally grim reality, their expressions darkening. "There is an entrance. Charge!" One perceptive member of the cleansing realm darted towards the discovered opening, prompting others to follow suit. Yet, strangely, they were once more repelled. "Damn it! Is it that those in the cleansing realm cannot enter?" Many halted, scratching their heads in perplexity, their brows furrowed in frustration. At that moment, those at the blood coagulation realm arrived, only to be met with disorientation as they too found themselves unable to enter. "Charge! They cannot get in. This is splendid." At long last, they arrived at the quenching body realm, and astonishingly, they plunged into it without any hindrance, vanishing into the barrier. An increasing number of individuals from the quenching body realm followed suit, and Xiao Fan also ventured forth, having become separated from the disciples of the Qingmu Daoist Hall. Xiao Fan charged in an instant, and the scene immediately became a blank slate. As his feet touched the ground, he felt an overwhelming weight, nearly causing him to tumble ungracefully. The profound and formidable principles of the Tao enveloped him. Xiao Fan exclaimed in astonishment. Once he steadied himself, he began to observe the surroundings. To his surprise, it was a miniature world. It seemed that the Wui continent was far from ordinary. Xiao Fan muttered to himself. Surveying the towering ancient trees that surrounded him, it was evidently a pristine forest. "Wow, so many medicinal herbs. I've struck gold, ha ha ha." Suddenly, a noise emerged from a distance, sharpening Xiao Fan's senses. He treaded forward with heavy steps. The dense laws of the path slowed his pace considerably. Should he employ his agile techniques, the consumption of vital energy would be substantially greater than in the outside world. Similarly, when executing martial skills, the expenditure of vital energy would also increase, significantly diminishing their potency. Before long, Xiao Fan arrived at the scene, observing a figure not far away who was harvesting medicinal herbs. His brow furrowed upon recognizing that it was a member of the Deluo sect. Noticing the abundance of herbs scattered across the ground, he too began to collect them, his speed far surpassing that of the Deluo sect individual. "Stop right there. Who permitted you to harvest my herbs?" The man finally noticed Xiao Fan, shouting angrily and glaring at him. Xiao Fan paid no heed and continued to gather. That individual was merely at the 4th level of body refinement and posed no threat. Seeking death, the person charged at Xiao Fan, drawing a long sword and swinging it towards him. "Humph!" Xiao Fan let out a cold snort, deftly sidestepping the longsword while simultaneously delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, his opponent fell to the ground, his dantian shattered. "Ah, you are Xiao Fan. I shall kill you." The man rose to his feet. But upon glancing down at himself, he immediately broke into a wail of despair. The ferocity he once exhibited now utterly vanished. Xiao Fan advanced step by step, resembling a deity of death, poised to claim the life of his adversary at any moment. "Young Master Xiao, I was wrong. Please spare my life. I offer you all these." The man, finally stricken with fear, knelt before Xiao Fan, prostrating himself fervently. Oh, such an abundance of medicinal herbs. Just as Xiao Fan was about to enact his grim intention, an excited voice resonated from behind him. As Xiao Fan turned around, he was taken aback to find a student from the martial arts academy before him. Friend, save me. If you eliminate Xiao Fan, all of this will be yours. I shall even offer you the gold coins I possess. The expression of the individual shifted dramatically as he rushed forward with fervor. Fully aware of the animosity that existed between the Martial Arts Academy and Xiao Fan, which emboldened him to act so recklessly. Xiao Fan. The student from the Martial Arts Academy suddenly became exhilarated, his gaze fixated on the storage bag at Xiao Fan's waist, eyes gleaming with desire. Friend, help? Before he could finish his plea, he was sent flying with a single kick, writhing in pain on the ground. Xiao Fan, I have heard that you possess 50,000 points. If you transfer all those points to me, you may depart in peace. Otherwise, you know the consequences that await you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan inwardly scoffed. The newcomer was merely at the 7th level of body refinement, and he paid them no mind, continuing to gather herbs. Xiao Fan, do not be so ungrateful, the man from the Martial Academy shouted as he slowly approached. If you wish to strike, then do so. There is no need for pretense. Xiao Fan raised his head, gazing at him calmly, his expression devoid of emotion. You are not foolish after all. I have reconsidered. I shall not kill you immediately. Instead, I will render you incapacitated, then hang you from a tree, stripping you of your garments for the passing onlookers to admire. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Fan was reminded of someone. What is your relationship with Dang Gang? Chapter 49. Poisonous spirit, and I don't mind telling you, I am Dang Gang's brother, Dang Kai. With a cold sneer, the man named Dang Kai swung his hand towards Xiao Fan. Is that your arrogance? You think you can dispose of me with a mere slap? Xiao Fan felt an urge to smile, yet he did not underestimate his opponent. He raised his left hand to block. Pff. Xiao Fan grimaced in pain, his expression instantly turning grave, and he promptly retaliated with a punch. To his surprise, Dang Kai managed to evade it, retreating several paces. Equally solemn as he regarded Xiao Fan. Quite impressive speed. Xiao Fan pondered to himself, unable to fathom how swiftly Dang Kai had reacted. Dang Kai's right hand trembled slightly, astonished that Xiao Fan could withstand a strike that bore 60% of his strength. You possess some skill, but alas, your opponent is me. Upon finishing his words, Dang Kai's figure flickered and he appeared behind Xiao Fan, launching a punch aimed at the back of Xiao Fan's head. He observed Xiao Fan remaining utterly still, and an overwhelming joy surged within him. With a whoosh, his fist seemingly penetrated Xiao Fan's skull. Yet there was neither blood nor sound, as if striking mere air. This is not good. It's merely an afterimage, Dang Kai thought, realizing the gravity of the situation. As he attempted to retreat, a sudden pain shot through his head, leaving him momentarily dazed, and an immense force propelled him away. A cry of anguish escaped his lips. His mind was still blank, rendered bewildered by Xiao Fan's punch. You wish to engage me with your agility? You are still too inexperienced. Upon concluding his words, Xiao Fan vanished from sight, delivering a swift kick towards the still descending Dang Kai. With a resounding thud, Dang Kai was propelled laterally before he could even touch the ground. At last, clarity returned to Dang Kai's mind, yet the agony radiating from his head and chest compelled him to grit his teeth. Knowing that several of his ribs had likely been fractured, more alarmingly, before he could regain his footing, Xiao Fan's fist was upon him once more, leaving him no opportunity to employ his martial skills. Thud. Xiao Fan's fist struck his forehead, causing Dang Kai, who had just regained clarity, to lose consciousness once more. Overwhelmed by frustration, initially believing him to be a worthy adversary, it has now become evident that he is not. Upon concluding his words, Xiao Fan executed his technique, delivering a powerful punch directed at his foe's forehead. A resounding crack echoed as bones shattered, brain matter splattered, and Dang Kai ultimately succumbed to lifelessness. Xiao Fan had obliterated his skull with a single blow. Xiao Fan glanced around, realizing that the members of the Deluo sect had already fled. He made no attempt to pursue them, knowing that without their cultivation, they would soon fall prey to others or to the beast of the wild. Xiao Fan, having consumed a Yuan Ling Dan, swiftly gathered the necessary herbs before finally exhaling a sigh of relief. After a brief moment of recuperation, he casually chose a direction and proceeded with caution. The dense primordial forest was undoubtedly fraught with peril, and he could not afford to be careless. Suddenly, a faint cry for help echoed from a distance. Help! Help! Without hesitation, Xiao Fan deployed his agility and swiftly dashed towards the source of the sound. Moments later, he slowed his pace, advancing with utmost caution, and once again consumed another Yuan Ling Dan. The exertion of his swift movements had drained a considerable amount of his vital energy, compelling Xiao Fan to maintain his peak condition at all times. As he beheld the scene before him, a chill crept down his spine. Countless dark entities were feasting upon a living man, a sight both horrifying and grotesque. The victim was none other than a member of the Deluo sect whom Xiao Fan had previously incapacitated. His cries grew fainter, his struggles dwindling. These were the venomous spirit ants. Xiao Fan nearly exclaimed in astonishment, had it not been for his extensive experiences in a previous life. He would not have recognized the venomous spirit ant. This creature is highly toxic, typically dwelling in groups and feasting upon medicinal herbs, known for its remarkable speed. Most notably, it possesses the ability to fly. In just a matter of moments, the individual from the Deluo sect was left with nothing but a grim skeleton, the flesh having been entirely consumed by the toxins of the venomous spirit ants, rendering him irrevocably deceased. This is a formidable threat. Retreat is imperative. Xiao Fan murmured to himself, cautiously lifting his foot. Just as he intended to step forward, he found himself inexplicably frozen in place. His gaze fixated on a layer of ominous black substance on the ground, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Unbeknownst to him, his feet were now encircled by a swarm of venomous spirit ants, creating a barrier around him. Strangely, these venomous ants did not launch an attack. Instead, they scuttled restlessly around him. What could this possibly mean? Xiao Fan also noticed this predicament, yet he remained paralyzed with fear, his back already drenched. He was frantically calculating his chances of escape should these ghastly creatures launch an assault. Suddenly, a droning sound pierced the air ahead. Xiao Fan focused intently and saw a golden poison spirit ant swiftly approaching. This is not good. It is the poison spirit ant queen. Xiao Fan finally comprehended why the venomous spirit ants had yet to launch an attack. It was because the ant queen had not yet arrived. Without the queen's command, they dared not move. Indeed, as soon as the queen emitted a sharp cry, the venomous spirit ants surged towards Xiao Fan in an instant. Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed, and his vital energy surged forth. Fire, come forth, he exclaimed in a deep voice, unleashing his fire control technique. A torrent of flames erupted into the sky. Instantly, a foul odor permeated the air, inducing a sense of nausea. Xiao Fan felt a sharp pain emanating from his foot. Looking down, his heart tightened instantly. His ankle was swarmed by venomous spirit ants, relentlessly biting away. Xiao Fan's entire being trembled as his vital energy surged forth, instantly propelling them away. With a fierce breath, he intensified his efforts, creating a fiery circle around himself. However, those venomous spirit ants, seemingly undeterred by death, surged forward. Some were incinerated alive, while others managed to breach the fiery perimeter, lunging toward Xiao Fan. Damn it! Confronted by these fearless venomous spirit ants, Xiao Fan could think of no alternative strategy other than his fiery assault for the time being. Xiao Fan glanced at the venomous spirit ant not far away, noticing its unwavering gaze fixed upon the storage pouch at his waist. The medicinal herbs. Xiao Fan suddenly recalled and swiftly took out a handful of medicinal herbs, casting them aside. Buzzing, indeed, those venomous spirit ants altered their course and swarmed towards the herbs. Xiao Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though a small portion of his feet had already begun to rot, however, it was not a significant concern. Let us proceed. As Xiao Fan was about to employ his agility, he suddenly found himself surrounded by the venomous spirit queen ant and an overwhelming swarm of her venomous spirit minions. Xiao Fan steadied his mind and unleashed the technique of wind manipulation, dashing forth. With a swift motion, he broke through the densely packed encirclement of venomous spirit ants. However, the number of these malevolent creatures clinging to him continued to multiply, relentlessly gnawing at his flesh. Curses upon you! Xiao Fan gritted his teeth in agony, his hands incessantly striking at his body, layers of venomous spirit ants falling away with each blow. However, the relentless swarm of these malevolent insects pursued him with fervor, and if this continued, his demise was inevitable. Do you not seek medicinal herbs? Here, take them all. Xiao Fan cast another handful of medicinal herbs into the distance, successfully diverting a portion of the venomous spirit ants. Observing this, he threw another handful, yet the queen ant remained steadfast, unwavering in its pursuit of him. Queen ant, do not be too greedy. As Xiao Fan hurriedly advanced, he shouted aloud while consuming a yuanling pill, thus quickening his pace. Chapter 50, The Sect's Ruins. Regardless of how swiftly he ran, he could not evade the relentless pursuit of the ant queen. Enraged beyond measure, a bold idea surged forth in his mind. Chaos world, grant me passage. No sooner had he uttered these words than he felt a sudden stirring in his abdomen, and an entrance materialized before him in an instant. Xiao Fan was filled with joy. With a mere thought, The entrance instantly expanded. "Come to me." A powerful suction emerged, drawing in the venomous spirit ants in an overwhelming wave, engulfing everything in darkness. Once all the venomous spirit ants had been consumed, Xiao Fan collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. Fortunately, the chaotic realm could absorb living beings. Otherwise, I would have encountered significant trouble. After a brief moment of meditation, Xiao Fan's consciousness ventured into the chaotic realm for observation. To his astonishment, he beheld a colony of pitch-black poison spirit ants, docilely nestled beneath the origin tree. Intrigued, he projected his essence in the form of his own likeness and approached them, only to discover that he was not met with any hostility from the ants, a most peculiar phenomenon. Suddenly, the ant queen soared toward Xiao Fan, startling him into retreating several steps. Observing this, the ant queen paused momentarily before gradually advancing once more. What a curious lack of animosity. Xiao Fan made a conjecture. And this time he did not retreat. He observed as the ant queen gently descended onto his arm, nuzzling against him and emitting a few cheerful chirps. "Do you wish to remain here?" Xiao Fan inquired. To his astonishment, the venomous ant queen nodded, demonstrating an understanding of human speech. Seeing her in this manner, Xiao Fan recalled a legend he had heard in his previous life. The tale spoke of the origin tree, which concealed the secret to eternal life. Finding the origin tree would allow one to comprehend the mysteries of longevity. Could it be that this legend holds truth? Xiao Fan pondered to himself, casting a glance at the origin tree ahead, a bitter smile crossing his lips. The realm of immortality felt infinitely distant to him, a notion beyond his current contemplation. With this thought, he turned his gaze towards the queen of the poisoned spirit ants, a knowing smile gracing his features. Remaining here was not out of the question. "Yet I require your assistance when the need arises. What say you?" Upon concluding his words, the queen ant, without a moment's hesitation, nodded in agreement. Only then did he exit, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He let out a sigh of relief. With the venomous spirit ant at his disposal, he had acquired another formidable asset. It was time to depart from this forest. After murmuring to himself, Xiao Fan chose a direction and proceeded forward in a straight line. The primordial forest was exceedingly daunting, and one could not help but speculate about the presence of even more terrifying entities. He treaded cautiously. Within this miniature world, the concept of time was non-existent. It was unclear how long he had been walking, but at last, Xiao Fan emerged from the depths of the ancient woodland. Upon encountering a landscape of rolling hills, his spirits lifted, and he ambled at a leisurely pace to a vantage point to gaze into the distance. There appeared to be people over there. On the distant hillside, several figures were swiftly making their way. Xiao Fan pondered for a moment, then retrieved a hat and placed it upon his head. Employing his agility, he swiftly darted away. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Fan found himself behind them. Upon discerning the attire of those individuals, he nearly burst into laughter. Members of the Li family? Splendid. Xiao Fan murmured to himself, quickening his pace to catch up. "Wait for me, my friends ahead." Xiao Fan shouted loudly, feigning exhaustion as he gasped for breath. At his call, the 4 individuals from the Li family immediately halted, turning to gaze at Xiao Fan. How dare a mere second-tier body refinement practitioner follow us? Truly reckless. One of them remarked, casting a glance at the other 3, a fierce expression dawning upon his face. As Xiao Fan approached them, he suddenly halted and inquired, "You are members of the Li family, are you not? Why has young Master Li not arrived? I have been searching for him at the martial academy for quite some time, yet I have not encountered him." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 4 individuals softened. "We are all young Master Li," one of them queried. "Which young Master Li do you speak of?" "Li Junbai, young Master Li." Xiao Fan replied, "I am a close friend of his. It has been quite a while since I last saw him, and I miss him dearly." After Xiao Fan concluded his words, he nearly succumbed to laughter, fortunately concealed by his hat, preventing anyone from noticing the shift in his expression. The opponent possessed a peak body tempering realm, making it no simple task to eliminate them. A suitable opportunity had to be sought. It was not that accursed Xiao Fan who severed his arms. "Why, then, do you wear a hat?" The individual was halfway through his inquiry when he suddenly realized and posed a counter-question to Xiao Fan. "Alas, it is a long story. I encountered a venomous creature that inflicted numerous wounds upon me, particularly on my face, and I truly wish to spare you all from any discomfort." Upon finishing his words, Xiao Fan lifted his garment, revealing the injury on his foot. Enough, put it down, it's quite repulsive." The individual promptly turned his head and took a few steps back, creating distance between himself and Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan set his garments aside, bowed respectfully to them, and inquired, "Esteemed friends, might you allow me to accompany you? Should you happen upon treasures or the like, there is no need to share. They are entirely yours." After a moment of contemplation, the four individuals, considering the reputation of Li Junbai, nodded in agreement. With their acceptance, Xiao Fan's heart soared with joy. He had finally infiltrated their ranks. Thus, the quintet resumed their journey. Through their discussions, Xiao Fan became acquainted with their names and unearthed a piece of invaluable information. The other members of the Li family had discovered a site of ancestral significance, and one among them had sent a message via a communication talisman, urging them to proceed to the designated location indicated by the locator talisman. Xiao Fan secretly sighed at the affluence of the Li family. They possessed talismans for communication and navigation, among others. Uncertain of how long they had been traveling, their pace began to slow, and they were drenched in sweat. "Brother Li Ming, are we nearly there?" Xiao Fan inquired. Li Ming, quite pleased with Xiao Fan's demeanor, glanced at the navigation talisman and replied, "We are close. Just hold on a little longer." The others nodded in agreement, for their continuous journey had indeed drained their vital energy, leaving them panting heavily. After approximately the duration of a stick of incense, they finally beheld other humans, as well as the ruins of the sect. To their surprise, a formation was safeguarding the site, and outside the formation, over 100 individuals had gathered. Xiao Fan gazed upon the remnants of the sect's ruins, his brow furrowing in deep contemplation. The sect was vast, several times larger than the Hunting Deer Martial Academy, with its structures remarkably intact, albeit overrun by an abundance of wild grasses and creeping vines. The protective array of the sect still lingered, yet it stood desolate, devoid of life. It was a perplexing sight indeed. Xiao Fan pondered to himself, shaking his head as he decided to dismiss the thoughts entirely. He followed Li Ming over, where groups of people gathered, engaged in discussions on how to breach the formation. Xiao Fan cast a glance around, and suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. Although she was disguised as a man, Xiao Fan recognized her at once. It was Yingwaner. Accompanied by 5 guards, she posed no immediate threat, so Xiao Fan refrained from approaching her. "Young Master Xiang has arrived. Please, break this formation. There must be treasures within." A resounding voice echoed, igniting excitement among the crowd. All eyes turning towards the newly arrived Xiang Yuan. Chapter 51. Entering the ruins, Xiang Yuan slowly approached the grand formation, meticulously examining it, his brow furrowed in concentration. Though it soon relaxed. "Young Master Xiang, what do you think? Can you dismantle this formation?" The crowd incessantly inquired, placing their hopes of success entirely upon Xiang Yuan. The Xiang family was renowned for their mastery of formations, and given that Xiang Yuan was the most gifted among them, their reaction was entirely understandable. "It is worth a try. Please step back at least 10 paces. This formation is quite formidable, and I fear for your safety," Xiang Yuan declared loudly. A fleeting glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes, which Xiao Fan observed clearly. Upon hearing this, the crowd retreated to a safe distance of 10 paces, confident that once the formation was breached, nothing could hinder their advance. Satisfied with their compliance, Xiang Yuan nodded approvingly and signaled to the members of the Xiang family, preparing to dismantle the formation. "Senior brother Li Ming, I shall step aside for a moment," he remarked. Upon finishing his words, Xiao Fan dashed outside, taking a wide detour before arriving at the opposite side of the ruins. He had nearly comprehended the intricacies of the formation and began to mentally simulate various scenarios. While breaching the array proved impossible, it was a protective formation for the clan. Thus, I could endeavor to unlock this array. Xiao Fan muttered to himself, believing that Xiang Yuan shared a similar sentiment, which prompted their retreat of 10 paces. To covet the treasures within the ruins for oneself? Such a notion is indeed fanciful. Xiao Fan's heart was filled with cold laughter. After Xiang Yuan activated the formation, he entered first and reactivated the array, leaving everyone else outside. With this thought, Xiao Fan's hands moved gracefully through the air, meticulously carving intricate patterns as a formation seal gradually emerged. "Go." With the utterance of this command, the seal instantly merged into the grand array. A low hum resonated as the formation emitted an unusual sound, releasing a wave of invisible energy, which quickly subsided into tranquility. What was happening? Truly, Xiang Gongzi was remarkable. Progress had come so swiftly. The disturbance in the grand array did not go unnoticed by those on the other side. They assumed it was the result of Xiang Yuan's efforts. Meanwhile, Xiang Yuan himself wore a perplexed expression, still engrossed in his studies. What had caused the sudden anomaly in the array? On Xiao Fan's side, he meticulously inscribed several intricate sigils, simultaneously penetrating the grand formation. The resonance of the formation intensified, creating a more pronounced disturbance, yet it soon returned to an eerie calm, igniting a fervor among the onlookers. Xiao Fan finally came to a halt. After swallowing a yuanling pill, he continued forward for several dozen zhang. This is the place, Xiao Fan murmured softly, placing his hands gradually upon the central position of the grand formation, his thoughts delving deeper to perceive the internal fluctuations of the array. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed behind him, and Xiao Fan inwardly sensed the urgency, accelerating his perception. Who goes there? What are you doing? A familiar voice called out. But Xiao Fan chose to remain unresponsive. The footsteps drew nearer, and he glanced back to see Luo Mahu hastening towards him, accompanied by several others. Xiao Fan? Splendid. Ha. Luo Mahu finally recognized Xiao Fan by his attire, erupting into hearty laughter. Activate. At that moment, Xiao Fan pressed down gently yet firmly, causing the grand formation to vanish instantaneously. Let us depart. As Xiao Fan's words faded, his figure swiftly vanished within. Xiao Fan, do not flee, Luo Mahu exclaimed, calling out loudly as he hurriedly gave chase. Rise. With a deep shout, Xiao Fan executed a formation seal, instantly reactivating the protective array. Bang! Bang! Luo Mahu and his companions crashed directly into the barrier, sent flying in an instant. What on earth is happening? Luo Mahu bellowed, his teeth clenched in fury as he witnessed Xiao Fan vanish from sight. Meanwhile, the others, seeing Xiang Yuan dash inside, were filled with excitement and rushed over with utmost haste. However, the array suddenly reactivated, leaving them dizzy and cursing vehemently. Xiang Yuan, you shameless scoundrel. Do you wish to monopolize this? They railed. Damn Xiang Yuan, I swear I will make you pay for this. Xiang Yuan, perplexed, had originally been pondering how to break the array when it unexpectedly vanished. Without further thought, he dashed inside, only to find the formation reactivated, leading to the previous chaos. On Luo Mahu's end, they relentlessly bombarded the array, yet the protective barrier merely trembled slightly, resisting their efforts. I am furious. Xiao Fan, you will pay for this, Luo Mahu declared, determinedly traversing the perimeter of the array in search of an entrance. Soon, they arrived at the main gate of the ruins and overheard the crowd berating Xiang Yuan, which caused Luo Mahu's brow to furrow. He seized one individual and inquired, was this array opened by Xiang Yuan? The person, momentarily taken aback and about to retaliate, softened upon realizing it was Luo Mahu. Indeed, we witnessed it ourselves. Nonsense. This array was activated by that scoundrel Xiao Fan, and he reactivated it. Xiang Yuan merely took advantage of the situation. It is Xiao Fan who seeks to monopolize. With that, Luo Mahu cast the individual aside, feeling somewhat relieved. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into discussion, with most unable to believe that Xiao Fan could activate the array. Luo Mahu, is this truly the case? Li Ming asked. Without a doubt. We saw it happen just over there, Luo Mahu replied. With Luo Mahu's confirmation, the crowd shifted their ire towards Xiao Fan, hurling insults without restraint. Damn Xiao Fan. How dare he? Infuriating. I shall slay this pretty boy. At that moment, not far away, Ying Wanner gazed with keen intensity at the ruins. Xiao Fan's imposing figure lingering vividly in her mind, refusing to fade away. Everyone, waiting idly is futile. Let us unite our efforts to assault the array. Together, we shall shatter it, Li Ming proclaimed. The crowd, upon hearing this, readily agreed, quickly organizing themselves to commence their assault on the formation. Upon entering the ruins, Xiao Fan surged forward with fervor, scouring several edifices yet yielding not in his quest. Undeterred, he resolved to persevere in his search. Xiao Fan executed his nimble movements and arrived at a grand palace. However, upon stepping inside, he quickly retreated, drawing forth the god-slaying sword. He cleared the creeping vines from the plaque, revealing two prominent characters, Medicine Hall. A surge of joy coursed through him upon deciphering these words, prompting him to hasten inside. At that moment, Xiang Yuan happened to arrive, and upon catching sight of Xiao Fan's retreating figure, a wave of fury engulfed him. Stop right there. What lies within is mine, it's all mine, he bellowed, rushing in with unprecedented speed. Xiao Fan had no time to pay him any heed. Upon entering, he collected everything he encountered into his storage pouch. Xiang Yuan finally caught up, and, witnessing Xiao Fan's actions, his face flushed with anger. Stop right there. Who permitted you to take my belongings? He shouted once more. Bah, do you even have any shame left? Xiao Fan did not turn his head. uttering a curse before continuing his collection. Infuriated, he exclaimed, "Just die," as he swung his sword towards Yuan. However, Xiao Fan swiftly dodged the attack and resumed his collection. The Dan Ding. Chapter 52, Surrounded. Xiao Fan abruptly came to a halt, his gaze captivated by the brown three-legged cauldron ahead. Xiang Yuan also paused, equally entranced by the crimson furnace before them, nearly drooling in anticipation. Xiao Fan suddenly sprang into action, spinning around to deliver a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, the unsuspecting Xiang Yuan was sent flying by his strike. Withdraw. Xiao Fan waved his hand, preparing to stow the alchemical cauldron into his storage pouch. Yet no matter how he tried, the cauldron remained utterly motionless. What could be the reason? Was it too heavy? Xiao Fan was perplexed. Yet this was not the moment for contemplation, as Xiang Yuan, brandishing his sword, charged at him with frenzied intensity. Die, he bellowed, unleashing a sweeping stroke of his blade aimed directly at Xiao Fan. Humph! Xiao Fan wielded the god-slaying sword and swung it forcefully forward, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. With a resounding crash, the two forces collided, producing a deafening roar, revealing that they were evenly matched in their fierce contest. Xiao Fan's expression grew solemn as he recognized that Xiang Yuan's cultivation level had reached the 8th stage of body refinement, far surpassing that of Gu Ming. Who are you? And what brings you here? After posing the question, Xiang Yuan unsheathed his longsword, poised and ready to strike once more. Suddenly, before Xiao Fan could respond, a thunderous sound erupted from outside, causing the great formation to tremble violently. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow, realizing that those outside had united and commenced their assault on the grand formation. "I am your grandfather, dear grandson. Why do you not kneel and present tea?" Xiao Fan shouted loudly, hurling 2 thunder talismans forward, then swiftly took cover behind the alchemical cauldron. With a thunderous roar, Xiang Yuan was left disheveled and covered in dirt, resembling a beggar as he gradually rose from the dust. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Fan produced 2 more 5 thunder talismans, poised to hurl them forth. "Curse be it!" Xiang Yuan instinctively recoiled. However, Xiao Fan refrained from casting the talismans. Instead, he opened the chaos world and ensconced the pill furnace within. As the furnace entered the chaos world, a heavy sensation enveloped his abdomen, prompting a cascade of cold sweat. Fortunately, the chaos world withstood the burden. He murmured to himself, then leaped, shattering the window in his escape. "Ah, I shall slay you." Xiang Yuan then realized he had been deceived and began to scream frenetically, immediately pursuing Xiao Fan. Thunderous roars echoed as the grand formation trembled with increasing intensity. "Stop right there." Xiang Yuan incessantly assailed Xiao Fan from behind. Yet each strike was deftly evaded by Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, feeling exasperated, came to a halt and fixed his gaze intently upon Xiang Yuan. "Are you not tired of this? Do you truly believe that I am afraid of you?" Xiao Fan stood resolutely with his sword, the air thick with murderous intent. As the divine slaughtering sword hummed ominously. Such grandiose words for one so feeble, merely at the 2nd stage of body refinement. "Today shall be your demise." Xiang Yuan swung his sword, and shadows of steel cascaded from the heavens, cleaving towards Xiao Fan, evidently executing a formidable sword technique. Xiao Fan's eyes turned icy as he swung the god-slaying sword with ferocity. The technique of slaughter, a means to annihilate. As the sound echoed, a terrifying wave of sword energy surged forth, uprooting countless fallen leaves, while a colossal shadow of the sword cleaved through the air. A thunderous crash resonated as the 2 forces collided, the shockwave rippling outward like ripples on water, shattering innumerable vines into fragments. Under the onslaught of Xiao Fan's lethal technique, Xiang Yuan's attack was instantaneously obliterated, the relentless sword energy continuing its assault. A scream of agony from Xiang Yuan pierced the air, revealing a deep gash on his chest, exposing bone beneath. Xiao Fan also found it difficult. Utilizing the technique of slaughter drained most of his vital energy in a single execution. He hastily consumed 2 Yuanling pills, which restored some color to his complexion. With a thunderous roar, the protective grand formation was finally breached. Charge! At this moment, the defensive array of the sect was shattered, and the assailants surged forward. Slay! Xiao Fan unleashed the technique of wind and shadow, delivering a swift strike towards Xiang Yuan's neck with his sword. Startled, Xiang Yuan hastily raised his sword to parry the blow. The clash resonated with a metallic clang, sending forth sparks that illuminated the surroundings. Xiang Yuan staggered back several paces, the wound upon his chest reopening and blood gushing forth. "Damn it, who are you?" he exclaimed, retreating step by step, his gaze fixed upon Xiao Fan, filled with trepidation. Xiao Fan was somewhat astonished that Yuan was able to block his strike while executing the wind shadow technique. "Young master, we have arrived," called out several members of the Xiang family as they hurried over. "Very well, I shall spare your miserable life for now." Upon finishing his words, Xiao Fan swiftly executed his agility and dashed out. "Young master, are you all right?" The members of the Xiang family, upon witnessing Xiang Yuan's grievous wound, instantly revealed expressions of disbelief. "Hurry, assist me in leaving. It is unwise to linger here," Xiang Yuan commanded, and though the others were reluctant, they complied without hesitation. In this moment, Xiao Fan was weaving through the structures, seeking a palace akin to the scripture pavilion. "Xiao Fan, halt!" A familiar voice echoed from behind. Without glancing back, Xiao Fan pressed onward. Witnessing this, Luo Mahu, accompanied by his followers from the Tao of Supreme, swiftly pursued him. "Xiao Fan, relinquish the treasures you have obtained, and I may consider sparing your life," Luo Mahu shouted as he chased. His call drew the attention of those nearby, who began to join the fray. Notably, the members of the Li family, upon hearing Xiao Fan's name, recklessly surged forward, abandoning their search for treasures. Thus, an inexplicable phenomenon unfolded within the ruins. Everyone was now fixated on chasing Xiao Fan, leaving no one to scavenge for riches. A band of lunatics, utterly irrational. Xiao Fan cursed softly and made a desperate bid to break through towards the direction where there were fewer people. "Xiao Fan, you cannot escape," shouted Luo Mahu, as he and the members of the great Luo sect encircled him. Upon observing this, Xiao Fan altered his course once more. Yet the encircling net continued to constrict with alarming rapidity. Just as he was contemplating a means of escape, he unexpectedly caught sight of Li Ming in the distance, which sparked a bold idea within him. With determination, he seized the moment and, utilizing the cover of the buildings, hastened towards Li Ming's location. "Seeing your brother Li Ming, I am over here," Xiao Fan called out and hurriedly approached Li Ming's side, pretending to be out of breath. Li Ming merely nodded, harboring no suspicions, and led the members of the Li family in the direction indicated by Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to leave. He was indeed Xiao Fan, and as for Li Ming, he cursed under his breath, questioning why he had been released. Suddenly, Luo Mahu shouted, his voice echoing in outrage as he witnessed Xiao Fan departing from Li Ming's ranks, his nostrils flaring with indignation. "What?" Li Ming swiftly grasped the situation, his fury igniting as he turned to pursue. "Xiao Fan, I shall rend you into 1,000 pieces." The mere thought of Xiao Fan infiltrating his group filled him with an uncontrollable rage, causing his entire body to tremble. Ignoring such fruitless threats, Xiao Fan pressed forward with unwavering determination, racing toward the outskirts of the ruins. "Xiao Fan, you cannot escape." Xiang Yuan unexpectedly appeared before him, and with a sweeping gesture of his hand, the members of the Xiang clan unleashed their martial skills, effectively blocking Xiao Fan's path. "Damn it!" Xiao Fan murmured softly and swiftly evaded. Chapter 53, The Revitalizing Aura. Boom. Their attacks all missed, striking the ground and stirring up countless clouds of dust. It would be impolite to not reciprocate. "Venomous spirit ants, heed my command." After Xiao Fan took his position, he promptly released the poisonous spirit ants from the chaotic realm. The dust had yet to settle, leaving no one aware of the origin from which these venomous creatures emerged. A low hum filled the air as thousands of poisonous spirit ants surged through the swirling dust, launching themselves towards the Xiang family. "What in the world are those?" Xiang Yuan exclaimed, retreating swiftly. Yet, the speed of the poisonous spirit ants was unparalleled. They soon overwhelmed him, incessantly biting at his flesh. "Ah, save me." Xiang Yuan became their primary target, completely engulfed by the ants, and given his prior injuries, escape was futile. Upon hearing his cries, the others were filled with indignation. "I can barely save myself. How could I possibly rescue you?" they lamented. "It's all your fault for running out only to return." In an instant, agonized screams reverberated, causing the others to recoil in fear. What are those things? They are utterly terrifying. Who knows, but why aren't they attacking Xiao Fan? The onlookers silently observed the Xiang family being besieged by the poisonous spirit ants, with no one daring to intervene. After one final, desperate scream from Xiang Yuan, he succumbed to his fate. At that moment, Xiao Fan executed a swift maneuver, darting away. "Don't let him escape. They are merely pests. Let us all attack together." Li Ming was the first to react, rallying the Li family to encircle Xiao Fan, unleashing their martial skills to block his path. As the others witnessed this, their courage swelled, and they joined in, launching indiscriminate attacks against Xiao Fan and the venomous ants. "What shall we do?" Xiao Fan continuously evaded the onslaught, While the poison spirit ant had been thoroughly dismantled by their martial prowess, and the Xiang family had been utterly obliterated under their relentless assault. Haha, Xiao Fan. How does it feel? Luo Mahu laughed heartily, relishing the sight of Xiao Fan being besieged. At this moment, Xiao Fan had already sustained multiple injuries. His body battered and bruised. Faced with the attacks of over 100 adversaries, evasion was nearly impossible, and his vital energy was severely depleted. Grasping a handful of Yuan spirit pills, he prepared for a desperate struggle when Ingwaner, accompanied by her attendants, suddenly rushed over. Quickly retreat. Do not approach. Xiao Fan exclaimed, his face etched with concern. However, Ingwaner paid him no heed. Shielded by the guards, she swiftly approached Xiao Fan's side. You should not have come. Xiao Fan gazed at Ingwaner before letting out a deep sigh. Come with me, he urged. With an expression of unwavering determination, Ingwaner grasped Xiao Fan's hand, gradually moving outward under the protection of 5 guards. Damn it, who are they? Luo Mahu seethed, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, yet feeling utterly powerless. Everyone, attack simultaneously. Do not disperse. Do not give them a chance to evade. Let's reduce them to rubble, Li Ming shouted, prompting a chorus of affirmations as the group prepared for a new wave of assault. Taking advantage of the moment, Xiao Fan grasped Ingwaner's hand and executed the wind-sweeping shadow technique, swiftly making their escape. Now, hurry, Li Ming shouted, unleashing over 100 martial arts techniques simultaneously. A thunderous roar erupted, and the stone floor beneath them was instantly shattered, as a terrifying shockwave rippled out like a surging tide. Xiao Fan pulled Ingwaner, soaring over a distance of several yards, yet was still struck by a shockwave, causing him to spew blood. All the guards perished in this wave of assault. Suddenly, the ground beneath them collapsed, and before Xiao Fan and Ingwaner could steady themselves, they plummeted downwards. A wisp of faint crimson gas billowed forth from the chasm. What is happening? What is that substance? Luo Mahu took the lead, hastening towards the scene, followed closely by the others from the Deluo sect. The members of the Li family mirrored their actions, swiftly arriving at the gaping abyss. The delicate crimson gas continued to waft out, accompanied by a subtle fragrance that was most alluring. They leaned in to investigate, yet the depths remained shrouded in obscurity, rendering it impossible to discern anything. And they dared not leap into the unknown. Suddenly, a groan pierced the air, interrupting their inquiry. Everyone turned towards the source of the sound, discovering a disciple of the Deluo sect making exaggerated expressions at Luo Mahu, incessantly tearing at his garments. Don't come near me. Luo Mahu's heart raced, his blood surged. His face flushed, caught in a conflicted response to the man's plea. Gradually, the two began to embrace, their bodies rubbing against one another, accompanied by repulsive sounds echoing in the air. At that moment, it was not just them. All who inhaled the faint crimson gas were engaged in similar acts, creating a scene that was exceedingly distressing to behold. Those at a distance, witnessing this spectacle, scrambled to retreat, fleeing far away before daring to glance back at the scandalous scene. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan, trapped beneath, found himself tightly embraced by Ingwaner, unable to extricate himself no matter how hard he tried. Upon his descent, he had already caught sight of the crimson gas, yet it was completely neutralized within him by the origin tree. However, Ingwaner could not dispel it. She continued to tug at her garments, ultimately clinging to Xiao Fan, seeking something more. Why is there a rejuvenating aura present here? Xiao Fan, well-versed and knowledgeable, swiftly recognized the nature of the gas. With a resigned glance at his surroundings, he soon realized that beneath the surface lay a series of cultivation chambers, and not just any chambers, but those specifically designed for dual cultivation. What to do? Xiao Fan gazed upon the enchanting beauty before him, his blood surging with fervor as her incessant teasing ignited a fire within him. No, this simply cannot be allowed. Xiao Fan bit his tongue, and his mind instantly became much clearer. He could not take advantage of someone else's misfortune, especially since the situation above was unclear. He had no inclination to contemplate matters of romance. Xiao Fan pondered deeply and ultimately recalled the origin tree. Since it had the capacity to alleviate the rejuvenation aura for him, it should likewise assist Ingwaner. With this thought, Xiao Fan projected his consciousness into the chaotic realm and inquired of the origin tree. Can you help her dispel the rejuvenation aura? After posing the question, he quietly observed the transformations of the origin tree. Its leaves swayed rhythmically, and suddenly, a branch extended from the tree, piercing directly into Ingwaner's body. Mere moments later, the branch retracted back into the chaotic world, and Ingwaner's gaze gradually regained its clarity. Upon regaining her senses, a startled Ingwaner exclaimed, swiftly releasing her hold on Xiao Fan and retrieving a new garment to don. She desperately sought a crevice to hide within, eager to escape the awkwardness of the moment. Are you all right? Xiao Fan inquired. Ingwaner nodded slightly, avoiding his gaze. Yes, I am fine. Thank you for your assistance. Xiao Fan expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture, deeply moved by Ingwaner's selfless act of saving him at the risk of her own life. No need for thanks, Ingwaner replied, and with a serene demeanor, she approached him and, as if having made a profound decision, rested her head against Xiao Fan's chest. Chapter 54, All Shall Perish. Xiao Fan sensed the affection emanating from Ingwaner, and a silent sigh escaped his heart. The enchanting beauty lay before him, within his grasp. Yet he could not reach out. With vengeance still unfulfilled, how could he dare to speak of romantic entanglements? He had yet to attain the path to greatness. All was but a fleeting illusion. The repulsive sounds from the ground below broke his reverie, and a glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes. What a fortuitous opportunity, he thought to himself, gently pushing Ingwaner aside and instructing, close your eyes and stay close to me. Without waiting for her response, he grasped her hand and soared forth. Using the walls of the training chamber as leverage, Xiao Fan propelled himself upward, bursting forth from the ground. As he beheld the surrounding scene, despite being mentally prepared, he was still revolted. The members of the Deluo sect and the Li family were entwined in a grotesque display of unmentionable acts. Kill. After setting Ingwaner aside, Xiao Fan swiftly grasped the god-slaying sword and darted forward. In an instant, heads rolled and blood gushed forth amidst the cacophony of anguished cries. Under the influence of the rejuvenating energy, they remained in a state of euphoric disarray, utterly devoid of combat prowess. Within mere moments, Xiao Fan had dispatched over a dozen foes, as if slaughtering mere livestock. Let us depart. Sensing the opportune moment, he seized Ingwaner and swiftly vanished from sight. What transpired? How did Xiao Fan survive? A collective gasp of disbelief arose. He has eradicated them all. How terrifying. Pursue him. He must possess some extraordinary treasures. The onlookers, retreating to a distance, engaged in fervent discussions. Some hastened after him, while others remained behind to scavenge the remnants of the site. After Xiao Fan emerged, he chose a direction and began to run incessantly. It was unclear how long he had been running, but he finally halted when Ingwaner, breathless, could go no further. Swallow it. Xiao Fan produced a Yuanling Dan and placed it into Ingwaner's hand. It was at this moment that he began to take notice of their surroundings. They had already ventured deep into a mountain range. Young Master Xiao, where are we headed? After consuming the Yuanling Dan, Ingwaner's complexion visibly brightened. And unbeknownst to her, she had begun to regard Xiao Fan as her pillar of support. Let us proceed one step at a time. Xiao Fan replied briefly and then proceeded towards a towering mountain, with Ingwaner hastily following in his wake. After half an hour, he finally discovered a cave nestled in the mountainside. It was here that he decided to take a moment to rest and recuperate. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, he led Ingwaner inside and kindled a bonfire. He then arranged an illusion array at the cave entrance before finally sitting down with a sigh of relief. It was time to examine the spoils of their endeavors. Xiao Fan gazed at the bulging storage bag, along with the treasures from the chaotic realm, a joyful smile finally gracing his face. With this thought, he waved his hand grandly, emptying the contents of the storage bag and arranging them within the cave. Ingwaner, witnessing the myriad of items strewn across the ground, stood in astonishment, her mouth agape, and approached with curiosity. Xiao Fan gazed at a heap of useless items. Shaking his head in dismay, he rummaged tirelessly and finally uncovered 3 porcelain vials, along with a few alchemical recipes. These recipes, however, were of no immediate use. Upon observing the medicinal ingredients listed on the alchemical formula, Xiao Fan could only gather them all. The materials required for this formula were of such an exceptional quality that mere common herbs could not serve as substitutes for the time being. Subsequently, he opened 3 identical porcelain vials and poured out the elixirs contained within. This was the strengthening pill. Xiao Fan was filled with delight as he gazed upon the 6 plump and lustrous health elixirs, letting out a chuckle of joy. What is the matter? Ingwaner inquired, noticing his exuberance. It's nothing, just these health elixirs. I shall give you 2. Upon concluding his words, Xiao Fan placed 2 strengthening pills into a porcelain vial and presented it to Ingwaner. What is the purpose of this pill? She inquired. This pill can be consumed repeatedly. With each one ingested, it not only fortifies the physical body, but also elevates one's cultivation by a minor realm. Hearing Xiao Fan's explanation, Ingwaner was filled with joy. akin to that of a child. This was a gift from Xiao Fan, and she vowed to cherish it dearly. Xiao Fan retrieved items from the chaotic realm, including the alchemical cauldron. However, aside from the cauldron, he found nothing else of value. The Qinkuan cauldron? Xiao Fan gazed in astonishment at the 3 prominent characters inscribed at the base of the great cauldron. This was one of the legendary 9 tripods. How could it possibly be here? While his mind swirled with shock, confusion also gripped him, leaving him to merely shake his head in disbelief. But wait. Could it be that there were 2 brown elixirs within the Qinkuan Ding? Xiao Fan murmured softly, before finally retrieving the 2 pills, examining them in his palm. What sort of elixir is this? Ingwaner, intrigued, hurried over, her curiosity piqued by the alluring fragrance emanating from the pills. I am not certain, but I can sense the potency of its medicinal properties is quite formidable. Xiao Fan was not without reason, as he inhaled the fragrance of the elixir. The vital energy within him began to flow with remarkable swiftness. After sharing one of the pills with Ingwaner, he stored the Qinkuan cauldron within the chaotic realm. Can I consume this? Ingwaner inquired, gazing at the brown pill in her hand. I am not entirely certain, but it should be fine. I was just about to give it a try. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, he swallowed the brown elixir in one gulp. Upon ingestion, a tremendous surge of energy erupted within him, coursing through his meridians, organs, and limbs. This energy rampaged wildly within his body, defying his attempts to harness it. Witnessing Xiao Fan consume the elixir, Ingwaner followed suit, experiencing a similar reaction, her brow furrowing increasingly. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Fan felt an intense heat enveloping him, his vitality soaring, while blood streamed from his nose. What on earth was this bizarre elixir? Xiao Fan, on the verge of tears, had implored the origin tree to dispel the effects of the elixir on multiple occasions, yet the tree remained indifferent. Just as he found himself at a loss, a delicate voice emanated from the distance, Ingwaner. This sound shattered Xiao Fan's reason. In a frenzy, he tore off his garments and rushed towards her. Ingwaner, too, responded in kind, and soon they were entwined, their passions igniting like dry kindling, becoming ever more fervent. As Xiao Fan delved deeper, they fully surrendered to their primal instincts, their energies intertwining and ascending in tandem. With a thunderous surge, Xiao Fan unknowingly shattered the barriers of the 3rd level of body tempering, his aura soaring ever higher. Several hours later, he finally came to a halt, the energy within him thoroughly expended. He gazed at the slumbering Ingwaner beside him, a myriad of emotions welling up within his heart. He had successfully ascended to the 4th level of body tempering, while Ingwaner had benefited even more, having broken through 3 minor realms to reach the pinnacle of her cultivation. It felt rather splendid. Xiao Fan, experiencing this event for the first time, could not help but exclaim, feeling a delightful contentment within. He settled himself cross-legged, commencing to consolidate his cultivation. Time passed unmeasured, and eventually, Ingwaner beside him awakened. Just as she intended to speak, Xiao Fan silenced her. The two embarked once more on a passionate exchange, enveloped in the tender embrace of spring within the cave. Chapter 55. Encountering a fellow disciple several hours later, the two finally ceased their activities. Xiao Fan gazed upon the flawless form cradled in his arms, feeling the weight of responsibility increase. Young Master Xiao, I am a man of duty. Just as Ingwaner was about to speak, Xiao Fan interrupted her, leaving her both amused and exasperated. Well, I intended to say that my elder brother has sent word. A warmth enveloped Ingwaner's heart as she promptly retrieved her communication talisman. What is amiss? Has your elder brother also entered the small world? Xiao Fan inquired. Yes. He is trapped within a cave of dissolution and cannot escape. What shall we do? Ingwaner expressed her anxiety, hastily rising to don her garments. Xiao Fan performed the same action, for how could he remain indifferent when his future brother-in-law was in distress? Is there a locator? Xiao Fan inquired. Yes, though it may not be entirely accurate. Take a look, Ingwaner replied, handing the locator to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan picked it up and immediately furrowed his brow. This was not merely inaccurate, but rather exceedingly vague, providing only a broad range without specific coordinates. Well, it is better than having nothing at all. Let us proceed. With that, Xiao Fan dismantled the illusion array outside the cave, and the two swiftly headed northward. Are you not going to disguise yourself? Ingwaner asked, a hint of concern in her voice. She understood that the news of Xiao Fan acquiring the treasure must have spread. The adage about possessing something valuable bringing trouble was not lost on her. Indeed, as she suspected, The entire small world was abuzz with rumors that Xiao Fan had secured the treasures of the entire ruins, countless elixirs, and martial arts techniques. Most people were now in pursuit of Xiao Fan, rendering the search for other treasures a secondary concern, for he was a readily available target, with a far greater probability of obtaining riches. There is no need. Those who dare to offend will meet their end. Xiao Fan was aware of her thoughts. Yet he no longer felt the need to conceal himself, at least within this small world. Ingwana nodded, choosing to remain silent. After 2 hours, they paused to catch their breath. The further north they ventured, the colder the air became, and the mountains loomed ever taller. A chilling wind howled, and snowflakes began to descend from the sky, prompting Ingwana to tighten her clothing against the cold. Let us proceed. Your royal brother must be trapped amidst the snow-capped mountains ahead. Xiao Fan glanced at the positioning talisman. They had already entered the marked area. According to his estimation, the crown prince should be located in the snowy mountains ahead. Friends in the front, please wait for us. Just as they were about to proceed, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from behind. Xiao Fan turned around to find himself surrounded by more than a dozen students from the intermediate class of the Martial Arts Academy. Xiao Fan, how splendid. You dare to show yourself, one of them exclaimed. Haha, what a fortunate encounter, effortlessly obtained. They swiftly approached, encircling Xiao Fan and Ingwana in an instant. Xiao Fan surveyed the surroundings, a cold smirk playing on his lips, and inquired, esteemed fellow disciples, do you have any insights to share? Who among you is my fellow disciple? Is this a jest? Xiao Fan, you are quite greedy, possessing treasures from the ruins, yet daring to covet the 10,000-year-old ice marrow. 10,000-year-old ice marrow. Xiao Fan murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with intensity. What do you truly desire? Xiao Fan feigned a demeanor of great fear, his gaze darting about erratically. Do you truly comprehend fear? During our time at the Martial Arts Academy, were you not exceedingly audacious? Alas, if only Senior Li Junhua were present. He would undoubtedly subject you to 1,000 torturous fates. As Xiao Fan heard that Li Junhua could not enter, a tightness gripped his heart, indicating that Li Junhua had transcended the body refinement realm. If we kill him, the treasures can be divided among us. What do you think? The leader spoke, casting a glance at the individuals behind him, a fleeting shadow of malice crossing his eyes. We shall heed Senior Zhao Peng's counsel, the crowd agreed. For Zhao Peng possessed the highest cultivation, having reached the pinnacle of the body refinement realm. After their discussions, they began to draw their weapons. Yet none dared to strike first. What audacity! What are you all doing? At that moment, Ingwana shouted, reverting to her original form. The crowd halted, their gazes sweeping over her, captivated. Once she regained her feminine guise, she appeared ethereal, akin to a celestial being untouched by the mortal realm. Goodness! She is indeed the third princess. What should we do? Should we kill her or spare her? The eyes of the assembly shifted back to Zhao Peng, who bore a unique identity as the son of Zhao Su. At that moment, Zhao Peng's gaze turned fixated, an aggressive glint never leaving Ingwana, nearly drooling at the sight. It was said that the third princess possessed unparalleled beauty, and seeing her now, the rumors were confirmed. If only we could bask in her favor, I would die without regret. Zhao Peng displayed no fear, his words lacking the requisite respect. How dare you? Once I am free, I shall hold you accountable, Ingwana exclaimed, her face flushed with anger, which only served to enhance her allure in Zhao Peng's eyes. Ha ha! Indeed a Navi little beauty. My fellow disciples, let us first eliminate Xiao Fan, then we can share the third princess. Upon hearing this, the others hesitated. Success would yield both treasures and beauty, yet failure could lead to certain death. However, in this desolate wilderness, few could resist such temptation. They failed to notice that Xiao Fan's fury had reached its zenith, his eyes ablaze, and the god-slaying sword thrumming with energy. In his eyes, they had already become mere corpses. Let us commence. Zhao, I can hardly wait. Seeing the crowd's agreement, Zhao Peng's heart swelled with delight. Excellent. You all restrain the third princess and do not let her escape. I alone shall deal with Xiao Fan. With that, Zhao Peng unsheathed his sword and advanced step by step toward Xiao Fan, while the others encircled Ingwana. Xiao Fan, prepare to die, he bellowed, swinging his sword with deadly precision toward Xiao Fan's head. Foolish creature. Xiao Fan surged forward, his vital energy surging fiercely as he brought down the god-slaying sword with tremendous force. With a resounding clang, Zhao Peng's long sword shattered upon impact. Before Zhao Peng could fully comprehend the situation, Xiao Fan's blade was upon him once more. How could this be? A sense of foreboding gripped Zhao Peng as he frantically retreated. Competing with me in speed? You are not yet worthy. Xiao Fan executed the wind control technique, his figure flashing as he swiftly approached Zhao Peng, once again unleashing the god-slaying sword. A piercing scream escaped Zhao Peng's lips as one of his arms was severed, blood gushing forth. How could this happen? He gasped, a sense of dread enveloping him. Surely, Senior Zhao had underestimated his opponent. What could be done now? The crowd murmured amongst themselves, their faces etched with terror. Are you not coming to assist? Zhao Peng cried out, enduring excruciating pain. If I perish, you shall all follow suit. His desperate plea proved effective, prompting the onlookers to deliberate who among them should rush to his aid. Zhao Peng, on the verge of tears, lamented the absurdity of having to engage in such discussions at a moment so dire. Xiao Fan let out a cold laugh, swallowing a Yuan Ling Dan before darting out once more. With a swift motion, another arm was severed, and facing Xiao Fan in his full combat prowess, Zhao Peng found himself utterly defenseless. Chapter 56. A bunch of trash. Zhao Peng writhed in agony on the ground, his earlier arrogance completely vanquished. Capture the third princess, quickly. He remained somewhat lucid, realizing that his only hope lay in seizing control of the third princess, thereby rendering Xiao Fan hesitant to act. At his urging, those surrounding Ying Waner finally sprang into action. Waner, break through and hold on for just a moment. Xiao Fan shouted loudly, and upon hearing the name Waner, Ying Waner paused for a moment, feeling a warm and sweet sensation in her heart. All right, take care, Ying Waner replied, drawing her sword and engaging in battle. Xiao Fan was not overly concerned. After all, Ying Waner was at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, and enduring for a while posed no significant challenge. If the poison spirit ants were still around, they could have been summoned to assist Ying Waner. Unfortunately, they had been scattered during the fierce battle at the ruins, and it remained uncertain how many might have survived. Now, it is your turn. Xiao Fan executed his agile techniques as the god-slaying sword thrust forth. Zhao Peng, bereft of his hands, could only flee for his life. Yet how could he possibly escape Xiao Fan's pursuit? Ah, Xiao Fan, you fiend. My father shall not let you go unpunished. Zhao Peng's anguish cries echoed as the god-slaying sword pierced through his dantian, rendering his cultivation null. Such superfluous words. Xiao Fan wielded the god-slaying sword, severing his legs with a single stroke. Ah! Zhao Peng's anguish cry was abruptly silenced as he fainted from the excruciating pain. Xiao Fan grasped his neck, lifting his upper body with purpose, advancing step by step towards another battlefield. Those besieging Ying Waner halted abruptly, recoiling at the sight of Zhao Peng's grievous state. Observing this, Ying Waner swiftly retreated behind Xiao Fan, instantly succumbing to nausea. My woman, how dare you lay a finger on her? With that proclamation, Xiao Fan cast Zhao Peng's bloodied upper half at their feet. Xiao Fan, do you not fear retribution from the Martial Academy for slaughtering your fellow disciples? Indeed, we shall report your transgressions to the enforcement hall, they declared, each voice ringing with feigned righteousness. Silence. A gaggle of worthless wretches. Xiao Fan unleashed the wind manipulation technique, swiftly darting forth with the divine slaying sword in hand, embarking on a relentless spree of annihilation. Ah, I do not wish to perish. Save me. In an instant, heads flew, and blood splattered. Despite their numerical advantage, the highest cultivation among them only reached the 8th level of body refinement, rendering Xiao Fan indifferent to their threat. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the cries of despair abruptly ceased. They had met their irrevocable demise. At this juncture, Ying Waner clasped her mouth, unable to suppress her nausea once more. The scene was far too gruesome, and she had yet to acclimate to such brutality. Xiao Fan approached gently, offering a soft pat on her back as he enveloped her in his embrace. Everything will be all right. Xiao Fan spoke softly, and Ying Waner rested her head against his chest, enveloped in an unparalleled sense of security. After a brief moment, they parted ways, and Xiao Fan retrieved some water from his storage pouch, splashing it on Zhao Peng to rouse him from unconsciousness. However, as soon as Zhao Peng regained consciousness, he succumbed to pain once more, oscillating between wakefulness and oblivion until he ultimately drew his last breath. At that moment, large snowflakes drifted down like goose feathers, and the temperature continued to plummet. Xiao Fan grasped Ying Waner's hand, proceeding at a leisurely pace towards the towering snow-capped mountain, which loomed ever closer. The depth of the snow along their path significantly hampered their progress, requiring them a full 3 hours to reach the foothills of the mountain. At the base, a vast expanse lay covered in thick snow, yet numerous individuals sat cross-legged, meditating and recuperating. Many others arrived from various directions, all sharing the same aspiration, the legendary ice essence of a millennium. Xiao Fan? A voice called out, prompting several heads to turn. Indeed, it was him. Hastened to inform the Deluo sect and the Li clan. Many swiftly took action. Some encircled Xiao Fan, while others dashed off to relay the news to distant parties. Xiao Fan remained remarkably calm as he surveyed his surroundings, only to discover familiar faces. Xiao Fan, you must leave at once, Su Su shouted. Rushing over with the people from the Qingmu Daoist temple, Yi Yang among them. Xiao Fan was somewhat taken aback to see them rushing over. Yet it was also within his expectations. Xiao Fan, are you not leaving? Do you not fear for your life? Yi Yang interjected, offering his counsel. Despite viewing Xiao Fan as a rival in love, he admired his bravery. He could differentiate matters with clarity. Thank you for your concern. I have a modest request. Could you allow her to join your group and safeguard her as much as possible? I assure you, I will express my profound gratitude afterward. Xiao Fan respectfully gestured to them and then indicated the figure of Ying Wanner beside him. At that moment, Ying Wanner had reverted to her guise as a young man, and they remained oblivious to her true identity as the third princess. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Su Su readily acquiesced, and the others echoed her agreement. Thank you. Upon finishing his words, Xiao Fan produced several thunder talisman and escape talismans, placing them gently into Ying Wanner's hands before softly pushing her out. Young Master Xiao? Ying Wanner hesitated, then took a few small steps back, whispering, when you say I am your woman, do you truly mean it? After speaking, she lowered her head. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Indeed, I have stated before that I am a man of responsibility. Moreover, regarding your royal brother, leave that matter to me. With that, Xiao Fan gently nudged her out once more. Before she could respond, he turned and headed towards the snow-capped mountains. Xiao Fan halt. At that moment, members of the Li family arrived, drawing their weapons and surrounding Xiao Fan. It truly is Xiao Fan, possessing quite the audacity. Meanwhile, individuals from the Deluo sect also made their entrance. State your names. I do not slay nameless individuals. Xiao Fan bellowed, wielding the god-slaying sword, exuding an air of lethal intent. Quite a bold proclamation. I shall ensure your demise is thoroughly understood. I am Li Ning of the Li clan. The individual named Li Ning was at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, eager to pounce upon Xiao Fan and seize the treasures he possessed. However, the presence of the Deluo sect complicated matters. He needed to remain vigilant, fully aware of the adage that the man stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. And you? Xiao Fan directed his attention towards the leader of the Deluo sect. Why should I divulge anything to you? You have slain my brother. Luomahi will ensure your suffering is profound and unending. Xiao Fan was momentarily at a loss for words, pondering whether there was something amiss with Luomahi's mind. Li Ning, if you are able to eliminate Luomahi, I shall willingly relinquish the treasures in my possession. What say you? Xiao Fan, with a smile illuminating his face, gazed at Li Ning. Upon hearing his words, Li Ning hesitated momentarily. However, upon further reflection, a surge of fury coursed through him. Xiao Fan, how dare you instigate discord? He bellowed. Everyone attack. Eliminate him. With a sweeping gesture, Li Ning led the charge. The members of the Deluo sect mimicked his actions, fearful of being outpaced by the Li family's forces. Off you go. Enjoy yourselves, Xiao Fan declared. Then unleashed a deadly move as shadows of his sword danced through the air, leaving a trail of carnage in their wake. Blood and flesh scattered as anguish cries echoed. And Xiao Fan relentlessly carved a path forward. Xiao Fan unleashed the technique of wind riding and shadow gliding, swiftly darting away. How is this possible? What manner of swordsmanship is this? This was Xiao Fan's final strike. His vital energy was nearly exhausted. Charge forward. At that moment, aside from those from the Qingmu Daoist temple, everyone else gave chase. Chapter 57. The snowman Xiao Fan surged forth with unbridled fervor, making his way directly up the snow-clad mountain. Those who followed hesitated, their faces etched with trepidation, uncertain whether to pursue him. The chase would indeed grant him the opportunity to forge a path for us. Li Ning, leading the members of the Li family, was the first to ascend, while the disciples of the Deluo sect, unwilling to lag behind, equally ventured up the mountain. Observing this, others were inspired to follow suit. As over 200 individuals braved the heavy snowfall, resolutely advancing towards the peak, Xiao Fan glanced back, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Let me offer you a thrill, he murmured, brandishing the divine slaughter sword, striking the snow behind him again and again. With a resounding crash, a vast expanse of snow cascaded down, rolling tumultuously toward the valley below. A terrifying scene unfolded. What was once merely a blanket of snow now multiplied as it tumbled, triggering an avalanche. This is bad. Retreat quickly. The members of the Li family and the Deluo sect, who had been pursuing the fastest, suddenly beheld the sky filled with swirling snowflakes, their legs weakening in fear as they tumbled down. Yet their speed paled in comparison to the oncoming avalanche, and soon they were buried beneath the snow, their cries extinguished in the overwhelming white. Xiao Fan had indeed underestimated the formidable power of the avalanche. He had no time to evade and was swept away by the snow, tumbling uncontrollably until he was completely buried. Once the chaos subsided, those who had narrowly escaped dared not ascend the mountain again, nor did they muster the courage to attempt a rescue. At that moment, Xiao Fan gritted his teeth, his body prone, still clutching the god-slaying sword, while the weight of the snow on his back felt like 1,000 pounds. He had been careless and resolved never to employ such tactics again. Regret washed over him. His intention to instill fear in his pursuers had inadvertently ensnared himself as well. As he pondered how to extricate himself from this predicament, he suddenly sensed a movement in the snow before him. What could it be? Xiao Fan's heart tightened. Yet he dared not move, silently attuning himself to the changes ahead. All he could hear was the rustling sound, and something unknown was gently nudging in front of him. It seemed that he could slightly raise his head. As he lifted his gaze and focused, he noticed two petals persistently pushing against each other. Whose flower could this be? Xiao Fan finally gained clarity amidst his disdain and devised a plan. He swiftly cleared the snow beneath him, leveraging his body to create a space for his hands to move. At that moment, wielding the god-slaying sword, he aimed at the chrysanthemum before him and thrust it forcefully. To his astonishment, he saw the flower tighten suddenly, followed by a muffled, anguished cry as the figure in front of him kicked out violently. With a thunderous roar, the person burst forth from the thick snow. Who on earth had dared to violate my chrysanthemum? Li Ning leaped 3 feet into the air in pain, clutching his rear, his legs tightly squeezed together, hopping about incessantly. Taking advantage of the moment, Xiao Fan swiftly darted out, nearly bursting into laughter at the sight of Li Ning. With a series of muffled sounds, several individuals emerged from the snow, their curiosity piqued by Li Ning's irritable mutterings as he shielded his rear with both hands. Li Ning, are you out of your mind? You just jumped around and stepped on me. Did you know that? The head of Luoma River had just emerged, only to be met with a heavy stomp from Li Ning, leaving a sizable footprint on his forehead. In a surge of excitement, Li Ning's defenses faltered, and a stream of yellow substance erupted forth, freezing midair before it could touch the ground. The crowd instinctively covered their noses, their eyes wide in disbelief at the astonishing spectacle. Goodness, you actually defecated in public. Get out of here. Luoma River kicked him away, finally suppressing the wave of nausea that had risen within. Ha ha. Xiao Fan could no longer contain himself and erupted into hearty laughter. However, his laughter caught the attention of everyone present, and they began to encircle him. Seeing this, Xiao Fan immediately took to his heels, fleeing towards the mountain. Xiao Fan, do not run. Leave the treasure behind, and I shall spare your life, shouted Luomahi, not out of kindness, but from fear that Xiao Fan might escape into that terrifying area. Xiao Fan glanced at the more than 200 individuals behind him. No matter how formidable he was, he dared not confront them head-on. I shall spare you, my esteemed uncle. Xiao Fan replied with a command to accelerate their pace. Luo Mahe, infuriated and flushed with anger, hastened his speed to pursue. After a full half an hour of relentless chase, most of the group was utterly exhausted, yet Xiao Fan's vital energy remained abundant. This was largely due to the fact that his dantian encompassed the entirety of the chaotic realm, allowing him to store far more vital energy than his peers of the same realm. Moreover, with the aid of Yuan Lingdan, he was impervious to concerns of energy depletion. However, he suddenly noticed a multitude of corpses scattered about. Xiao Fan slowed his pace, his spine tingling as he beheld the corpses soon to be blanketed by the falling snow. Judging by their attire, they were disciples from various factions that had ventured in from the outside, and among them were even students from the martial academy. Xiao Fan felt an increasing sense of trepidation as he pressed on, summoning every ounce of his focus. Surely, the ancient ice marrow they had discovered was the source of their demise. But how could they all have perished? Xiao Fan glanced back, noticing that his pursuers had come to a halt not far away, fearful to advance even a step further. How peculiar, he murmured to himself, beginning to examine the corpses strewn across the ground. Upon witnessing the gruesome state of the bodies, Xiao Fan involuntarily drew in a sharp breath. Each of the dozens of corpses had met their demise by having their hearts violently extracted, without exception, and all with a single, lethal strike. These are the royal guards. The crown prince must be nearby. Xiao Fan turned over a rigid, frozen corpse and, upon discerning its attire, made a judgment. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air ahead, causing Xiao Fan's heart to tighten. As he raised his head, he swiftly employed the technique of wind manipulation to evade to the right at an astonishing speed. A snowman? Xiao Fan finally discerned the approaching figures. Over 20 snowmen came to a halt, baring their teeth menacingly at him. These snowmen were slick and pristine, their bodies an alarming shade of white, resembling fresh snow. Even their hair was white, and their claws were long and sharp, their features strikingly similar to those of a gorilla. Xiao Fan cast a glance at the distant figures by the Luoma River and observed that they had not retreated. Instead, they lay on the ground, patiently awaiting. So, you had long been aware of the presence of the snowman. No wonder no one dared to ascend the mountain. Xiao Fan murmured to himself, swallowing a yuanling pill, and stood resolutely against the snowman. Suddenly, the snowman sprang into action, swiftly advancing towards him. Xiao Fan's pupils constricted sharply as the snowman's speed was astonishingly swift, nearly on par with his own mastery of wind manipulation. As the snowman's claws drew perilously close, Xiao Fan swung his sword down with precision. With a resounding thud, the snowman's hand was severed. Gaga! The snowman let out a cry of pain, uttering words incomprehensible to ordinary humans. Xiao Fan finally assessed the strength of the snowman, determining it to be equivalent to that of an ordinary human at the refinement stage. What is truly terrifying, however, is their astonishing speed and overwhelming numbers, making them nearly impossible to defend against. Let us depart. Xiao Fan swiftly made a decision, employing the technique of wind control to glide towards the direction from whence the snowman had come. The snowman immediately erupted into a cacophony of shrieks and cries, pursuing him en masse. Chapter 58. In hand at this moment, the more than 200 individuals lying not far away finally breathed a sigh of relief, beginning to converse in hushed tones. Shall we continue the chase? Given the current circumstances, Xiao Fan is undoubtedly doomed. Chase? I shall remain here, observing the situation before proceeding. No one dared to take a risk and advance, including Luo Maha. Esteemed colleagues, what is the situation? A sudden voice from behind startled them, nearly triggering another avalanche. The crowd bristled with anger, but upon recognizing Li Ning, they calmed down. Li Ning had donned a new outfit, and it appeared his injuries had been treated. Accompanied by members of the Li family, he approached with gritted teeth. Li Ning, have you lost your mind? Do not jeopardize us. Luo Mahe was tempted to kick him off the ledge, feeling inexplicably irked by his presence. What exactly is happening? Is there anyone who can enlighten me? Li Ning, undeterred, lowered himself and began to scan the surroundings with keen eyes. Keep your voice down. Luo Mahe recounted the events that had transpired, fearing that Li Ning's loudness might attract the snowmen. After deliberation, the group unanimously decided to wait patiently for an opportunity. Should Xiao Fan perish, they would devise means to assault the snowmen, seizing the eternal ice essence, whilst conveniently claiming the treasures upon Xiao Fan's person. Conversely, if Xiao Fan were to survive, they would lie in wait here, ready to slaughter and plunder. Xiao Fan had barely ventured out when he stumbled upon a cave entrance. To his astonishment, over 20 snowmen stood guard, surrounding the entrance so tightly that not a breath of air could pass through. The crown prince was surely within the cave. Xiao Fan murmured to himself, opting not to approach the cavern, but rather to circumvent it. The snowmen behind him relentlessly pursued, their voices echoing in the air. Xiao Fan, feeling increasingly agitated, retrieved several 5 thunder talismans and hurled them behind him. A resounding explosion ensued, scattering countless snowflakes into the air, while a large mass of snow cascaded down, initiating another avalanche. The snowmen, in a state of panic, retreated hastily, frantically darting towards the direction of the ice cave. I implore you to speak in a language comprehensible to humans. Xiao Fan murmured softly, and after running a short distance, he came to a halt, excavating a snow cave into which he sought refuge. After consuming a yuanling pill, he began to ponder. Charging in recklessly was far too perilous. A well-thought-out plan was imperative. Xiao Fan furrowed his brows, uncertain of the number of snowmen, and there could potentially be even more formidable beings. A thought struck him. Xiao Fan contemplated a solution and let out a long sigh of relief. He produced a stack of talisman paper and began to inscribe upon it, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After the passage of half an hour, 30 earth-escaping talismans were finally completed. Xiao Fan cautiously ventured out, meticulously surveying the surroundings several times before selecting the location for his escape. It's up to you now. He produced a talisman for burrowing into the earth and swiftly activated it. Whoosh! Xiao Fan felt his body lighten, and in an instant, he burrowed beneath the earth. The soil before him continually parted, while the pressure he endured intensified. After a brief moment, he activated another burrowing talisman, causing his body to descend further. It was not until he had employed 10 such talismans that he was finally struck by a solid rock, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Xiao Fan brandished the god-slaying sword. Laboring for an extended period without any discernible progress, his brow furrowing into a tight line. "I shall take a gamble," he resolved, retreating several paces and concealing himself around a corner, before finally producing 2 Thunder Talisman. "Do not let me down." Xiao Fan steadied his mind and flung out 2 Thunder Talisman. A tremendous explosion erupted, and though the solid rock remained unbroken, the surrounding earth was violently propelled away. The rock, having lost its support, gradually toppled downwards. As Xiao Fan's foot slipped, he tumbled down into the earth with a jarring thud. "Ah, that hurt terribly," he exclaimed. Rising swiftly to his feet, he cast a quick glance around. Indeed, it was a cavern. He murmured to himself, elated at the discovery. Meanwhile, the snowman within the cave, alerted by the unusual sound, hurried towards the source. Xiao Fan heard the echo of footsteps and sensed impending danger. Just as he was about to enter one of the passages, he caught sight of a hand emerging from the earth. Subsequently, a familiar figure crawled out from the soil, wiping the dirt from their face with both hands. "The Crown Prince?" Xiao Fan called out and rushed over, pulling him from the earth. He was unaware of why Jie was here, but it was evidently not the moment for inquiries. "Xiao Fan, at last, I have encountered a normal human being," Jie exclaimed, overwhelmed with surprise. Paying no heed to the mud that clung to him, he embraced Xiao Fan tightly, weeping inconsolably. Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback. He intended to offer words of comfort. However, upon hearing the increasingly approaching footsteps, anxiety engulfed him. "Your Highness, do not weep any longer. Take these escape talismans and flee in that direction. I have matters to attend to. Take care." Xiao Fan pushed Jie aside and handed him 10 escape talismans, then pointed him in the direction he should take, finally letting out a sigh of relief. "What about you? Let us depart together." Jie was deeply moved but reluctant to leave alone. "I have my own plans. You must hurry and go. They are approaching swiftly." Xiao Fan propelled him forward, assisting him in activating a teleportation talisman, and Jie swiftly vanished into the passage. At that moment, the snowmen finally arrived, their fury ignited by the devastation of the cavern. Xiao Fan's figure flickered, and he swiftly entered one of the passages. This passage was not large, accommodating only 2 individuals at a time, yet Xiao Fan remained unperturbed. The snowmen immediately divided into 2 groups, commencing their pursuit of Xiao Fan. However, due to the narrowness of the passage, their speed was significantly hampered. As Xiao Fan ran, he searched for the whereabouts of the millennia-old ice marrow. Despite the chill in the air, his back was already drenched. Xiao Fan let out a soft murmur, and before him, the view suddenly brightened. A cavern, spanning several dozen meters in circumference, came into his sight, its temperature chillingly frigid. At the heart of the cavern, a circular ice bed, more than half a meter in diameter, revealed itself to him. Upon this ice bed rested a piece of ice marrow the size of a bowl, emanating an astonishingly cold aura. Indeed, it was the fabled ice marrow of 10,000 years. Xiao Fan was overjoyed, swiftly darting forward to secure the ancient cold ice marrow into his storage pouch. Yet, the irksome sound returned, and as he surveyed his surroundings, a sense of foreboding washed over him. All the passages were blocked by the snowmen, rendering any hope of a normal escape utterly futile. The snowmen on either side surged forth simultaneously, their multitude of sharp claws reaching out for him. "Kill!" he bellowed, brandishing the god-slaying sword, unleashing the technique of slaughter. A resounding explosion ensued as the formidable sword chi shattered the ice blocks of the cave into fragments, and the shadows of the sword howled forth, causing a significant number of snowmen to collapse. If he did not flee now, when would he? Xiao Fan swiftly activated a talisman for burrowing into the earth, and his figure promptly vanished beneath the ground. The snowman, seething with rage, gazed at the vacant ice bed and then glanced toward the spot where Xiao Fan had disappeared, frantically rushing towards the entrance of the hole. Chapter 59. Endless Slaughter. Xiao Fan's subterranean escape proceeded rather smoothly. He activated 10 teleportation talismans in succession, and soon beheld a blanket of snow. With a powerful push of his legs, he collided with an object, reminiscent of the sound of an egg shattering. As Xiao Fan emerged from the ground, he was immediately met with a heart-wrenching scream. Fixing his gaze, he beheld Li Ning, clutching his groin with both hands, rolling incessantly in the snow, his face contorted in agony as he cried out in distress. What a remarkable coincidence. Xiao Fan was equally astonished. His collision had effectively stripped Li Ning of his masculinity. What had transpired? Luo Mahe, having risen from the ground, was taken aback by the suddenness of the event. Observing the silhouette of Xiao Fan, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. His exclamation drew the attention of everyone present. As the crowd witnessed Li Ning writhing on the ground, their brows furrowed in confusion, unsure of what had occurred. Damn you, Xiao Fan! You have shattered my... I will kill you. Li Ning finally discerned the identity of his assailant and attempted to rise for an attack. However, the excruciating pain emanating from his groin rendered him powerless. No way. Is this even possible? He thought, his gaze drawn to the blood pooling beneath him. To everyone's surprise, they did not immediately retaliate against Xiao Fan, but instead began to speculate about Li Ning's predicament, for the incident was utterly baffling. Li Ning, did you break something? Luo Mahe inquired with a mischievous grin, relishing the spectacle. Upon hearing this remark, Li Ning's eyes rolled back, and he fainted from sheer rage. Laughter erupted from the crowd, inciting fury among the members of the Li family, who gnashed their teeth in anger. Kill Xiao Fan. Avenge Li Ning. The Li family members surged forward, armed with weapons, unleashing a flurry of martial techniques. All members of the Luo sect, advance. Do not allow the Li family to seize the initiative, Luo Mahe commanded, leading the Luo sect members into the fray. Suddenly, a chilling sound pierced the air, followed by the ominous whoosh of hundreds of projectiles approaching from the distance. Retreat. Xiao Fan swiftly employed the technique of wind manipulation, gliding down the mountainside and successfully evading the initial wave of assaults. The thunderous sound of various martial arts clashing against the snow-capped peaks reverberated, as if the entire mountain trembled under the impact. Countless snowflakes began to cascade down, heralding the onset of an unprecedented avalanche. The snowmen are coming. Flee. In their panic, the crowd disregarded the impending avalanche, desperately scrambling downhill, with many tumbling uncontrollably. Yet, the wrath of the snowmen had reached its zenith. They surged forth with unrelenting speed, mercilessly striking down anyone in their path. A cacophony of anguished cries filled the air as hearts still pulsing with life were gruesomely extracted. Even more horrifying, the snowmen consumed these still beating hearts, creating a scene of unimaginable brutality. Help me. Cursed snowmen. I shall fight you. The crowd descended into chaos. Some perished, others fled, while many began to resist. Yet, the massive avalanche loomed ever closer, burying numerous individuals beneath its snowy embrace. In that moment, Xiao Fan had already ventured far ahead, glancing back at the hundreds of snowmen. A chill ran down his spine. Xiao Fan, have you acquired the legendary frost essence? Luo Mahe, positioned not far behind Xiao Fan, gazed at him as though he were a walking treasure trove. You should be more concerned about your own survival. Xiao Fan replied with urgency, quickening his pace to distance himself from Luo Mahe. You will pay for this, Luo Mahe retorted, also hastening his speed. However, in a misstep, he lost his footing and tumbled down. Soon, Xiao Fan finally spotted a figure at the foot of the mountain, yet the snowman behind him showed no signs of stopping. At that moment, he realized the gravity of the situation. Su, flee swiftly. Xiao Fan infused his true energy and shouted downward. At the foot of the mountain, Su, who was meditating and regulating her breath, immediately perked up her ears and gazed toward the snow-capped peaks. This is dire. We must flee. She sprang to her feet, exclaiming in utter urgency. The others from the Qingmu Taoist temple, including Ingwaner, also noticed the situation atop the mountain and began their frantic escape. Xiao Fan observed their retreat, feeling a measure of relief. Yet, he had underestimated the speed of the snowman. In its fury, the snowman moved even faster than he did. It would not be long before they met their demise. As they could not outlast those relentless snowmen, rather than succumb to such a humiliating end, he resolved to fight with all his might. Xiao Fan murmured to himself, seizing a handful of Yuanling pills and swallowing them down, which significantly enhanced his speed. After a brief moment, he finally descended from the snow-capped mountain. Upon traversing a short distance, he came to a halt, standing resolutely with his sword in hand. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air. A group of snowmen had also descended from the mountain and engaged in combat with the members of the Luo sect. Xiao Fan swiftly darted forward, producing the final dozen or so thunder talismans, which he cast into the air. A resounding roar erupted, and immediately, a tempest of thunder and lightning ensued, with thick layers of snow being blasted into a swirling frenzy. As the snowflakes descended, a substantial crater had formed on the ground, teeming with figures, both ordinary humans and snowmen alike. The air was filled with anguished cries, intermingled with the peculiar cackles of the snowmen. Xiao Fan's explosion unexpectedly claimed the lives of over 20 snowmen, along with several ordinary humans. Xiao Fan, may you meet a dreadful end, Luo Mai shouted. Taken aback by Xiao Fan's indiscriminate assault. Did you ever contemplate this question when you took my life? Xiao Fan sneered repeatedly, devoid of any psychological burden. A multitude of snowmen surged down the snow-capped mountain, astonishingly bypassing those ahead and charging directly towards Xiao Fan. Attack! Xiao Fan brandished the god-slaying sword and charged forward. With swift, decisive strokes, he struck down the snowmen, their heads rolling as he dispatched several within mere moments. Alas, the sheer multitude of snowmen was overwhelming. As they pressed forward in relentless waves, encircling Xiao Fan in a tight formation. Xiao Fan felt an ominous foreboding as he calculated that at least 200 snowmen were besieging him. Moreover, numerous additional snowmen were pouring in, and if this continued, his demise was inevitable. The Great Yin Fist. Xiao Fan unleashed a powerful punch, the overwhelming intent of his strike sweeping through the air, shattering more than a dozen snowmen in an instant. However, the newly created gap was quickly obstructed by other snowmen. Xiao Fan swallowed another Yuan spirit pill, unleashing his technique of slaughter. With a series of crackling sounds, more than 10 snowmen fell, yet Xiao Fan remained trapped. What should he do? Xiao Fan's mind raced furiously. Yet he could not devise a means of escape. The wounds upon his body multiplied, while the Yuan spirit pills dwindled in number. Suddenly, a claw pierced through his chest, blood gushing forth. Get away from me. Xiao Fan delivered a powerful punch that sent the snowman flying, narrowly escaping a fatal blow to his heart. The cacophony of their frantic movements grew louder. Some snowmen seized his back, others clutched at his head, and a few even resorted to biting him directly. Retreat. Xiao Fan once again repelled them, yet they surged forward once more, proving to be an unending onslaught. Chapter 60. The Struggle for Supremacy. Xiao Fan began to feel overwhelmed. His vital energy severely depleted, and having exhausted the supply of Yuanling pills, he found himself unable to replenish it. The majority of the snowmen were besieging Xiao Fan, granting the others a moment to catch their breath, as they abandoned their treasures and hastily fled the scene. Suddenly, a towering snowman approached, launching a powerful fist toward Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan squinted slightly, advancing rather than retreating, and unleashed a punch of his own. The two fists collided with a resounding boom. And to his astonishment, Xiao Fan was sent flying backwards, his arms numbed from the impact, blood gushing forth. The Snowman King? Xiao Fan muttered under his breath, sensing that something was amiss. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, several claws fiercely plunged into his back. Xiao Fan winced in pain, swiftly drawing the god-slaying sword and fiercely cleaving backward. With a chilling crack, several snowmen were severed in half, creating a scene of unimaginable horror. Xiao Fan spat out a copious amount of blood, his complexion instantly waning. Was he on the brink of death? Reluctant to succumb so easily, he gazed up as the Snowman King advanced step by step, feeling utterly powerless to continue the fight. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, causing the ground to quake violently. Xiao Fan could barely maintain his footing, collapsing directly onto the snow-covered ground. He beheld the Snowman King charging towards him, claw outstretched, aiming for his heart. Another deafening sound erupted, and as darkness enveloped his vision, he found himself once more in the valley of the Hengduan Mountains. Sensing the familiar laws of the Great Path, he finally exhaled in relief. The small world had closed, expelling them all. That was a close call. His life had nearly slipped away. Xiao Fan muttered softly, rising to his feet and casting a sweeping gaze around him, feeling a tightness in his chest. Surrounding him were those in the blood condensation and bone-washing realms, unable to enter the small world. Upon witnessing their young kin being sent out, they all stepped forward to inquire. Xiao Fan stepped out slowly, avoiding their gaze. Xiao Fan, halt. Luo Ma has shouted, having survived and been expelled from the small world as well. Upon seeing Xiao Fan attempting to leave, he immediately pursued and blocked his path. Get out of my way. Xiao Fan's eyes turned icy as he charged forward. You have surprisingly survived. Splendid. Surrender the treasures upon your person, and I may allow you to retain your life. Luo Ma did not yield, bracing himself against Xiao Fan, for his own vital energy was nearly depleted. Elder Chao Yong, Xiao Fan has slain disciples of our Deluo sect and seized their possessions. Capture him at once, for he may possess the fabled ice essence of 10,000 years. Upon Luo Ma's declaration, the crowd's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The allure of the ice essence was irresistible, even to those at the pinnacle of the cleansing marrow realm. In an instant, Xiaoyang surged forward, his massive hand reaching out to seize Xiao Fan. Yet, with a resounding thud, Lin Mo from the Qingmu Daoist temple intervened, blocking that hand and thwarting Xiaoyang's advance. Lin Mo, what is your intent? Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes, the oppressive aura of his peak cleansing marrow realm bearing down upon Lin Mo. I seem to hear other voices. The words of your Deluo sect's disciples are not to be trusted, Lin Mo replied, elegantly waving his right hand, causing Xiaoyang's oppressive energy to dissipate without a trace. To kill our Deluo sect's disciples is a death sentence. Does the Qingmu Daoist temple truly wish to oppose us? With that, Xiaoyang fixed a fierce gaze upon Lin Mo, preparing to strike at a moment's notice. My son, Li Jia, has been slain by Xiao Fan. His life belongs to my family. Step aside. Suddenly, a sharp voice interrupted their discourse. Li Tao, what a cunning plan you have devised. What if I refuse? Xiaoyang sneered inwardly, well aware of the motivations behind the desire to capture Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, it is your hand that has taken my son Zhao Peng's life? Zhao Su had also arrived, though he dared not act, for he possessed no proof. Others began to gather, all eager to claim a share of the unfolding drama. Xiao Fan gazed at the grotesque smirks upon their faces, not uttering a single word. Even if he were to destroy the essence of a millennium of frozen ice, he would not surrender it. Not far away, Ying Wanner and Ying Jie attempted to rush forward, only to be forcibly restrained by their team leader, who withdrew them from the valley. Su Su and the others were also filled with concern, yet felt powerless, placing their hopes on Elder Lin Mo to withstand the pressure. Xiao Fan, are you mute? Did you not murder my son? Zhao Su demanded loudly. Indeed, I merely eliminated a piece of refuse, he replied. Xiao Fan exhibited no fear as he faced Zhao Su directly. You possess great audacity. Come and meet your demise. Zhao Su could no longer contain his fury and struck out at Xiao Fan with a powerful palm. The anguish of his lost child had driven him to madness. Humph. Do you think we are fools? Xiaoyang similarly countered with a palm strike, thwarting Zhao Su's assault. Xiaoyang, why do you obstruct me? Zhao Su, frustrated by his failed attempt, felt his rage intensify, yet, in the presence of Xiaoyang, he lacked the assurance of victory. It is evident. His life belongs to my Deluo sect. Xiaoyang shrugged, resolute in his intention to claim Xiao Fan. What of your Deluo sect? His life is mine. From the Li family. In that moment, a heated dispute ensued, with these formidable practitioners of the pinnacle of the cleansing marrow realm reddening in their faces. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, recognizing that if these individuals insisted on forcibly seizing Xiao Fan, he would be powerless to intervene. Enough. You are nothing but a band of despicable and shameless scoundrels. Even if the treasures on my person were to be destroyed, I shall not surrender them to you. Xiao Fan shouted loudly, his vital energy restored considerably. Ha ha ha. The crowd erupted into laughter, their faces adorned with mocking expressions. Before us, you stand no chance. Upon finishing his words, Xiaoyang extended his massive hand once more, reaching for Xiao Fan. Humph. Li Tao snorted coldly, mimicking the same action. Concurrently, Zhao Su became increasingly frenzied, hurling a folding fan that aimed directly at Xiao Fan's neck. He sought to eliminate Xiao Fan, avenging Zhao Peng. The treasures possessed by Xiao Fan were of little significance to him. Lin Mo weighed his options internally and ultimately chose to remain an observer. At this moment, Xiao Fan's eyes turned crimson, and the vital energy he had just regained surged forth explosively. Dian Fist. With the utterance of the name, a tempest arose. Dust and stone swirling chaotically as a colossal fist shadow roared into existence. He could not remain idle. Even in death, he would fight. Boom. The fist shadow was shattered by Xiaoyang's single hand, stirring not a single ripple. Humph. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Prepare to meet your demise. Xiaoyang's large hand did not falter, continuing its pursuit of Xiao Fan. At that moment, Zhao Su's fan also arrived, precisely aiming for Xiao Fan's neck. Xiao Fan's pupils constricted in urgency, his vital energy entirely depleted. He could only produce the Qian Kuan Ding to shield himself, having resigned himself to the inevitability of death. A resounding roar erupted, yet astonishingly, all assaults were absorbed by the Qian Kuan Ding, though its luster dimmed considerably. Witnessing the artifact, their frenzy intensified, their faces betraying unmistakable greed. What a fine vessel, it shall be mine. Li Tao was the first to leap forward, reaching for the Qian Kuan Ding. You desire the ding. I seek the marrow of a millennium's ice, Xiaoyang declared, also surging ahead, though their ambitions diverged. All I require is his life. Zhao Su shouted, his folding fan once more soaring forth. Impudence. Suddenly, a deafening voice resonated as a colossal hand descended from the heavens, aiming to strike them. Chapter 61. The Dean strikes in an instant. Silence enveloped the crowd, the valley echoing only with the howling winds. Who goes there? Xiao Yong and the others sensed an overwhelming pressure, their hearts gripped by terror, unable to lift their heads. Observing this, the others desperately retreated, scrambling up the mountainside. With a thunderous crash, the immense hand finally descended, shaking the valley as if it were an earthquake, a cloud of dust soaring skyward, blinding the sun. The surrounding peaks swayed perilously, on the brink of collapse. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief, rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. As the dust settled, a gargantuan handprint emerged within the valley, a sight utterly terrifying. Within that imprint, Xiao Yong and Li Tao lay prostrate on the ground, motionless yet still breathing. Their dantians shattered. Whether by design or chance, Zhao Su emerged with relatively little harm, scrambling away from the scene in a hasty retreat. Xiao Fan remained unscathed as he sheathed the Qian Kuan Ding and leaned upon the god-slaying sword, searching for the one who had made a move. Yet, no matter how diligently he searched, he could not perceive the presence of that individual. What sorcery is this that instills such terror? A master beyond the realm of marrow cleansing has intervened. The moment this was uttered, the crowd erupted in excitement. A being beyond the marrow cleansing realm. Such an existence was beyond their reach. Han Shu, you old scoundrel, do you think the Li family lacks defenders? A resounding voice echoed as a fireball, colossal as a small mountain, hurtled towards the peak of a distant mountain. Han Shu, the head of the martial academy, he has actually taken action for Xiao Fan. Frightening. Yet another figure surpassing the marrow cleansing realm has emerged. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, wary of offending such unattainable beings. Humph. A cold snort reverberated as a massive column of water materialized, scattering the fireball into fragments. Subsequently, an invisible force enveloped Xiao Fan, lifting him into the air. And in an instant, he vanished from sight. Manage your people. Should there be a next time, I shall kill. Han Shu's voice resonated, and tranquility returned to the valley. It was not until several breaths later that the crowd dared to breathe normally, for the oppressive aura had been overwhelming, constricting their breath. In truth, there were three presences surpassing the marrow cleansing realm, in addition to Han Shu and the elder of the Li family. The elder of the Deluo sect had also arrived, unbeknownst to them. Elder, please eliminate Xiao Fan and avenge our Li family's disciples. At that moment, Li Ning shouted towards the sky, overwhelmed with emotion, causing the wound beneath him to tear open once more, sending waves of pain coursing through him. Remarkably, he had not perished. Instead, he feigned death beneath the heavy snowfall, ultimately being rescued. Many onlookers, witnessing Li Ning's unfortunate state, erupted into laughter reminiscent of swine. Recounting his tale to those nearby. Enraged, Li Ning lost consciousness, and no one offered him a response. Individuals from various factions departed. Yet a considerable number had encountered fortuitous events and treasures, significantly enhancing their cultivation. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Fan's feet touched the ground. As he returned to the residence of the martial academy, he let out a long sigh, having set up an illusionary array and laid down in the courtyard. He was utterly fatigued, both mentally and physically, perpetually taut, and unable to afford a moment's relaxation. Gradually, he succumbed to a deep slumber. A figure descended beside him. Deeply moved upon seeing his battered form, she produced a pristine handkerchief to wipe away the blood staining his body and applied healing powder before taking her leave. Once she had distanced herself, a plump fellow hurried out to carry Xiao Fan into the room. At that moment, the origin tree continuously emitted healing energy, swiftly mending Xiao Fan's injuries. In truth, the origin tree had been working to heal him all along, but the frequency of his injuries had compounded old wounds with new ones. The following day, Xiao Fan opened his eyes and gradually rose to his feet, stretching his limbs. Remarkably, he found himself recovering quite well. Xiao Fan was exceedingly pleased with the healing powers of the origin tree, primarily because his injuries were not severe, allowing for a swift recovery. "Brother, you have finally awoken," the plump man exclaimed as he entered the room, upon witnessing Xiao Fan's ability to run and jump. He was utterly astonished and momentarily speechless. "What? Is there something wrong with me?" Xiao Fan inquired. "No, it's just that your recovery ability is unparalleled," the plump man replied, filled with admiration and joy for Xiao Fan. Subsequently, the two engaged in a conversation about matters concerning the small world within the Hengduan Mountains, leaving the plump man in a state of astonishment. "How long have I been gone?" Xiao Fan asked. "Not a moment more or less, exactly 10 days. Xiao Fan nodded. Within the confines of the small world, the passage of time was imperceptible. It turned out that a full 10 days had elapsed in the outside realm. During this period, the corpulent individual had made significant strides in his alchemical skills and was now adept at concocting the Yuan Ling Dan without any difficulty. Here, take these, he said to the rotund fellow. From now on, the responsibility of crafting Yuan Ling Dan for the Xiong family shall rest upon your capable shoulders. Xiao Fan presented a collection of herbs intended for the concoction of the Yuan Ling pill to the portly fellow. Initially, he contemplated offering him a strengthening pill. However, given the latter's mere attainment of the qi-gathering realm, he would be ill-equipped to withstand the potency of such a remedy. The rotund man gazed longingly at the abundant array of herbs, nearly drooling in anticipation. By the way, brother, the Grand Martial Arts competition at the Academy is just 2 days away, and participants are permitted to compete beyond their ranks. Do not let this opportunity slip by. With a brief reminder, he took the herbs and set about his alchemical endeavors. Competing beyond 1's rank? How intriguing. After Xiao Fan murmured to himself, he closed the door and took out 2 strength-enhancing pills, swallowing them whole. Once the elixirs were ingested, a torrent of heat surged through the chaotic realm. As 2 streams of energy were promptly absorbed by the origin tree, which then returned 2 droplets of energy liquid, each the size of a thumb. As the energy droplets cascaded down, they forcefully surged through his meridians, permeating into his very flesh. Ah, what bliss! Xiao Fan could not help but emit a groan. Even after ingesting 2 potent body-strengthening pills, he found himself wholly capable of enduring the experience with remarkable ease. At that moment, his flesh emitted a sizzling sound, akin to that of boiling liquid. Impurities surged forth from his pores, releasing an exceedingly foul odor. His entire body glowed a vibrant red, resembling a long sword being forged, purging impurities and refining its essence. More significantly, Xiao Fan's aura ascended steadily, the threshold of the 5th layer of body tempering manifesting before him, only to be forcefully suppressed. Recently having undergone a breakthrough, he sought to solidify his foundation rather than rush into another advancement. After an hour, Xiao Fan finally opened his eyes, casting an introspective gaze upon himself and nodding in satisfaction. His physical form had become more than twice as powerful as before, with sheer physical strength. He could effortlessly obliterate an opponent at the 8th layer of body tempering. If he were to wield his true energy, he would be invincible against anyone below the blood coagulation realm. As for opponents within the lower tiers of blood coagulation, he had yet to test his prowess, rendering such estimates uncertain. Xiao Fan, come out. Xiao Fan, you have slain your fellow disciples in the Hongduan mountain range. Do not hide from your fate. Suddenly, commotion erupted outside. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow, but after a moment's contemplation, he discerned that it was the doing of Zhao Su or the Li family. With this realization, he stepped outside and, indeed, was met with numerous familiar faces. At the forefront stood over 10 intermediate class students who had previously ventured into the small world, all glaring at Xiao Fan with hostility. Chapter 62. Are you brave enough to fight? Behind them were also intermediate class students, all incited to come forth by their fervor. Xiao Fan estimated that there were at least 100 people present, creating an imposing spectacle. The crowd of onlookers swelled, surrounding Xiao Fan's courtyard to the point of suffocation. Xiao Fan, I ask you, did you cause the deaths of Zhao Peng and the other 10 disciples? The leader questioned loudly. Although he did not genuinely believe that Xiao Fan had personally committed the act, considering Zhao Peng was at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, his inquiry was indeed reasonable. A rational individual would hardly assume that Xiao Fan possessed the capability to slay someone of such caliber. Senior Qiu, cease wasting time with him, and take him directly to the law enforcement hall. Indeed, we must ensure that the law enforcement hall punishes him with the utmost severity. Otherwise, we shall create a disturbance there. The crowd collectively devised strategies as though an invisible hand was guiding their words. Have you finished speaking? Now, all of you, get out. Xiao Fan bellowed in a deep voice, his eyes glinting with an icy light. How audacious! Who bestowed upon you such courage to command us to leave? The individual named Qiu stepped forward, an overwhelming aura of peak body refinement emanating from him, bearing down upon Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan inwardly scoffed, utterly unfazed by the mere peak of the body refinement realm attempting to exert pressure upon him. At that moment, he remained eerily calm, steadfastly ignoring Qiu's oppressive aura. Humph, I wonder how long you can endure this. Kneel before me. Qiu bellowed, unleashing an even more formidable force. Yet, Xiao Fan remained composed, his expression betraying not a hint of change. The onlookers, witnessing Xiao Fan's demeanor, were astonished and began to murmur among themselves. What is happening? Impossible. He must be internally injured, suffering in silence for the sake of pride. Xiao Lei's fury ignited. As a prominent figure in the peak body refinement realm, he could not compel Xiao Fan, a mere fourth level of body refinement, to kneel. Xiao Fan, I offer you one final opportunity. Will you accompany us willingly? Or shall we resort to force? Choose. With that, Xiao Lei brandished his sword and advanced step by step. With each stride he took, his followers moved in unison, closely trailing his pace. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us engage. Xiao Fan stood undaunted, quietly awaiting their next move. Arrogance. Today I shall not let you escape unscathed. Xiao Lei surged forward in an instant, thrusting his long sword fiercely towards Xiao Fan's abdomen. Xiao Fan's figure flickered as he deftly evaded the onslaught of his assailant. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful punch that struck solidly against Xiao Lei's chest. A pained scream escaped Xiao Lei's lips as he was propelled backward, the sound of cracking ribs echoing ominously as several of them shattered. The onlookers gazed in disbelief at the soaring figure of Xiao Lei, collectively gasping in astonishment. How could this be? How did Xiao Fan execute such a swift maneuver? It was astonishingly rapid, once again showcasing that elusive footwork. As Xiao Lei steadied himself, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, mingled with fragments of internal organs. Xiao Fan, you possess an audacious spirit to dare to harm me, he exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan almost burst into laughter, perceiving Xiao Lei as nothing short of a fool. Should I just stand there and allow you to strike me? How absurd. Xiao Fan replied coldly, refraining from further action. Then let me show you who is truly laughable. Xiao Lei, enduring the pain surging through his chest, raised his long sword and struck towards Xiao Fan. Come at me. Xiao Fan executed the technique of wind control, deftly evading his opponent's attack and maneuvering to his rear, where he unleashed another powerful punch. Ack. Xiao Lei let out a cry of agony as he tumbled forward, landing in a most ungraceful manner. His spine shattered in the process. Hiss. It was yet another display of agility. Specializing in ambushes, Xiao Fan was truly shameless. How infuriating. Why does he possess such formidable skills? Who can enlighten me? Xiao Lei lay motionless on the ground, realizing he could no longer rise. His spine had been shattered by Xiao Fan's devastating blow. Why aren't you all making your move? If we surround him, he won't be able to escape. Xiao Lei writhed in pain on the ground, calling out to the others. Indeed, let us strike together. Even if he possesses remarkable agility, it will be of no avail. All right, let us attack together. Many nodded in agreement, drawing their weapons and charging forth. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the more than 20 individuals charging toward him, a surge of killing intent rising within him. Halt! Just as tensions escalated, a voice interrupted their actions. With a swift motion, Elder Xing surged forward, positioning himself directly between them. Elder Xing, it is indeed him, came the cries. Elder Xing, why does the law enforcement hall not punish Xiao Fan for the atrocities he has committed against his fellow disciples in the Hengduan Mountains? Indeed, he has harmed over 10 of our own. How can he escape the death penalty? Where is the law? The crowd pressed Elder Xing with a cacophony of accusations. Silence. Elder Xing commanded, his hands gesturing for calm. You claim Xiao Fan has harmed his fellow disciples. Do you possess any evidence? At this inquiry, a sudden hush fell over the assembly. The onlookers exchanged glances, realizing that indeed, no evidence was available. Observing their silence, Elder Xing's gaze turned icy as he declared, in the absence of evidence, your claims constitute slander. What law can we discuss then? An uproar ensued, voices rising in tumult. Elder Xing, he confessed it himself. Yes, I heard it with my own ears. Xiao Fan admitted to killing Zhao Peng. Upon hearing this, Elder Xing turned to Xiao Fan and inquired, is this true? Indeed. I merely eliminated a worthless individual. Xiao Fan responded, his tone nonchalant. The crowd erupted into triumphant laughter at his admission. Elder Xing, did you hear that? He said the same yesterday. Sentence Xiao Fan to death. The clamor grew louder, with passing students, unaware of the context, joining the outcry. Silence. Elder Xing once more raised his hands, casting a complex expression at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was rescued by the dean. What crimes could he possibly bear? Even if there were any, could the law enforcement hall truly penalize him? Xiao Fan merely stated that he had slain a worthless individual, without ever claiming to have killed Zhao Peng or harmed his fellow disciples. Innocent until proven guilty, let us disperse. After Elder Xing concluded his remarks, the crowd was momentarily bewildered, uncertain how to counter his assertions. Elder Xing's blatant favoritism towards Xiao Fan seemed rather inappropriate. Our discontent is palpable. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the tension, and a figure gradually emerged into the collective gaze of the crowd. It was Senior Lu Yu, who had also arrived. Senior Lu Yu was renowned as the fifth-ranked genius of the intermediate class, possessing formidable strength. The sight of Lu Yu stirred excitement among the onlookers, bringing a sense of relief. Elder Xing glanced at Lu Yu and stated, "The law enforcement hall operates with fairness and impartiality, without evidence. There is no need for further discourse." With that, Elder Xing waved his hand, signaling for everyone to disperse, wary of a recurrence of the tragic events that had transpired before the task hall. Lu Yu shook his head, fixing his gaze upon Xiao Fan, scrutinizing him thoroughly before remarking, "So you are Xiao Fan? Quite ordinary indeed. Fifth on the intermediate class genius list? Rather unremarkable." Xiao Fan responded with a calm demeanor. The moment those words left his lips, Lu Yu was engulfed in rage. "Dare you to battle?" Chapter 63. If you wish to fight, then let us fight. Lu Yu's expression turned frosty. As the fifth-ranked genius of the intermediate class, he could not abide being labeled as ordinary. Was Senior Lu Yu extending an invitation to duel? Such a straightforward character, I find it quite admirable. Numerous female disciples exchanged glances at Lu Yu, their excitement bubbling beneath the surface. Had there not been so many present, they might have leapt forward. Elder Xing was momentarily taken aback. Such challenges were commonplace in the martial academy, and he could not intervene. Not interested, he replied. After Xiao Fan spoke, he turned and departed, not out of fear, but rather a profound disinterest. "You are afraid. You lack the standing to compel the dean to intervene on your behalf." Lu Yu's expression was frigid. Upon hearing that the dean had rescued Xiao Fan in the Hengduan Mountains, an intense jealousy surged within him. He was not alone. The majority of the talented students on the leaderboard shared a similar reaction. "Indeed, Xiao Fan, you lack even the courage to fight. What merit do you possess to warrant the dean's attention? I am unconvinced. The martial academy is unjust." Xiao Fan halted his steps. Finally comprehending why Lu Yu had appeared here, it was, after all, the insidious nature of jealousy at play. "What more do you wish to say?" Xiao Fan inquired. "I wish to declare that you are nothing but a worthless fool, just as you have always been," came the retort. This statement elicited widespread agreement among the onlookers. "Xiao Fan, you merely stumbled upon a stroke of fortune, acquiring a formidable technique, yet you remain insignificant," they scoffed. "Indeed, were it not for this technique, I could easily shatter him with a single punch." "That cannot be entirely accurate. It is said that Minter Han regards him as a treasure." Laughter erupted, a cacophony of derision filling the air. Even Elder Xing could no longer tolerate the mockery and promptly sealed off his sense of hearing. "A bunch of worthless scum," Xiao Fan remarked coldly. "Who do you deem as scum?" The term ignited a fury among the crowd, who surged forward, eager to pummel Xiao Fan into submission. "Stand down." Lu Yu astonishingly intervened, blocking their advance. Though puzzled, the crowd came to a halt. "I alone can deal with him. Xiao Fan, are you brave enough to face me in battle?" Lu Yu stepped forward, issuing his challenge once more. "If you seek battle, then I shall oblige. What is there to fear?" Xiao Fan advanced several steps, his fighting spirit surging. "Excellent. Senior Lu Yu, shatter him. Senior Lu Yu, vanquish him. Avenge our fallen comrades." The atmosphere grew fervent as news of the duel between Lu Yu and Xiao Fan spread swiftly throughout the martial academy, drawing a throng of students eager to witness the spectacle. "A battle of life and death, do you dare?" Lu Yu shouted, elevating the tension to its zenith. "As you wish." Xiao Fan exhibited an unyielding demeanor, his countenance eerily tranquil. The crowd instinctively recoiled, clearing a sufficiently expansive area for their impending duel. Elder Xing remained silent, tacitly consenting to the life-and-death struggle that was about to unfold between them. In mere moments, several elders and mentors swooped in, taking their positions aloft to gaze down upon the scene below. Let the battle commence. Lu Yu, brimming with anticipation, advanced step by step, his vital energy surging forth. The intensity of this energy was remarkable. Senior Lu Yu had indeed stepped into the realm of blood condensation. Truly, he was a prodigy of formidable strength. The onlookers were astounded. Such prowess undoubtedly distinguished him as a paragon within the intermediate class. Berserk fist. Just as the crowd was taken aback, Lu Yu made his move. With a whoosh, an enormous fist imprint hurtled forth, crashing towards Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, yet his heart surged with excitement. As the approaching fist mark drew nearer, he propelled himself forward with a powerful push of his right foot, channeling the entirety of his physical strength into a formidable punch. The impact resonated as the two forces collided, sending Xiao Fan hurtling backward, crashing to the ground 10 paces away. Senior Lu Yu exuded an air of dominance. The crowd began to chant for Senior Lu Yu, reveling in the sight of Xiao Fan's unfortunate plight. Xiao Fan rose to his feet, his right hand trembling slightly. The fabric of his sleeve having been torn asunder by the force of the punch, revealing a strong and powerful arm. The elder Xing furrowed his brow. Astonished that Xiao Fan had not summoned any spiritual energy, such audacity was indeed remarkable. Although Lu Yu had managed to force Xiao Fan back with a single blow, he found no joy in his victory, as an unsettling feeling lingered within him, though he could not discern its source. Once more, Xiao Fan charged forward without employing any evasive maneuvers, delivering yet another punch. Unaware of the impending danger, Lu Yu murmured, equally exhilarated, and launched his own strike. With a resounding crash, it was no surprise that Xiao Fan was sent flying once more, landing 8 zhang away. Almost immediately, Xiao Fan sprang back to his feet and attacked again. This sequence repeated several times before he finally ceased his relentless onslaught. Xiao Fan's unconventional fighting style thoroughly infuriated Lu Yu, who abruptly drew the long blade from his waist. The blood blade. Lu Yu had actually brandished the blood blade. This weapon was a spiritual artifact, and there was no doubt that Xiao Fan was doomed. The crowd buzzed with murmurs. Clearly well acquainted with the fearsome reputation of the blood blade. Once it was unleashed, heads would roll. Xiao Fan, to perish beneath the blood blade, would indeed find it an honor. Lu Yu raised the blood blade high, and under the sunlight, it refracted a terrifying crimson glow. 9 turns of the spiral blade. With Lu Yu's declaration, he unleashed a flurry of 9 strikes. A chilling wave of blade energy surged forth, as 9 shimmering blade shadows hurtled towards Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan wielded the god-slaying sword, the corners of his garments crackling under the onslaught of the blade's energy. With a deadly flourish, he unleashed a strike. The force of his sword palpable, its sharp resonance piercing the air. A colossal shadow of the sword surged forth, roaring as if it were a tangible entity. In its wake, the 9 blade silhouettes were instantly annihilated, sending forth a tempest of sand and stone, enveloping the battlefield in a cloud of dust. A piercing scream echoed, prompting the onlookers to rub their eyes and peer forward, yet the scene remained obscured. Surely, Xiao Fan had perished. The battle must have come to a close. Good riddance. That pretty boy, I held him in disdain. Just as the crowd's excitement reached its peak, the haze over the battlefield began to dissipate, revealing the figures of the 2 combatants. Xiao Fan stood with his sword, his expression betraying not a hint of emotion. Lu Yu, however, stared wide-eyed, his face a mask of disbelief, blood trickling down his arm in steady droplets. What transpired? Who emerged victorious? It must be Senior Lu Yu. Did you not see the bloodstains on the bloodied blade? The crowd erupted in cheers, yet moments later, instead of collapsing, Xiao Fan turned and walked away. Why do you not kill me? Lu Yu lamented, his eyes dimming, engulfed in sorrow. Xiao Fan paused momentarily and remarked, the path to enlightenment is long and arduous. You can certainly journey further. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yu seemed to attain a sudden realization, his aura remarkably surging. What transpired? Can anyone elucidate? Is it not clear? Senior Lu Yu is on the verge of a breakthrough. The fight is over. To everyone's astonishment, they believed this declaration, revealing expressions of frustration, yet feeling utterly powerless. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Yu successfully advanced to the blood condensation realm, his spirits soaring. He respectfully clasped his hands towards Xiao Fan and expressed, "Your kindness is beyond words. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to command me." Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, the crowd was left in sheer disbelief, the occurrence unfolding too abruptly for them to comprehend. Chapter 64. Accompanied by a beauty, what on earth did Xiao Fan? Enduring countless tribulations due to Senior Lu Yu? How could this be? Impossible. I refuse to believe it. The crowd seethed with anger. Particularly the intermediate class students who instigated trouble, their teeth clenched in fury as they could only depart in frustration. Gradually, the scene returned to tranquility, leaving behind only the traces of battle. Xiao Fan returned to his residence, where the chubby fellow and the Xiong brothers hurriedly approached him, encircling him with curious gazes. They had witnessed the recent battle with their own eyes, yet were unable to join in, their cheers drowned out by the cacophony of the chaos. "Brother, are you all right?" the chubby fellow inquired. "I am fine. There is no need for concern," Xiao Fan reassured them. After Xiao Fan concluded his words, he turned his gaze towards the Xiong brothers and inquired, "How has business been lately?" The Xiong brothers exchanged a glance, still feeling remorseful about previous matters. "Thanks to Brother Xiao, it has been quite prosperous," Xiong paused momentarily before continuing. We have come to apologize to you, Brother Xiao. With that, he produced a storage bag and presented it to Xiao Fan. Brother Xiao, this is our compensation for you. We hope you will not look down upon it. Xiao Fan waved his hand, revealing a sum of 50,000 gold coins within, yet he chose to push it back. There was no need for such generosity. The fault did not lie with you. After Xiao Fan spoke, he produced 20 marrow-cleansing pills and presented them to Xiong. These were the ones he had previously promised to refine for the Xiong family, having prepared them well in advance. Though he had chosen not to deliver them to the Xiong family hastily, the Xiong brothers were overwhelmed with excitement as they carefully secured the 20 marrow-cleansing pills. Xiong expressed his deep gratitude, remarking on Zhao's generosity, and vowed that such matters would never occur again in the future. Having said this, the two brothers respectfully clasped their hands in salute to Xiao Fan and then withdrew. Xiao Fan shook his head, having once hoped that the Xiong family would earn him a few gold coins, but now he had relinquished that expectation. Fatty, after you finish refining the remaining 1,500 yuan ling pills for the Xiong family, cease your efforts, he instructed. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Fatty nodded and hurried back to his alchemical work. Xiao Fan, having found a rare moment of tranquility, began to contemplate the matters that lay ahead. The number of those who sought his demise had grown alarmingly. The Li family, the Ming, the Alchemist Guild, as well as Zhao Su and others. The talented students from the Martial Academy also regarded him with covetous eyes. Moreover, the news of the Eternal Frost Essence had already leaked. And regardless of his possession of it, there would undoubtedly be those who coveted it. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Fan's gaze hardened with determination. He resolved to grow stronger while simultaneously fortifying the power of the Jinshi Marquisate. All of this was inextricably tied to resources. The Xiong family could not be relied upon for long-term cooperation. They could only be utilized, thus severing this avenue of wealth. Xiao Fan shook his head and let out a long sigh as the cacophony from outside grew louder. Your Highness, where are you headed? Allow me to accompany you. Your Highness, do you have a romantic interest? Just look at my physique, would it suffice? Princess, you are my idol. The voices drew closer. And Xiao Fan smiled as he stepped outside. Indeed, he spotted Ying Jie and Ying Wano approaching, trailed by a throng of chattering followers. Brother Xiao, I hope you will pardon our uninvited presence. Ying Jie said with a courteous bow, his face alight with mirth. Ying Wano also performed a slight curtsy. And upon catching sight of Xiao Fan's handsome and resolute visage, she seemed to recall something, her cheeks suddenly flushing. Let us not stand on ceremony. Come inside and converse. Xiao Fan casually draped his arm over Ying Jie's shoulder and sauntered into the courtyard. Ying Waner paused for a moment before following suit. What is the nature of their relationship? Can anyone enlighten me? It infuriates me. Why was I not chosen? The heavens are unjust. The group was seething with discontent, harboring not a trace of admiration, only boundless jealousy. Within the courtyard, the three took their seats. Brother Xiao, I am immensely grateful for your timely assistance. Ying Jie was the first to speak, once again bowing slightly to Xiao Fan. You see, we are growing distant. It was merely a trifling matter, hardly worthy of mention. Xiao Fan holds a commendable view of Ying Jie's character. At the very least, he appreciates his gratitude and humility. Very well. I shall refrain from elaborating further. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. After Ying Jie spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Ying Waner before rising to his feet. Sister, did you not express a desire to visit the trading market of the Martial Arts Academy? Allow Brother Xiao to accompany you and broaden your horizons. Oh. Ying Waner finally registered his words and bestowed a grateful look upon Ying Jie. Xiao Fan furrowed his brows, a lingering sense that Ying Jie possessed knowledge of something. Yet he found himself devoid of evidence. Brother Xiao, is it permissible? Ying Jie inquired once more, noting Xiao Fan's silence. Indeed, it is permissible. I would be delighted to oblige. Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback before he realized the situation. However, he was completely unaware of the location of the trading market in the Martial Arts Academy, as he had never been there. That's fine, I shall take my leave now. Please continue, he remarked, before turning on his heel and departing. Xiao Fan and Ying Waner stood up to bid farewell, and after he had walked a distance away, Ying Waner turned and nestled into Xiao Fan's embrace. Xiao Fan inhaled the delicate fragrance that enveloped her, stirring a subtle restlessness within him, yet he managed to quell it. I miss you. Ying Waner's sweet voice resonated, sending a shiver through Xiao Fan's entire being. Just as their affection reached a fervent peak, the portly friend unexpectedly entered. Brother. Upon witnessing the scene before him, He froze in place, his mouth agape in astonishment. I saw nothing. Please, continue. No, please, carry on with your conversation. Realizing the awkwardness, he swiftly turned to leave. Wait, my friend. Do inform me of the location of the trading market. Xiao Fan hastily called out to him, and Ying Wan'er finally released her grip, standing awkwardly to the side. The portly man turned around, retrieved a map of the martial arts academy from his waist, and hurriedly handed it to Xiao Fan before swiftly departing. Just call me by my name, Xiao Fan, he insisted, addressing me as young Master Xiao feels rather distant. Xiao Fan interrupted her, gently pinching her delicate nose. Then I shall call you Ah Fan, to distinguish you from others. Ying Wan'er chuckled softly, once again nestling into Xiao Fan's embrace, embodying a charmingly delicate demeanor that evoked affection. Very well, let us proceed to the trading market. Xiao Fan gently pressed his lips against her forehead and led her outside. He glanced at the sky. The sun was dipping in the west, marking the perfect moment for a leisurely stroll. The two skilled warriors trailing behind Ying Wan'er instinctively maintained a respectful distance, refraining from intruding upon their moment. Xiao Fan made his way according to the map, drawing the attention of the students along the path. When they beheld the sight of Ying Wan'er and Xiao Fan together, incredulity washed over their faces, and jealousy was palpable. Xiao Fan truly possessed remarkable skills. It was rumored that he was entangled with Minter Han, and now he was set to ensnare the third princess? Oh, my goddess! To think she would fall prey to that scoundrel. The passing students buzzed with whispered discussions. Their voices may have been soft, yet Xiao Fan and Ying Wan'er heard every word distinctly. Xiao Fan merely shook his head, disregarding the situation, as he strolled leisurely alongside Ying Wan'er along the shaded path. Xiao Fan, just you wait, muttered Li Junbai resentfully to himself, before turning and heading towards the elite class area. Chapter 65. The mysterious branch. Half an hour later, Xiao Fan and Ying Wan'er finally arrived at the trading market. The market was not particularly large. In fact, it was merely a street approximately 2 miles long, flanked by various shops and taverns, with numerous stalls lining the sides. Students continuously entered and exited, the street bustling with activity, filled with the sounds of vendors calling out and the din of haggling. Let us enter, suggested Ying Wan'er. Xiao Fan glanced at Ying Wan'er, who nodded and donned her veil. He smiled, not dissuading her, but rather admiring her choice, for it spared them from unnecessary troubles. As they entered the bustling market, they were greeted by enticing calls of vendors, particularly capturing Xiao Fan's interest, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Let us take a look. Xiao Fan grasped Ying Wan'er's hand and swiftly arrived at the stall. To his surprise, there were quite a few eager buyers, and soon the items were snatched up entirely. My friend, are there any left? Please procure one for me as well. Xiao Fan managed to squeeze in with great difficulty, only to discover it was all in vain. Xiao Fan, the stall owner, immediately recognized him, abandoning the stall and fleeing without a moment's hesitation. Don't run away. Xiao Fan abruptly pulled him back, his eyes turning frigid, revealing a veneer of frost. What do you intend to do? The vendor suddenly regained his composure, yet still dared not meet Xiao Fan's gaze. If you wish to avoid dire consequences, arrive at my residence by dawn tomorrow. Otherwise, you are well aware of the methods employed by the Xiong family. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, he released him, imprinting his appearance in his memory. The stall owner wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his eyes darting incessantly. Indeed, I have heard the words of young Master Xiao. His demeanor suddenly softened. The back of his shirt already dampened significantly. Begone. Xiao Fan waved his hand, prompting the stall owner to finally exhale in relief before swiftly disappearing at the end of the street. Aren't you afraid he won't come looking for you? Ying Wan'er inquired. Her curiosity piqued despite her lack of understanding regarding Xiao Fan's motives. He will come, Xiao Fan replied, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Ying Wan'er nodded, half comprehending, and chose not to press further. The duo resumed their leisurely stroll, surrounded by countless wares, predominantly charms and weapons, yet Xiao Fan had yet to encounter anything remarkable. A quarter of an hour later, he abruptly halted, sensing a subtle tremble from the origin tree within him. What is happening? He mused, his consciousness swiftly delving into the chaotic realm, where he discovered a branch of the origin tree pointing towards a stall on his left. Have you detected a treasure? Xiao Fan queried. The branch swayed up and down in affirmation, validating his assumption. Elated by the origin tree's confirmation, Xiao Fan was astounded by its extraordinary capability to sense treasures. He proceeded to the indicated stall, but his brow furrowed upon examining the items on display. They were merely animal hides and turtle shells, artifacts of little worth and no appeal to him. Yet, the origin tree within him began to sway more vigorously. Upon scrutinizing the items again, his gaze suddenly fixated on an inconspicuous branch. This branch was roughly 3 feet long and as wide as a bowl, its surface smooth and devoid of any discernible patterns. Xiao Fan held it in his hand, and the origin tree within him suddenly swayed vigorously. Xiao Fan steadied his thoughts, gently placing the branch down. He glanced at the elderly vendor, a strategy forming in his mind. "Esteemed elder, how much for this tortoise shell?" Xiao Fan inquired. The vendor slowly opened his eyes, momentarily taken aback by Xiao Fan's presence, and replied, "Not a penny more or less. It is 10,000 gold coins." 10,000 gold coins? You might as well resort to thievery, Xiao Fan retorted. Xiao Fan exclaimed in disbelief as he gazed at the elderly man with flowing white hair. This assertion was utterly misguided. In truth, it was preferable to seize the opportunity. The old man stroked his long, white beard, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Xiao Fan. "You make a valid point. I was indeed hasty. But what of this branch?" Xiao Fan inquired once more. 20,000, the old man replied. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan was rendered speechless, and in a fit of anger, he hastily tossed down 2,000 gold coins, seized the branch, and turned to leave. "Dare you take my possession just because I relinquished this branch?" As Xiao Fan took a few steps forward, he was abruptly intercepted by 2 individuals. Li Junbai? Upon recognizing the approaching figure, a cold smile crept across his heart. Standing beside Li Junbai was a student clad in the attire of an advanced class, possessing a shifty gaze and an undeniably sinister appearance. The commotion drew the attention of passing students, who halted to witness the unfolding spectacle. Is that not Xiao Fan? Truly a troublemaker, daring to provoke even the esteemed Tian Shu of the advanced class. Such a statement, however, is not entirely fair, for Xiao Fan had indeed purchased that branch. He bore no fault in the matter. The crowd buzzed with speculation, yet none dared to question Tian Shu, their discussions revolving solely around Xiao Fan. "Step aside." Xiao Fan paid them no heed, retracting the branch and charging directly ahead with Ingwaner. "Ah, quite bold, but alas, you lack the requisite strength." Tian Shu remained unmoved. The aura of the first realm of blood condensation surged forth, pressing down upon Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan paused momentarily, drawing Ingwaner behind him to shield her from the overwhelming aura. "Haha, Xiao Fan, weren't you quite arrogant? Why have you stopped?" Li Junbai observed Xiao Fan's predicament with a sense of satisfaction, beginning to mock him aloud. "Well then, allow me to depart for your amusement." Upon finishing his words, Xiao Fan unleashed the formidable aura of the 4th stage of body tempering, advancing with an intensity that matched Li Junbai's own. How could this be? A shadow fell over Li Junbai's face, as an overwhelming sense of defeat surged within him. The onlookers gasped, their mouths agape, repeatedly rubbing their eyes in disbelief, unwilling to accept the reality before them. Xiao Fan's formidable presence was acutely felt by Ingwaner. Gazing upon the imposing figure before her, a profound sense of security blossomed within her. Xiao Fan bellowed in a deep voice, unexpectedly taking 2 steps forward. "Impossible! Could it be that Tian Shu was holding back? Senior Tian Shu, hasten to amplify your output and firmly suppress Xiao Fan into the ground." Upon hearing the crowd's exhortations, Tian Shu felt a burden of unspoken frustration. He had never anticipated Xiao Fan's remarkable strength. Overestimating oneself, retreat at once. Tian Shu gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength as he pressed forward with an unwavering force. "Humph." Xiao Fan let out a cold snort, his body as immovable as a mountain, and the two remained locked in a stalemate. "Xiao Fan, I shall give you an opportunity. Present that branch with both hands, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy," Tian Shu declared, withdrawing his breath and preparing to strike. Suddenly, Xiao Fan erupted into laughter. He had been seeking a low-level blood condensation practitioner to test his mettle, and now one had presented himself at his doorstep. "You desire the branch? Let us see if you possess the capability to obtain it." Upon finishing his words, a chorus of derisive jeers arose from the crowd. "Xiao Fan, have you lost your mind? I advise you to surrender the branch, lest you suffer bodily harm." "Indeed. Senior Tian Shu merely went easy on you just now. Do you truly believe you are capable?" Chapter 66. Cultivating both inner and outer strength. Such unwholesome taunts were nothing new to Xiao Fan, yet Ingwaner was incensed. "All of you, leave at once," she suddenly shouted, and an immediate silence enveloped the surroundings as the crowd turned their attention to her. Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback, feeling a warm sensation in his heart as he observed her sulking demeanor. Oh, this young lady possesses quite the spirit. Indeed, despite her veil, her figure is nothing short of exquisite. Hush, do not speak thoughtlessly. Some of the students had followed along and were aware that she was the third princess. Yet they dared not utter a word. Ying Wanner, with her face flushed in anger, intended to summon the two masters, but was halted by Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, come here and face me. As the words fell, Tian Shu's right hand swiftly extended, reaching for the storage pouch at Xiao Fan's waist. This is an opportune moment. Xiao Fan pressed forward rather than retreating, brandishing the god-slaying sword with a fierce downward strike. Tian Shu, harboring a cold smirk within, deftly employed his agility to alter his trajectory abruptly, evading Xiao Fan's assault. In an instant, he transformed his claw into a fist and unleashed a powerful blow aimed at Xiao Fan's forehead. Xiao Fan's figure flickered and vanished in an instant. Tian Shu's fist struck nothing but air, and a heavy sense of foreboding enveloped him. He had heard tales of Xiao Fan's remarkable agility and had been skeptical. However, experiencing it firsthand confirmed the truth of those claims. Humph! With a cold snort, Tian Shu felt a chill creep down his spine and swiftly darted to the right to evade. Xiao Fan struck at the air with his sword, yet gained no advantage. This is quite intriguing. He felt a surge of excitement, his fighting spirit igniting fervently. Haha, Xiao Fan has finally met his match. Indeed, relying solely on impressive agility leads to no promising future. The crowd's jeers echoed, infuriating Ying Wanner, who stamped her feet in frustration. Xiao Fan, did you ever anticipate this? I too possess remarkable agility, rendering your advantage utterly non-existent. Upon finishing his words, Tian Shu drew forth his long blade, raising it high. Heavenly Destruction Blade, he shouted, as the blade descended fiercely, unleashing a flurry of slashing energies. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, tightening his right hand as the chaotic world's true energy surged forth. The god-slaying sword striking with thunderous force. In the art of slaughter, he unleashed a deadly move against Tian Shu, who was at the first level of the blood. This time, Xiao Fan exerted every ounce of his strength. With a resounding crash, the boundless sword and blade energies collided, unleashing terrifying shockwaves that rippled outward like waves. Spectators were sent flying, and those of lower cultivation levels coughed up blood, while nearby stalls were instantly overturned, plunging the scene into chaos. After a brief moment, the battlefield fell silent once more, and everyone began to rise, their gazes fixed on the arena. There stood the two combatants, silently poised, each bleeding profusely. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Who emerged victorious? Was there any doubt? It was undoubtedly Senior Tian Shu. Xiao Fan felt a sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of fresh blood was violently expelled, rendering his complexion somewhat pale. Ying Wanner attempted to step forward, but was halted by his wave of the hand. I knew it, he exclaimed. Without the advantage of his agility, Xiao Fan is nothing. Senior Tian Shu, incapacitate him. The crowd began to jeer, eager for Tian Shu to eliminate Xiao Fan, their indifference to the outcome evident. However, with the eyes of the spectators upon him, Tian Shu also coughed up a large mouthful of blood, his countenance instantly becoming wan and depleted. Let us go, he shouted to Li Junbai, swiftly turning away without a backward glance. The crowd fell into an astonished silence, incredulously watching Tian Shu's retreating figure, momentarily at a loss. What on earth had transpired? Could it be that Xiao Fan had triumphed? Impossible. It must be that Senior Tian Shu was already injured. Xiao Fan chose to disregard the individuals around him, taking Ying Wanner away from the bustling marketplace. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair emerged from an unknown location, observing the direction in which Xiao Fan departed. Nodding in approval. Quite commendable. No wonder Young Han chose to intervene on your behalf. With that, he vanished into thin air. As they journeyed onward, Li Junbai's frustration escalated, and his disdain for Tian Shu became increasingly palpable. What do you mean by this, Tian Shu? My brother instructed you to incapacitate Xiao Fan, not to flaunt your authority. Li Junbai hastened to catch up, reprimanding Tian Shu fiercely. Tian Shu remained silent, quickening his pace to distance himself from Li Junbai. Are you deaf, Tian Shu? Respond to me. Li Junbai pursued once more, his voice amplified, resonating painfully in Tian Shu's ears. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Tian Shu struck, sending Li Junbai sprawling backward, his left cheek instantly swelling. Enough of your incessant noise. Who do you think you are? If it weren't for owing your brother a favor, would I even bother to show up? Tianshu's mood had already soured, and Li Junbai's scolding ignited his fury. It wasn't that he lacked the desire to incapacitate Xiao Fan. Rather, he found himself incapable of doing so. How dare you lay a hand on me? I am a member of the Li family. Li Junbai struggled to rise, now resembling a dog without its limbs. The Li family? I, Tianshu, stand alone and fear no threats, he declared, before striding away, leaving Li Junbai in a state of disarray amidst the winds. As twilight descended, Xiao Fan returned to his abode. After consuming a healing elixir, his injuries were no longer a grave concern. However, Ingwaner, citing her desire to care for him, resolved to stay the night. Ah Fan, focus on your recovery. I shall not disturb you, she said, her large, glistening eyes never leaving his, brimming with tender affection. Xiao Fan nodded slightly, deeming that healing was unnecessary. He promptly cast the branch into the chaotic realm. The origin tree swayed gently, a root suddenly extending forth to drag the branch deep into the earth. Instantly, the entire tree resonated, seemingly expressing joyful exultation. Could it be that this branch belonged to the origin tree? Xiao Fan speculated. After a brief moment, the origin tree ceased its vibrations and commenced a rapid growth. Xiao Fan observed in astonishment, nearly gasping in disbelief, as the origin tree soared skyward with remarkable rapidity, concurrently expanding the chaotic realm. It was not until a full tea time had passed that the majestic growth of the origin tree ceased. To describe its grandeur as would not be an exaggeration. Even for someone as well-versed as Xiao Fan, the sight of the origin tree was utterly breathtaking. He estimated its height to be at least 50 zhang, rendering humanity insignificantly small in its presence. Even more astonishing was the realization that the origin tree possessed the ability to autonomously absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, transforming it into a liquid form of energy to be bestowed upon him. Essentially, the origin tree had established a cultivation system within the chaotic world, perpetually operating to enhance his strength. A harmonious integration of internal and external cultivation. Xiao Fan was filled with ecstasy. Even if he ceased his cultivation, the origin tree would propel him forward. What would happen if he were to cultivate simultaneously? Xiao Fan acted upon his thoughts, promptly channeling the chaotic opening technique. The spiritual energy from all directions converged, surging uncontrollably into his being. Enhanced by the chaotic opening technique, the origin tree absorbed this energy at an accelerated pace. With a resounding boom, the door to the 5th level of body refinement was ruthlessly flung open, and his aura continued to soar wildly. Chapter 67. Earthquake and mountain shaking within the chamber. The fluctuations of spiritual energy were extraordinarily intense. Ingwaner observed Xiao Fan in silence, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. It was not until the early hours of dawn that Xiao Fan finally opened his eyes, his cultivation firmly established at the pinnacle of the 5th level of body refinement. Ah Fan, Ingwaner gently called, her delicate fragrance enveloping the air as she bashfully nestled into Xiao Fan's embrace. Xiao Fan felt a pleasant, tingling sensation coursing through his body as the two became entwined in an intimate embrace, fully surrendering to their instincts, creating an atmosphere of boundless springtime. The rhythmic sounds of their union resonated for over an hour until, with a sudden thud, they both tumbled to the ground. The stout neighbor next door was startled, fearing an enemy assault. However, upon realizing that the rhythmic vibrations continued unabated, he relaxed and secretly gave Xiao Fan a thumbs up. The bed has collapsed. Ingwaner gasped, reminding the still fervent Xiao Fan of their precarious situation. The bed may have given way, but the joy must not cease. It was not until the break of dawn that they finally ceased their passionate endeavors, both thoroughly satisfied. After a moment of tranquil breathing, Ingwaner reluctantly took her leave. Xiao Fan gazed at the collapsed wooden bed, shaking his head in resignation. It was time to replace it with a sturdier one. As he spoke, a knock echoed from outside, prompting a smile as he stepped out. Indeed, he encountered the vendor who had sold him the Yuan Ling Dan the previous day. The vendor approached with utmost reverence. Yushi had met young Master Xiao before. After bowing respectfully, he lowered his head, his heart racing with anxiety. Yushi, you are utterly foolish. Xiao Fan gazed at him quietly, his expression as tranquil as still water, revealing neither joy nor anger. Yoshi felt a tightening in his chest, cold sweat streaming down, yet he made no pleas for mercy. I confess, I have replicated your Yuan spirit pill. If you wish to kill me, then do so. Yoshi proclaimed, bracing himself for certain death, knowing full well that with his mere second-tier body refinement, escape was utterly impossible. Furthermore, there was the formidable Xiong family. his demise would be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. Pray tell, how did you come to understand the art of refining the Yuan spirit pill? Xiao Fan inquired. Regaining his composure, Yoshi replied, on that day at the Xiong clan's mercantile assembly, I witnessed your refinement process. Upon returning, I devoted much time to study and finally succeeded in creating some semi-finished products. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan finally understood and was thoroughly pleased with his alchemical talent. You may leave now. Whether you can survive depends entirely on your own fortune. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, he waved his hand, signaling that the man could depart. Yoshi was initially taken aback. Just as he was about to leave, he hesitated. Although he feared not death, living was undoubtedly preferable to perishing. Please, young Master Xiao, show me a clear path. If I can survive this tribulation, I shall certainly look up to you as my guiding star. Yoshi clasped his hands once more. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Xiao Fan appeared to be in a predicament, yet internally he was overjoyed, reflecting on how commendable Yoshi's awareness was. There indeed existed a path forward. It merely depended on one's willingness to embrace it. Upon finishing his words, Xiao Fan wore a mysterious smile, patiently awaiting his reaction. Yoshi, with a sudden thud, knelt down and declared, if young Master Xiao can spare my life this time, I vow to pledge my eternal loyalty to you under the heavens. Very well, rise, Xiao Fan replied. There are vacant rooms here. You may stay for the time being. Remember, do not resort to selling those unfinished products again. After hearing Xiao Fan's words, Yoshi expressed his gratitude profusely, his previously anxious heart finally at ease. Once he had settled Yoshi in, Xiao Fan closed the door and retrieved the ancient icy marrow. As the marrow was revealed, the temperature around plummeted instantaneously, transforming the liquids in the courtyard into exquisite ice sculptures. The rotund figure and Yoshi shivered from the cold, emerging from their rooms, bewildered by the unfolding events. Xiao Fan glanced at the eternal ice marrow, shook his head, and subsequently stored it within the chaotic realm. My current cultivation level is too low. Refining it would be fraught with peril. It is better to wait until a later time. Xiao Fan murmured softly, not that he was incapable of refining it, but rather he sought to fully harness the potential of the 10,000-year-old cold ice marrow. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the rear mountain of the Martial Academy, causing the entire institution to tremble. Numerous palaces collapsed with a resounding crash, and fissures began to appear on the ground. What could be happening? Xiao Fan abruptly dashed out, his brow furrowed with concern. At that moment, all the students were engulfed in fear, frantically scattering in all directions, convinced that a great calamity was upon them. Run for your lives. The Martial Academy is doomed. Step aside, let me through. The Martial Academy had descended into utter chaos, with some taking advantage of the turmoil to commit murder and seize treasures, the air filled with anguished cries and desperate fleeing. Brother, what should we do? The portly figure and Yoshi had reached Xiao Fan's side, both trembling with terror. Do not panic. You two find a place to hide first. I will investigate the situation. Xiao Fan issued a command and swiftly propelled himself towards the rear mountain. A resounding roar echoed once more as the ground trembled violently beneath him. Row after row of houses collapsed, and towering ancient trees were uprooted, sending dust swirling into the air as if the apocalypse had descended. Witnessing such a scene, Xiao Fan was profoundly shocked and quickened his pace. After half an hour, he spotted a figure moving ahead, prompting him to slow down. As Xiao Fan approached, a growing sense of trepidation enveloped him, weighed down by a formidable aura that rendered his breathing labored. Steeling himself, he resolved to investigate further. Quickly, repair the seal, everyone. Join me in this endeavor. A familiar voice resounded, unmistakably that of the Dean. Upon traversing a dense thicket, his vision expanded into a sweeping vista. Before him stood a group of students clad in the garb of the advanced class, flanked by the esteemed leaders of the Martial Academy. These figures encircled an ancient well, its diameter exceeding 10 feet, their hands weaving intricate gestures. With a thunderous roar, another explosive sound erupted as water gushed violently from the depths of the well, unleashing a tempestuous aura that sent all present hurtling backward. This is dire. The seal is unstable, a white-haired elder shouted, regaining his footing before soaring back into action. Is it him? Xiao Fan instantly recognized the elderly man. He was the very vendor who had swindled him out of 20,000 gold coins the previous day. Little Hansy, come quickly to assist. The old man shouted as he soared through the air, his hands deftly weaving intricate gestures, swiftly conjuring a barrier to seal the well as opening. Hanshu also ascended, conjuring a barrier of his own, and remarked, Old director, I fear the seal may not withstand the impending force. Upon hearing these words, the crowd exchanged anxious glances, each visage betraying a growing sense of dread. Xiao Fan discerned that a formidable entity was undoubtedly sealed beneath the ancient well. And now that the seal was loosening, it threatened to break free. He had to endure, for if he did not, the entire imperial city would face imminent catastrophe. The old dean narrowed his eyes and approached the well's edge. Peering through the barrier, he observed that the seal had developed a crack the size of a bowl. He began to inscribe the array symbols, hoping to mend the fissure, yet his pace was too slow. Time was of the essence. Han Shu replicated his actions, so much so that they failed to notice Xiao Fan's approach. Xiao Fan, Han Jiangxue called out, her voice filled with alarm. At her exclamation, all eyes turned to Xiao Fan, revealing expressions of disbelief. Was he courting death? A mere fifth level of body refinement dared to approach the well's mouth. Who could fathom his intentions? Perhaps he sought to show off. The advanced class students began to murmur among themselves, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Chapter 68. Mending the seal. Xiao Fan, you must retreat. Han Jiangxue shouted once more, her urgency palpable. Even she, at the pinnacle of the cleansing marrow realm, did not dare to draw near. If the seal were to be struck again, Xiao Fan would either perish or sustain grave injuries. Xiao Fan did not retreat. Instead, he turned and offered Han Jiangxue a reassuring glance. At that moment, among the elite students, a fierce gaze fixated intently on Xiao Fan, belonging to none other than Li Junwei. Peering over the edge of the ancient well, Xiao Fan finally beheld the seal below. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, discerned the intricate structure of the entire sealing array with remarkable clarity, constantly simulating it within the depths of the Sea of Souls. Xiao Fan. The old dean and Han Shu finally noticed him, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and frustration. Xiao Fan, withdraw immediately. It is perilous here, Han Shu called out. Yet he could not afford to divert his focus as he continued inscribing the array's seals. Xiao Fan appeared oblivious, his eyes closed as he continuously engaged in mental simulations. Who does he think he is? He seems to genuinely want to assist. It's merely a ploy for attention. Let us see how he meets his demise soon. The advanced class students began to mock him, convinced that Xiao Fan was doomed. Han Jiangxue, in a state of urgency, stamped her feet in frustration, disregarding the imminent danger as she swiftly rushed forward. Suddenly, a thunderous crashing sound echoed, prompting the crowd, now seasoned in experience, to retreat in unison. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow, intending to retreat, but was swiftly lifted by Han Jiangxue, who quickly withdrew. There was no time to waste. Upon finishing his words, Han Shu abandoned the formation inscription he was crafting and also retreated. That terrifying aura surged forth once more, and the old dean, unable to evade in time, was instantly thrown back, spitting blood. Old dean, Han Shu cried out, astonished that the old dean had not withdrawn but had instead remained at the well's edge to inscribe the formation. Cough, cough, I am fine. Quickly, continue inscribing the formation. With that said, they flew back to the well's edge, resuming their work. Thank you, Mentor Han. Xiao Fan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He had indeed taken a considerable risk just now. Had it not been for Han Jiangxue, he would have either perished or suffered grievous injuries. Humph. Han Jiang let out a cold snort and chose to ignore him, clearly infuriated. Xiao Fan was entirely oblivious to her state and resumed his calculations. Not far away, Li Junwei lamented the unfortunate circumstance, as Xiao Fan had managed to evade a dire predicament. The sentiments of the other students were largely aligned. They envied Xiao Fan for having a mentor like Han Jiangxue. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Fan finally exhaled and darted toward the entrance. Han Jiangxue, torn between words, felt her face flush with frustration and could only follow him. Why are you here again, Shwed? Hurry and throw him out. Han Shu fumed as Xiao Fan approached once more, his anger palpable. Han Jiangxue, feeling helpless, reached out and lifted Xiao Fan once again. Wait. I possess a method to mend the fissures in the sealing array. Upon uttering this, the advanced class students erupted into laughter. How ridiculous. Xiao Fan, who granted you such audacity? Such brazen words. If you can indeed mend the cracks in the seal, I shall cut myself right here. Their mockery escalated to an intolerable level, leaving the elders struggling to maintain decorum yet unable to intervene. Is that so? If I can indeed repair the cracks in the seal, where will you make your cut? Please clarify. Xiao Fan was incensed. He was laboriously engaged in his calculations while those individuals idled about, incessantly mocking him. If you can contribute, I shall prepare a feast of roasted chicken right here in Linzhou. Would that suffice? One of the students replied. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this response, A wave of laughter erupted among the crowd, completely oblivious to the grave implications following the breach of the seal. Very well, then pay close attention. Xiao Fan turned around, his hands beginning to form intricate gestures. After a brief moment, he extended his finger like a sword, continuously etching patterns in the air. Do you have confidence? You little rascal? Han Jiangxue inquired. I am uncertain, but I shall give it a try, he replied. Xiao Fan's response left Han Jiangxue in a predicament. Should she send him back? What if he truly possesses a solution? If she does not suggest it, he may perish. Just as she hesitated, a complete formation emblem materialized before Xiao Fan. Very well. Proceed, Han Jiangxue exclaimed in astonishment, deciding to allow Xiao Fan to give it a try. Han Shu and the old dean also noticed the formation emblem, momentarily taken aback as they exchanged incredulous glances with Xiao Fan. The other elders were equally astonished. The emblem Xiao Fan had inscribed was profoundly intricate and remarkably complete, leaving them feeling utterly humbled. The students promptly fell silent, rubbing their eyes in disbelief, eager to see more clearly. Impossible, he is merely scribbling, one named Lin Zhou shouted, revealing his ignorance of the formation and its underlying complexities. Indeed, a mere insignificant insect, unaware of its impending doom. In the face of such unworthy taunts, Xiao Fan chose to disregard them, pressing his sword downward. Go! With the utterance of that command, the formation emblem instantly plunged into the well. A thunderous roar erupted as the emblem scarcely had time to enter the seal before it was shattered into fragments. The well water erupted once more, unleashing a fierce aura that swept through the surroundings. Witnessing this, the crowd recoiled once again, seeking refuge from the ferocious energy. The four individuals at the well's mouth gazed at the formation emblem, realizing that retreating was now futile. What to do? Xiao Fan's mind was racing with thoughts, and suddenly, an idea struck him. With a flick of his right hand, the Qiankuan Ding materialized before him, and he swiftly pulled Han Jiangxue closer. A tremendous force collided with the Qiankuan Ding, causing both them and the vessel to be pushed back several dozen feet. Xiao Fan felt a sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of fresh blood was expelled. Fortunately, the Qiankuan cauldron intercepted it. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have perished. The old dean and Han Shu were also shaken, spitting blood repeatedly, yet their high cultivation levels ensured their survival. Han Jiangxue remained unscathed, and upon seeing that Xiao Fan was unharmed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. What kind of cauldron is this? So extraordinarily resilient. Truly an exceptional vessel. The students who had retreated rushed back, their faces revealing unrestrained greed at the sight of the Qiankuan cauldron. Suddenly, the cauldron emitted a strange sound, and a crack appeared, causing Xiao Fan immense heartache. Without a moment's hesitation, he withdrew it into the chaotic realm. He then hurried to the well's edge to inspect it, noticing that the crack had widened considerably. He swiftly began to inscribe the formation seal. This time, he worked much faster, and a complete formation seal was promptly etched, merging instantaneously into the seal. A hum resonated as the seal emitted an unusual sound, radiating a blood-red light, which quickly dimmed. See, he is merely spouting nonsense. Indeed, it was a mere attempt to attract attention, devoid of any real capability. Upon witnessing this, the crowd erupted in mockery once more, in stark contrast to the others. Han Shu and the old dean were instantly stirred, their hearts overwhelmed with astonishment that lingered long afterward. Xiao Fan continued to inscribe the array marks, each one cascading into place. A resonant hum filled the air as the structure of the seal began to rearrange itself, and the fissure slowly started to mend. Suddenly, a crimson light surged skyward, lasting a full 10 breaths. Chapter 69. Severed gradually, the crack in the seal completely healed, the red glow dissipated, and the ancient well returned to a tranquil state, the ominous aura vanishing without a trace. Han Jiangxue finally exhaled a sigh of relief, her chest still rising and falling, a testament to the tension she had just endured. It's done, Han Shu exclaimed with excitement, turning to gaze at Xiao Fan, increasingly satisfied with what he saw. Young man, you have a promising future. After a brief pause, he addressed the crowd. Xiao Fan has successfully repaired the ancient well seal, achieving a significant feat. The Martial Academy rewards merit, and the specifics of the reward will be announced after further discussion. You may all return now. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere erupted with commotion, particularly among the advanced class students, who voiced their skepticism. How is that possible? I refuse to believe it. Lin Zhou shouted, his face contorted with disbelief. Has the dean made a mistake? This is something beyond Xiao Fan's capabilities. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Fan couldn't help but smirk inwardly, his gaze fixated intensely on one of them. Lin Zhou, it is time for you to sever the ties. At this declaration, an immediate silence enveloped the group, their eyes converging upon Lin Zhou. In that moment, Lin Zhou's earlier bravado had dissipated, his eyes darting nervously. Are you addressing me? Lin Zhou retorted coldly. Indeed. I have mended the fissures in the seal. You must act swiftly. Xiao Fan emphasized his tone, advancing step by step. Lin Zhou glanced at the crowd, yet found no one willing to speak on his behalf. They merely observed, half smiling, as he prepared to butcher the chicken. What do you think you are? How dare you raise your voice in my presence? A look of disdain crossed Lin Zhou's face. The thought of allowing him to butcher the chicken was utterly inconceivable. Lin Zhou, are you going to do it, or not? A sudden voice pierced through the air as a young student emerged from the throng. Lu Yu? Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiao Fan exhibited a flicker of surprise. Lu Yu acknowledged him with a nod before turning his attention to Lin Zhou, already poised to strike. And who might you be, daring to dictate to me? Do you believe I won't incapacitate you? Lin Zhou, brimming with arrogance and emboldened by his peak cultivation at the first level of blood condensation, regarded Lu Yu with disdain. I am Lu Yu, recently promoted to the advanced class. Do you have any objections? Suddenly, Lin Zhou erupted into laughter, his vital energy surging forth as he unleashed a punch towards Lu Yu. Humph! Lu Yu retorted with a punch of his own. The clash produced a terrifying shockwave, forcing Lu Yu to stagger back several steps. Ignorant fool, Lin Zhou declared. Refraining from further attacks, this punch was merely intended to intimidate Xiao Fan. The elders observed from a distance, remaining passive, and with the dean indifferent. They felt no obligation to intervene. As Lu Yu prepared to retaliate, Xiao Fan restrained him. Lin Zhou, will you cut yourself, or shall I assist you? Choose wisely. Xiao Fan had grown weary of engaging in futile conversation with him. Individuals of this nature ought to be dealt with through resolute suppression. Seeking death, Lin Zhou was ablaze with fury. How could he endure such treatment from someone merely at the 5th level of body tempering? He swiftly struck out with his palm, a seal of true energy soaring forth with a fierce gust. Do you think you can handle me with just a single slap? How audacious, Xiao Fan muttered to himself, unleashing a powerful punch that instantly shattered the palm imprint. This is impossible. How could someone at the 5th level of body refinement withstand a strike from Lin Zhou? Am I not seeing this correctly? The onlookers displayed expressions of astonishment, as Xiao Fan had shattered their preconceived notions and redefined their understanding. Xiao Fan did not pause. The primordial energy of the chaotic world surged violently, coalescing in his right hand. With a fierce grip, he unleashed a devastating punch, a torrent of formidable intent sweeping forth. As a tempest arose, the tangible imprint of his fist, akin to a thunderous strike, hurtled towards Lin Zhou. In an instant, Lin Zhou's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he produced a brown axe, delivering a ferocious downward swing. The collision resounded with a mighty roar. Lin Zhou's axe was wrenched from his grasp, and the immense fist imprint struck his body with unrelenting force. A pained scream erupted as Lin Zhou was propelled back 2 yards, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. What manner of creature is this Xiao Fan? Lin Zhou mused, dismissing the extraordinary display as mere luck. Meanwhile, the elite students exchanged incredulous remarks, refusing to acknowledge Xiao Fan's formidable prowess. Not far away, Lu Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, believing he had a comprehensive understanding of Xiao Fan's capabilities, only to realize how gravely mistaken he was. Xiao Fan's formidable strength cannot be measured by ordinary standards. This is the conclusion he has drawn. Xiao Fan, I want you dead. Lin Zhou has descended into madness. Unable to accept being wounded by someone at the mere 5th level of body refinement, he summoned back his massive axe, his eyes blazing with fury, filled with a thirst for vengeance. With a thunderous roar, the axe descended, leaving a colossal mark as it cleaved towards Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed as he employed the technique of wind control to vanish from his original position. Lin Zhou lost sight of his target, and it was too late to retract his martial technique. With a thunderous crash, the axe mark struck the ground fiercely, causing the soil to erupt and withered leaves to scatter. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back, realizing the gravity of the situation, and swiftly dodged forward. Xiao Fan, undeterred by a missed strike, swiftly employed the technique of wind manipulation to continue his pursuit. The Divine Slayer sword was unleashed, only to be met by Lin Zhou's formidable axe, as the two engaged in an intense exchange, their battle reaching a fever pitch, with neither able to gain the upper hand. As the conflict progressed, Lin Zhou grew increasingly astonished. He had intended to wear down Xiao Fan's true energy through a protracted engagement, Yet despite the lengthy confrontation, he observed no discernible effect. "Brother Xiao, allow me to assist you," called Lu Yu, seizing the opportunity to strike with his blood-red blade from behind, aiming a decisive blow at Lin Zhou. Startled, Lin Zhou sprang into action, pushing off the ground with all his might, soaring into the air, his upper body arching backward like a drawn bow. Xiao Fan's gaze was drawn to the protrusion in front of him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. In a flash, he brandished the god-slaying sword. With a sharp sound, a severed appendage flew through the air, landing squarely upon a female student. Upon realizing the situation, she let out a piercing scream, her limbs flailing in a frenzy of embarrassment. Meanwhile, Lin Zhou, who had just regained his footing, remained oblivious to his loss. As he brandished his axe and took a few steps forward, he suddenly felt a sharp pain below. "What is happening?" he muttered to himself, glancing down only to faint on the spot. Upon achieving his objective, Xiao Fan cast a grateful glance at Lu Yu before departing from the scene. They proceeded to carry him back, hoping to see if he could be revived. With a wave of his hand, Han Shu signaled the elder of the apothecary hall to take immediate action, and only then did the crowd begin to disperse gradually. Xiao Fan returned to his abode in the afternoon, gazing at the collapsed courtyard, and could only helplessly shrug his shoulders. The elders and mentors of the martial academy began to reassure the students, swiftly embarking on the reconstruction of the fallen structures and mending the fissures in the ground. Before long, waves of artisans entered the academy, commencing the rebuilding process with astonishing speed. After this battle, Xiao Fan gained much. With his dwelling now in ruins, he could only seek a secluded spot to reflect. As he wandered, he unexpectedly found himself drawn to the Cold Moon Valley. Chapter 70. Embracing the Tender Embrace. Xiao Fan cast a glance at the Cold Moon Valley but chose not to enter, instead opting to circumvent it. Shortly thereafter, he located a flat area on the mountainside and seated himself in a meditative posture, commencing his breathing exercises. It was not until nightfall that he ceased, drawing forth the god-slaying sword, preparing to cultivate the second form of the slaughtering sword technique. Suddenly, a sound of splashing water echoed from below, causing Xiao Fan's brow to furrow slightly as he became alert. He descended slowly, covering a distance of several dozen paces, and the sound of the water grew increasingly distinct ahead. Xiao Fan pushed aside the towering weeds in front of him and, upon raising his gaze, was instantly entranced. Before his eyes lay a steaming hot spring, where a beautiful maiden reclined, resting her head against the edge of the pool, indulging in pure bliss. Her skin, as white as snow, her alluring curves, and her exquisite, icy countenance were particularly enchanting beneath the hazy moonlight. Unbeknownst to him, warmth surged to Xiao Fan's nose, causing blood to trickle down. "Who?" the beauty in the spring exclaimed, startling Xiao Fan, causing him to slip and suddenly lunge forward. With a splash, he plunged into the water, sending droplets flying. His head landed perfectly against the maiden's bosom, his face nestled in between, neither too far nor too close. The maiden felt a sudden weakness, a tingling sensation coursing through her body, and her cheeks flushed instantly. She bit her tongue, regaining some clarity, and forcefully pushed her knees upward. "Ah!" Xiao Fan sprang up swiftly, his hands instinctively shielding himself, letting out a series of anguished cries. The enchanting beauty composed herself, leaping to her feet and donning her bathrobe, enveloping her form. With a flick of her right hand, a long sword soared forth, aimed menacingly at Xiao Fan. "Master Han, I did not intend for this to happen." Xiao Fan shouted loudly, causing the thrusting long sword to halt its advance. And only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Xiao Fan, Han Jiangxue, swiftly evaporated the droplets of water with her vital energy, and a suddenly enigmatic smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. As Xiao Fan discerned her expression, he retreated repeatedly, turning to flee into the distance. "You little rascal. You cannot escape," Han Jiangxue remarked as she sheathed her sword, swiftly darting forward, and within mere moments, she had seized Xiao Fan once more. "Ouch, ouch. Minor Han. Please stop, it hurts." In an instant, cries of anguish and pleas for mercy echoed throughout the valley. "Help! Murder!" Yet, no matter what Xiao Fan uttered, Han Jiangxue showed no intention of relenting. "Scream all you want. Even if you shatter your throat, no one will come to your rescue," Han Jiangxue said with a wicked smile, taking great pleasure in Xiao Fan's plight. After a quarter of an hour, she finally ceased her actions, gazing at Xiao Fan with a beaming smile. Xiao Fan lay on the ground, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. He had been bullied by a woman. "Speak. What brings you here?" Han Jiangxue inquired. My residence has collapsed, and I merely sought a secluded place to cultivate. I truly did not intend to intrude upon your bath. Xiao Fan reiterated his explanation, primarily because he felt incapable of overcoming the situation. Otherwise, he would not have bothered to clarify. Upon hearing this, Han Jiangxue experienced a twinge of guilt, realizing that her earlier actions had been somewhat excessive. You should stay at Cold Moon Valley tonight. It seems that tomorrow marks the grand competition at the Martial Arts Academy, and I believe you could participate beyond your current level, she suggested. After speaking, Han Jiangxue lifted Xiao Fan and headed towards Cold Moon Valley. Before long, they arrived at their destination. After setting Xiao Fan down, Han Jiangxue entered the courtyard where she resided. Xiao Fan followed closely behind, only to be forcefully kicked out by her. You little brat, go find your own room. Han Jiangxue's voice echoed as the door was slammed shut. Xiao Fan had no intention of resting. He stepped out into the open space and drew forth the god-slaying sword. The method of attack remained too simplistic. It was time to comprehend the second style of slaughter. With that thought, he closed his eyes, allowing the principles of the second style to manifest within the ocean of his soul. His consciousness took the form of a small figure, tirelessly experimenting within this ethereal expanse. He executed strikes, sheathed the sword, and reflected upon his actions. Time and again, he sensed an underlying discord, yet the cause eluded him. After an hour had passed, he ceased his practice and opened his eyes. Grasping the god-slaying sword firmly, he infused it with his vital energy, causing the blade to resonate with a deep hum. With a powerful swing, he unleashed a torrent of sword shadows and surging sword energy. With a resounding crack, the towering tree before him was cleaved in two. Yet something was amiss. There was energy, but no momentum. Xiao Fan murmured softly, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Power may manifest as energy, serve as a guiding direction, or embody a formidable force. Xiao Fan muttered to himself, and suddenly a wave of enlightenment surged within him. I understand. With that, he raised his sword once more, and a resonant clang echoed as the sword's aura enveloped the blade. Second technique of slaughter, soul rend. As the incantation concluded, the god-slaying sword was unleashed with a fierce swing, unleashing an unparalleled momentum that swept forth, its colossal shadow roaring ahead. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as a nearby hill was instantaneously leveled, and the surrounding trees burst apart, reduced to mere splinters by the sheer force of the sword's might. At that moment, Han Jiangxue emerged, and upon witnessing the scene before her, she was left utterly astounded. Xiao Fan finally exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The second form of the killing technique had finally reached a modest level of proficiency. If this continued, however, my Cold Moon Valley would be utterly destroyed. Han Jiangxue was not concerned for the valley itself, but rather understood that mastery of this sword technique could not be rushed. It required a gradual and methodical approach. Xiao Fan nodded and settled into a cross-legged position, beginning to regulate his breathing. Even the minor killing technique had drained a third of his true energy. A considerable expenditure indeed. Since his breakthrough to the pinnacle of the fifth layer of body tempering, his capacity for true energy had vastly improved, allowing him to execute the perfected version of the killing technique 5 times consecutively. One can only imagine that, should he master the second killing technique, he would likely be able to perform it merely twice. As dawn broke, Xiao Fan departed from the Cold Moon Valley, making his way back to his residence. The Martial Academy had undergone a remarkable transformation. All the collapsed structures and palaces had been rebuilt, and the fissures in the ground had been expertly mended. Such swift progress is truly commendable, thought Xiao Fan, filled with admiration. He hurried on, mindful that the grand competition of the academy was about to commence. Why the rush? With my exceptional abilities, they wouldn't dare start without me. Around him, fellow students hurried along, their faces alight with excitement. Upon his return to the courtyard, Xiao Fan hastened his pace, finding Fatty and Yoshi had been waiting for quite some time. Brother, you have finally returned, Fatty exclaimed, his anxious heart finally at ease. Young Master Xiao. Yoshi greeted him with a respectful bow, his demeanor earnest and reverent. You may simply call me by my name. There is no need for such formalities. Hearing this, Yoshi felt a surge of emotion, realizing that Xiao Fan regarded him not as a servant, but as a friend. The grand competition of the Martial Academy is about to commence. Let us be on our way. Xiao Fan waved his hand, and the three of them stepped outside together. Half an hour later, they arrived at the front courtyard of the Martial Arts Academy, which was already teeming with people. The rotund one remained in the area designated for the beginner class, while Xiao Fan and Yoshi proceeded toward the intermediate class section. Xiao Fan. What brings him to the intermediate class? A voice echoed, and countless eyes turned toward Xiao Fan, causing the surroundings to fall into an eerie silence. Chapter 71. The Martial Arts Academy Competition. Xiao Fan, you should leave. This is not the beginner class. Indeed, who do you think you are? Go back to being your pretty boy? Laughter erupted like a tidal wave, yet Xiao Fan remained unfazed, slowly making his way to the high platform to inscribe his name. An elder responsible for the intermediate class competition recorded Xiao Fan's name in the competition roster, his countenance revealing little emotion. He then rose to address the crowd, declaring, "From the 6th class of beginners, Xiao Fan is participating in the intermediate class competition." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere erupted in a cacophony of dissent, as many protested vehemently. "Elder, he lacks the qualifications to compete in the intermediate class. The 6th beginner class is notoriously known for its ineptitude. Are we expected to compete against incompetence?" The uproar escalated, yet no matter how fervently they voiced their objections, the elder on the platform paid them no heed. Xiao Fan, I hope you do not cross paths with me. Otherwise, I shall surely incapacitate you. Are you frightened, Xiao Fan? They understood that their protests would yield no change, so they resorted to issuing threats to vent their frustration. Xiao Fan found a secluded spot, settled himself cross-legged, and began to regulate his breathing, oblivious to the sounds around him. News of his participation in the competition beyond his level swiftly spread to both the advanced and beginner classes, igniting a stir among them. At that moment, in the very center of the advanced class area, Li Junyue whispered a few words to a companion. That person promptly departed, stealthily making their way to the elevated platform of the intermediate class, clutching a bulging storage bag. Before long, Zhao Su sauntered to the center of the platform and cleared his throat. "Young ones, do you see those 10 arenas behind you? That is where you shall engage in fierce combat. Each ranking will influence your future. The top 20 will enter the new genius list of the intermediate class." He then commenced explaining the rules, indulging in lengthy discourse. It was only when he mentioned the rewards for the intermediate class competition that Xiao Fan's spirits were lifted. The top 20 would have the opportunity to select a martial technique from the scripture hall and receive a blood cleansing pill. The top 3 would additionally receive a personal guidance session from a senior elder. The first place winner, on top of all previous rewards, would be granted the exceptional privilege to participate in the upcoming 100 Sects Exchange Conference in half a month's time. As Zhao Su concluded, the atmosphere became lively, with students eagerly preparing for the challenge. "I have a share of the blood cleansing pill. I aim to break through to the blood condensation realm." "Dream on," they retorted. Their primary focus remained on the 100 Sects Exchange Conference, from which Xiao Fan learned that this event was a grand gathering of all sects and factions within the Grading Kingdom, held once every 3 years. It presented an unparalleled opportunity for broadening one's horizons. Shortly thereafter, everyone began drawing lots, and Xiao Fan, being the last to draw, surprisingly pulled the number 1. According to the rules, those who drew the same number would face each other, with battles proceeding in order of their numbers. "Xiao, what number did you draw?" Yushi rushed over to inquire. 1. "That's unfortunate. I just heard that the 4th place winner from the last competition, Qin Dong, also drew number 1. Yushi's expression turned anxious. Qin Dong could have easily advanced to the advanced class, yet remained in the intermediate class solely for the sake of this competition's rewards. Not only Qin Dong, but among the top 5 from the last genius rankings, all except Lu Yu had refrained from advancing to the advanced class, aiming instead for a chance at the 100 Sects Exchange Conference. Should they choose to advance, they would become mere ordinary members, completely forfeiting the opportunity for exchange. Numbers 1 to 10, ascend the arena swiftly, Zhao Su commanded, casting a sinister glance at Xiao Fan, a fleeting glimmer of malice evident in his eyes. Xiao Fan let out a cold sneer within his heart and slowly advanced towards the arena, while the others followed suit. Qin Dong was the first to leap onto the stage, surveying the crowd before shouting, "Who is number 1? Step up." The onlookers, upon seeing Qin Dong, immediately grew excited, eagerly searching for the elusive number 1. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and approached leisurely. "Surely it couldn't be Xiao Fan. You are not mistaken. The other contenders have already taken their positions, and number 1 is undoubtedly him." Xiao Fan approached and, with a powerful leap, ascended to the platform. "Ha ha. It is indeed Xiao Fan. When he encounters Qin Dong, his demise is inevitable. Could it be? In previous years, killing was strictly prohibited. That was in the past. Just now, Elder Zhao Su did not mention any such restriction. As these words were spoken, The crowd began to grasp the gravity of the situation, feelings of both joy and concern mingling within them. On the platform, upon seeing Xiao Fan, Qingdong's smile radiated with an unusual brilliance. 5th level of body refinement. What audacity! 1st level of blood condensation? Quite mediocre. Xiao Fan stood quietly, a look of disdain etched upon his face, his words sharp and confrontational. Humph. I hope your resolve remains unyielding. Clearly infuriated, Qingdong felt a surge of rage. He could not tolerate being scorned by Xiao Fan. Die. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Qingdong unleashed 5 long needles that shot forth, each aimed lethally at Xiao Fan, embodying an extreme cruelty. Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed sharply, his pupils constricting as he executed the wind manipulation technique, swiftly darting to the right to evade the assault of the long needle. Hiss! Xiao Fan managed to evade the renowned skill of Qingdong. But so what? It was merely a matter of that particular technique, and this was just the beginning. The crowd buzzed with speculation, their faces betraying a palpable fear at the mention of Qingdong's needle techniques. One must reciprocate when approached. Upon concluding his words, Xiao Fan executed the technique of wind riding and shadow gliding, instantly vanishing from his original location. To my astonishment, he thrust his sword towards Qingdong's heart with unparalleled speed. Startled, Qingdong swiftly sidestepped, attempting to evade Xiao Fan's onslaught. With a sharp sound, the god-slaying sword found its mark upon his left arm, though the wound was shallow. Qingdong staggered backward, creating distance, his demeanor turning grave. How could this be? Qingdong was injured? He had grown complacent. Otherwise, how could Xiao Fan have seized this opportunity? Qingdong, be wary of his agility, eliminate him. The crowd erupted in cheers for Qingdong, the atmosphere growing increasingly fervent. I had indeed underestimated you, yet your chances are now fleeting. With that, Qingdong unleashed a surge of true energy, sending forth 10 elongated needles that, in the blink of an eye, reached Xiao Fan's vicinity. Xiao Fan, unable to evade, swiftly brandished the god-slaying sword. The clangor of metal echoed as sparks flew, causing the incoming needles to plummet, yet one still managed to slip through. With a sharp hiss, the needle pierced his upper right arm, though fortune favored him as it resulted merely in a graze. Ha! Qingdong suddenly erupted into laughter, for in his eyes, Xiao Fan had already become a corpse. Xiao Fan turned his head to glance at the wound, which had begun to rot, sending waves of excruciating pain through him. It's poisoned, he muttered, as the toxin started to invade his body, coursing through his meridians and seeping into the chaotic realm. It is over. Within a quarter of an hour, you shall perish. Qingdong observed Xiao Fan with a perverse delight, relishing the sight of another in their final throes. Chapter 72. The death by 1,000 blows. At that moment, Zhao Su atop the platform finally revealed a jubilant smile. Xiao Fan's survival kept him awake at night. The crowd below erupted in cheers, yet many continued to jeer at Xiao Fan, relentlessly mocking him. Xiao Fan, weren't you quite arrogant? Why the silence now? Such an oblivious fool. Xiao Fan remained unperturbed. He turned his gaze inward and discovered that the toxins, upon entering the chaotic realm, had been thoroughly neutralized by the origin tree. Yet, this was not the end. The roots of the origin tree extended throughout his body, eradicating all traces of the invading toxins. Xiao Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief, yet outwardly he maintained an impassive facade, feigning an expression of great anguish. Xiao Fan, how does it feel to be afflicted by the corpse poison? Do you enjoy it? Qingdong observed Xiao Fan with a sinister gaze, occasionally uttering scornful remarks. As time elapsed, the other arenas gradually concluded their battles. Miraculously, there were no fatalities, with most encounters ending in mere points of contact and only a few sustaining injuries. Soon, a new group of students ascended to the stage, and the clashes reignited, while the atmosphere surrounding Xiao Fan remained eerily silent. What was happening? A quarter of an hour had passed, yet Xiao Fan exhibited no signs of distress. Could it be that the toxin was insufficient? The crowd began to murmur, their anticipation unmet, and anxiety swelled within them. Qingdong narrowed his eyes, increasingly sensing something amiss. He retrieved a long needle from his person for inspection. The corpse poison appeared intact. What could be the cause of this anomaly? As he pondered this, just as he was about to strike once again, a powerful fist crashed toward his head. How could this be? Qingdong shouted in disbelief, but by the time he realized the danger, it was too late. With a resounding thud, he was sent flying, tumbling several times across the arena. Surely, I must be mistaken. Wasn't Xiao Fan supposed to be incapacitated by the corpse poison? How could he exhibit such vigor? Who knows? Perhaps Qin Dong had simply forgotten to administer the poison. The onlookers gaped in astonishment. Incredulity etched upon their faces as they beheld the unfolding events on the stage. With a swift punch, Xiao Fan did not pause. He executed his technique and lunged forward, delivering another strike. A pained cry echoed as Qin Dong, still struggling to regain his footing, was sent flying, his head crashing violently against the arena floor, blood spilling profusely. Before he could even muster a defense, Xiao Fan was upon him again, relentless blows raining down upon his head, leaving him dazed and utterly unable to resist. How cunning Xiao Fan was, having discerned Qin Dong's vulnerability. Indeed, Qin Dong was not adept in close combat, and this predicament proved dire. Many astute observers in the crowd quickly recognized Xiao Fan's strategy. On the arena, Xiao Fan lost count of the punches he unleashed, ultimately obliterating Qin Dong's skull before he ceased his assault. Qin Dong, too, felt the suffocating weight of defeat, having not even been afforded a chance to concede, meeting his untimely demise instead. The spectators were left in a state of disbelief, their astonishment lingering in the air. How could one possibly believe that a mere first-level blood condensation practitioner could be slain by a fifth-level body refinement individual? Yet, Xiao Fan had achieved the impossible. Murder. Xiao Fan has committed murder. A voice cried out, causing all the students from the intermediate class to turn their gazes toward the arena where Xiao Fan stood. The shock was palpable. He had actually killed Qin Dong. How had he accomplished such a feat? Amidst the astonishment, confusion reigned, as many struggled to comprehend that Xiao Fan could have taken Qin Dong's life. The referee, momentarily taken aback, was at a loss for how to proceed and could only direct his gaze toward the elevated platform. Suddenly, Zhao Su descended rapidly, inspecting the gruesome scene of Qin Dong's demise, his expression turning frosty. "Xiao Fan, how dare you commit murder?" he demanded. "I merely acted within the confines of the rules. Do you have any objections?" After Xiao Fan finished speaking, he turned and descended from the arena, leaving Zhao Su's face flushed with anger. Zhao Su could scarcely believe that Xiao Fan had grown to such an extent. His inner anxieties intensified, realizing that given time, he would no longer be a match for Xiao Fan. "Humph." Zhao Su snorted coldly and could only return to the high platform, whereupon the referee mentor declared Xiao Fan the victor. Xiao Fan returned to his original position to recuperate. His vital energy was not significantly depleted. Rather, it was primarily due to Qin Dong's lack of prowess in close combat and his lamentably frail physique that Xiao Fan achieved such an effortless victory. With over 2,000 participants in the intermediate class, the first round of competition took nearly half a day to conclude. Xiao Fan remained unhurried, continuously contemplating the second form of slaughter within the Sea of Souls. Should he master this technique to its utmost perfection, his prowess would experience a significant enhancement. As time progressed, the first round of the competition concluded, giving way to the second round of drawing lots. Xiao Fan was the last to draw, and upon inspecting his number, his brow furrowed in disbelief. Another number 1? He found it hard to believe such coincidence, yet he did not dwell on it further. With determination, he leaped onto the arena, affixing the number plate to his attire. How could Xiao Fan draw number 1 again? What an incredible stroke of luck. Hush. Keep it down. It has nothing to do with us. Many students had already discerned the underlying situation, stifling their laughter and refraining from voicing their doubts. Moments later, another contender bearing the number 1 emerged, ascending the stage. Wow. It was Kuan Huatai. Haha. Xiao Fan's fortune truly shone, facing the third-ranked genius. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Xiao Fan cast a cold glance at Zhao Su atop the platform, and indeed, he met the fierce glare of his adversary. "Xiao Fan, shall we settle this with a single move?" Kuan Huatai proposed, his eyes mirroring disdain as he too regarded Zhao Su. "Just as I intended, let us begin." Xiao Fan felt no trace of murderous intent emanating from him, which left him slightly astonished. "You must exercise caution," Kuan Huatai advised, steadying his mind as he continually formed intricate hand seals. "The dragon soars from the sea." As the words resonated, he unleashed a powerful strike, summoning a tempest that transformed his colossal palm imprint into a resplendent azure dragon, hurtling towards Xiao Fan. A palm technique? Xiao Fan's expression suddenly grew solemn as he summoned all his strength, the essence of the chaotic realm surging forth. The great yin fist. With a mighty strike, he unleashed a punch infused with intent, its immense force manifesting as a colossal imprint that transformed into a voracious beast, its gaping maw lunging forward. The clash of the two forces erupted with a deafening roar, the shockwave rippling outward like concentric circles, causing the arena to collapse in an instant. Cries of agony echoed from below the stage as nearby students were violently hurled away, crashing harshly to the ground. Once the dust settled, two figures emerged upon the remnants of the arena. Xiao Fan stood silently, while Kuan Huai knelt partially, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. I never imagined I would still be defeated. Kuan Huai shook his head, his expression devoid of despair. Instead, it was imbued with an unwavering determination to move forward. Xiao Fan shattered his preconceived notions, striking a profound blow to his understanding, compelling him to deeply recognize his own insignificance. I concede. Xiao Fan offered him a respectful gesture. You must exercise caution. The challenges ahead will be even greater, Kuan Huai cautioned. Xiao Fan nodded, comprehending his implication, yet it mattered not to him. In this contest, Xiao Fan emerged victorious. When the referee announced the results, the crowd erupted in disbelief, casting aspersions on whether Kuan Huai had deliberately conceded. Chapter 73, A Decisive 3 Moves. Kuan Huai, why would you throw the match? What advantage does Xiao Fan's victory bring you? Your actions have truly disappointed us. The cacophony of accusations filled the air. Yet Kuan Huai remained unfazed, offering no explanations, and quietly withdrew. By afternoon, the second round of the competition concluded, with the victors proceeding to draw lots, leaving only over 500 participants remaining. Yoshi was eliminated in the second round, sustaining only minor injuries, which were not of great concern. He approached Xiao Fan, his gaze imbued with reverence. Yoshi, please check on the fatty. Xiao Fan commanded. The fatty was situated in the junior class area, should any trouble arise. Yoshi could lend assistance. Once Yoshi departed, Xiao Fan stepped forward to draw lots, finding himself to be the last. A bye? Upon seeing the term bye, Xiao Fan furrowed his brow, but upon spotting Elder Xing on the platform, understanding dawned upon him. Perhaps this is for the best, granting him a moment of tranquility. Xiao Fan returned to his original position, resuming his meditation as he continuously refined the second form of slaughter within the ocean of his soul. By the time the lanterns were lit, the third round of the competition had concluded, leaving only a little over 200 participants. The victors proceeded to draw lots once more. Was it yet another number one? Each time, Xiao Fan draws for what he believes to be the final chance. Yet he either receives the first number or is granted a bye. He has grown indifferent to it all. This time, he faced an opponent merely at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, and with a single punch, he sent him crashing down from the arena, leaving the spectators in bewilderment. As the competition progressed into the fourth round, the number of participants dwindled significantly, and soon, several rounds of contests were completed in swift succession. Without exception, Xiao Fan resolved all challenges with a single, decisive move, demonstrating remarkable efficiency as he surged into the top three, unstoppable and invincible. What manner of creature is this Xiao Fan? The majority found themselves no match for his singular prowess. Remarkably, he did not even resort to his martial techniques. Below the blood condensation realm, he was already unrivaled. The crowd buzzed with speculation, transitioning from confusion to astonishment, and ultimately to a state of numbness. Xiao Fan's impact on them was profoundly overwhelming, utterly subverting their understanding and conjuring an array of miraculous feats. Come forth to draw lots, beckoned the judge mentor with a friendly demeanor, well aware that he could not afford to offend these future stars of the martial academy. Xiao Fan was the last to draw, and upon revealing his card, he found that he had drawn a bye. The other two competitors would face each other first, with the victor then contending against Xiao Fan. Should they win again, the first champion would be determined, while the remaining two would vie for second and third places. Remarkably, Xiao Fan had drawn another bye. However, it was of little consequence, as Lin Jiang and Shang He, the top two talents on the genius list, were both at the pinnacle of the first level of blood condensation realm, making Xiao Fan a mere underdog in comparison. The onlookers resumed their discussions, largely dismissing Xiao Fan's chances. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Fan had already faced opponents at the peak of the first level of blood condensation realm. What seemed impossible to them was a mere triviality for him. Lin Jiang and Shang He soon began their match, one wielding a sword and the other a knife, engaging in a fierce exchange that proved evenly matched. Lin Jiang, it is impossible for you to easily defeat me. Why not consider a trade? Shang He proposed, his eyes glinting with a cunning light as he glanced at Xiao Fan in the distance, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Go on, Lin Jiang replied, intrigued. I can concede, but I desire the marrow-cleansing pill you possess, Shang He stated, watching Lin Jiang intently. Lin Jiang hesitated. agreeing would conserve much of his true energy for facing Xiao Fan, thus ensuring his victory. Very well, he quickly decided, tossing a wooden box towards Shanghe. Receiving it. Shanghe's expression brightened immediately. Judge Minner, I concede. He called out, stepping down from the platform. What is happening? They have only exchanged a few blows before one concedes. Confusion rippled through the crowd. It was clear a transaction had taken place, affording Lin Jiang ample true energy to confront Xiao Fan. The spectators murmured among themselves, most unable to comprehend the situation had it been them. Conceding would have been out of the question. Xiao Fan, step up. Lin Jiang called out. Not so fast. Allow me to recover to my peak state. Lest my victory be unearned, Xiao Fan replied. At this, the crowd fell silent, casting disdainful glances in his direction. Xiao Fan, continue to boast. Don't come crying to your mentor Han later. They mocked, laughter echoing through the air, their derision palpable. Brother, give it your all and crush him. Young Master Xiao, press on and seize the championship. At this moment, numerous junior class students, led by the plump figure and Yu Shi, rushed forth to rally behind Xiao Fan. United in purpose, they felt that Xiao Fan's success would reflect honor upon them all. Increasingly, more students from the junior class arrived, their astonishment at Xiao Fan's entry into the top three giving way to excitement, their cheers rising in fervor. Young Master Xiao is invincible. Young Master Xiao is invincible. Xiao Fan was profoundly moved. Regardless of their sincerity, this was the first time since his rebirth that he felt such overwhelming support from so many. I shall not disappoint your expectations. I will secure the championship for the intermediate class from the ranks of the beginner class. As soon as these words were spoken, the beginner class students erupted with enthusiasm, raising their right hands and cheering fervently. The intermediate class students also rallied together, beginning to cheer for Lin Jiang. Let us commence. Make your move. Lin Jiang rose to his feet, his vital energy restored to its peak state. I will only deliver 3 strikes. If you can withstand them, I shall concede defeat on the spot. Upon concluding his statement, Xiao Fan drew forth the god-slaying sword and raised it high. With a fierce resolve, he executed the killing technique, aiming to annihilate his foe. The elevated blade descended with ferocity, casting a colossal shadow that swept through the air like autumn winds scattering leaves. The sword's aura swirling in a tempestuous dance. Arrogance, Lin Jiang exclaimed, wielding his own sword in retaliation. A thunderous clash ensued as their weapons collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that rippled outward, stirring the earth and obscuring the light of the sun and moon. The arena trembled with the force of their confrontation. Remarkably, the two combatants matched each other blow for blow, a development that Xiao Fan had anticipated. However, within Lin Jiang's heart, a tumultuous storm brewed. Xiao Fan's strength had surpassed his expectations. For the second strike, watch closely. Xiao Fan sheathed the god-slaying sword, channeling the essence of the chaotic world into his right arm, where the tendons bulged with intensity. Great transformation fist, he proclaimed, and with his words, a tangible fist imprint surged forth, unleashing a tempest of wind and swirling martial intent. Lin Jiang's expression grew grave. It seemed as though Xiao Fan possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. Such martial prowess was beyond the reach of an ordinary body refinement practitioner. Cascading swords. With this utterance, Lin Jiang grasped his long sword and executed a flurry of strikes. In an instant, a multitude of sword shadows howled through the air, relentlessly assaulting Xiao Fan's fist imprint. The clashing sounds echoed as the number of sword shadows increased, causing Xiao Fan's fist imprint to wane in strength, until it was ultimately thwarted by Lin Jiang's relentless defense. Xiao Fan was secretly astonished. Lin Jiang was even more formidable than Lin Zhou. It remained to be seen whether he could withstand the third strike. Those observing were left agape, rendered speechless by the shock that enveloped their hearts, gaining a renewed understanding of Xiao Fan's extraordinary prowess. Chapter 74, The First Place. Be cautious with the third strike. I cannot guarantee I will restrain my strength. Xiao Fan is known for his striking prowess, refusing to relent until he astonishes. The first 2 moves are already formidable, yet there lies a third, even more powerful. Come forth. Today, I, Lin Jiang, shall engage you in a decisive battle. Lin Jiang is no ordinary adversary. He too is ready to unveil his secret weapon. The second style of slaughter, soul rend. Xiao Fan refrained from idle chatter, as the true energy of the chaotic realm surged forth in a tempestuous manner, causing the god-slaying sword to hum with a resonant vibrato. Xiao Fan swung his sword with a thunderous force, instantly summoning a tempestuous wind. as a colossal shadow of the blade surged forth, its momentum locking onto Lin Jiang, rendering his very soul quaking, devoid of any will to resist. What is happening? Lin Jiang's heart raced with alarm, feeling as though his spirit itself trembled, unable to muster even a flicker of defiance. Lin Jiang, resist. What on earth is going on? He seemed to shudder, utterly captivated by the extraordinary swordsmanship. Many astute observers on the scene had already deduced that it was Xiao Fan's martial prowess at play. Lin Jiang let out a desperate roar, finally regaining clarity, but it was already too late. The immense sword shadow loomed ominously close. If Xiao Fan did not retract his strike, Lin Jiang would surely meet his demise. Aware of this grim reality, Lin Jiang's eyes dimmed, devoid of light. He closed them, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. The onlookers were filled with tension. At that moment, many shielded their eyes or turned their heads away, unwilling to witness the impending gruesome scene. A fierce gust of wind swept through, stinging Lin Jiang's face painfully. The sword shadow drew ever nearer, and all present held their breath in anticipation. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths passed, and Lin Jiang opened his eyes to find that the sword shadow had vanished without a trace. Unbeknownst to him, his back was drenched. In that fleeting moment, he had traversed the precipice between life and death. Xiao Fan reigned in his power. This second killing technique was now fully mastered. This marked his inaugural practical application, having previously only simulated it in the Sea of Souls. Xiao Fan, I am grateful for your mercy. Lin Jiang cupped his hands in respect and gradually descended from the arena. Hooray! Young Master Xiao is invincible. Young Master Xiao is invincible. The students of the junior class erupted in cheers once more, this time with genuine admiration, as they now held Xiao Fan in the highest esteem. Xiao Fan, by surpassing his peers in the grand competition and securing the first place, has achieved a feat unparalleled in history, destined to be forever etched in the annals of time. At this moment, atop the platform, Zhao Su's countenance resembled that of one mourning a profound loss. In stark contrast, Elder Xing displayed an exuberant expression, brimming with excitement. Elder Zhao Su, you may announce the results, Elder Xing said with a beaming smile, barely restraining his mirth. Suppressing the fury that simmered within, Zhao Su began to proclaim the rankings. First among the intermediate class talents, Xiao Fan. Second place, Lin Jiang. Having concluded the announcement, Zhao Su turned on his heel and departed. Xiao Fan not only survived, but emerged victorious. How could he possibly endure such a blow? Xiao Fan, your demise is inevitable. After Zhao Su walked away, he turned back and muttered fiercely, tormented by the thought that his enemy, the slayer of his son, remained alive. The top 20 competitors each received a clear blood pill, leaving the others wide-eyed and drooling in envy. As Xiao Fan returned to his residence, dusk had already fallen. The news of his unexpected triumph spread throughout the academy with remarkable swiftness. In a courtyard of the advanced class area, upon hearing this news, Li Junwei was engulfed by a tempestuous rage, shattering the coffee table before him in an instant. The fury within him simmered, refusing to subside. He had devised plan after plan, only to have Xiao Fan thwart them time and again. Now, it seemed, Xiao Fan had ascended to an alarming level of prowess. Junbai, take my young master token and return to organize our forces. I refuse to see Xiao Fan at the 100 Clans Exchange Conference. Li Junwei commanded with a wave of his hand, signaling Li Junbai to hasten back. There could be no further delay in eliminating Xiao Fan. Brother, await my good news, Li Junbai exclaimed with fervor. Armed with the young master token, he could finally summon the elite of the Li family. After an hour of meditation, Xiao Fan retrieved the Qinkuan cauldron from the chaotic world. Upon noticing the small crack, he felt a pang of distress. He needed to devise a method for its restoration. Wait, something seems to have been overlooked. Xiao Fan tapped his forehead and finally recalled that he had yet to pledge his blood to claim ownership. Before doing so, he needed to ascertain whether the Qinkuan cauldron was indeed unclaimed. With this thought, Xiao Fan's consciousness gradually penetrated, only to swiftly retreat, as if his soul sea had been pricked by 1,000 needles in agony. Indeed, there existed a foreign will, and it was remarkably potent. Fortunately, he withdrew in time. Otherwise, he would have been rendered a fool. Xiao Fan shook his head, recalling the overwhelming will he had just encountered, still haunted by its lingering presence. What could he do? With his current strength, it was utterly impossible to eradicate that formidable will. After much contemplation, he found himself devoid of any viable solutions, ultimately deciding to cast it into the chaotic realm. But the origin tree might possess the means to address this. Xiao Fan's consciousness once again traversed into the chaotic realm, where he recounted the events to the origin tree. As anticipated, a root of the origin tree suddenly extended forth, penetrating the Qiankuan cauldron and shattering that will. At this moment, in a distant palace, a middle-aged man abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze was like a flame, sweeping across countless miles, yet he ultimately shook his head in resignation. The Qiankuan cauldron has been acquired by someone. It was as if he were speaking to himself, or perhaps addressing an unseen presence, as his form gradually melded into the void. Xiao Fan carefully inspected the Qiankuan ding, and indeed, that presence of will had vanished. He then took it out once more, pricked his fingertip, allowing his blood to drip onto it. A hum reverberated from the Qiankuan ding, but it soon settled into silence. As Xiao Fan established a connection with it, a profound sense of communion surged within him. Success! Xiao Fan called out, and with a mere thought, the Qiankuan ding swiftly diminished to the size of a palm, landing in his hand. Master, you must treat me well from now on. Suddenly, a sweet, childlike voice echoed within his soul, startling Xiao Fan, though he quickly regained his composure. Are you the spirit of the vessel? Indeed, I am currently quite weak. It is only when you find the other 8 cauldrons and merge the 9 spirits that I shall attain my fullest potential. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan was astounded. The legendary 9 cauldrons truly existed, and the spirits of these cauldrons could amalgamate into one. I shall do my utmost. After all, I too am still quite feeble. Do you have a name? Xiao Fan inquired. It seems I do not. Since you are the spirit of the 9 cauldrons, how about I call you Xiao Jiu? Yay. It immediately agreed, bubbling with excitement as it bounced in Xiao Fan's palm. After placing the Qiankuan ding into the chaos world, Xiao Fan felt elated. As for the quest to find the other 8 cauldrons, that was not something for him to ponder at present. However, with Xiao Jiu by his side, their mutual resonance would greatly enhance his chances of discovering the remaining 8 cauldrons. Xiao Fan composed himself and entered a state of cultivation. It was not until the following morning that he opened his eyes, now just a step away from reaching the 6th level of body tempering. It was time to pay a visit to the scripture hall. Xiao Fan muttered to himself before stepping out. Chapter 75. The scripture hall. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Fan arrived at the scripture hall. The scripture hall of the Martial Arts Academy was a tall edifice, standing at an impressive 9 stories. Due to its tower-like appearance, the students affectionately referred to it as the 9-story pagoda. Indeed, it resembled a pagoda. With Xiao Fan's discerning eye, he swiftly perceived its true essence. And upon beholding this tower, he felt a sense of astonishment. Could it possibly be the artifact of the Dean? Xiao Fan murmured softly to himself, shook his head, and stepped inside. Halt, state your name, called an elderly man reclined in a rocking chair, casually holding a teapot. Upon hearing the name Xiao Fan, the old man sat up, scrutinizing him intently, as if seeking to pierce through his very essence. You may ascend to the 6th floor, but do not attempt to enter the 7th. Remember, you are permitted to transcribe only 1 scripture, the elder declared before reclining once more, taking a sip from his teapot. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow slightly. The old man's words piqued his curiosity. It was his first visit to the scripture hall, and he was unfamiliar with its intricacies. Why is entry to the 7th floor prohibited? Xiao Fan inquired. The old man lazily cast a glance in his direction and pointed towards the rules inscribed upon the wall. Xiao Fan followed the direction indicated and finally laid his eyes upon the rules of the scripture hall affixed to the wall, a blush of embarrassment creeping across his face. It turned out that the students of the junior class were not permitted to enter the scripture hall, with exceptions made only for particularly outstanding individuals, who were allowed access to levels 1 through 3. The intermediate class could access levels 1 through 6, but each person was limited to 1 visit every 6 months. The advanced class enjoyed access to levels 1 through 8, with the privilege of visiting once a month. All students were prohibited from lingering within the scripture hall for more than a day's duration. As for the 9th level, the regulations offered no clarification. Elder, may I ascend to higher levels? Xiao Fan inquired once more, pondering that the higher the tier, the more formidable the scriptures contained within. After all, it was merely a question, and the outcome mattered little. Oh, so you aspire to reach even loftier heights. Do you possess the capability to do so? The elder remained silent, yet a mocking voice emerged from behind him. Xiao Fan turned around and nearly succumbed to laughter. Lin Zhou, did you make the connection? The moment these words left his lips, Lin Zhou's expression shifted dramatically, his face ablaze with fury, yet he refrained from taking action, aware that fighting was strictly prohibited in this place. Xiao Fan, it is you. Lin Zhou finally recognized him. having initially mistaken him for a mere novice who was oblivious to the rules. Indeed, it is I. Did you manage to make the connection? Xiao Fan smiled amiably at him, occasionally glancing at his lower half, merely curious as to whether he had successfully reattached it. Lin Zhou, incensed, felt his face flush with anger, and just as he became agitated, a sharp pain tore through him below. You lack the qualifications to enter the scripture hall as a novice, so be gone. Lin Zhou had been recuperating in the apothecary hall during this time, and was unaware that Xiao Fan had participated in the grand competition beyond his level and emerged victorious. He had only just managed to reattach himself and dared not to make any sudden movements, at least not for the time being. Whether I am qualified or not is not for you to determine. Even the elders have not spoken, so why are you so worked up? Upon finishing his words, Xiao Fan cast a glance at the old man reclining in the rocking chair. The old man, intrigued, decided to indulge Xiao Fan's desire to ascend to higher levels. If you possess the ability, I shall not oppose your ascent to the 9th floor. Go ahead, he declared, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Ability? What is required to ascend the stairs? Xiao Fan murmured to himself, bewildered by the situation. He glanced back at Lin Zhou and then strode confidently inside. What was happening? Lin Zhou, momentarily taken aback, noticed that the elder did not intervene, prompting him to follow suit. As Xiao Fan entered the first level, a sudden wave of oppressive force assailed him, causing his feet to sink. He was taken aback for a moment, realizing only now what the old man at the entrance had meant by his prowess. However, he swiftly acclimated to the situation. Xiao Fan continued to walk forward, enveloped by a fragrant aroma of books that intoxicated his senses. Before his eyes lay rows upon rows of bookshelves, brimming with an abundance of volumes, countless in their arrangement. Xiao Fan selected several books that piqued his interest and began to delve into them. In his previous life, he possessed the remarkable ability to read 10 lines at a glance and retain everything he saw, a skill that still served him well. With an entire day at his disposal, he was in no rush. The opportunity to peruse more books was undeniably beneficial. After 2 hours had passed, he ascended to the 2nd level, where a more formidable pressure enveloped him. Xiao Fan smiled lightly, not taking it to heart, and quickly adapted to the surroundings. The 2nd level was less populated compared to the first, with fewer books, yet they were considerably more ancient. He did not disturb others. Instead, he immersed himself in reading, perusing a myriad of texts, martial techniques, and cultivation methods. Was that not Xiao Fan? What was he searching for? His insatiable greed might lead him to end up with nothing, for those martial techniques and methods could not simply be memorized at will. Some intermediate class students recognized Xiao Fan and began to whisper among themselves. They spoke the truth. A single martial technique's annotations could take an ordinary person a whole day to remember, and even then, retention was not guaranteed. Many could only manage to comprehend it in 2 attempts, and for intermediate class students, a year would pass without the allowance of note-taking. Xiao Fan paid no heed to their discussions, continuing his relentless search through the texts. As another 2 hours passed, Xiao Fan set aside the book in his hands and stepped into the 3rd level. The oppressive aura was even more formidable, yet Xiao Fan remained unaffected. Resuming his diligent reading, many intermediate students could not withstand the pressure and retreated back to the 2nd level. Xiao Fan. A familiar voice called from nearby. Turning his head, Xiao Fan was surprised to see Lin Jiang. He waved a hand in greeting before burying himself back into his studies. As time flowed on, Xiao Fan ascended to the 6th level, with Lin Jiang closely following behind. This was becoming quite interesting. As Xiao Fan sensed the formidable pressure enveloping him, he murmured softly, acknowledging that only at this intensity did he truly begin to feel its weight. His movements gradually slowed, yet he refrained from employing his true energy, relying solely on the strength of his physical form to withstand the oppressive force. Had it not been for the constraint of merely 1 day's time, honing his body in this place would indeed have been a commendable choice. Xiao Fan lamented silently. He could only hasten to immerse himself in more literature, for time was of the essence. After another 2 hours had elapsed, he still had not discovered what he sought, and thus pressed onward. Sweat cascaded down his forehead as he ascended step by step towards the entrance of the 7th level, a movement that left all on the 6th level in astonishment. Did Xiao Fan truly intend to breach the 7th level? Such audacity bordered on folly. Ignore him. It would be best if he perished, they murmured among themselves. Those who had gained entry to the 6th level were predominantly advanced students, alongside a few top-tier prodigies from the intermediate class. Lin Zhou was present as well. He had previously attempted to enter the 7th level and had nearly been crushed in the process, leaving him too fearful to try again. The seventh level was not a realm to be traversed by just anyone. Some individuals simply lacked the self-awareness to recognize their limitations. Indeed, those who achieved even minor successes often fancied themselves invincible, yet such individuals would never achieve greatness. The remarks of the gathering grew increasingly outrageous and excessive. Their scorn palpable in the air. Xiao Fan felt a surge of anger. He merely aspired to ascend to greater heights. What fault lay in that? Yet, he found himself the subject of mockery. If I were to succeed, how would you respond? Xiao Fan inquired. A cacophony of laughter erupted from the crowd, gazing at him as if he were a fool. If you were to ascend, I would, huh? On the contrary, would you dare? Lin Zhou was the first to leap forward, pointing downward, inciting another wave of laughter from the assembly. The conditions were unjust. You had already forfeited your chance. Xiao Fan resolutely declined, fully aware of Lin Zhou's fervent desire for vengeance. What if I attempt to cut again? Is that not permissible? No. You have already made your attempt. Propose an alternative. Rejected once more by Xiao Fan, Lin Zhou's anger surged, yet he found himself powerless. How about this? If you can reach the 7th level, I shall strip off all my garments and run a lap around the martial arts academy. Conversely, if you fail, you must run instead. Does that sound agreeable? Lin Zhou was compelled to settle for a compromise. Even if he could not compel Xiao Fan to make another attempt, he at least desired to see him brought low. What about the rest of you? Xiao Fan glanced at the others and mused that one person running alone could not compare to a group in motion. The image was indeed quite a sight to behold. We are the same, just say whether you dare or not, one individual exclaimed, prompting a chorus of nods in agreement from the crowd. Meanwhile, Lin Zhong withdrew to the side, opting not to partake. He always felt that Xiao Fan possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of potential. I am indeed daring, but without witnesses, I fear you might deny your defeat. Xiao Fan voiced his inner concerns. Their cultivation levels were formidable, and should they unite, even he would find himself at a disadvantage. I shall serve as your witness. Let us commence. Should anyone resort to deceit, I shall take matters into my own hands. Just as the crowd grappled with their distress, the voice of the elder at the entrance resonated, indicating that their every action was under his vigilant scrutiny. Very well, it is settled. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, he took a step forward, gradually making his way towards the 7th level. Even if he were to be denied entry, he remained unperturbed. At worst, he could simply cover his face and run. The closer he approached, the heavier his steps became, with sweat soaking through his garments and the oppressive force intensifying. Before long, he found himself standing between the 6th and 7th levels, poised to ascend the steps that led to the 7th level. Dozens of eyes were fixed intently upon him from behind, holding their breath in anticipation, seemingly more anxious than Xiao Fan himself. Observing his hesitation, they began to mock him anew. Give up, Xiao Fan. You have no chance. It's not too late to back down now. If you get injured later, your mentor Han will surely be distressed. Ha. Xiao Fan remained unperturbed. He took a deep breath and with great effort lifted his right foot, placing it upon the surface. A series of cracking sounds resonated from his body as his bones compressed, echoing with a distinct crack. Xiao Fan's expression was grave. Yet he refrained from employing his true energy, choosing instead to seize this opportunity to temper his physical form. He was on the verge of collapse, his bones feeling as though they might shatter under pressure. Merely a brute, hardly a cause for concern. The crowd began their mockery anew, utterly disbelieving that Xiao Fan could ascend. Roar! Xiao Fan suddenly let out a tremendous shout, lifting his left foot off the ground as he ascended to the 7th level. Impossible, utterly inconceivable. Could it be that the oppressive force of the 7th level had dissipated? I shall test this theory. One of the onlookers attempted to follow suit, only to be instantly propelled backward, suffering multiple fractures. How did Xiao Fan accomplish this? I refuse to believe it. He must have cheated, perhaps aided by an elder from the scripture hall. Indeed, that must be the case. The crowd exchanged sentiments, ultimately arriving at a plausible justification. Meanwhile, the elder at the entrance was equally astonished. He immediately sensed Xiao Fan's presence within the 7th level. Xiao Fan has entered the 7th level. You all must vacate immediately and remove your garments to flee. The elder's voice echoed from the 6th level, leaving the students' faces pallid with fear. Elder, have you been lax in your judgment? Question 1. Indeed. Otherwise, how could Xiao Fan have gained entry? We demand an explanation. Another chimed in. The chorus of skepticism inundated the elder, who shook his head in dismay. Your limitations do not reflect the capabilities of others. There are realms beyond your comprehension and individuals surpassing your abilities. Do you not grasp this fundamental truth? His words, tinged with frustration, were intended to enlighten the students, but instead resonated as a disparagement in their ears. Elder, your judgment is unjust. Why is it that we cannot enter while Xiao Fan, with his body refinement stage, can? They clamored. Indeed, we demand an explanation. Their outcries compelled the elder to rise, his face trembling with indignation. You are truly obstinate. All of you, get out. With a sweeping gesture, he expelled the dozens of students from the 6th level. Before the crowd could comprehend the situation, the elder waved his hand once more, conjuring a whirlwind amidst them. Ah, my clothes! Cursed whirlwind, cease this instant. In an instant, chaos ensued as garments swirled through the air. Students from the scripture hall paused to observe, bewildered by the unfolding events. Once the tempest subsided, a multitude of bare figures stood revealed before the assembly. Ah, perverts! Shrieked several female students, hastily covering their eyes while leaving a narrow gap to peek through as they squealed. Meanwhile, the male students erupted in laughter, relishing the rare and provocative spectacle. All of you, flee, or I shall cast you into the valley of death, boomed the elder's voice, prompting the naked figures to scamper away in haste, silenced by fear. Upon entering the 7th level, Xiao Fan remained motionless, a cacophony of cracking sounds emanating from within him as he relentlessly pushed the limits of his physical form. After an entire quarter of an hour, he began to advance step by step, embarking on the task of perusing the tomes before him. The 7th level was sparsely populated, with merely a dozen individuals, all elite students of formidable strength. They were not there to read. Rather, they sat cross-legged on the ground, similarly engaged in the refinement of their bodies. As Xiao Fan approached, incredulous expressions adorned their faces, many rubbing their eyes in disbelief. These individuals had never laid eyes on Xiao Fan, having only heard whispers of his name. The day at the ancient well had only attracted a fraction of the elite students, and the majority had yet to encounter him. A 5th level of body refinement? How could this be possible? This boy is still clad in the attire of a novice class. Who permitted his entry? Xiao Fan chose to disregard their discussions, as his body was enduring immense pressure every moment, leaving him with little strength to speak. Chapter 77, the 6th layer of body tempering. Hey, you there, come here. Young man, do you possess a treasure that resists pressure? Show it to us. The crowd unanimously believed that Xiao Fan possessed such a treasure. Otherwise, they could not fathom this phenomenon. Even they, with their cultivation at the 2nd level of blood condensation, could barely ascend to the 7th layer. Xiao Fan merely cast a glance at them, offering no response as his body gradually acclimated to the oppressive aura. Observing Xiao Fan's silence, the crowd began to grow increasingly irate. We are addressing you. Are you deaf? Young man, swiftly present that treasure for our perusal. If it proves valuable, I, Wang Wei, shall purchase it. Xiao Fan initially intended to peruse several more books, but being incessantly questioned by others rendered him unable to concentrate. I possess no treasures. Please refrain from disturbing me. Xiao Fan replied with a faint remark, taking a few steps forward to distance himself from them. Oh, the lad's tongue is quite tenacious. If you refuse to take it, then I shall assist you. The one named Wang Wei advanced step by step, bearing considerable pressure, merely supported by his true energy. Before long, Wang Wei approached Xiao Fan, reaching out to grasp him, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Xiao Fan turned his gaze back, his expression frosty, and swiftly struck down with a knife hand. Wang Wei, quick to react, retracted his outstretched hand just in time to evade Xiao Fan's blow. How audacious of you to retaliate. Wang Wei's face contorted with a mix of anger and surprise before he unleashed a vicious punch aimed at Xiao Fan's head. Confronted by Wang Wei's unreasonable aggression, Xiao Fan found no option to evade. He could only respond with violence, delivering a punch of his own. With a resounding thud, their fists collided, sending Xiao Fan staggering backwards several paces, his bones nearly shattering from the impact. Wang Wei, too, took a step back, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Xiao Fan. How is this possible? Who on earth are you? Instead of launching another attack, Wang Wei inquired about Xiao Fan's identity. You need not know, just refrain from disturbing me. Xiao Fan had no desire to become entangled with him any further. Should he dare to strike again, Xiao Fan would resort to employing his true energy, confronted with an opponent at the 2nd level of blood condensation. He may not stand a chance, yet he would not allow himself to be bullied. If you remain silent, I shall compel you to speak through force. Wang Wei, finally incensed, could not tolerate being treated with such disdain by someone merely at the 5th level of body refinement. It was a blow to his dignity. With resolute strides, He advanced, launching yet another punch at Xiao Fan. You have gone too far. Do you think me an easy target? Xiao Fan's eyes turned icy, and the true energy surged forth from the chaotic realm, instantly alleviating the burdens on his body. He delivered a powerful kick, embodying the adage that an inch of reach equates to an inch of strength, sending Wang Wei staggering backward with each blow. Humph! You are utterly ignorant of true power. Wang Wei let out a cold snort, his fury boiling over as he lunged forward once more, unleashing a flurry of punches, significantly stronger than before. Xiao Fan, undeterred, summoned all his strength and unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, both men were sent flying, colliding against the wall, causing books to scatter across the floor. Hiss! Who on earth is this young man? He fought Wang Wei to a standstill. Perhaps he is a relative of some ancient master from the martial academy. It would be wise for us to refrain from getting involved. The crowd whispered among themselves, astonished by Xiao Fan's formidable prowess. You are doomed, kid, Wang Wei declared. Rising to his feet, his eyes filled with fury. Ignoring the rules of the scripture hall, he drew his sword from his waist and lunged toward Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan could not passively await his demise. With the god-slaying sword in hand, he was prepared to retaliate. Cease at once. Just as tensions reached their peak, the voice of the elder resonated, interrupting the impending clash. Wang Wei, vacate this place immediately and do not set foot in the scriptures hall for a year. The elder's proclamation echoed once more, and Wang Wei was abruptly expelled, restoring tranquility to the 7th level. The onlookers exchanged glances, refraining from further antagonizing Xiao Fan. Yet their attention remained fixated upon him. Xiao Fan felt a sense of satisfaction in how he dealt with the elder, at last. He enjoyed a moment of tranquility and resumed his perusal of books. He was engrossed in the study of various martial arts scriptures, committing their teachings to memory. As for other techniques, he deemed them beneath his notice, having already acquired the Chaos Opening Heaven technique. Young man, heed my advice. Choose a single martial art or technique. Greed will yield nothing, one of the students, unable to contain himself, kindly offered a word of caution. Xiao Fan merely nodded. He knew he must continue his perusal, even accelerating his pace. How infuriating. The student beside him resolutely turned away, choosing not to glance at Xiao Fan any longer. Time swiftly slipped by, and Xiao Fan spent several hours on the 7th floor, ultimately finishing his review of all the martial arts texts. Yet, he still failed to discover a technique that truly satisfied him. Xiao Fan murmured softly, estimating that less than an hour remained until the day's end. He glanced at the entrance of the 8th layer, a resolution forming within him as he approached it step by step. What? He intended to enter the 8th layer? Was he out of his mind? As a mere 5th level of the body refinement stage, how could he dare? The onlookers, witnessing Xiao Fan's audacious move, began to mock him with scornful remarks. They were not unfamiliar with attempts to breach the 8th layer. Not a single person at the 2nd level of blood condensation had succeeded, and some overconfident individuals had even shattered their bones in the process. Xiao Fan paid no heed to their mockery as he steadily approached the entrance of the 8th level. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a torrent of true energy from the chaotic realm and forcefully stepped forward with his right foot. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, nearly rendering him breathless. The intensity of the pressure on this 8th level surged dramatically, far surpassing that of the 7th level. His right leg grew weak, and he nearly fell to his knees, the entirety of his right foot trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Fan steadied his mind, slowly lifting his left foot, and in an instant, he transcended into the 8th layer. He was not merely a human, he was a monster. Today was indeed an eye-opening experience. As a 5th level body refinement practitioner had ventured into the 8th layer, the students on the 7th layer were left dumbfounded, their mouths agape, unable to articulate the astonishment that engulfed their hearts. The moment Xiao Fan stepped into the 8th level, the elder at the entrance abruptly rose to his feet, spilling tea all over the ground. Has he truly entered the 8th level? What an astonishing lad. After uttering these words, the elder reclined once more, his curiosity towards Xiao Fan intensifying. As Xiao Fan entered the 8th level, he immediately coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. The sound of his bones being subjected to extreme pressure echoed within him, causing his knees to bend under the strain. Gritting his teeth, impurities surged forth from his body. And in that moment, both his flesh and bones were unleashed, radiating an overwhelming surge of energy. Xiao Fan's aura surged progressively, his physical form growing ever more formidable. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the gates of the 6th level of body tempering were ruthlessly shattered, and his essence continued to ascend. Roar! Xiao Fan let out a thunderous roar, his bent legs instantly straightening as a formidable aura enveloped him. With a sudden relaxation of his entire being, he began to stride forward, each step adapting to the oppressive force of the 8th level. Who is this wild kid? Someone uttered the words, causing the others on the 8th level to turn their gazes in unison. Chapter 78, Promotion to the Advanced Class upon witnessing the arrival of a body-refining realm cultivator. Their expressions transformed into one of disbelief. Xiao Fan also noticed them. There were not many, merely 4 individuals, each possessing a minimum cultivation level of the 3rd stage of blood condensation. Xiao Fan inclined his hand in a gesture of respect before resuming his perusal of the scriptures. The 4 individuals exhibited no excessive movements, merely observing Xiao Fan with curiosity, for they did not deem it necessary to engage with a junior who had only attained the 6th level of body refinement. Xiao Fan incessantly perused the pages, his mind racing as he endeavored to commit the words to memory with remarkable speed. This individual must surely be unhinged. After finally ascending to the 8th level, he was frivolously indulging in distractions. Regardless, he would undoubtedly come to regret his choices in due course. Observing Xiao Fan's peculiar behavior, others shook their heads in disapproval and chose to avert their gaze. As time slipped away, Xiao Fan found himself with little left. And just as he was about to relinquish his efforts, he stumbled upon a fragmented technique of palm mastery. The Void Sky Palm? Xiao Fan muttered softly as he picked up the manual, brushing off the dust that had settled upon it. This technique remained with only 2 pages, its cover tattered and worn, rendering it practically overlooked by others. After glancing through its contents, a plan began to form in his mind, prompting him to transcribe it without delay. Xiao Fan's actions left others perplexed. Amidst a plethora of martial techniques available, he deliberately chose one that was deemed undesirable and, moreover, incomplete. I told you there was something amiss with him. If you do not believe me, just observe. Such a splendid opportunity squandered. Does he not realize that many would give anything for a chance to enter the 8th level? The onlookers shook their heads in dismay, utterly unable to comprehend Xiao Fan's choices. Xiao Fan, the time has come. Please proceed downstairs, echoed the voice of the elder. Xiao Fan, having tucked away the copied palm technique, turned and descended the stairs. Upon reaching the entrance, he registered the palm technique before finally departing from the scripture hall. Void Sky Palm? This is undoubtedly a formidable technique, albeit flawed. Alas, the elder, observing the martial skill Xiao Fan had registered, could not help but let out a deep sigh. Xiao Fan returned to his abode as the sun began to rise on the horizon, radiating vitality. His day at the scripture hall proved to be immensely rewarding, as he gained a substantial understanding of the Grading Kingdom. To begin with, the power distribution within the kingdom reveals 3 dominant forces residing in the imperial city: the Hunting Deer Martial Academy, the Qingmu Dojo, and the Deluo sect. In addition to these, the Grading Kingdom is home to 4 significant factions located at the cardinal points: the Eastern Falling Cloud sect, the Western 10,000 Array Pavilion, the Southern 100 Flowers Valley, and the Northern Ice Palace. Numerous smaller factions exist, though their details are not well documented in literature, primarily due to the rapid evolution of these lesser powers, which often results in inaccuracies in records. Only these 7 major forces have stood the test of time, enduring for centuries and boasting a rich heritage. The martial arts of the Great Kingdom indeed flourish. One wonders if there are any sects dedicated to the cultivation of immortality. Xiao Fan murmured softly to himself, yearning to return to his zenith to exact vengeance and to become a cultivator, a requisite journey he must undertake. Presently, he could only be regarded as a warrior. The closest he had encountered to a true cultivator were Han Shu and the old Dean, yet they could only be considered half-cultivators, still vastly distant from the genuine practitioners. Reflecting on this, Xiao Fan shook his head. The road ahead was long, and he must tread it step by step. Suddenly, the sound of slicing through the air echoed as Elder Xing made his entrance, holding a new identity token in his hand. Xiao Fan stepped outside, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, and inquired, "Whom does Elder Xing seek?" "Why, it is you, of course," Elder Xing replied with a broad smile, presenting him with the new identity token. A status as a senior class student? Upon discovering the information contained within the token, Xiao Fan was momentarily stunned. The Martial Arts Academy had unexpectedly promoted him to a senior class student. There is no need for astonishment. Within the token lies details of your new residence, along with a bounty of 100,000 points, all bestowed upon you as rewards from the academy. Elder Xing patted Xiao Fan on the shoulder, offering him an affirming glance. By the way, As a senior class student, you are permitted to bring along 5 trusted confidants. Have you made your selections? Trusted confidants? Xiao Fan thought he had misheard. Advanced class students were allowed to bring 5 trusted confidants? Such treatment was exceedingly generous. I already have 2 candidates in mind, and for the remaining 3 spots, I would appreciate Elder Xing's assistance in arranging them. Xiao Fan once again clasped his hands in gratitude. Very well, you should hasten to move over, he declared. Tomorrow, I shall personally select 3 trustworthy students to assist you. Elder Xing, upon seeing that Xiao Fan had no objections, turned to depart. Meanwhile, the announcement of Xiao Fan's exceptional promotion to the advanced class had been affixed to the notice board of the Martial Arts Academy, instantly causing a stir. This news swiftly spread throughout the entire academy and even the royal city, as Xiao Fan's remarkable story astonished the younger generation of the realm. While being an advanced class student may seem prestigious, Xiao Fan, in his current state, wore a frown. Wasn't being promoted to the intermediate class sufficient? Why must he ascend directly to the advanced class? Xiao Fan murmured to himself, contemplating the abundance of formidable individuals in the advanced class. With his current strength, it would be quite challenging for him to establish a foothold. Nevertheless, he resolved to relocate to his new residence. After voicing his thoughts, Xiao Fan summoned Fatty and Yoshi to assist him in the move. An hour later, they finally arrived at the entrance of their new abode. This was indeed the 9th district of the 3rd domain. Upon confirming its accuracy, Xiao Fan produced his identity token and affixed it to the grand entrance. With a creak, the doors slowly swung open. When they beheld the scene within, they were momentarily rendered speechless. "Brother, this is astonishingly vast," exclaimed the stout fellow, his excitement palpable yet unable to fully grasp the reality before him as he rubbed his eyes vigorously. Inside, pavilions and towers, quaint bridges, and flowing streams adorned the landscape. And notably, the aura of spiritual energy was exponentially richer than that of the beginner's area. Fortunately, let us proceed. From now on, this shall be our residence. Xiao Fan waved his hand and strode confidently inside. Halt! Who permitted you to enter? A familiar voice suddenly echoed from behind. Upon turning, Xiao Fan indeed spotted Tian Shu. Xiao Fan. Tian Shu was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing him, but soon a knowing smile spread across his face. What brings you here? Xiao Fan inquired. You dare to intrude upon the quarters of the advanced class students? Do you not fear for your life? Tian Shu deliberately raised his voice, drawing the attention of the surrounding advanced class students, who began to converge toward them. Xiao Fan was aware of the news regarding his promotion to the advanced class. It was merely an attempt to embarrass him. After listening to his words, Xiao Fan could not help but smirk inwardly, maintaining a facade of indifference. Oh, this residence is unoccupied, so what harm is there in my staying here? Is there an issue with that? After Xiao Fan concluded his words, he disregarded Tian Shu and with a grand gesture, closed the door. Who has taken residence? The onlookers, a gathering of curious students, finally arrived, their faces alight with intrigue. Just a naive novice from the beginner class. We should inform the capital that someone has encroached upon his territory. Upon hearing Tian Shu's statement, the crowd was taken aback and hastily made their way towards the training room. Chapter 79. The initial mastery of the Void Sky Palm. Xiao Fan surveyed his new residence with great satisfaction. It was replete with all essential amenities, including a living room, a meditation chamber, and a reception area. Particularly remarkable was the expansive backyard, featuring a vast expanse of grassland, perfectly suited for his martial arts training. Indeed, it was commendable. Xiao Fan muttered to himself, then sat cross-legged in the backyard, taking out the transcribed palm technique to ponder it earnestly. After an hour had passed, Xiao Fan let out a long sigh, his face awash with astonishment. What a formidable palm technique! Even though the Void Sky Palm was incomplete, Xiao Fan could still sense its immense power. Merely reading it once sent shivers through his soul. Moreover, it was a growth-type martial skill, exceedingly precious. Xiao Fan murmured to himself, feeling exceedingly satisfied with the Void Sky Palm. If he could complete it, it would serve as a formidable trump card. Resolute in his intentions, he closed his eyes and plunged into the sea of souls, tirelessly refining the incomplete technique of the Void Sky Palm. Another hour slipped away. Yet Xiao Fan made no progress. Perhaps the Void Sky Palm was simply too profound, or perhaps his method was flawed. I refuse to yield. I shall try again. Xiao Fan persevered, with dozens of palm techniques floating within the sea of his soul, all meticulously recorded in the scripture hall. These myriad techniques began to rotate as Xiao Fan engaged in deep contemplation, discerning and evolving their essence. The heart method of the void sky palm also emerged, weaving gracefully among the various techniques, gradually becoming more cohesive. This arduous process spanned a considerable duration, and it was not until the afternoon that Xiao Fan finally paused. Success! He wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, and a joyful smile finally illuminated his face. The complete heart method of the void sky palm now floated within his soul's sea, its characters shimmering brilliantly and emanating a formidable pressure. I had indeed underestimated your power. Xiao Fan murmured softly, delving into contemplation. Time was of the essence. With numerous skilled practitioners in the advanced class, he needed to elevate his prowess as swiftly as possible. As dusk fell, a sudden thunderous noise erupted from the backyard, leaving the plump fellow and Yoshi pale with fright as they hurried to investigate. Upon witnessing the scene in the backyard, both were astounded, their faces betraying a look of sheer panic. Dozens of handprints marred the ground. As if they had descended from the heavens, each imprint a staggering half a zhang deep, exuding an aura of terror. Xiao Fan stood quietly, his back turned to them, breathing heavily. Brother, what happened? The chubby one and Yoshi hurried over, fearing an enemy attack. It's nothing. I was merely practicing a palm technique. Xiao Fan chuckled softly, reaching to the waist of his corpulent companion to procure several spirit pills, swallowing 2 of them with ease. Although his void sky palm was only at a rudimentary stage, its execution had drained a significant portion of his vital energy. Nonetheless, it remained the most formidable martial technique at his disposal thus far. Brother, are you suggesting that this commotion was caused by you? The stout man rubbed his eyes in disbelief, gazing at the scattered remnants of chaos around them. A mere trifling disturbance, do not be alarmed. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, he entered, preparing to take a bath before settling into his new abode. The corpulent man and Yoshi remained engrossed in their contemplation of the mysterious handprints, their astonishment lingering in the air. Particularly for Yoshi, who had initially followed Xiao Fan merely for the sake of survival. Her allegiance had transformed into genuine loyalty, rendering her unwilling to leave. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from the front gate, causing Xiao Fan's eyes to narrow with cold intensity as he led the others forward. Who is inside? Come out at once. The voice from outside reverberated through the air, igniting Xiao Fan's fury as he quickened his pace. Another deafening crash resounded, and the gate shattered, splintered with scattering across the ground. Xiao Fan finally arrived at the front courtyard, and upon witnessing the ravaged gate, a surge of murderous intent enveloped him. He had already succumbed to the desire for bloodshed. The intruder was a robust young man, at the second level of blood condensation, with a scar etched across his face, rendering him a fearsome figure. Behind him stood 4 students, all at the first level of blood condensation, among whom was Tian Shu. I offer you a chance, apologize and restore the gate, or face death. Xiao Fan coldly uttered a phrase, brandishing the god-slaying sword, ever poised for battle. To his astonishment, the crowd erupted into laughter, dismissing him entirely. How amusing. This is the most hilarious jest I have ever encountered. Xiao Fan, who do you think you are? Daring to speak so boldly to a senior from the capital? Utterly oblivious to the consequences. After their laughter subsided, they commenced their mockery anew, their taunts growing increasingly outrageous. You are Xiao Fan, one from the crowd inquired. You need not concern yourself with that. I grant you 3 breaths to apologize. Xiao Fan had no desire to engage in idle chatter. After all, the opponent was merely at the second level of the blood. He was eager to test his own strength. Arrogance. This is my territory, although I have relocated to the second domain. The courtyard I once inhabited is not one to be trifled with. Dumin raised his voice, feeling it necessary to enlighten Xiao Fan about the rules of the advanced class. The residences in the advanced class are divided into 3 domains, A, B, and C, with Domain A being the most prestigious and Domain C relatively inferior. Naturally, the stronger one's prowess, the greater the eligibility to reside in superior areas. And Du Min was one of those privileged individuals. Xiao Fan has already begun to count down, and the atmosphere has grown increasingly tense. To hell with you. With the utterance of these words, a deadly technique was unleashed, and a colossal shadow of a sword swept across, causing the crowd to retreat in terror. Humph. A flicker of light, daring to compete with the brilliance of the full moon. Du Min casually swung his sword, his expression rife with disdain. Clang. Upon the collision of their forces, he instantly regretted his actions, sensing an ominous turn of events. He staggered backward repeatedly, but it was too late. A piercing scream echoed as a long gash appeared across Du Min's chest, blood gushing forth, though fortunately not deep. Great Yin Fist. Xiao Fan did not pause. His fist surged forth with tremendous force, summoning a tempest of energy that was palpable. Damn it! Who are you? Du Min, no longer dismissive, wore a grave expression, shedding the arrogance he had previously displayed. With a whoosh, a tangible imprint of his fist shot forth, aimed directly at Du Min. Humph! Allow me to demonstrate what true power entails. Du Min, wielding his long sword, thrust forward with a resounding strike. Unity sword, he bellowed. As a colossal shadow of the sword surged ahead, directly targeting Xiao Fan's fist imprint. With a thunderous boom, a formidable shockwave erupted, forcing the onlookers to retreat in haste, as the entire gate was obliterated. This is terrifying. Xiao Fan is truly a monster, exclaimed one. My goodness. Is he really at the 6th level of body refinement? The crowd distanced themselves, their astonishment lingering in the air. The commotion attracted numerous advanced class students, drawing an ever-growing assembly of spectators. Meanwhile, Tian Shu was engulfed in panic. On that day at the trading market, he had managed to hold his own against Xiao Fan. Yet, in such a brief span, Xiao Fan had ascended to a height he could only admire from afar. As the dust settled, it became evident that the two were evenly matched in this confrontation. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, swiftly consuming 2 yuan spirit pills in preparation for his next assault. On the other hand, Du Min held his long sword firmly, scrutinizing Xiao Fan without uttering a word. Was that not Xiao Fan? Having just ascended to the advanced class, he was already embroiled in trouble. Truly impressive. Chapter 80. Overwhelming power. With Han Jiangxue backing him, the young dandy was becoming increasingly audacious. Many recognized Xiao Fan and began to mock him. Xiao Fan paid no heed, for his vital energy had already replenished significantly. He took a step forward. Void Sky Palm. As the words echoed, he chanted incantations, and with a swift motion, unleashed a powerful strike. Instantly, the winds of his palm surged forth, as if the surrounding air had been abruptly siphoned away, forming an intangible vortex in the heavens above. Xiao Fan's palm unexpectedly radiated a blinding luminescence, which flickered and vanished in an instant, as if a peculiar energy were being transferred into the vortex above. This intangible whirlpool suddenly unleashed dozens of palm imprints, akin to fiery orbs, rapidly descending upon Du Min. The spectators recoiled in alarm, their eyes fixated on the incoming palm strikes, their astonishment reaching unparalleled heights, with some trembling uncontrollably. Witnessing such a terrifying display of palm technique, a wave of dread surged within Du Min. Evasion was futile. The range and velocity of the Void Sky Palm's attack were too formidable. Ah! He shouted, propelling himself upward with all his might to unleash his strongest move. Boom! The palm imprint descended, shattering Du Min's ultimate strike effortlessly, an overwhelming pressure cascading upon him like a torrential wave. Fear gripped him entirely, his legs weakened, and with a thud, he collapsed to his knees. Don't! He cried in despair, closing his eyes as he awaited the impending doom. Boom, boom, boom. The multitude of palm imprints struck continuously, stirring up clouds of dust and causing the ground to tremble. Du Min was instantaneously driven beneath the earth, his cries silenced, his fate unknown. Yet, the Void Sky Palm continued its relentless assault, producing a deafening cacophony, instilling terror in all who bore witness. Impossible! This cannot possibly be the work of someone at the body refinement stage, they murmured. Indeed, a powerful figure must be involved. Look! There seems to be a vortex in the sky. The crowd buzzed with disbelief, unable to accept that Xiao Fan was the one responsible. Yet they found no evidence to the contrary. Give me a thunderous strike, Xiao Fan shouted, and the remaining palm imprints swiftly descended. Enough! A sudden voice interrupted, followed by a large hand that blocked all the palm imprints. As the force dissipated, normalcy returned, yet the air was thick with a pungent scent of blood. An elderly figure emerged into the crowd's view. Xiao Fan recognized him as one of the grand elders present during the sealing of the ancient well. It was Elder Hongze, indeed. Elder Hongze had intervened. Rumor had it that he was on the verge of entering a transcendent realm, possessing an unfathomable strength. Upon seeing the newcomer, the crowd began to murmur, their expressions reflecting a mix of anticipation and intrigue. Suddenly, another sound of breaking air echoed, and Elder Xing appeared, standing beside Hongze. Upon encountering Elder Xing, Xiao Fan finally exhaled a sigh of relief, hastily swallowing 2 Yuanling pills, which restored some color to his face. The two elders gazed at the collapsed area in the distance, their brows furrowed in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that such chaos could have been instigated by Xiao Fan. Help me! A faint cry for assistance emanated from beneath the ground. The two elders rushed forward, only to discover Du Men, nearly suffocated by the encroaching earth. Bring a few people and lift him out. Elder Xing gestured with his hand, prompting several students nearby to spring into action, swiftly extricating Du Men from his dire predicament. Goodness, this is utterly tragic, gasped one onlooker. This fellow is so badly off, he's even drooling. As they beheld Du Men's pitiable state, the crowd erupted in hushed discussions, their faces etched with horror. Get him to the pharmacy, quickly, Elder Xing commanded, and the students, bearing Du Men, vanished from sight. At that moment, the elder from the scripture hall surveyed the advanced class area, his eyes sparkling with astonishment, the shock still resonating within him. Remarkable. This young lad has managed to perfect the void sky palm in such a short span of time, achieving a minor success. After muttering to himself, he glanced toward the depths of the Martial Institute, remarking, Little Han, nurture him well. He may possess great potential. Yes, ancestor, Han Shu, situated deep within the Martial Institute, nodded in agreement, equally astounded by Xiao Fan's mastery of the void sky palm. Xiao Fan stood quietly, having restored a significant portion of his vital energy. Xiao Fan, do you acknowledge your transgressions? Hongzhe inquired. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan felt a surge of amusement. After all, if anyone were to question him, it should be Elder Xing, the head of the law enforcement hall. Hongzhe was merely an overseer within that establishment. What authority did he possess to question him? I refuse to answer your inquiry. Xiao Fan replied coldly, asserting that it was not a matter of disrespecting his superiors, but rather a dismissal of such indiscriminate inquiries. Audacious. You have no right to refuse, Hongzhe emphasized, stepping forward as if to apprehend Xiao Fan. Audacious? Why do you not inquire why he is present in my residence? Are you so eager to condemn me? Xiao Fan was engulfed in fury, unable to comprehend the unreasonable behavior of Hongzhe. How audacious, to even dare to argue. Just wait until I capture you. Let us see how stubborn you remain. As Hongzhe prepared to take action, he was restrained by Elder Xing. Calm yourself, Elder Hong. He advised. This matter has yet to be thoroughly investigated, and the law enforcement hall lacks the authority to apprehend anyone. Upon hearing Elder Xing's words, Hongzhe's face flushed crimson, his white beard quivering in indignation. Humph. Then you better conduct your investigation. Unless I receive a satisfactory explanation, this matter is far from over. With a fierce declaration, Hongzhe swept away his sleeves and departed in a huff. Only then did Elder Xing exhale in relief, dispersing the onlookers among the students. Thank you, Elder Xing, for your timely intervention. Xiao Fan offered a respectful gesture of thanks before entering. Once inside, they proceeded into Xiao Fan's residence. The portly man and Yoshi had already departed to summon the craftsmen, as the entire gatehouse and front courtyard were set to be reconstructed. After Elder Xing took his seat, he inquired, Xiao Fan, are you aware of the reasons behind Hongzhe's animosity towards you? Xiao Fan shook his head, perplexed by the situation. It was indeed strange for someone of the Elder Supreme's stature to behave so irrationally. Uncertain, Xiao Fan implored, Please, Elder Xing, clarify this matter for me. Elder Xing nodded and replied, Hongzhe is the adoptive father of Zhao Su and also serves as the mentor in the capital. Does this clarify the issue for you? Xiao Fan has finally come to understand the existence of this underlying relationship between them. Thank you for the revelation. Xiao Fan once again clasped his hands in salute to Elder Xing, his mind already concocting a plan. I have yet another piece of unfortunate news for you. Your old adversary has ascended to the core class. After delivering this statement, Elder Xing quietly observed Xiao Fan's reaction. Old adversary? Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback, his gaze toward Elder Xing becoming profoundly meaningful. He pondered to himself, this Elder Xing seems to possess knowledge of everything. Truly deserving of his position as the head of the enforcement hall, it was anticipated nothing of great significance. As Xiao Fan concluded his words, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth, his fists cracking ominously. Chapter 81, A New Mission. Elder Xing, witnessing Xiao Fan's spirited resolve, felt a sense of satisfaction within. Very well, focus on your cultivation, he said, patting Xiao Fan on the shoulder reassuringly before taking his leave. Xiao Fan sat cross-legged, focusing on his breathing until he regained his peak condition. Only then did he rise and step outside. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the task hall, where he expended a substantial 10,000 points to exchange for a plethora of array materials and a variety of miscellaneous items. As Xiao Fan was about to depart, he was suddenly called back by Elder Xing Yan. Elder Xing, what is it? Xiao Fan inquired. Elder Xing cautiously peered around, ensuring no one was in sight. Before he spoke, the Martial Academy has just issued a new mission, and I haven't released the details yet. Would you like to take a look first? Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback, contemplating that Xing Yin would not deceive him, before finally nodding in agreement. Xing Yin slowly retrieved the mission token and placed it before Xiao Fan. The task was to procure a frost flame herb from the Ice Palace and return it to the Martial Academy, with a reward of 80,000 points for successful completion. Upon reading this line, Xiao Fan felt a surge of excitement and inquired, Elder Xing Yin, are you certain this is the case? Xing Yin blinked cheerfully and replied, do not concern yourself with the minutiae. As long as you can retrieve the ice flame grass, you shall be rewarded. This made sense. Alas, the journey to the cold ice palace is quite distant, and I fear it may hinder my participation in the 100 Sects Exchange Conference. Xiao Fan lamented inwardly, for the 80,000 points represented a princely reward, yet a conflict in timing thwarted his acceptance of the task. However, there was no cause for concern. The sect had anticipated this predicament and had already prepared a flying vessel for you. No, for the students undertaking the mission. The journey, there and back, would take no more than 2 days. After finishing his explanation, Xing Yin produced a small flying boat from his storage pouch, cradling it in his hands with an air of affectionate reverence. Xiao Fan's eyes sparkled with astonishment. He never anticipated that the Martial Arts Academy harbored such a treasure, which took him by surprise. Very well, I accept, he declared, swiftly seizing the flying vessel and the task token before turning and departing in haste. Wait, I have yet to instruct you on how to operate the flying vessel, Xing Yin called out, hastily pursuing him. I can manage on my own, no need for concern. Xiao Fan replied. Upon hearing this, Xing Yin felt a flicker of doubt, but ultimately halted in his tracks. Xiao Fan made his way to a secluded area, donned a disguise, and hurriedly left the Martial Academy, heading towards the Western Duke's residence. An hour later, he finally returned to the Duke's mansion and encountered Aunt Feng and the amiable steward among others, Rosen and Du Gongjian. Along with 6 newly inducted members of the Duke's household, had successfully ascended to the first level of the Cleansing Marrow realm, while others had also achieved remarkable breakthroughs, significantly enhancing the strength of the Duke's household. Are there any pressing issues that the Duke's mansion is facing? Xiao Fan inquired. The others exchanged glances, hesitant to speak, until their eyes settled on Aunt Feng. Feel free to express your concerns. Xiao Fan gestured for Aunt Feng to speak freely, urging her to share all the challenges they had encountered. Recently, the estate of the Marquis had faced numerous targeted attacks, and the identity of the mastermind remained elusive. Particularly concerning were the incidents at the horse ranch and the tavern. Aunt Feng recounted the events of this period. The ranch had suffered sabotage, resulting in the poisoning of several horses. The tavern frequently encountered troublesome patrons, whose grievances were not genuinely about the food or the drinks, but rather appeared to be premeditated provocations. This series of tribulations had led to a significant decline in the Marquis' income, teetering dangerously close to a state of financial distress. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan felt utterly overwhelmed. They truly had no means to guard against such underhanded tactics. He resolved to uncover the puppet master behind it all, vowing to make them pay back in double measures. Xiao Fan coldly remarked that, in truth, he could deduce the answer without any investigation. However, his current capabilities were insufficient, necessitating such an approach. As for the issue of expenditure exceeding income, he would devise a solution. For now, he urged the others to endure for a while longer. Having spoken, Xiao Fan entered the secluded chamber to commence his alchemical practices. It was only at the hour of lantern lighting that he ceased his endeavors and summoned Aunt Feng. Xiao Fan entrusted her with 50 healing blood pills, 100 strengthening pills, and 200 yuan spirit pills. Before setting up a protective array for the mansion and taking his leave, Aunt Feng gazed at the table laden with elixirs, her mind in a state of bewilderment. Should these potions be distributed, even if the Marquis' residents were unable to issue monthly stipends, no one would wish to depart. Amidst the dark and windy night, Xiao Fan summoned his flying vessel, drawing upon the memories of his previous life to take command. With a swift command, the vessel expanded instantly, hovering gracefully in the air. Xiao Fan gazed at the small flying vessel before him, perfectly designed for a single occupant, and nodded in satisfaction. With a swift push of his legs, he leapt aboard, instantly enveloped by a sensation of weightlessness. Steady now. Xiao Fan took a while to acclimate to the vessel. It had been far too long since he last navigated one. Even in his previous life, It was only during his more vulnerable years that he had employed such a craft. Let us depart. After affirming a direction, the flying boat surged forth with a swift whoosh, vanishing into the vastness of the night. How exhilarating! At this pace, he could truly reach his destination in a day and return in two. Xiao Fan murmured to himself as the flying vessel continued its steady course, consuming minimal amounts of vital energy, allowing him to sustain his journey to the Palace of Ice. It was not until the sun rose in the east that Xiao Fan descended to the ground and stowed away the vessel. He consulted his map and noted that he had traversed nearly half of the distance. Beyond the city ahead lay the northern reaches of the Grading Kingdom. The border city? Xiao Fan gazed at the markings on the map and resolved to venture inside. Before long, he found himself in the boundary city, which was remarkably vibrant, rivaling even the grandeur of the imperial city, if not surpassing it. This might be attributed to its geographical significance. As a city straddling the divide between the north and south, it thrived in commerce, albeit as a melting pot of diverse elements. The temperature here was noticeably cooler, a brisk chill sweeping over him, erasing his fatigue. Indeed, it was a splendid place. Xiao Fan let out a long sigh, gradually moving forward while taking in the scenery that flanked the streets. The black market? As he continued on his path, he unexpectedly came across the bold characters of black market displayed prominently by the roadside. Peering inside, he indeed spotted a bustling trading hub, extending far beyond his line of sight. It was truly audacious. The black market could be so brazenly ostentatious. Xiao Fan murmured to himself, his interest piqued, and resolved to venture inside. Before long, he found himself amidst the so-called black market, bustling with activity and vibrant with life. As he strolled through the throngs, he encountered a captivating announcement. Do not miss the freshly unearthed antiques. Come, knowledgeable connoisseurs. Among the alluring sights was a snow-clad maiden from the far north, only 18 years of age, as gentle as a flowing stream, offered for a mere 10,000 gold coins. The more Xiao Fan listened, the more astonished he became. The more he observed, the greater his fury grew. These vendors brazenly sold human beings in public. Some grave robbers had even brought coffins, revealing the ghastly remains within, all in the name of fairness to young and old alike. Xiao Fan could comprehend all of this, yet when he witnessed someone attempting to sell their own child, he found himself utterly unable to accept it. Master, the coffin at the stall on the right contains treasures. Just as Xiao Fan endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions, the urgent voice of Xiao Jiu reached his ears. Xiao Fan immediately turned and approached, peering closely to discover nothing but a skeleton and a brown dagger of indeterminate material. Master, it is that dagger. Xiao Jiu's voice resonated once more, prompting Xiao Fan to swiftly grasp the dagger. Put it down. I shall take this dagger. Chapter 82, like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Before Xiao Fan could take a closer look, an unfriendly voice interrupted him. He turned his head to see a young man clad in exquisite robes gazing coldly at him, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful young woman and 2 guards. Xiao Fan remained silent, turning his gaze towards the stall owner and inquired, "How much for this dagger?" The stall owner's eyes darted around, and he extended a single finger. 1 gold coin? Xiao Fan, unwilling to engage in speculation, casually tossed a gold coin aside, swiftly stowing his dagger into his storage pouch, and turned to depart. Ah, are you dismissing me like a beggar? I am referring to a sum of 10,000 gold coins. The vendor grasped Xiao Fan's arm firmly and raised a finger, waving it in the air. Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the vendor would demand such an exorbitant price, akin to a gaping maw. If you're impoverished, you ought to refrain from embarrassing yourself. Quickly, produce the dagger, the young man jeered, obstructing Xiao Fan's path. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan felt no urgency. He retrieved the dagger from his storage pouch, returned it to its rightful place, and reclaimed the gold coin. Since you were so eager to play the fool, I shall graciously oblige. After Xiao Fan concluded his remarks, he stepped aside, a smile playing on his lips as he observed the unfolding scene. The commotion drew a number of onlookers, captivated by the spectacle. The young man shot Xiao Fan a fierce glare, yet he refrained from purchasing the dagger. The vendor, in a state of acute anxiety, had anticipated a lucrative sale, only to find himself with no buyers. Mr. Shiman, I want that dagger. Please buy it for me. The woman implored, persistently tugging at the young man's arm, her alluring curves brushing against him. Dear Xuyan, we cannot accept items touched by the deceased. Allow me to procure something else for you, all right? Mr. Shiman gently caressed the woman's waist, seeking to alleviate the awkwardness with a plausible excuse. No. I only want this dagger. Xiao protested, stamping her foot defiantly, her lips pursed in determination. Regret washed over Mr. Xiao as he lamented his decision to thwart Xiao Fan. How could he justify spending 10,000 gold coins on a dagger of uncertain quality? He believed it to be worth no more than 10 coins. Hey, lower the price for me. Did you hear that? Mr. Xiao shouted at the vendor, prompting laughter from the crowd. What are you laughing at? Do you wish to provoke me? He bellowed again, causing the onlookers to fall silent, fear etched on their faces. The vendor found himself in a quandary, hesitating as he struggled to articulate a complete thought. How about this? I will offer 100 gold coins, Xiao Fan interjected, producing the coins and waving them before the vendor. Deal. The vendor's face lit up with joy as he eagerly accepted the gold, handing the dagger to Xiao Fan, fearful that he might change his mind. Upon witnessing this, Mr. Xiao bore a knowing smile. How audacious. You dare purchase something my partner desires? Hand it over. With that, he reached out his right hand, aiming for the storage pouch at Xiao Fan's waist. Xiao Fan inwardly scoffed repeatedly and with a swift motion, struck out his hand. With a resounding slap, young Master Xiao was sent flying, several teeth scattering from his mouth. Hiss. How audacious of him to strike young Master Xiao. He surely would not leave the city unscathed. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be an outsider, perhaps unaware of who young Master Xiao truly was. How could one possibly be ignorant? He was the son of the city lord, renowned across several surrounding towns. The crowd buzzed with gossip, their faces betraying a wicked sense of delight. Upon seeing his teeth on the ground, young Master Xiao erupted in a fit of rage, blood spraying profusely. You are finished. I shall not only extract every last one of your teeth, but also flay your skin, drink your blood, and torment you to the brink of death. His eyes were bloodshot, and although his speech was somewhat slurred, he managed to articulate his threats completely. The onlookers wished to laugh, but dared not do so. Their faces flushed with suppressed mirth. Is that so? The last person who uttered such words to me now has grass growing high upon their grave. Xiao Fan remained utterly unperturbed by the air of the city lord's mansion, dismissing him with indifference. Arrogance, come forth. With a grand gesture, young Master Xiao signaled, prompting the two guards behind him to swiftly spring into action, drawing their long swords to strike at Xiao Fan. Humph! Xiao Fan let out a cold snort. And with a fierce swing of the god-slaying sword, the blade emitted a resonant hum. The sharp, jarring sound of metal clashing reverberated through the air, instantly igniting a flurry of sparks as the sword's aura coiled around him. Two severed blades flew outwards, striking the ground with a crisp metallic ring. How could this be possible? The two guards stared in disbelief at the broken swords in their hands, their eyes wide as lanterns. Xiao Fan paid no heed to their reactions, wielding the god-slaying sword once more, causing two heads to roll, drenched in crimson. How audacious of these mere peak refinement stage warriors to act so brazenly before him. They were utterly oblivious to their impending doom. The exquisite woman let out a shrill scream, clutching tightly to young Master Xiao, her complexion ashen, for she had never witnessed such a gruesome spectacle. At that moment, the onlookers stood agape, their hearts gripped by an unparalleled shock. How could he have accomplished this? A mere 6th level of body refinement, and with a single stroke. He had slain two peak warriors? Impossible. It must be an illusion. Young Master Xiao narrowed his eyes. The decapitation of the two guards did little to temper his rage, instead igniting it further. Get away, you worthless fools! He exclaimed, shoving aside the terrified woman and drawing his sword, charging forward. Xiao Fan let out a cold laugh, dismissing the mere 1st level of the blood condensation realm as he scoffed at the audacity of his opponent to prance before him. Death. With the utterance of this word, a technique of slaughter was unleashed, manifesting as sword shadows that swept through the air like autumn winds scattering fallen leaves, the sword aura flying in all directions. The onlookers retreated in haste, fearing the repercussions of the unfolding chaos. It was their first encounter with such formidable swordsmanship, evoking a blend of fear and exhilaration. Stalls were overturned, goods lay strewn across the ground, and dust erupted into the air. A sickening sound echoed as blades pierced flesh, prompting the spectators to cover their mouths. Their eyes fixated on the battleground. They witnessed the young master of the Xiao family, who had surged forward, come to a sudden halt, maintaining his forward posture as blood gushed from his mouth. What had transpired? What had happened to the young master? Who knows? Perhaps you should inquire further. The onlookers were bewildered. Xiao Fan's swordplay was so swift that they could not discern the specifics of the battle. A strikingly beautiful woman rushed forward, intent on aiding the young master. Yet, as she reached out her hands, the figure before her abruptly split in twain. A piercing scream escaped her lips as she fainted on the spot. This was followed by a cacophony of retching from the crowd. The scene was too horrific for anyone to dare glance a second time. Quickly, notify the city lord's manor. The young master has been severed in half. A voice cried out, prompting many to hasten towards the city lord's residence, their astonishment lingering long after the incident. Chapter 83. Northern Ice City. Xiao Fan bore no psychological burden as he clapped his hands and prepared to depart from the black market. It was him. A sudden voice rang out, and upon closer inspection, Xiao Fan noticed over 10 armored figures striding forward, all of them at the pinnacle of the refinement realm. The people from the Lord's Manor? Xiao Fan made a conjecture and simultaneously halted his steps, bracing himself for combat. Upon witnessing the dismembered remains of young Master Shiman, the group drew their weapons, their fury palpable. "Seize him," commanded the leader with a sweeping gesture, and the throng charged towards Xiao Fan, their armor clattering ominously. "You seek your own demise," Xiao Fan shouted in a deep voice, advancing rather than retreating, wielding the god-slaying sword as he plunged into the throng. With a series of piercing strikes, the sword cleaved through the masses, severing heads and splattering blood, accompanied by incessant wails of agony. How could this be? Was even the city guard no match for him? It was utterly terrifying. Who on earth was he? The spectators surrounding the scene murmured among themselves, their perceptions shattered by Xiao Fan's overwhelming prowess. Such a level of slaughter, surpassing all expectations, was unprecedented. The visual and psychological shock left an indelible mark upon their minds. In merely a dozen breaths, numerous heads had rolled to the ground, and the gruesome spectacle resembled a hellish nightmare. Xiao Fan stood resolutely with his sword, drenched in blood. Yet not a single drop was his own. The surroundings fell into an instantaneous hush, as if one could hear the rhythmic beating of their own hearts. Suddenly, two piercing sounds sliced through the air, and the newcomers swiftly came to a halt amidst the pile of corpses. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly as he observed them, his grip on the sword tightening. Two individuals at the pinnacle of the blood condensation realm? Indeed, they came in waves. He muttered silently to himself, his expression disturbingly calm. Regardless of who you are, anyone daring to slay a member of the city lord's manor must be prepared for death, one of the blood condensation practitioners coldly remarked, advancing step by step towards Xiao Fan with his sword drawn. Xiao Fan retreated a few steps, leading those around him to believe he was frightened and preparing to flee. It was imperative to resolve the matter swiftly. Xiao Fan murmured to himself as the true energy surged wildly within the chaotic realm. Void Sky Palm. With the utterance of these words, an endless wave of palm winds howled forth, instantly depleting the surrounding air, as dozens of palm imprints descended from above. How is this possible? The two individuals at the blood condensation realm glanced upwards, their breaths quickening, as an overwhelming pressure relentlessly bore down upon them. "Block it for me." They simultaneously unleashed their fist imprints, yet it was futile. Their strikes were instantly obliterated. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of palm imprints swiftly descended, causing the ground to tremble incessantly, while nearby structures began to collapse amidst the swirling dust, creating a scene of unparalleled terror. The onlookers had retreated far back, witnessing such a dreadful spectacle. Their legs grew weak. Many crouched on the ground, hands clasped over their heads, trembling uncontrollably. As the dust settled and tranquility returned, a massive crater was revealed on the ground. Within that crater, the two blood condensation realm practitioners had been reduced to mere fragments, indistinguishable from the earth. Their flesh and blood mingled with the soil. Hiss! Did this truly occur? Someone slapped me. I must be dreaming. The spectators finally regained their senses, rendered numb, utterly unable to discern reality from illusion. "Who killed my son? Come forth and pay with your life." A hoarse voice echoed, accompanied by the sound of breaking air and an endless fury. "This is bad. It's a peak-washing marrow realm expert." Xiao Fan sensed the precariousness of his situation and swiftly employed his agility, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers in an instant. "There is no escape." That voice rang out once more, its owner darting forward with remarkable speed, closely pursuing Xiao Fan. "Thief, return my son's life." The chilling call echoed through the air, prompting Xiao Fan to glance back, where he beheld a middle-aged man clad in splendid attire. "Tell your son to be more cautious in his next life. Farewell." Upon concluding his words, Xiao Fan produced his flying vessel and vanished into the horizon in an instant. How infuriating! Regardless of your identity. Even if you were to hide in the farthest corners of the earth, I shall devour you whole. The middle-aged man halted, veins bulging in his rage. After uttering his fierce threat, he swiftly returned to the black market. Shortly thereafter, the entire city began to enforce a lockdown, allowing entry but forbidding exit. with patrolling guards of the city lord's estate stationed throughout. A throng of individuals hastily exited the northern city gate, heading northward, a dark mass in motion. Xiao Fan surged forward at full speed, the wind whistling fiercely in his ears. "Xiao, what is so special about that dagger?" Xiao Fan inquired. "Well, I am not entirely certain, but I sense that it has the ability to mend the cracks in my cauldron's body." "It can mend the cracks? Then it is indeed worth it," Xiao Fan murmured to himself, formulating a plan in his mind. When the opportune moment arrived, he would assist Xiao in mending the damage. "Master, the cracks are not merely superficial. The interior of the cauldron is already riddled with scars," came Xiao's sorrowful voice. Xiao Fan paused, realizing he had overlooked the interior damage. A wave of guilt washed over him. Yet he could only proceed with the restoration gradually. "Xiao, I shall help you mend it slowly, so do not worry." Xiao Fan offered a soothing sound, falling silent thereafter. As night descended, he finally touched down upon the ground, where feather-like snowflakes cascaded gently, causing even his eyelashes to frost over. Upon unfolding the map, he observed that beyond the looming North Ice City lay the Palace of Frost. Xiao Fan stepped forward, traversing the deep snow, as he entered the city of Beipeiqing. The cold was biting. He exhaled warm breath, rubbing his hands together, and pressed on. Countless ice lanterns illuminated the streets, casting a brilliance akin to daylight, creating a stunning visual spectacle. The city was abuzz with activity. Perhaps the inhabitants had grown accustomed to the chill, revealing a scene of vibrant prosperity at every turn. The enticing aroma of steaming wontons wafted through the air, leading Xiao Fan to enter a shop and order a bowl. As he settled down, he noticed that the establishment was filled entirely with young women, all gazing at him with synchronized intensity. Their attire was identical, adorned with the embroidered insignia of the Ice Palace on their chests. In light of this scene, Xiao Fan could not help but smooth his flowing hairstyle. How vain. I suppose he too is here to partake in the Ice Palace's apprentice assessment. Not to mention, he does possess quite an appealing countenance. Upon hearing the term handsome, Xiao Fan straightened his chest, and his chiseled features elicited a chorus of gasps from the surrounding women. "May I inquire where one might procure ice flame grass?" Xiao Fan inclined his hand in a courteous gesture towards the nearest woman and inquired softly. Upon hearing his words, the women stifled their laughter, leaving Xiao Fan perplexed as to their meaning. "You still wish to acquire the ice flame grass? It is indeed a rare treasure. While we possess it in the cold Ice Palace, it is neither for sale nor for distribution. It is exceedingly precious." Xiao Fan finally comprehended that acquiring the ice flame grass through conventional means was an impossibility. "When does the Ice Palace accept servants?" he inquired once more. "Tomorrow. Be sure to arrive early, as the slots for servants at the Ice Palace are limited," replied one of the women, winking at Xiao Fan with an eagerness that suggested she might leap towards him at any moment. Chapter 84. Entering the Wolf's Denver. Xiao Fan hurriedly finished a bowl of wontons, tossed a gold coin aside, and departed. The gaze of the woman was dreadfully intense, as if she intended to devour him whole. He sought refuge in a secluded area, leaped onto his flying vessel, and vanished into the night sky. Nearly a quarter of an hour later, Xiao Fan found himself hovering above the Ice Palace. He dared not venture too deeply and randomly descended upon the roof of a dwelling. Crack! Just as he retracted his flying vessel, the glazed tiles beneath his feet emitted an ominous sound. A pang of anxiety gripped his heart, compelling him to shift his feet, but alas, it was too late. With a thunderous crash, he plummeted along with the tiles. Another splash echoed, and a warm current enveloped his entire being, as if he had fallen into a warm bath. "Help! A rogue! Come quickly, seize the rogue!" In an instant, screams erupted, startling Xiao Fan into an abrupt standing position as he surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, his blood surged with excitement, and his heart raced. All he could see were numerous pairs of gleaming white limbs swaying incessantly, drowning out all other sounds. However, the delightful scene was short-lived, for the female disciples swiftly wrapped themselves in bathrobes, encircling him tightly. Xiao Fan wiped away the blood from his nose, raised his hands, and surrendered. He acknowledged that he was at fault and accepted the punishment that awaited him, believing it would not lead to his demise. "I did not mean to do it. Do you believe me?" After Xiao Fan finished speaking, he quietly observed their reactions, his heart in disarray. "Who would believe you? You rogue. Indeed, capture him and hand him over to the Ice Palace for handling." Xiao Fan found himself on the verge of tears, lamenting his unfortunate landing. Of all places, he had chosen to descend upon the rooftop of another's bathroom. Now, in a most unfortunate turn of events, with the coveted ice flame herb still out of reach. He was mistaken for a rogue and bound by a gathering of women. Shortly thereafter, he was dragged away, a sign emblazoned with the words rogue affixed to his person. His body scraped against the ground. Yet, fortunately, his tough skin and the thick blanket of snow beneath him rendered the experience less painful. As he was taken along, more disciples from the cold ice palace, all young women of striking beauty, began to gather, drawn by the spectacle. How audacious they were, lacking even a semblance of discretion. Could they not have approached this lady's abode more subtly? It was a fanciful thought. Just look at that handsome visage. He was indeed to my taste. The women chattered animatedly, their remarks growing bolder and more explicit with each passing moment. Xiao Fan was unexpectedly tugged by an unseen force, causing his garments to tear apart instantly, revealing his robust physique. A gasp of astonishment escaped someone's lips, prompting everyone to halt in their tracks and direct their attention towards Xiao Fan. At that moment, he could distinctly hear the rapid thumping of their hearts and their hurried breaths. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he managed to bring them back to reality. Ah, pervert. Scoundrel. The women reacted with a chorus of shrieks, leaving Xiao Fan bewildered. Stop shouting. I've already been exposed to your gaze. Why don't you hurry and change? Xiao Fan felt a surge of annoyance and shouted, successfully silencing them. The surroundings fell into a sudden hush, bringing him a sense of relief as he no longer had to endure their vacuous chatter. How manly. I absolutely adore it. Get away. Don't compete with me. Upon hearing such discussions, Xiao Fan felt a wave of despair wash over him, his eyes dimming as he gazed skyward with a heavy sigh. He was unaware of how long he had been dragged along, nor how many hands had groped his chest and abs, until he was finally pulled into a grand palace. Elder Weiwa, this rogue has trespassed into the ice palace and intruded upon our bathing quarters to spy on us. Please, Elder Weiwa, punish him for his transgressions. One of the female disciples slightly bowed, articulating Xiao Fan's offenses. Such a peculiar matter? The one named Weiwa rose from her seat and descended slowly, her eye scrutinizing Xiao Fan. Sixth layer of body refinement, mediocre cultivation. Speak. How did you manage to infiltrate the ice palace so stealthily? Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan sat up, his expression as tranquil as still water. I came to partake in the assessment for the servant disciples, honestly. I'm unsure how I ended up here. Do you believe me? As he uttered these words, a chuckle nearly escaped him, but he restrained it. Yuehua fixed her gaze upon him, yet could not discern whether he was lying. For now, I shall take your word for it. But why did you attempt to spy on them while they bathed? A frostiness crept across Yuehua's features. If Xiao Fan could not provide a satisfactory explanation, she would not hesitate to render him powerless. I truly did not mean to. If you do not believe me, no explanation I offer will suffice. Xiao Fan spread his hands, opting not to provide any explanation, for the more one elaborates, the darker the situation becomes. Do you truly believe I lack the courage to take your life? Upon finishing her words, Yuehua unleashed the aura of a pinnacle-washing marrow realm expert. Raising her right hand, poised to strike down, Xiao Fan remained silent, gazing intently as the enormous hand drew nearer, certain that should it strike, he would either perish or be gravely injured. Noticing Xiao Fan's lack of response, Yuehua abruptly halted. The palm did not descend. Very well. I shall impose upon you the task of repairing the bathhouse throughout the night, and then you must clear away the accumulated snow from the entirety of the ice palace. Off you go. With that, several female disciples untied him, seemingly unconcerned about his potential escape. Xiao Fan contemplated for a moment. Was this not precisely in accordance with his desires? The snow could be cleared gradually, but the primary focus remained on investigating the whereabouts of the ice flame herb. Indeed. I shall proceed at once. He donned a new garment and respectfully bowed to Yuehua before taking his leave. The female disciples voiced no objections, as it merely involved a fleeting glance, hardly a significant loss. As the night deepened, the snowfall intensified. Xiao Fan dedicated half an hour to restoring the bathhouse. Sealing off the frigid air from outside, the bathhouse soon regained its warmth, with the hot spring bubbling and gurgling melodiously. Plop! Xiao Fan tore off his garments and leaped into the bath, reveling in the delightful experience. Ah, how blissful! He couldn't help but emit a sound of pleasure, closing his eyes to savor this rare moment of tranquility. Creak! Suddenly, the sound of a door opening startled Xiao Fan, causing his previously relaxed form to tense once more. Elder Yuehua? Upon seeing the approaching figure, Xiao Fan instinctively recoiled, hastily covering his vital areas with his hands. What is this gesture? I have encountered far grander spectacles, Yuehua remarked, her expression rife with disdain, tinged with a hint of aversion. No, Elder Yuehua, is there something you require? Xiao Fan felt as though he had ventured into a den of wolves, constantly on the brink of being devoured. Speak. Who brought you here? What is your true purpose in the Ice Palace? Yuehua's eyes turned icy, and the overwhelming aura of a peak cleansing marrow realm enveloped him, making it difficult for Xiao Fan to breathe. Xiao Fan felt a sense of foreboding as he sensed several terrifying auras lingering outside the bathroom. He rose to his feet, donned his clothing, and dried himself off, then respectfully clasped his hands before Yuehua. I am Xiao Fan, a student of the Hunting Deer Martial Academy. I have come to the Ice Palace solely to procure a stalk of ice flame grass. Xiao Fan revealed his true intentions, gauging their reactions before formulating a plan. Chapter 85. Encountering the Snowman Again. Xiao Fan hesitated for a moment before presenting his identity token once more. 6th level of body refinement, advanced class. It appears that the Martial Academy is increasingly deteriorating. After scrutinizing his identity information, Yuehua furrowed her brow repeatedly, yet the token was undeniably authentic. Xiao Fan was left speechless. He had no desire to ascend to the advanced class. It was the Martial Academy that had made an exception for his promotion. May I ask Elder Yuehua if the Ice Palace could sell me a stalk of ice flame grass? Xiao Fan did not dwell on her words. He was solely focused on obtaining the ice flame grass. Yuehua shook her head, and a fleeting glimmer of sorrow passed through her eyes. The ice flame grass is exceedingly precious, and the Ice Palace would never part with it. If there is nothing else, you may clear away the accumulated snow and take your leave. With that, Yuehua returned the identification token and exited the bathhouse. Xiao Fan let out a sigh. His mind already made up. Having come this far, he would not return empty-handed. He was not in a hurry to clear the snow, for the Ice Palace was vast and the snowfall incessant, rendering the task of snow removal never-ending. On this cold night, he decided it prudent to first seek shelter before addressing the matter at hand. Xiao Fan rubbed his hands together and stepped outside, meandering in the vicinity. The Ice Palace was built against the mountains, and the higher he ascended, the colder it became. After wandering to the halfway point, Xiao Fan finally discovered an unoccupied woodshed. Though it lacked a door, it was certainly preferable to being exposed to the chilling winds from all sides. Xiao Fan exhaled softly, swiftly burrowing into the warmth, which enveloped him pleasantly. Suddenly, a white shadow darted out, vanishing instantly beyond the door. What was that? Startled, Xiao Fan sprang to his feet, employing his agile skills to pursue the fleeting figure. However, upon stepping outside, the white shadow had disappeared completely, leaving no trace behind. Furrowing his brow, he began to search the surroundings. He couldn't shake the feeling that this white shadow seemed oddly familiar, reminiscent of the snowman he had encountered earlier in the small world of the Hengduan Mountains, albeit smaller in size, roughly akin to that of an adult monkey. Could it be that snowmen also inhabit this place? Xiao Fan murmured softly, a sense of urgency gripping his heart as he intensified his search. He broadened his scope, unaware of how long he had been searching, yet still found no clues. Ahead lay a series of courtyards, their lights flickering. Undoubtedly the abodes of the disciples of the Ice Palace. Xiao Fan cast a glance behind him and turned to leave, wishing to avoid further misunderstandings. Alas, just as he had taken a few steps, a faint cry for help reached his ears. What was happening? Xiao Fan murmured to himself, turning to the direction from whence the sound emanated, which was from a nearby courtyard. Without a second thought, he employed his agility to hasten towards it at the utmost speed. In mere moments, Xiao Fan arrived. The gate stood ajar. Drawing forth the god-slaying sword, he ventured inside. A cacophony of chewing reached his ears, sending shivers down his spine. He recognized that sound all too well. It was the unmistakable sound of a snowman devouring a heart. With this realization, he dashed into the room. In a swift flash, a white figure darted through the window, leaving a gory trail of blood in its wake. Damn it! It was indeed a snowman. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Fan pursued relentlessly. There was no escape. He shouted, unleashing his sword with a swift motion, the blade slicing through the air with a piercing cry. Caw! The snowman let out a roar, plunging into the deep snow, evading Xiao Fan's strike. Truly cunning. Xiao Fan murmured to himself and hurried over, only to find that the snowman had vanished without a trace, the entrance now concealed beneath a blanket of snow. Curse that snowman. I hope I do not encounter you again. Xiao Fan uttered a harsh exclamation, preparing to depart, when suddenly, a sound reminiscent of something slicing through the air reached his ears from behind. You audacious thief, come and face your demise. Even before the figure arrived, a metallic net, measuring approximately 10 feet in diameter, descended upon him. Who goes there? Xiao Fan shouted, and with a swift stroke of his sword, Sparks flew as the metallic net was instantaneously torn apart. At last, the figure approached Xiao Fan, surveying the bloodstains on the ground and the devastated metal mesh, her fury reaching a boiling point. Damn heart thief, perish. With that, she brandished her longsword, unleashing a flurry of ice spikes aimed directly at Xiao Fan. What the hell? I am not a heart thief. Xiao Fan shouted once more, delivering a swift horizontal slash that shattered the ice spikes in an instant. Dare to argue? Prepare to pay with your life. She paid no heed to Xiao Fan's attempts at explanation and swung her sword again, sending a barrage of ice spikes hurtling towards him. You are truly obstinate. Upon concluding his words, Xiao Fan sheathed the god-slaying sword and unleashed a formidable punch. The terrifying gust of his fist surged forth, shattering all the ice spears into fragments. The woman's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. How could someone with merely the 6th level of body refinement so effortlessly withstand her assault? At that moment, numerous disciples from the Ice Palace, drawn by the sounds of combat, gathered around. Sister Xinshin, who is he? Inquired one female disciple. He is the heart-picking thief, everyone. Swiftly eliminate him to avenge our fallen sisters, replied the one named Xinshin, preparing to strike again. Wait, please clarify the situation first. Do not wrongfully accuse an innocent. Xiao Fan hastily intervened, feeling unjustly accused as a heart thief despite having come to capture the snowman. A sense of discomfort lingered within him. Do not heed his cunning defenses. Let us all take action and eliminate him. Xian, seemingly devoid of reason, charged at Xiao Fan with her sword. The others swiftly drew their weapons, encircling Xiao Fan in a tight formation. The majority of them possessed the cultivation of the body refinement realm, with a few at the lower blood condensation realm. Should this truly escalate into a battle for survival, Xiao Fan harbored no fear. A band of fools. Xiao Fan was equally infuriated, if it came to it. She would fight, eliminate them, and then flee. Enough. At that moment of escalating tension, Yue Hua's voice pierced through, halting their assault. She halted beside Xian, casting a frosty gaze at Xiao Fan and inquired, "What is happening? Why do you not question her? Truly, good intentions yield no reward." Xiao Fan replied coldly, his anger still simmering within. Mother, he is indeed a heart thief, having just stolen Xiao Fang's heart. As Xian spoke, her voice quivered and she began to weep, her sorrow intensifying, which surprisingly quelled Xiao Fan's fury. Yu Hua gently patted her back, exuding a maternal warmth that starkly contrasted with her earlier demeanor. Enough of the tears. Your mother understands, she offered comfortingly, her gaze shifting back to Xiao Fan. You have an opportunity to explain. There is nothing to elucidate. There are no heart thieves. Only a snowman that consumes hearts. Upon uttering these words, the disciples appeared skeptical, yet Yu Hua was taken aback momentarily before nodding in acknowledgement. You all may disperse. He is not a heart thief. To Xiao Fan's astonishment, Yu Hua dismissed the disciples, as if a revelation had dawned upon him. Mother, Xian began. But Yu Hua interrupted, insisting that she stay. It was then that Xiao Fan truly beheld the woman named Xian, who was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, albeit rather naïve. Chapter 86, Third time's the charm. Xiao Fan, have you seen the snowman? Yu Hua inquired. Yes, it vanished right here. Xiao Fan pointed towards the snow below, where patches were stained with dark red blood. You are deceiving me. How can you be certain it is a snowman? Xian suddenly exclaimed, her disbelief palpable. Are you aware of the events in the Hongduan Mountains? In that small world, there are snowmen far more ferocious than this. Xiao Fan initially had no desire to elaborate. Yet witnessing her tear-streaked visage stirred a sense of compassion within him. Xian shook her head, oblivious to the mention of the Hongduan Mountains, and indifferent to the desire for knowledge about them. However, Yu Hua was aware. Although she had not been present, she had heard whispers of the incident thereafter. Do tell me about this snowman, she urged. Let us converse about it at a more opportune moment. I have pressing matters to attend to now. I must take my leave. Xiao Fan rubbed his hands together, turned, and walked towards the direction of the woodshed. Yue Hua made no attempt to stop him, allowing his departure. And no one could discern her thoughts. Mother, who is he? Why have I never seen him before? Xian inquired. Let us converse as we walk, replied her mother. The two women gradually moved away, and after they had distanced themselves, a white shadow emerged from the snow, vanishing swiftly into the night. Xiao Fan returned to the firewood shed, gathered some dry wood, and kindled a fire. Gradually, the temperature within the room began to rise, providing him with a sense of comfort. After thoroughly inspecting the shed and finding no clues, he settled down in a cross-legged position to meditate. The following day, As dawn broke, Xiao Fan was stirred awake by the cacophony outside. Have you heard? Another incident occurred last night. I overheard my partner mention that a girl named Xiao Fan was involved. Her heart was similarly extracted. A chorus of discussions echoed from outside, prompting Xiao Fan to open his eyes, filled with curiosity. Men? Are there men in the ice palace? He murmured to himself as he stepped outside, where he indeed encountered a number of young men passing by. Each was adorned in splendid attire, their faces aglow as though they were on their way to a gathering, all moving in the same direction. Strangely, their clothing did not bear the insignia of the ice palace, yet they appeared to reside and dine there without hindrance. Excuse me. You lowly servant disciple are not worthy to converse with me. As Xiao Fan was about to inquire further, he was abruptly reprimanded by one of them. He could only shake his head and refrain from asking any more questions. They had clearly relegated him to the status of a mere servant disciple. Shortly thereafter, the commotion at the foot of the mountain grew lively, filled with the clamor of voices, undoubtedly signaling the commencement of the assessment for the servant disciples. Xiao Fan did not venture to watch. Instead, he meandered around the mountain. Yet he failed to uncover the whereabouts of the frost firegrass and was compelled to return to the woodhouse for warmth. Unbeknownst to him, his visage had already been illustrated by XIN and affixed to the notice board of the ice palace. Boldly inscribed upon it were the words peeping pervert and suspected heart thief, which instantly ignited a flurry of chatter among the onlookers. Why does this person seem so familiar? One exclaimed. Ah, I remember now. He is that menial disciple. A voice rang out, and many recollected having caught a glimpse of him at the entrance of the woodhouse. Let us go seize him. Fueled by indignation, the crowd began to mobilize, a throng of men making their way toward the woodhouse. Accompanying them, XIN led a group of female disciples in pursuit. Before long, they arrived at the exterior of the woodhouse, with over 100 individuals encircling it, rendering any escape impossible. As there was no door, they easily spotted Xiao Fan seated cross-legged within, and naturally, he too observed them. Come out, you heart thief. How dare you linger here? You are truly brazen, shouted a young man, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Fan within the woodhouse. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow slightly. Upon noticing XIN in the distance, everything became clear to him. He rose and stepped outside, his expression serene, betraying neither joy nor sorrow. Who are you? What brings you here? Xiao Fan inquired. He was indeed curious whether these men were disciples of the ice palace, as their attire differed significantly. We are the sons-in-law of the ice palace. As for someone like you, a nefarious figure, we can only expedite your removal, one of the men declared before launching a punch towards Xiao Fan's face. Xiao Fan did not retaliate. He merely sidestepped to evade the attack. The assailant, having missed his strike and lost face, instantly succumbed to fury and launched another kick. Xiao Fan evaded once more, not out of fear, but rather with a mindset of avoiding unnecessary conflict, especially since he had yet to acquire the ice flame grass. Humph. If you have the courage, do not hide. The individual displayed a facade of righteous anger. He, a formidable peak-level body refining expert, could not strike down a mere 6th-level body refiner, leaving him utterly humiliated. Fool. Xiao Fan coldly uttered a single phrase, and it was this very statement that incited the man's fury to the fullest extent. Audacious. The man bellowed, drawing forth the long sword from his waist and striking directly at Xiao Fan. Whoosh. Xiao Fan skillfully employed his agility to evade once more. This is the 3rd time. Should you attempt to strike again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Upon finishing his words, Xiao Fan was met with a chorus of laughter from the crowd, who regarded him with utter disdain. It was truly absurd. How could one of mere 6th-layer body refinement dare to speak so audaciously? Such insignificant beings, oblivious to their own mortality. The air was thick with derisive jeers. Yet Xiao Fan remained unfazed, merely shaking his head. To oblivion. With that, the man struck again, thrusting his sword towards Xiao Fan's abdomen, intent on incapacitating him. His malice palpable. Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed as he stepped back, evading the longsword. In a swift motion, he delivered a precise kick to the man's abdomen. The individual let out a pained cry, stumbling backwards, and upon glancing down, he noticed the vital energy leaking from his abdomen. His dantian had been shattered. You have rendered me incapacitated? The man exclaimed, his voice rising in hysteria as he writhed on the ground like a madman, devoid of the earlier bravado. How could this happen? How did he achieve this? It was a sneak attack. This was a sneak attack. Let us strike together and exact vengeance for our fallen sister. Amid their astonishment, the crowd brandished their weapons, gradually tightening the encirclement. They were merely at the advanced stage of body refinement. with a few in the blood condensation realm observing from a distance, too disdainful to intervene. I have stated, I am no traitor. All of you begone. As Xiao Fan concluded his words, those individuals not only refused to depart, but instead surged forward, intent on beating him to death. Kill him! Kill him! The crowd shouted in unison, converging upon him as a multitude of fists rained down upon Xiao Fan's body from all directions. Get away from me! Xiao Fan, consumed by fury, wielded the Divine Slayer sword, unleashing a sweeping shadow of the blade that surged forth with the might to vanquish 1,000 armies. In an instant, those who approached were sent reeling backward, their cries of anguish echoing as blood gushed forth. How could this be? With a single stroke, he felled over a dozen adversaries. Who exactly was he? Those who had not yet made their move were struck dumb, retreating several paces in disarray. Chapter 87. Who else? Xiao Fan has shown restraint. They are merely injured. If he had truly intended to kill, they would have already become lifeless corpses. Who else dares to challenge me? He shouted, wielding the god-slaying sword, surveying his surroundings. Arrogance! Allow me to teach you a lesson. At that moment, a man stepped forward, possessing the first level of blood condensation realm. You are insufficient. Choose another. Xiao Fan cast a glance at him, extending his right index finger and waving it before him. How utterly absurd. A mere 6th level of body refinement daring to speak so brazenly? Allow me to shatter your insolent facade. No sooner had the man finished his proclamation than Xiao Fan sprang into action, launching an offensive. The wind shadow technique was executed to its utmost potential, and with a single punch, he sent the man hurtling through the air. With a resounding thud, the man crashed to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Impossible. This must be a ruse. It was merely a surprise attack, facilitated by speed alone, nothing of great consequence. As witnesses beheld this spectacle, murmurs of discussion erupted, with a unanimous consensus that Xiao Fan had gained the upper hand through deceitful tactics. You dare to injure me? You shall pay dearly. The man struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and brandished his sword, charging forward once more. A sharp crack echoed as Xiao Fan swiftly countered, sending the man sprawling once again before he could even process the encounter. Hiss! What manner of movement is this? It is too swift. I could scarcely discern how he struck. This time, the onlookers refrained from accusing Xiao Fan of a sneak attack, instead recognizing the extraordinary nature of the wind shadow technique, their eyes glimmering with avarice. I shall claim this technique for myself. Such a lowly servant disciple is unworthy of wielding such formidable skills. Indeed, some could no longer contain their desires as a peak first level of blood condensation stepped forward. It was Ji Yi. This servant disciple is doomed. Curiously, he was not adorned in the garb of a servant disciple. Could he be from the Ice Palace? It is plausible. How else could a servant disciple possess the cultivation of the 6th level of body refinement? Finally, someone discerned the anomaly, and speculations regarding Xiao Fan's identity began to circulate, igniting increasing curiosity about him. Are you certain you wish to make a move? Xiao Fan cast a cold gaze upon Ji Yi, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from him. I shall grant you a chance. Transcribe your techniques for me, and kneel to address me as grandfather. In return, I may spare your life. Ji Yi regarded Xiao Fan with a sinister glint in his eyes, his countenance betraying nothing but contempt as he advanced step by step. The man who had retreated to the side moments earlier, his eyes ablaze with fury, appeared poised to launch an assault on Xiao Fan at any moment. Xiao Fan observed his every move with clarity, a smirk of derision blossoming within him. Oh, let us see if you possess the skill to back your bravado. Xiao Fan felt no anger, nor did he harbor any resentment. He nearly burst into laughter. Then allow me to demonstrate what true power is. After Ji Yi spoke, he quickened his pace and charged towards Xiao Fan, delivering a powerful punch. Are we to engage in a contest of physical strength? Very well, I shall indulge you. Xiao Fan pondered to himself, delivering a punch with sheer physical strength. When their fists collided, there was nothing extravagant about it. Both individuals staggered backwards several paces. This clash of pure physicality resulted in a stalemate, with neither party gaining an advantage. The audacity of daring to contest Ji Yi in a test of strength was truly remarkable. In this exchange, Ji Yi likely exerted no more than 30% of his power, and Xiao Fan might as well relish this moment. The crowd buzzed with comments, extolling Ji Yi's formidable prowess while deriding Xiao Fan's overestimation of himself. To withstand 50% of my strength is commendable, but nothing more, Ji Yi declared. Before lunging forward once more, this time channeling 70% of his power as he aimed a punch at Xiao Fan's chest. Xiao Fan did not evade. Instead, he met force with force, amplifying his strength this time. With a resounding thud, he staggered back 2 steps, while Ji was propelled backward by 5 or 6 steps. How could this be? Ji murmured in disbelief, gazing incredulously at Xiao Fan. He had exerted 70% of his physical strength. Yet he still found himself inferior to Xiao Fan. He could not come to terms with such an outcome. You are utterly ignorant of power. After Xiao Fan concluded his words, he blew on his robust fist. Humph. You should have exerted all your strength. Now, you may meet your demise. Upon finishing his statement, Ji's veins bulged, infused with an intense murderous aura as he unleashed a full-force punch. Come at me. Xiao Fan instantaneously summoned all his strength, concentrating it in his right hand as his fist crackled ominously. With a thunderous roar, his fist surged forth, colliding with Ji's own. The sound of a bone-crushing scream erupted as Ji was sent hurtling backwards, crashing violently to the ground. Am I dreaming? This is impossible. How could Ji lose? I refuse to believe it. What is happening? Wasn't he only at the 6th level of body refinement? How could he be so powerful? The eyes of the onlookers widened to the size of lanterns, their faces etched with shock, rendering them speechless in the face of such an astonishing spectacle. At that very moment, a man who had been lurking nearby finally seized the opportunity, charging forward with his sword drawn, preparing to ambush Xiao Fan from behind. I've been waiting for this moment. Xiao Fan swiftly evaded the surprise attack of the sword and immediately clenched his fist, charging forward to unleash a flurry of relentless blows. In an instant, anguish cries filled the air as the assailant was left dazed and bewildered by the onslaught. Xiao Fan's fists descended like raindrops, each strike landing with resounding impact, growing increasingly ferocious with every blow. Wait, I've had enough. The man finally cried out in desperation, faced with the specter of death. He cast aside all notions of pride, but it was too late. Xiao Fan did not afford him the opportunity to concede defeat, continuing to strike until he was satisfied. The man had fallen silent. Apart from a faint breath, his body was swollen and grotesque, resembling that of a pig. This scene horrified the onlookers, who retreated in fear, left utterly speechless by the shocking spectacle. Who else remained? Xiao Fan shouted once more, yet this time no one dared to approach, not even to meet the gaze of his profound eyes. Observing the inertia of those around him, he then directed his attention towards the man named Ji. Advancing towards him step by step. Kneel before me. Xiao Fan shouted in a deep voice, a terrifying aura emanating from him, causing Ji to retreat repeatedly in fear. Impossible. Do you know who I am? Despite his defeat, Ji remained arrogant, completely disregarding Xiao Fan. I care not for your identity. Kneel before me, or face death. Upon finishing his words, Xiao Fan summoned a torrent of true energy from the chaotic realm. He gradually raised his right hand, and a terrifying pressure descended from the heavens. The void sky palm poised to strike at any moment. Ji, feeling the weight of that oppressive force, was genuinely frightened, his lips quivering. My mother is the supreme elder of the Ice Palace. You cannot kill me. It seemed as though Xiao Fan had not heard, as his right hand slowly extended outward, causing the surrounding air to freeze instantaneously. With a thud, Ji's legs went weak, and he collapsed to his knees. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Fan swiftly retracted his palm, causing the oppressive aura to gradually dissipate. Hiss. What martial skill is he about to unleash? Merely the intensity of that pressure is terrifying. He is not human. He is a demon, utterly fearsome. Chapter 88. Calling grandfather, the onlookers were left in a state of shock, rendered numb by the repeated challenges to their understanding and the upheaval of their imaginations, as their perceptions were profoundly impacted. The fact that someone at the 6th tier of body refinement could overpower a 1st-tier blood coagulation realm practitioner without any means of resistance was a revelation they had never before encountered. Xiao Fan stood silently, coldly gazing at the kneeling Ji, commanding, "Call me grandfather." "No, I shall not," Ji retorted defiantly. "My mother will not spare you." Once again, he invoked his mother, yet Xiao Fan remained unmoved by such tactics. "Call me grandfather," he insisted, his tone more forceful, his right hand raised, poised to strike Ji on the crown of his head. "Grandfather." Ji's heart trembled, and he uttered the words, bowing his proud head. "Begone." Upon hearing this command, Ji felt a wave of relief wash over him. He stumbled to his feet, his back dampened with sweat. Xiao Fan then directed his gaze towards the young woman named Xian not far away, realizing that she was frozen in place, her complexion pale, Your mother made herself abundantly clear last night. Why do you persist in this manner? Do you believe me to be easily intimidated? Xiao Fan's words left her utterly bewildered. Initially, she merely intended to embarrass him, never anticipating that the situation would escalate to such proportions. I was just seeking amusement. I never expected it to turn out this way. Xian, witnessing those who had been harmed, felt a surge of panic within her, unsure of how to proceed. Seeking amusement? Can one truly toy with the reputation or even the lives of others for mere entertainment? Xiao Fan's voice erupted like a sharp blade, piercing deeply into Xian's heart, causing her to tremble with pain. I was wrong. I will never dare again, she sobbed, lowering her head as tears streamed down her cheeks. Suddenly, several piercing sounds broke through the air as a group of middle-aged women halted before Xiao Fan, aside from Yuehua. He recognized none of them. Mother, please help me kill him. He has humiliated me. Ji Yi, who had not gone far, rushed back to accuse Xiao Fan in front of his mother. Upon witnessing her son's disheveled state, her expression turned increasingly cold. Useless wretch. You cannot even defeat someone at the 6th layer of body refinement, and yet you still have the audacity? With these words, Ji Yi's hatred for Xiao Fan deepened. If glances could kill, Xiao Fan would have perished dozens of times over. Mother, he employs sinister methods. I suspect he is an evil cultivator. Ji Yi continued, casting furtive looks at the injured individuals. Indeed, Elder Jichu, this boy employs cruel tactics and dark martial arts. I too suspect he is an evil cultivator. Elder Jichu, righteousness and wickedness cannot coexist. Please take action and eliminate him. In that moment, the slander against Xiao Fan intensified, their accusations growing more outrageous and absurd. No, Xiao Fan is not an evil cultivator. Do not defame him. Xian stepped forward, defending him. She could no longer remain silent, having erred once. She could not afford to err again. Junior sister Xian, how can you shield an outsider? Ji Yi questioned, bewildered, recalling that it was Xian who had posted the notice. They should be allies, after all. I am not shielding an outsider. Xiao Fan is not an evil cultivator. He is a student of the deer hunting martial academy. Finally, Xian revealed Xiao Fan's identity, causing an uproar among the crowd. Even if he is a student of the academy, he is still an evil cultivator. Are there no wicked individuals in the academy? Ji Yi's words garnered widespread agreement, with many nodding in support and pointing fingers at Xiao Fan. In that case, I shall rid the world of this menace, Elder Jiju declared, releasing her formidable aura from the peak of the cleansing marrow realm, bearing down on Xiao Fan, intent on humiliating him before delivering the final blow. As a mother, she felt compelled to restore her son's honor after the perceived affront. Ji Yi, witnessing the success of his scheme, revealed a sinister smile. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly as the primordial energy of the chaotic world surged forth, sustaining his body and resisting the oppressive aura emanating from Jiju. Could it be that the elder of the Ice Palace was also one who could not discern right from wrong? Xiao Fan shouted, the bones in his body cracking audibly. Yet he stood upright. It was absurd. The wicked must be eradicated, and this decree alone justified 100 deaths. Jiju sneered repeatedly, gradually intensifying her aura. Mother, please help Xiao Fan. I beg you, Xian cried, her face flushed with urgency. Now she regretted her actions, in pursuit of momentary pleasure. She had caused so many injuries and might even lead to Xiao Fan's demise. Though he was mischievous, she had never wished harm upon anyone. If Xiao Fan were to perish, she would be condemned to a lifetime of guilt. Do not fret, Xian. Since this predicament arose from your actions, I shall not stand idly by, Yuehua declared, sweeping her hand to suppress the overwhelming aura. What do you mean, Yuehua? Jiju's face expressed indignation. She could not fathom that Yuehua would oppose her for the sake of an outsider. You cannot kill him, Yuehua replied coldly. He is a wicked practitioner, deserving of death. Jiju had resolutely committed to avenging her son. Whether Xiao Fan was truly evil had become irrelevant. Your son has lost, yet as a mother, instead of seeking the root cause, you choose to exacerbate the situation. Is that truly just? Yuehua retorted, her anger flaring. It was evident that Xiao Fan's alignment was clear, requiring no further scrutiny. You infuriate me, Jiju exclaimed, slamming her hand down forcefully, ready to strike. As long as she could eliminate Xiao Fan and label him as a wicked practitioner, the Martial Academy would dare not intervene. Do you dare? Yuhua's heart raced with alarm. It was too late to intervene, as she had not anticipated Jiju's fierce protectiveness. Xiao Fan squinted slightly, his mind racing with frantic thoughts. Although he could employ the wind control technique to evade danger, how many times could he truly escape? Fleeing seemed to be his only option. Without further contemplation, he swiftly produced his flying vessel and, with a whoosh, vanished from the sight of the onlookers. "Damn it!" Jiju exclaimed, her hand swiping through empty air. By the time she regained her senses, Xiao Fan had already distanced himself. How could he possess a flying vessel? She paused for a moment, her gaze intensely fixed on the direction in which he had disappeared, trembling with fury. "Let us go." Jiju, realizing her murderous intentions had failed, hoisted Ji and departed the scene. At that instant, all present stood with mouths agape and wide eyes, staring blankly at the spot where Xiao Fan had just been. Could he truly fly? It was not him who could soar, but rather, it was the vessel beneath his feet that granted him flight. As the crowd gradually emerged from their shock, discussions erupted, filled with envy and admiration. Xian, relieved to see Xiao Fan unharmed, finally let go of her anxious heart and leaped into her mother's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "It's all right, Xian, don't cry. We must learn from this." Yuhua gently patted her back, and shortly thereafter, they too departed. Others began to disperse as well, and the scene returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the name Xiao Fan, along with his extraordinary deeds, swiftly spread throughout the Ice Palace and even across the entirety of North Ice City, prompting many to investigate his past exploits. After Xiao Fan escaped, he found himself on a snow-capped mountain. He dug a snow cave and burrowed inside. Chapter 89, An Unexpected Delight. Fortunately, there was a flying vessel. Otherwise, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to extricate himself. Xiao Fan murmured to himself, reflecting that weakness is indeed a fundamental sin. Otherwise, Jiju would not dare to slander him in broad daylight. After a moment's contemplation, he arranged a simple illusion array at the cave entrance and took out 2 strength-enhancing pills, swallowing them whole. Though the effects were not as pronounced as during his initial consumption, the pills still proved beneficial in fortifying his physical form. Xiao Fan began to channel the energy, relentlessly impacting every inch of his corporeal form. Simultaneously, he activated the chaotic opening technique, engaging 2 systems of cultivation, internal and external, that continuously absorbed the surrounding spiritual essence. As the energy liquid accumulated on the origin tree grew more abundant, just as the potency of the strengthening pill was on the verge of depletion, these energy droplets cascaded forth in a torrent. With a thunderous roar, the energy liquid instantaneously surged into his meridians, fervently striking and rhythmically circulating through the microcosmic and macrocosmic orbits, creating a harmonious cycle of yin and yang within and without. Xiao Fan's aura surged dramatically, and with a sharp crack, the gate of the 7th level of body refinement was shattered. This breakthrough did not come as a surprise to him. In the past, he would have restrained himself. However, with the approaching 100 Clans Exchange Conference and his still precarious position in the advanced class, there was no need for such restraint. After 2 hours, his cultivation stabilized at the 7th level of body refinement, and the cultivation system within him continuously worked to accumulate energy liquid. As long as there was an ample supply of energy liquid, he could persistently break through, for he faced no bottleneck in this rebirth, while his cultivation advanced seamlessly. His physical body required relentless honing and tempering to gain strength. With this thought in mind, Xiao Fan retrieved the millennia-old ice marrow. In this frozen expanse, the temperature fluctuations were not particularly pronounced. Yet, the chilling aura was not something an ordinary person could endure. At least, he dared not hold it for too long. It was still not the right time for refinement. Xiao Fan was deeply enamored with it, for its significance was immense. It not only elevated one's cultivation but also served as an excellent medium for tempering the physical body, and even had the potential to forge weapons. However, the energy it contained was overwhelmingly vast, and he considered himself fortunate to refine but a small fragment. Furthermore, subsequent refinements would yield diminishing returns. With a strategic mind, he swiftly returned the eternal cold ice marrow to the chaotic realm. He then ventured forth to survey the surroundings. After Xiao Fan concluded his words, he retracted the illusionary formation and stepped out of the cave. He cast his gaze towards the direction of the ice palace as a daring thought surged forth, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. What is that? A white silhouette suddenly darted across the distance, prompting Xiao Fan to murmur softly before employing his swift movements to pursue it. Navigating around a slope, he finally caught sight of the elusive white figure once more. A snowman? Based on its size, it bore a striking resemblance to the one he encountered the previous night, though he could not ascertain if it was indeed the same entity. As he pursued, he observed closely, only to discover that the snowman was heading towards the ice palace. Could it be intent on wreaking havoc upon the disciples of the palace once again? The more Xiao Fan pondered, the more his anger swelled. Were it not for the snowman, he would not have been misunderstood. He could have searched for the ice flame grass in the ice palace with complete legitimacy. He quickened his pace, yet the snowman proved swifter, eluding his grasp altogether, leaving him to struggle merely to keep up. After a full half-hour, Xiao Fan came to a halt, confronted by a thick wall of snow. Having pursued the snowman to this point, its presence had vanished. Beyond the snowy barrier lay the ice palace. He resolved to proceed and take a look within. Xiao Fan had initially planned to enter the ice palace in the evening. Although it was still afternoon, he believed that exercising caution would pose no risk. With this thought in mind, he summoned his flying vessel and swiftly traversed the snow wall, landing gracefully within the confines of the ice palace. Xiao Fan took a few steps, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease, as if the ground beneath him was devoid of substance. No, this was not the earth. He muttered to himself, drawing forth the god-slaying sword, and began to incessantly excavate the snow beneath his feet. After a quarter of an hour, he had dug a considerable hole, finally revealing the situation below. A medicinal field? Xiao Fan was astounded to discover that the ice palace had constructed a large shelter for the cultivation of medicinal herbs, to protect them from being buried under the heavy snow. There it was, the ice flame grass. Upon catching sight of the central patch of medicinal land below, he nearly gasped in astonishment. Scattered throughout were a dozen or so robust ice flame grass plants, though the surrounding area appeared to have been disturbed by some force. Suddenly, he spotted a snow-white head emerging from the ground, its elongated claws reaching towards one of the ice flame grass plants. Damn that snowman. Xiao Fan felt a surge of anxiety. Just as he contemplated dismantling the shelter, a commotion erupted nearby. How audacious! A sharp rebuke rang out, followed by the swift thrust of a long sword, aimed directly at the protruding head. Gah! The snowman emitted a fierce roar, hastily retreating. Yet it managed to successfully pluck a sprig of ice flame grass. The longsword, however, did not relent, plunging deep into the earth beneath. Gah! The snowman, compelled to emerge from the ground, sprinted desperately to evade the deadly blade. Upon reaching Xiao Fan's location, perhaps sensing the lighter snow cover there, it leaped upwards. For heaven's sake, don't leap up here, Xiao Fan inwardly cursed, as he had initially anticipated that the snowman would divert the attention of the ice palace's inhabitants while he stealthily descended to harvest a sprig of frost fire herb. However, to his dismay, the creature leapt up unexpectedly. With a resounding crash, the greenhouse was breached, and just as the snowman believed it could escape its fate, Xiao Fan's fist came crashing down with tremendous force. Thud! The snowman was instantly rendered unconscious. Observing this, Xiao Fan waved his hand, snatching the frostfire herb from its grasp and stowing it away in the chaotic realm. Who are you? Get out of my way. Xiao Fan abruptly turned around and beheld a middle-aged woman swiftly approaching. His heart tightened, realizing escape was futile. Consequently, he leaped down, discarding the snowman onto the ground. Several middle-aged women soon arrived before him, promptly binding both him and the snowman. What is the purpose of binding me? He questioned in bewilderment. Xiao Fan struggled in vain, soon finding himself transported from the medicinal fields to a palace constructed entirely of ice. The elders of the ice palace arrived in succession, and when Yue entered, she momentarily froze, her mind awash with questions. Master of the palace, we have captured a snowman in the medicinal fields, along with this human, one of the elders announced, unceremoniously tossing Xiao Fan and the snowman into the center of the grand hall. Release me. Your kindness has reaped no reward. Xiao Fan exclaimed. Was it you who captured the snowman? It was I who caught it. Upon the conclusion of Xiao Fan's words, the assembly remained skeptical, engaging in hushed discussions. Silence. The voice of the palace master resonated, compelling everyone to cease their murmurs. The hall fell into a profound stillness. Who are you? And why have you found yourself in the medicinal fields of the ice palace? The palace master's tone retained a semblance of friendliness, devoid of aggression. I am Xiao Fan, a student of the Hunting Deer Martial Academy. I inadvertently entered the medicinal fields of the ice palace while fleeing from the snowman. Elder Yue is well aware of my circumstances. You may inquire with her. In the face of such formidable figures, Xiao Fan maintained an unshakable calm, exhibiting neither subservience nor arrogance. Chapter 90. No room for negotiation. Xiao Fan, do you dare to continue your prevarications? I see you as colluding with the snowman to pilfer the medicinal resources of the ice palace, endangering our disciples. Such a crime deserves execution. Ji Ju was the first to speak, her thoughts consumed with vengeance for her son. Now, with Xiao Fan presenting himself, her heart brimmed with delight. Elder Jiju, you speak too harshly. The matter has yet to be thoroughly investigated. It is premature to assign blame, Yuewa interjected. Many elders nodded in agreement. Based on the evidence at hand, it was indeed insufficient to establish Xiao Fan as a conspirator with the snowman. Yuewa, are you attempting to defend that scoundrel? Jiju exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. Were it not for the presence of the palace master, she would have relished the opportunity to strike down Xiao Fan then and there. Yuehua shook her head, replying, I am merely stating the facts. The Ice Palace upholds the law. It is not your personal domain. Upon hearing this, Jiju's fury ignited further, her eyes blazing with anger. Palace Master, Xiao Fan is a practitioner of dark arts. My son Ji Yi and several of the Ice Palace's sons-in-law can attest to this. Following Jiju's assertion, the assembly erupted into whispers once more. The palace master, with keen eyes, scrutinized Xiao Fan closely, her mind already formulating an answer. A shiver ran through Xiao Fan's heart. A mere glance from her had raised the hairs on his body, as if she could see right through him. Such formidable power. She was undoubtedly an entity that transcended the realm of marrow cleansing. He murmured to himself, if the palace master wished to end his life, no amount of flying vessels would suffice. Xiao Fan, do you have anything to say? The palace master inquired. Before I arrived at the Ice Palace, there were already incidents involving the disciples, and the medicinal fields have also suffered devastation at the hands of the snowmen. Am I correct in my assertions? After Xiao Fan finished speaking, several elders nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of his words. As for the accusation of demonic cultivation, it was merely Elder Jiju's personal vendetta against me, an unfounded slander. I implore the palace master to discern the truth. Enough. The palace master interrupted Jiju, waving her hand to dismiss the gathering. This matter requires investigation. Yuehua, I entrust this to you at the Law Enforcement Hall. Ensure that it is handled with fairness, justice, and transparency. You may all disperse now. Yes, Palace Master. And what of this snowman? Yuehua inquired. I have my own arrangements. Proceed. With that, she gestured, and the snowman landed in her palm before she turned and vanished into the depths of the palace. Humph, Jiju scoffed, casting a fierce glare at Xiao Fan before reluctantly departing. The other elders gradually dispersed as well, allowing Yuehua to finally untie Xiao Fan and lead him back to the Law Enforcement Hall. Thank you, Elder Yuehua. Xiao Fan offered a courteous bow, deeply appreciative of the kindness that Yuehua had shown him for the second time. Do not rush to express your gratitude. Let us speak of it after we have traversed